You were clearly an undercover agent planted in the righteous path by the demonic sect. Yet, unexpectedly, you rose through the ranks to become the holy son of the demonic sect. Now, after the old leader's death in battle, you have been pushed into the position of the sect leader. However, the new leader must undergo the trial of passing through the hearts of 10,000 demons, and only those with the purest demonic hearts can pass the test. But as an undercover agent, where would you find a demonic heart? There is no doubt that you will be exposed at that time, so you absolutely cannot take on this leadership role. So you steadied your mind and said, I am grateful for everyone's support, but this position of leader holds great significance for the heavenly demonic sect. My qualifications are still shallow, and I fear I cannot fulfill it. Why not let the holy maiden take on this role? What does everyone think? As soon as you finished speaking, everyone turned their gaze to the figure dressed in a purple lotus flower skirt. As the holy maiden of the demonic sect, Zhuo Mingxue not only possesses unparalleled talent but also has a beauty that could cause disaster. If she were to be nominated as the leader, there would naturally be no objections from the heavenly demonic sect. However, Zhuo Mingxue smiled slightly and said, I am grateful for the sun's recognition, but the position of the leader concerns the future of the heavenly demon sect, and it should naturally be held by the one with the highest potential. I believe the sun is more suitable than I am. After saying this, she squinted her eyes, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Right, Brother Mu from Qianyuan sect? If you knew her inner thoughts, you would definitely be scared out of your wits, because Zhuo Mingxue is reborn. In her previous life, she was ruined by you, a righteous sect undercover, leading to her family's destruction and even her failure in transcending tribulation. In this life, she swore to make sure you die a miserable death, and the way she chose to do this is to publicly expose your identity during the trial of the 10,000 demons, making you suffer endlessly, unable to live or die. Ultimately, under the urging of the crowd, you were forced to be taken to the trial ground of the 10,000 demons. As the trial was about to begin, you took a deep breath, thinking that things were not looking good. However, at that moment, a phantom voice rang in your ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the 100-fold return system. The beginner's gift package has been issued. Would you like to open it? Upon hearing this, your heart raced, and without thinking, you chose to open it directly. Ding! Reward 1, Heart of the Tao Ancestor, passed down from the ancient Tao Ancestor, contains the myriad paths of the world, allowing for infinite enlightenment. Upon hearing the words Heart of the Tao Ancestor, your mind seems to explode. The Tao Ancestor is the creator of the supreme orthodox techniques, and the Heart of the Tao Ancestor signifies that you have received his recognition and are qualified to inherit his myriad paths. While your heart is shaken, you feel your heart beating more powerfully, a warm current spreading through your meridians, and your thoughts instantly become much clearer, with your cultivation breaking through to the peak of the spirit-nourishing realm in the blink of an eye. What shocks you even more is that it seems something within you has been unblocked, and a mysterious power instantly floods your entire body. This is the Tao Ancestor's Divine Ability Inheritance 10 Directions Illusion Technique, which possesses a certain sealing power and can create illusions that no one but the Emperor can see through. Ding! Reward 2, Holy Heart Seed. After planting it in the target, you can completely control their mind and make them your puppet. Holy Sun, the trial is about to begin. Please enter. Just after receiving the system gift pack, the voice of the guy came from the side. Coming back to your senses, you stand at the entrance of a certain cave, where a deep whirlpool is slowly spinning, and inside is the trial secret realm passed down from the heavenly demon sect since ancient times. Let's begin, you announce softly, then take a step inside. In the next moment, the scene before you changes instantly, and you find yourself in a giant black lotus, with petals extending countless threads that penetrate your body and connect with your soul. Under this power, you feel that everything about you is exposed, except for the system, of course. Meanwhile, outside the trial ground, the guy took out 3 dark blue round jade pieces, handing the other 2 to the holy maidens Zhuo Mingxue and the East Palace Master Zhang Wuji, and the 3 of them activated the round jades. Soon, your soul appeared before them. Wait, what is this power? As soon as he entered, the guy suddenly changed his expression, and Zhuo Mingxue was also stunned in place, staring intently at your soul. Zhang Wuji was a bit confused by their reactions. Guy, holy maiden, what is this? The guy did not answer, but waved his hand, and your soul gradually became transparent, revealing a star seed emitting a sacred light at the position of your heart. The guy took a deep breath and said solemnly, if I am not mistaken, this is the heart of the Tao Ancestor recorded in ancient texts. The heart of the Tao Ancestor, Zhang Wuji exclaimed in surprise. Although he knew little about the heart of the Tao Ancestor, he understood what it meant. The guy continued, there is a saying in the cultivation world, he who possesses the Tao heart possesses the world. The so-called Tao heart refers to 2 things, one is the great Tao of heaven and earth, and the other is the heart of the Tao Ancestor. The former is the return of mortals, while the latter is the path to divinity. At this moment, Zhuo Mingshue's pupils were also filled with shock. She had once attained the status of an emperor, but she had only received the recognition of one great Tao, while possessing the heart of the Tao ancestor could allow one to attain countless Taos. This gap was enough to make anyone feel despair, and what she could not accept even more was that the possessor of the heart of the Tao ancestor was actually you. In your previous life, although you were exceptionally talented, you had never awakened the heart of the Tao ancestor. In this life, could it be that your rebirth triggered this series of changes? However, no matter how talented you, Mu Ge, are, a genius who has not grown up is ultimately just a drop in the ocean. Zhuo Mingxue had made up her mind that this culprit must die, even if it meant being misunderstood by the members of the Heavenly Demon Sect. With this thought, her emotions became somewhat agitated. Bastard. The heart of the Tao ancestor is not the heart of a demon. He is not. No. Who would have thought that? Before she could finish her sentence, the bastard directly interrupted her, his hand gripping the Zen staff, trembling uncontrollably. A mere demon's heart cannot be compared to the heart of the Tao ancestor. It is indeed my fortune and the fortune of the Heavenly Demon Clan to witness the heart of the Tao ancestor in my lifetime. As the bastard spoke, a long-lost smile appeared on his weathered face. With the heart of the Tao ancestor present, it doesn't matter if it's not a demon's heart. With Mu Ge, our demon sect will surely rise. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure he grows. Zhuo Mingxue was stunned. The demon's heart is the most core symbol of the Heavenly Demon Sect, yet even the most loyal bastard in Zhan Wuji were indifferent to the fact that you did not have a demon's heart, which shows their emphasis on the heart of the Tao ancestor. She knew it was impossible to expose you on this matter, so she suddenly had a thought. Bastard, can we start the test now? The guy in Zhan Wuji gradually calmed down. Alright, let's begin. The so-called test is to question your spirit. Due to the presence of that special power in the secret realm, if you lie, the Black Lotus will produce anomalies. At this moment, the guy slowly spoke. Mu Ge, I ask you. Then Zhan Wuji also joined in, and the questions they asked were all related to the cultivation and talent of the demonic sect, without any deeper meaning, until it was Zhuo Mingshue's turn. Mu Ge, let me ask you, are you an undercover agent planted by the righteous sect in my Heavenly Demon Sect? This topic turned too suddenly, causing both the guy and Zhan Wuji to be taken aback, while Zhuo Mingxue stared at you intently, feeling pleased. Could it be that this time you wouldn't be exposed? At this moment, she had already begun to fantasize about how to torment you later, making you experience the hardships she had gone through in her previous life, even repaying you tenfold or 100-fold. However, just when she felt confident of victory, she saw your spirit slowly speak. Undercover agent of the righteous? No, I am Mu Ge, the holy son of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Mu Ge. Zhuo Mingxue felt a surge of joy in her heart. Finally, you were going to be exposed, right? However, Halian remained unmoved, showing no change. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and a storm surged in her heart. How could this be? You are clearly an undercover agent sent by the Qianyuan sect. Why is Halian showing no reaction? Reluctantly, she pressed on. Aren't you the undercover agent sent by the Qianyuan sect to the Heavenly Demon Sect? But your answer remained calm and firm. No, I am Mu Ge, the holy son of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Zhuo Mingxue was completely bewildered. How could this be? Could it be that Halian had a problem? Just as she was about to delve deeper, the guy frowned and said coldly, Mingxue, what do you mean by this? Are you questioning Mu Ge's origins? Or are you questioning the foundation of the Heavenly Demon Sect's legacy over hundreds of thousands of years? Zhuo Mingshue's heart sank, and she quickly bowed to explain. I wouldn't dare. How could Mingxue question the Heavenly Demon Sect? The guy snorted coldly. Then you are questioning Mu Ge. Do you believe he is the righteous sect's undercover agent? Zhuo Mingxue hurriedly lowered her head to admit her mistake. No. Mingxue was a bit reckless just now. Please forgive me, sir. But she still wasn't convinced. Her gaze fixed on Halian, trying to find any clue. Yet she still found nothing. However, what she didn't know was that at this moment, Halian had already undergone a transformation, with beams of ghostly light aimed directly at you, as if wanting to devour you. But all of this was perfectly concealed by your Shifang illusion technique. The trial of the demon heart has ended. The moment you step out of the secret realm of the trial, the man raises his Zen staff and loudly proclaims, bow to the master. Immediately, hundreds of thousands of followers kneel in unison, shouting in reverence, their voices shaking the heavens. Everyone sincerely respects you as the new master. Only Zhuo Mingxue feels a deep sense of unwillingness. What a Mu Ge, able to escape the trial of the demon heart. But you can only hide for a moment, not for a lifetime. This time, I was severely injured in the battle against the righteous path. Once my strength is restored, I will definitely take your head. At this moment, the master of the North Hall stepped forward and suggested, Master, those people from the Sect Alliance are too rampant. Should we counterattack? Even if we can't avenge the old master, we should at least diminish their momentum. You were taken aback by his words. As an undercover agent, going to fight against the seniors of your own sect? Forget about counterattacking. When the righteous army comes, you would be the first to surrender. But if you don't do something right after taking office, it will be hard to gain the people's trust. The only way now is to drag it out. With the system in place, as long as you are given time to grow, it won't matter even if your identity is exposed in the future. So you shake your head. Your tone steady. No. The Sect alliance led by the Qianyuan sect has suffered significant losses this time and will not launch a large-scale attack in the short term. The Heavenly Demon sect has also been severely weakened by this battle and should not initiate further conflict. At this point, a cold smile appears at the corner of your mouth. However, we can send people to ambush at the Broken Life Cliff, which is their favorite training ground. The top geniuses of various sects often frequent this place, and this can help weaken their strength. As for what happens next, we will discuss it in detail later. Yes, Master. This matter is settled. Chu Yuan returned to the top of the Divine Court Mountain and walked into a lofty building. This is the Devil's Heavenly Pavilion, and only the most central figures of the Heavenly Devil sect are qualified to reside here. The moment he walked into the room and the door closed, Chu Yuan's heart that had been hanging in the air all day finally relaxed. However, at that moment, a strong burst of power suddenly erupted within his body. Chu Yuan's breathing stagnated, only to feel a strong and incomparable sword chi suddenly erupt, aiming straight at his heart. Wait. This is? The sword chi was incomparably powerful, as if it was a sharp spike, and with Chu Yuan's current cultivation and physical body strength, he was completely unable to fight against it. In an instant, Chu Yuan only felt a sharp pain coming from his heart. However, this pain only lasted for a moment before a dazzling golden light suddenly bloomed from the heart. The sword chi that was incomparably strong only moments ago suddenly lost its original sharpness under that golden light. It's the heart of the Taoist ancestors. Although the Tao ancestors' heart had just been activated and was still young, it hardened itself to carry down this sword chi by virtue of its own strength. So close. Chu Yuan's heart palpitated after the robbery. If I didn't have the Tao ancestors' heart, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to get through this. His divine sense looked inward. After the sword chi lost, it lost some of its power, but it was not dissipated. Instead, it began to change. In an instant, a statue of God and Buddha suddenly took shape. As soon as that Buddha statue appeared, it displayed a powerful power of suppression, wanting to suppress Chu Yuan's divine soul and thus completely manipulate him. Without too much time to react, Chu Yuan unleashed the 10 Directions illusion technique. A large amount of spiritual energy instantly converged, and at the top of the Buddha statue's head, a demonic statue emitting black mist all over its body quietly appeared. The statue of the devil has 3 heads, each of them fierce. The right arm raised the skeleton hammer, and rolling black mist emerged from the skeleton's eye sockets. The ferocious beast under the seat was even more ferocious. Its pupils were purple, demonic and deep. Just by looking at it, there was a feeling that it was going to be devoured by it in general. The black fog poured down like a vaporized quagmire, vaguely trying to swallow the Buddha statue. The Buddha statue wasn't willing to show any weakness and erupted with an even stronger light. It was difficult to distinguish between the two for a while, but after all, the Buddha statue was a masterless object, and the consumed power was not supplied, gradually falling into a disadvantage as time went by. Eventually, the Buddha statue was successfully sealed. Chu Yuan paralyzed onto the bed and realized that he was in a cold sweat. This is Patriarch's sword chi. Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his face sank all of a sudden. As the Qianyuan sect's eldest senior brother and the sect master's personal disciple, Chu Yuan was more than familiar with this power. That sword chi was not ordinary sword chi, but one of the Qianyuan sect's secret arts, the sword heart puppet. One can replace the heart with sword energy, thus completely manipulating the opponent and turning them into their puppet. Act similarly to the sacred heart seed. The conditions of use, however, were much harsher than the sacred heart seed. First, the sword chi must be hidden in the target's body, and then after a long period of rhyming and cultivation, it must be close to assimilating with the power in the target's body before it can be stimulated to take effect. And this time varied according to the strength of the sword energy and the level of the target's cultivation. For Chu Yuan, it will take about 20 years. Counting the days, Chu Yuan had come to the Heavenly Demon sect to work undercover for almost exactly 20 years. In other words, the moment the Patriarch decided to send Chu Yuan undercover, he planted this sword chi on him. If he hadn't happened to obtain the Tao ancestor's heart, that sword chi would have directly replaced his heart, turning him into a completely manipulated puppet. Chu Yuan smiled miserably. At this point, how could he not understand? The Qianyuan sect patriarch had used him as a pawn from the start. It was clearly a secret technique used to deal with the demon sect, but it was used on him. He was not the Qianyuan sect's eldest brother, much less a shepherd who went undercover alone deep into the Heavenly Demon sect. Instead, it's a pawn, complete and total. His role, then, is only to be used to fulfill others, and then he himself continues to play the toolman, the puppet, in a corner no one knows about. Thinking of this, Shu Yuan's heart gave a bleak beat. Is this what is called the right way? If the Qian Yuan sect, which was the #1 righteous sect in North Luzhou, was still like this, what about the other sects? Shu Yuan had a feeling that his years of faith had collapsed. After a long period of silence, Shu Yuan suddenly straightened his body. The sense of loss in his body was swept away, and his eyes gradually became sharp, transmitting a viciousness and determination. The devil's cult is unkind, and there are so-called righteous sanctions. What about the righteousness of being unkind? The devil cult can also be sanctioned, Shu Yuan firmly said. Maybe that's why the heavenly devil cult exists. While recovering his spiritual energy, Shu Yuan opened his system. Just now, during the worship ceremony, Shu Yuan didn't have time to take a closer look, but now he could finally study it properly. The panel expands and the system displays a description of the function. 100-fold investment return system. Investment items will be doubled and returned to the host. The more wasteful the target of investment, the more the rewards will be doubled. Investment return system? It wasn't difficult. The Heavenly Devil Sect's congregation of millions and countless geniuses, coupled with his identity as the sect leader, it was simply a good fit with the system. Wait, not right. Shu Yuan suddenly realized something was wrong. The more useless the target you invest in, the more the rewards will be doubled. What? Shu Yuan was dumbfounded. The system is right, isn't it? As a matter of common sense, shouldn't we invest in geniuses? What's the point of investing in scraps? And the more wasteful it is, the higher the return multiplier. What the hell kind of system is this? Shu Yuan was still pondering. Suddenly there was a bang as the door to his room was slammed open. What met his eyes was an extremely seductive woman's body. Shu Yuan fixed his eyes on the intruder, who was clearly the wife of the old sect master who had just died. Lu Yue. Only Lu Yue was draped in a loose black robe, with white strips tied around her waist and messy hair. A good look of a deceased husband's wife. Ma'am, this is. Shu Yuan was about to inquire, and before he finished speaking, Lu Yue directly pounced on Shu Yuan with a single movement. Although Shu Yuan was a noble saint's son, his strength was still weak. Facing Lu Yue, whose cultivation was several great realms higher than his own, he was completely defenseless. The smoothness of the flavor went right down the mouth and into the mind. Ma'am, what are you? Shu Yuan just barely managed to open his mouth before he was suppressed by two soft masses again. Inside the room, the lights and shadows swayed. For a long time, Shu Yuan finally failed to get out of the way, first tightening his clothes for himself, and then tightening them for his wife. Ma'am, this is not good. While persuading, Shu Yuan recalled the feeling he had just experienced. It wasn't the lady's senses, but a hidden true qi within her. It wasn't like the power of the heavenly demon sect, but more like what some righteous person had left inside her. This true qi clashed with her devil's palace sand, the palace guard's sand, which caused the lady's yin and yang to collide, confusing her consciousness and disorienting her mind. Thinking of this, Shu Yuan suddenly frowned slightly. This kind of true qi is no better than sword qi. Sword qi is condensed qi that can be hidden in the body for decades, while this kind of true qi will dissipate in just a few months. But the lady hasn't left the magic sect for several years. This can only mean that true qi was planted in the church. Shu Yuan searched his memory and realized that he hadn't done anything like that. So, Shu Yuan's eyes widened. The demon sect even has other undercover agents of the righteous path besides me? Of course, it can't be ruled out that Madam is the undercover agent. Shu Yuan looked deeply at Lu Yue, and secretly said in his heart, if that's really the case, she's hiding really deeply. Other than this true qi, Shu Yuan had another point that felt unbelievable. That is, lady has been mated with the old sect master for decades, and it is surprising that she is still a virgin. Hiss, old bishop seems not very good. Nope, Shu Yuan suddenly realized something was wrong again. If Madam is a virgin, then, whose daughter is the old sect masteress? Who? A fragrant wind blew past Shu Yuan's eyes, interrupting his thoughts. Fixing his eyes on the lady, he was undressing his robe. Shu Yuan, who had already refused once, was a bit foolish inside at the moment. After all, he's not a eunuch. First refusal because he's a man. Second time yes, because he is indeed a man. So, old sect master, go in peace. Madam, let me help you take care of it. After inwardly meditating, Shu Yuan felt a little more solid in his heart. Close the door and go back to the bed. Shu Yuan was just about to make a move, but at that moment, the door of the room bang was knocked open again. Chapter 4 Sect Master, go in peace. I will take care of Madam for you. The moment the door was opened, Shu Yuan was somewhat speechless. This is the devil's heavenly pavilion, the most central location of the heavenly devil cult, and he, the head of the heavenly devil sect, as the sect master, he was surprised to have his door suddenly broken into twice in a row. Her ladyship's delirium was excusable, but what happened the second time? With some impatience, Chu Yuan looked in the direction of the doorway. A long purple lotus dress burst into his vision. The Virgin? Chu Yuan was surprised that the person who came was none other than the holy maiden Zuomei. Zuomei hadn't gotten used to Chu Yuan's identity change. Plus she didn't recognize him as a sect master from the bottom of her heart, and momentarily called him by the wrong name, before she could change her mind. However, she was shocked by the scene before her, froze in place on the spot. On the other hand, losing her sanity, Madame Lu Xinyue had already half-faded her robes. Her jade shoulders were exposed at first, and she was as bare as snow. Chu Yuan, however, was as if he had been doused with ice water and immediately came to his senses. The old sect master had just passed away and the new sect master was having an affair with his wife. This matter would certainly cause quite a stir if it spread. At that time, there would certainly be no shortage of investigations, and his identity as an undercover agent would inevitably be exposed. If we don't do something at this point, I'm afraid we won't be able to salvage the situation. Thoughts raced, and in the next moment, Chu Yuan surrendered his gaze to the sacred heartseed on the system panel. It is imperative that Lu Xinyue regain her sobriety first, or it will be too late to cover her face with a belly band. Sacred heartseed, after planting it on a target, it can manipulate its mind and soul, making it a puppet of its own. The sacred heartseed inspired and went straight into Lu Xinyue's heart, quickly taking root and sprouting, becoming one with her body. At the same time, Chu Yuan only felt an additional connection in his divine sense. Town, true qi belongs to yang, Shogun Sand is yin. The two forces are naturally conflicting, and evenly matched. Do not distinguish between them, which led to Lu Xinyue's delirium. And at this moment, with Chu Yuan's additional devilish power to add to it, the power of the palace guard sand had clearly gained the upper hand, directly suppressing that true qi. In a short moment, Lu Xinyue's eyes regained clarity. Just now, although delirious, he still retained his memory. Looking at his half-faded robe, and then looking at the holy maiden standing in the doorway, he was shaken with some fear. Putting on her clothes and standing aside, Lu Xinyue quickly resumed her cool appearance, that aura of high coldness and dignity. If one ignored the cultivation, there was a hint of the divine charm of an emperor. Holy sect master. When Song Yu cultivated, her spirit did not guard her soul, resulting in a great disruption of her yuan qi. I also have to thank the sect leader for helping to suppress it, which is how I was able to hold on to my vitality. After saying that, she looked at Zuomei, as if she was giving an explanation for Chu Yuan. Zuomei was silent for a moment before revealing a calm smile, her voice even smoother, as if she didn't care about it at all. So that's how it is. The sect leader has worked hard. Madam has worked hard too, she said calmly again, but with a complicated look at the lady. The hard work here refers to the fact that she was able to stay calm in the face of danger and made up the excuse that her vitality was in chaos. Secondly, it means that she has been undercover in the heavenly devil cult for so many years. It is really hard. Yes, Lu Xinyue, also one of the righteous undercover agents lurking in the demon sect, came from the Jade Maiden sect, one of the top 10 heavenly ranked sects, a sect with all female cultivators up and down the clan. In his previous life, it was first Chu Yuan who tipped off the old sect master and killed him, and then Lu Xinyue, inside and outside, cooperated with the forces of the righteous to eat up the rest of the congregation. It can be said that the heavenly devil cult can be destroyed. Lu Xinyue has a lot of credit. It's just that she didn't realize that the two had this kind of personal relationship. In her previous life, she was unaware of the situation and could only watch the destruction of the heavenly devil cult. But in this life, she would never let this matter happen. Sect Master. Zuomei lowered her head, feigning respect for the sect leader on the surface, but in reality, she was forcibly suppressing the hatred in her heart, not wanting to let anyone see her expression. Elder Ji asked me to come and inform the sect master so that he can head to the holy altar to select a disciple. According to the rules of the heavenly demon sect, the new generation of sect masters will take the throne and select a personal disciple. When they grew up in the future, they could become Chu Yuan's own inner circle and squad. Whether it was for the sect leader or for the stabilization of the heavenly devil sect, it had great significance and significance. On top of that, the Holy Maiden also had to synchronize the selection of a personal disciple. The Holy Maiden and the Holy Son of the same generation are, in effect, the Patriarch and the Vice Patriarch. More accurately, it's the relationship between the official godfather and the alternate godfather. One of them is the last godfather and the other is the alternate godfather. So that if something untoward happens to the sect leader in the future, the alternate sect leader can have the ability to take over in time, avoiding the heavenly devil sect from falling into a situation where the group is leaderless. As for the old godfather's alternate godfather, is an exception. It was because the alternate sect master had an accident before the old sect master. leading to the current predicament of the Heavenly Devil Sect. When, 2 hours later, Zuomeshua finished passing the message and took the initiative to exit the room, not forgetting to close the door. The hatred that had been suppressed for a long time surfaced in his heart at this moment, and Zuomeshua hated it so much that he gritted his teeth. In his previous life, Chu Yuan's disciples were all victimized by him, and either their cultivation was disrupted or they had accidents. One must know that those who could be selected to become personal disciples were the most talented and qualified geniuses of the Heavenly Demon Sect's current generation. This operation by Chu Yuan was equivalent to directly compromising half of the geniuses of the Heavenly Demon Sect's current generation. In this life, she was reborn and was determined to stop Chu Yuan. 2 hours later, behind the Divine Court Mountain, in the very center of the Thorn Canyon, a lofty, tall, imposing cylindrical platform stood here, 3 feet in diameter, surrounded by special formations and arrangements. This is the holy altar of the Heavenly Devil cult. Above the altar, the red liquid boiled and tumbled like lava, emitting a heavy and deep aura. This is the Devil's Blood Pool, which is unique in the Heavenly Devil Sect, a treasure pool specifically used to cleanse the essence and marrow of geniuses. The demonic blood in it was none other than the blood of the deceased powerhouses of the Heavenly Demon Sect throughout the generations. After every strong person died, as long as their body was still alive, they would be thrown into it to feed the blood pool, to use the blood of the previous generation to accomplish the achievements of the next generation, and to forge the splendor of the Heavenly Devil Sect. This was one of the philosophies of the Heavenly Devil Sect. Good. The Sect Master and the Holy Maiden have both arrived. Elder G's voice rang out. The new generation of young sect members of the Heavenly Demon Sect are all here as well. Chu Yuan looked at the crowd, which was black and pressurized. The congregation of the Heavenly Devil Sect amounted to as many as 1,000,000, and the number of young disciples was naturally not small. As far as the eye could see, there were as many as 30,000. To select a personal disciple amongst 30,000 people, this was definitely a big job. However, before that, the strongest members of the sect had already done a screening, lining up the more gifted people at the front of the crowd. According to the rules, the 2 of you are free to choose your disciples. Elder G looked towards Chu Yuan and Zuomeshue. It's ready to go. Chapter 5, Imperial Grade Technique, Great Jadine Young Technique. It's ready to go. Yi Qing Yun. As soon as Ji Lao's words fell, Zuomeshue didn't think twice and directly opened her mouth to lock onto one person. She was worried that if she was slower, she would be snatched away by Chu Yuan. Yi Qing Yun, in her previous life, was the highest and furthest along the path of immortal cultivation among the young congregations of this generation. Call it the first day's talent in this generation of the congregation. Everyone else, far less. After selecting it, Zuomeshue secretly glanced at Chu Yuan with her afterglow. It was expected that after she picked off the first talent, Chu Yuan would step up and fight for it. However, at this moment, Chu Yuan was unusually calm, seemingly unconcerned about her actions, and did not even look at her. Strange, he should have come to rob the people. While she was puzzled, on the other side, Chu Yuan finally made a move. He was seen rising up in the air, occupying an elevated position, and scanning downward at each of them. Several hall masters looked at each other when they saw this. What is the sect leader doing? The geniuses are all at the front of the group. Why is the sect leader running to the back? You guys still don't know after so long? When the sect leader does something, the process is often unexpected, but the result is eye-opening. And with this move, perhaps there are considerations on his part. I think the sect leader is trying to scrutinize everyone. After all, it's inevitable that we miss something even with our screening. Zuomeshue heard the conversation between the several hall masters and was unimpressed. And it's not because she picked off the first day talent? The rest of them, although they were also talented, were quite inferior in comparison. She estimated that Chu Yuan was thinking that these people were of little value and wanted to take her chances in the back to see if she could pick out a stronger genius. And then the scourge. On the other side, Chu Yuan didn't know about the crowd's speculations. He was currently busy observing the system panel. Li Jiao, waste rating, 6 stars, full 10 stars. No, not enough waste. The system had said that the more wasteful the target, the higher the multiplier of returned resources. 6 stars, far from enough. Lu Feng, waste rating, 4 stars. Su Tianhong, waste rating, 3 stars. Tang Tri, waste rating, 1 star. 1 star? The opposite of crap is genius. The lower the waste rating, the higher the degree of genius it represented. So this guy should be a top genius as well. Leaky, not his goal, though. 5 stars, 7 stars, 4 stars. Looking over one by one, the highest was only 8 stars. Seeing the other's unconfident demeanor, it was already scrappy enough, but he wanted to try to see if there was anything higher. Suddenly, Chu Yuan's eyes lit up as his gaze locked onto a message on the system screen. Xiaoyan, waist rating, 10 stars, full 10 stars. Chu Yuan fixed his eyes and a teenager with tattered clothes appeared in front of him. A short hair. Very competent. Although the young man had no sharpness to show, it was evident from his unwilling eyes that there was an obsession in his heart. A very strong obsession. Chu Yuan was instantly certain that it was him. What's your name? Me? Xiaoyan first looked around, then warily pointed at himself. Teach, the God Master. Are you talking to me? Aha. After confirming that it was himself, Xiaoyan was immediately flattered and stammered. Back to the Sect Master. Kid Xiaoyan, flame of flame. This Sect Master accepts you as a personal disciple. Are you willing? Pro-disciple. Chu Yuan's words startled Xiaoyan. The bishop actually chose him? Teachers, you can't be mistaken. You only say willing, or unwilling. Chu Yuan interrupted. Xiaoyan's blank eyes suddenly struggled. As the son of an immortal cultivation family, he had cultivated for 10 years before only reaching the 9th level of the body forging realm, and had not even managed to break through to the bone forging realm. For being recognized as a disgrace to the family, he was directly expelled from the family. Having run through countless sects, he was also rejected because his talent was too poor. He had no choice but to join the Heavenly Devil sect to make a living. As a result, he was selected by the Godfather as a personal disciple, which is unbelievable. After struggling for a long time, the teenager's deep-seated unwillingness gradually revealed itself and turned into determination. I do. Under the altar, the crowd waited for a long time. Chu Yuan finally returned, with a teenager in tattered clothes behind him. Sect leader has chosen one? War Wuji perked up and looked towards the man, wanting to see what kind of qualifications Chu Yuan's chosen personal disciple had. This glance, however, left him a little at a loss. This kid, doesn't he seem to have any spiritual roots and bones? And there is nothing special in his physique. Just an ordinary person with no cultivation qualifications. The rest of the few people also had a puzzled look on their faces. More than that, it can't even be considered ordinary. It can be said to be a scum, top-notch scum. Ji Lao's eyes moved, his expression questioning, but he did not ask a direct question. Zhuo Meishue was even more full of questions. How is it different from the previous life? Asked you to pick the top genius and you picked a top loser to come back. Could it be that her return from rebirth had triggered a series of changes that indirectly influenced Chu Yuan's decisions? Nope. She suddenly thought of something and immediately let out a cold snort. Good Chu Yuan. This is a truly sinister move. Because she was the first to snatch away the top geniuses, woe betide her. That was why Chu Yuan had deliberately recruited wastrels, using the precious resources of the Heavenly Demon sect to cultivate a top-notch wastrel. This in itself was a waste of resources, weakening the Heavenly Devil sect in disguise. That's a good calculation. Elder Ji and the others were still pondering, but the tens of thousands of young congregations couldn't help themselves first. This Godfather is not joking. When he was tested before, Xiaoyan, but he had neither a spiritual root nor a spiritual bone. What makes him able to be favored by the sect leader? That guy can raise the flag and lose it. He can be packed even if he catches a chicken. This kind of waste is worthy of being the sect master's personal disciple? The crowd was talking. However, at that moment, Chu Yuan spoke. Quiet. Since this sect master has chosen him as his personal disciple, he has already recognized it, and there is no need to discuss this matter further. Sensing Chu Yuan's resolute attitude, the crowd instantly fell silent. So the Godfather really wasn't kidding? Behind him, Xiaoyan looked up at Chu Yuan's back, a flash of gratitude flashing through his eyes. He didn't expect that the sect leader would argue for a loser like him and forcefully argue for him. Xiaoyan, what virtue and ability. After the scene quieted down, Chu Yuan's attention was focused on the system panel again as his reward arrived. Congratulations to the host for binding the investment target, Xiaoyan, waste level 10 stars. Issuance of bound rewards. Reward 1, 10,000 fires sacred body, inheritance of Emperor Yin of the ancient world. Can fuse 10,000 fires? The more fused flames, the stronger the power. Reminder, the sacred body of fire has fused with the Xiao flame, but has not yet been activated. Activation condition, Xiaoyan breaks through the bone forging realm. Reward 2, Jade Yin Yang Technique, Imperial Grade Technique. Practicing it to the fullest can pass through the Yin and Yang and turn the world upside down. Reminder, the Great Jade Yin Yang Technique has been automatically learned for you. As soon as the beep ended, Chu Yuan immediately felt uncontrollable flow of spiritual energy in his body. Under the activation of the Gong method, it was as if the spiritual energy was divided into two different forces. One Yin, one Yang, one cold, one hot. The two forces faced each other tit for tat, emitting tiny popping noises within his body. This situation was somewhat similar to the situation where the righteous true qi and the Shogong sand in the lady's body clashed with each other. However, Chu Yuan was not delirious. Instead, he felt that his divine sense had become even stronger. Feeling carefully, the two forces in the body, although opposite, were living peacefully in another form, and if you looked closely, it was somewhat similar to the Tai Chi diagram in the previous life. It was worthy of being an imperial grade technique. It was truly subtle. The instant the Gong method was comprehended, the realm barrier within Chu Yuan's body also shattered. Originally already at the peak of the spirit-nurturing realm, his cultivation instantly skyrocketed, and in the blink of an eye, he broke through to the Rongtian realm. Moreover, it was more than just one level, directly breaking through 3 minor realms in a row, reaching the 3rd level of the fused sky realm, formally crossed into the realm of 3 days, the 12 realms of cultivators, the realm of the 3 forges, the realm of the 3 spirits, the realm of the 3 days, and the realm of the 3 saints, which, in turn, is summarized into 4 major stages: physical, spiritual, celestial, and holy. Every time you crossed a stage, you would gain a whole new sense and understanding of the immortal cultivation realm. There is also a huge increase in battle power. Nowadays, he was also considered to have crossed over from the stage of the realm of the 3 spirits, just as he had crossed over to the level of the realm of the 3 days. Very rare. The changes in Chu Yuan's body caught Zhuo Meishue's attention. Seemingly calm, her mind had long been making waves. She had the advantage of being reborn, and her cultivation experience was very rich. She thought that her progress was already considered to be godly, and in just 10 days, she had broken through from the 9th level of the spirit-nurturing realm to the 2nd level of the Rongtian realm. However, Chu Yuan's cultivation breakthrough speed, surprisingly, did not lag behind her in the slightest. Surprisingly, he had already broken through to the 3rd level of the Rongtian realm, 1 level higher than her. Is it because of the heart of the Taoist ancestor? Zhuo Meishue suddenly felt a great pressure. A pressure from Chu Yuan. Chapter 6. I made a casual remark that resulted in a big defeat for the righteous. Chu Yuan. The two of them finished their selection. Ji Lao, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly opened his mouth, not addressing the sect master, but calling Chu Yuan by his name. If anyone else called it that, it belonged to a great disrespect to the godfather. But Ji Lao was different. As a 4th-generation patriarch, he had the seniority. The matter of selecting a personal disciple, according to the rules, the old man would not have had the right to intervene. But still, just to make sure, you're really going to take him? Chu Yuan turned around and respectfully replied, Elder Ji, I'm sure. The atmosphere of the scene quieted down as everyone's eyes wandered over Chu Yuan and Ji Lao. For a long time, Ji Lao took a deep breath and didn't say much, only gently spitting out a word. Good. At the same time, Chu Yuan flipped his palm, and a black token with a cold texture appeared in his palm. This is the Heavenly Devil Order, which belongs exclusively to the Heavenly Devil Sect Master, and is a symbol of the Sect Master's power. At the same time, it is also a key. Many facilities within the Heavenly Devil Sect need to use the Heavenly Devil Order to open. For example, the Holy Altar, the Pool of Demonic Blood, the Coffin of All Demons, etc. Chu Yuan raised his token high, his face majestic, and said in a proper voice, I issue a demonic oracle in the name of the Sect Master. Open the Demon Blood Pool. Xiaoyan's current cultivation level was the 9th level of the Body Forging realm, and as long as he added another step and broke through to the Bone Forging realm, he would be able to activate the 10,000 Flame Sacred Body, and at the same time, prove the correctness of his decision. However, Xiaoyan's waste attribute was too high, and it took 10 years of cultivation before he walked to the 9th level of the Body Forging realm. If he wanted him to break through with his own power, he didn't know when he would have to wait, but with the help of the Demon Blood Pool, even the most wasted person could break through. Open the Pool of Demon Blood? Zhuo Meishuai gave Chu Yuan a deep, meaningful look. Her previous guess was right. This couldn't wait to plague the Heavenly Devil Sect? Such a precious resource as the Devil's Blood Pool had to be used on a wasted disciple. Sect leader, I don't think it's right. Zhuo Meishue suddenly opened her mouth, her eyes sharp. A precious opportunity like the Blood Pool baptism should be given to the most promising disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect to be the most valuable. Zhuo Meishue's tone was sharp, not hiding her dissatisfaction with Chu Yuan's decision-making in the slightest. In terms of position, the bishop is one step above the virgin, but the actual status, after all, one is the incumbent godmaster and the other is the alternate godmaster, and the two are on equal footing. That was why Zhuo Meishue dared and had the right to directly question Chu Yuan. Even if you want to use it, you should give it to Lightning Cloud. How can you give it to him? Zhuo Meishue glanced at Xiao Yan with her afterglow. It was only then that Xiao Yan realized it afterward, and his heart shook. What? Devil's Blood Pool. Surprisingly, it was open for me. He had originally felt that it was already a great fortune for the sect leader to accept him as a personal disciple. Never did he expect the sect leader to open the Devil's Blood Pool once specifically for him. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart trembled and his eyes unconsciously moistened. Over the years, his experience can be described as very miserable. His family expelled, his clan rejected, and he suffered from cold eyes. From birth to now, he has never been cared for so much. However, today, Xiao Yan took a deep breath. His heart moved beyond words. He could only open his eyes wide and imprint Chu Yuan's figure into his mind. The atmosphere was a little stiff. After a moment of stalemate, Zhuo Meishu suddenly changed his words. There's no point in disputing verbally, so why don't we follow the rules of the sect and divide the winners and losers by strength? How about the winner taking control of the conversation in this matter? Chu Yuan let out a laugh, then agreed. Yes, he understood Zhuo Meishu's skepticism. After all, Xiao Yan was, on the bright side, indeed a top-tier wastrel. It was indeed a bit of a waste to give a precious cultivation resource like the Devil's Blood Pool to a top-tier wastrel to use. It only makes sense that someone would question it. On top of that, he, the new godfather, really needed such an opportunity to demonstrate his worth and majesty in order to better convince the public. This included Zhuo Meishu, the Holy Maiden, Elder Ji. What do you think? Elder Ji looked at them. Both of them were the mainstay of the Heavenly Demon Sect. No matter who was injured, it would be a loss to the Heavenly Demon Sect. So the admonition was just pointed out. After a brief deliberation, at Ji Lao's suggestion, the two decided to split the difference right here. Someone spread out their spiritual energy to form a ring of emptiness. The moment he saw Chu Yuan step onto the ring, Xiao Yan could no longer suppress the emotions in his heart. With a plop, she fell down on her knees towards Chu Yuan, her eyes blurring with tears. Sect leader, in this life, I, Xiao Yan, will only follow the orders of the sect leader. This favor, Xiao Yan is unable to repay. I, Xiao Yan, hereby conclude a contract with the Heavenly Tao. If there is a day when Xiao Yan can do something for sect leader, even if it means death, I, Xiao Yan, will do nothing. As soon as the words fell, a thunderbolt suddenly descended above the clear sky, landing directly in front of Xiao Yan. As the dust and smoke cleared, a special pattern appeared on the ground. The thunder of heaven descends, and the vow is made. If there is a violation, heaven will punish it. After the vignette, the battle officially begins. The two men each mobilized their spiritual energy, and the atmosphere began to get tense. However, it looked like the battle was about to break out. In the distance, the figure of the Southern Palace Hall Master Gong Tianyu suddenly surfaced. Bishop, good news! This sound directly interrupted the battle between the two, and countless gazes all looked towards him. Reporting to Sect Master, Gong Tianyu followed Sect Master's words and set up an ambush at the Broken Life Cliff, and indeed captured a group of disciples from the sect's training. A total of 862 kills from the Clan Alliance. Among them are 6 secret protector of the Dao Fusion Sky Realm Elders, and there's even a disciple born with a Dao body. This ambush is a big win. Upon hearing this news, the Heavenly Devil cultists on the scene all cheered. A great victory indeed. Sect leader wise. The decision-making ability of the sect leader is truly extraordinary. Elevated from an ordinary congregation to a holy son in just 18 years, and succeeded as the sect master 2 years later. How can someone who can achieve such a level be bad? Everyone is cheering. Chu Yuan, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. I was stalling for time and casually talking about it, and you guys actually went to the ambush. And this clan alliance is really stupid. Is the kind of desperate place like Broken Life Cliff a place to practice? But wherever one is blocked is a dead end. In particular, what they had encountered was one of the 4 halls of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The South Hall Master, Gong Tianyu, a top assassin who was unpredictable and best at speed. No one could escape his palm unless they had reached the strongest of the Tong Tian realm. The disciple of the natural Dao body. Don't know which clan is going to be sad again. Chu Yuan lamented at the same time. The opposite side of Zhuo Meishu directly froze. Isn't Chu Yuan an undercover agent of the righteous? How did his plan work? If the deaths were just some ordinary disciples, there was still the possibility that the righteous path had done it on purpose in order for Chu Yuan to gain the trust of the Heavenly Demon Sect. But Gong Tianyu said that he had killed 862 people by death, 6 Rome Tian realm elders, and even a disciple who was born with a Dao body, a natural-born Dao body. Not even 1 out of a million people could necessarily appear. The 10 heavenly ranking sects together only had 3 geniuses who were born with a Dao body, and their importance was even no less than that of the patriarch. Based on her experience in her previous life, the South Hall Master Gong Tianyu had always been loyal to the Heavenly Demon Sect, and it was impossible for him to cooperate with Chu Yuan, an undercover agent, in delivering false news, so the message must be right. However, if it was only to allow Chu Yuan to gain the trust of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the cost would be a bit too great. After thinking for a long time, there is still no result. Zhuo Meishu suddenly felt that she could not see through Chu Yuan a bit. Sect Master, you are. Gong Tianyu suddenly realized the scene. Someone held up a spiritual barrier and scratched out a piece of the ring, obviously meaning to duel. Battle Wuji greeted him and explained, and Gong Tianyu instantly understood the scene. A flyover landed in front of the two and bowed. Bishop, Holy Maiden. Gong Tianyu borrowed this great victory to boldly propose that it would be better to open the devil's blood pool twice, so that both of them can be baptized. The corpse of that born Dao body disciple is just enough to replenish the deficit of one baptism in the demon blood pool. I wonder what the sect leader and the Holy Maiden think. Chapter 7. Can't you enjoy yourself after so many years undercover? The devil blood pool, one of the inherited treasures within the heavenly demon sect, had a near-perfect essence cleansing effect, but the consumption of opening it once was extremely high and difficult to make up for. At its natural rate of recovery, it would take at least decades to fill this deficit. Therefore, since ancient times, the sect has left the rule that the devil's blood pool can only be opened once every 20 years, otherwise it will damage the foundation of the heavenly devil sect. Unless there is something special that can offset the consumption of this time, and the corpse of that innate Dao body disciple was just enough. After Gong Tianyu made this suggestion, Xu Yuan and Zhuo Meishua didn't immediately state their position, but instead looked at Ji Lao together. Within the heavenly demon sect, the duties of the position of patriarch, to be precise, were not loyal to the sect master, but to the heavenly demon sect. It can be seen as the guardian of the heavenly devil cult. This included guarding the demon blood pool, the 10,000 demon coffin, the holy altar, and the heavenly demon platform from being damaged or overdrawn. Therefore, something like making an exception for more openings needed to be decided by Ji Lao. Since there is an innate Dao body as a supplement, then there is no harm in opening it one more time. Elder Ji nodded. It's just that the demon blood pool needs some time to digest the innate Dao body, so I'm afraid it's too late for today, so we'll open it again tomorrow. The matter of the devil's blood pool had been settled, and there was no need for the duel to continue. The crowd dispersed. Xu Yuan brought Xiaoyan back to the Devil Heaven Pavilion. Bishop, what do you address me as? Xu Yuan stood with his back to him with his arms folded. His voice was not loud, but it was quite majestic. The young man froze, lowered his head, and respectfully said, Master's grace today. The kid will definitely remember it in his heart and in the future. Xu Yuan waved his hand and cut him off. There is no need to tell more than words. Come forward. Xiaoyan took a few steps forward and faced Xu Yuan in a kneeling salute. Master, Xu Yuan said unhurriedly, effective immediately, you are this sect master's personal disciple, and as a master, this sect master will first impart a set of techniques to you as a gift of meeting. After saying that, Xu Yuan waved one hand, and the information of the imperial grade technique Great Jade Yin Yang skill was instantly transmitted into Xiaoyan's mind. 100-fold investment return system, investment items will be doubled and returned to the host. The more wasteful the target of investment, the more the rewards will be doubled. With this investment return system, Xu Yuan has no need to hide. More investment is the best choice, and the better the investment, the more return. After the feats were transmitted, Xu Yuan waited for the system's response. Soon there was movement in the panel, except that the results were very different from what he had expected. Alert, target failed to receive the Kung Fu. Host investment failed. Xu Yuan was speechless. Receiving a merit law was nothing more than memorizing the information of the merit law in one's head. This could all fail? I have to say, this kid is really wasted. Master, just now the gong method. I seem to. The teenager was full of apologies and shame. Xu Yuan waved his hand feebly and turned around, holding out one hand. In an instant, spiritual energy converged in his palm, and the forces of yin and yang came out in unison, twisting and circling around each other in his palm, gradually forming a disc where yin and yang met. In the next moment, he flipped his palm and pressed it against Xiaoyan's head through the air, directly instilling him with his gongfu comprehension. Now, you can always learn, right? As he expected, after the gongfu infusion, the power of yin and yang soon surfaced on the teenager's body exactly as it had appeared. This was a manifestation of the initial comprehension of the gong method. At the same time, the realm barrier of the bone forging realm had loosened. However, Xiaoyan's talent was really touching, and even after comprehending the emperor grade technique, he was still unable to make a breakthrough in the end. It's not that the kung fu doesn't work, it's that the kid just can't carry it. Alert, target comprehends the first level of the technique, triggering a 100-fold return, technique comprehension. The system popped up with an alert. In the next moment, within Xu Yuan's body, the power of yin and yang instantly skyrocketed, and then the power metamorphosed on its own, its breath becoming even thicker and deeper. Triple up! The Great Jade Yin Yang technique had a total of 12 levels, and Xu Yuan had comprehended the third level in just half a day's time. While the gong method was comprehended, a large amount of spiritual power fed back to himself, and Xu Yuan's cultivation broke through once again. From the second level of the Rong Tian realm, breaking through to the 4th level of the Rongtian realm. In 1 day's time, the Gongfu was comprehended 3 times, and the realm had risen 5 times in a row, so it could be said that the progress was rapid. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan's mood was incomparably soothing. However, Xiao Yan, who was on the side, did not notice all of this, and his attention at the moment was all focused on the Gongfu that Chu Yuan had passed on to him. Surprisingly, it is an emperor product technique? The world's Gong methods are divided into 5 classes: mortal, spiritual, heavenly, sacred, and imperial. Each grade is subdivided into inferior, medium, superior and perfect. And let's not talk about the emperor's product. It was the heavenly product, which was extremely rare. As an immortal cultivation family, the Shao family had a legacy of nearly 30,000 years, and the best that had been passed down within the family to date was only a top-grade spirit grade technique. Even those practiced by the heavenly ranked sects were only heavenly products. A dozen years ago, when someone discovered a lower-grade saint grade technique that had been passed down from the ancient times, it led to a frantic scramble for it by the 10 strongest heaven stage sects. That time, more than a dozen of the top powerhouses of the 3 days realm had died, and the rest were countless. And now, a technique that was casually passed down by master teacher had even reached the imperial grade. It was really unbelievable to him, whose family accepts an apprentice and uses an imperial grade feat as a meet and greet gift. Apart from that, this Gong method, it seems that there is something not quite right. Xiao Yan suddenly fell into deep thought. According to the information in his mind, the Great Jade Yin Yang technique was an imperial grade technique that originated from the ancient times, created by the owner of the Jade Emperor Palace, the Jade Heavenly Emperor. Jade Heavenly Emperor, rumored to be one of the heaven-sealing great emperors among the human race during the ancient times. At that time, countless powerful races in the immortal cultivation world stood side by side, and the human race was relatively weak and suffered from oppression. It was with this hand of the Great Jade Yin Yang technique that the Jade Heavenly Emperor communicated Yin and Yang and reversed the universe. With the power of one man, he forcefully overthrew a race and battled out the majesty of the human race. After that, the human race even regarded the Great Jade Yin Yang skill as the supreme devil-quelling method. Moral, suppress all evils and demons, and guard the righteous path on earth. But the problem is that they are the devil's religion, the existence that is completely opposite to the righteous way. Master is even the head of the demon sect, the ruler of the entire demon sect. Just under such a premise, the master teacher would actually teach himself a righteous Tao technique. It's just mind-boggling. Xiao Yan's brows furrowed as he fell into deep thought. After a long time, a bold guess came to his mind. Is it hard to believe that Master is actually a hidden righteous powerhouse? Or maybe it has something to do with the Jade Emperor's palace. There was no way for Xiao Yan to verify what the truth really was. The master teacher didn't take the initiative to tell him. He must have his own considerations, and it was inconvenient for him to ask. But one thing he was sure of was that his master was definitely not the evil man that people thought he was in the eyes of the world. After all, how can a person who can be recognized by an imperial grade righteousness technique such as the Great Jade Yin Yang technique be an evil person? The impartation of feats is over. Chu Yuan then ordered people to prepare a place for Xiao Yan to stay at the Devil's Sky Pavilion. All arranged? Chu Yuan asked to the door. Back to master. The arrangements have been made. A slightly tender young girl's voice came from outside the door, her voice extremely delicate. Master, would you like a meal? Only to see the door of the room slowly open. A young girl in a green-colored gauze skirt walked in holding a delicacy with her spiritual power. The gauze skirt was semi-transparent, and the young girl's alternately swinging legs could be vaguely seen, giving it a hazy beauty. The young girl, named Xiao Cheng, was an orphan who was taken in by Chu Yuan a few years ago. Chu Yuan's real identity is, after all, a man of righteousness, and seeing his loneliness and compassion, he became kind, bringing her back to the heavenly devil sect. She stayed by her side and became a personal maid. Because of the otherworldly azure color of her pupils, she was given the name Xiao Cheng. Originally, Xiao Cheng's address to him was relatively normal, e.g., Duke, Young Lord, Lord Holy Son, but then gradually it became the Master. Chu Yuan had also asked her why she was called that. Xiao Cheng said that there was a unique aura about him that made her instinctively want to submit and even recognize her master. Chu Yuan still didn't understand what unique flavor meant. Master, please have your meal. The young girl placed a delicacy neatly in front of Chu Yuan. Sniffing the aroma of the dishes, Chu Yuan was instantly in a good mood. Cool. The soothing mood also revitalized Chu Yuan's appetite. Even though immortal cultivators had already opened their grains and didn't need food to sustain their lives, they would enjoy food as relaxation in their spare time. Chu Yuan was half lying on the rattan chair, his whole body stretched out in a leisurely manner. He didn't even need to do it himself. Green would pick up the food for him then feed it to his mouth. He was only responsible for opening his mouth. the only beautiful thing is that you have to chew it yourself. Master, this is your favorite white burnt nine-tailed pine deer. Xiao Cheng sent a piece of meat to Chu Yuan's mouth. Nine-tailed pine deer, one of the 13 sacred beasts of northern Luzhou, the mixed-blooded offspring of the nine-tailed elk. Inheriting the softness of the nine-tailed elk, the meat is delicate and melts in your mouth, with an excellent taste. Of course, after all, it was carrying the bloodline of a sacred beast, and its preciousness was self-evident, so it wasn't easy to get it. The last time I had one, it was 3 years ago. Xiao Cheng continued to clip the dishes. Each ingredient was extremely precious. 10,000-year-old purple luo ginseng, a specialty of the Divine Healer Valley. The auction price of a single one was worth a year's spirit stone income of a small clan. There are also the Tianma snow lotus that only exists in the snowy region of the Little Western Heaven, the Linglong coral in the deep sea of the border region, and so on. All of them were first-class delicacies, and the value of each of them was not inferior to the 10,000 years purple luo ginseng. It may seem a bit extravagant, but you've been an undercover agent for decades. Can't you enjoy yourself? Green. Proceed to play. No. Proceed to clip the food. Yes, master. Xiao Cheng responded and continued the movements of her hands. At the same time, a hidden gaze was cast toward Chu Yuan. The azure-colored pupils flashed with a hint of satisfaction and greed. On the master. It smells so good. Cheng secretly gulped. Her breathing began to increase, and her heart beat faster and faster, as if the cells of her entire body were cheering. Previously, she only felt that Chu Yuan had a special aura about him that made her feel extremely comfortable and submissive from the bottom of her heart. That scent, faint, only when he was beside Chu Yuan could he smell it, and at a little distance, it was gone. However, today, for some reason, the smell of Chu Yuan's body was inexplicably very strong, making her outside the door of the room. She couldn't help but feel soothed all over. It's even more exciting now that it's closer. It was exciting enough to make her want to sniff it twice more. Ah, it really smells good. Xiao Cheng stared at Chu Yuan. An urge to take Chu Yuan for herself arose within her, and a touch of crystals involuntarily surfaced at the corners of her mouth. Unconsciously, the young girl's body stuck towards Chu Yuan. At this moment, Chu Yuan, who was resting his eyes, had just swallowed the pine deer meat in his mouth and was waiting for Xiao Cheng's next feeding. As a result, the food was delayed in reaching his mouth, but instead, he felt a unique fragrance wafting in, reminding him inexplicably of the scene when Madame Lu Sanyue had barged into his room. Chu Yuan opened his eyes suspiciously. Only a light and delicate little face came into view. Leaning extremely close to him, Chu Yuan was even able to clearly observe the polished and white skin on the young girl's face. At the moment, the young girl's eyes were tightly closed, her nose gently twitching as she greedily sucked on something. Because she was too involved, the young girl's cherry mouth was slightly open, and a trace of crystals naturally fell down, dripping straight onto Chu Yuan's face, making him unable to stop his body from trembling. Xiao Cheng. Chu Yuan was about to stop it. Coincidentally, the door to the room was pushed open once more. The figure of the holy maiden, Zhuo Meishui, appeared outside the door. Chapter 8. Not bad. The righteous path has undercover agents arranged by me. Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan was lying on the rattan chair, facing the doorway, while Xiao Cheng had her back to the door. Her hands braced on the handles on both sides of the tang chair. Her upper body came closer to Chu Yuan again, and their faces were almost pressed together. From Zhuo Meishui's perspective, Xiao Cheng's entire body seemed to be attached to Chu Yuan's chest. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Meishui couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in her heart. Good one, Chu Yuan. Isn't it enough that you have Lu Sanyue, but you won't even let go of a mere maid? Green, you get up first. Green had come back to her senses and stepped aside with her hands full. Zhuo Meishui's line of sight was also attracted by a rare dish next to it. She couldn't help but widen her eyes when she saw the dishes on the table. Nine-tailed pine deer, lingering coral, 10,000 years of purple luo ginseng. Every single one of them is worth a lot of money. Even if the Heavenly Devil Sect had a deeper foundation, it couldn't withstand such a waste. Chu Yuan made it clear that he wanted to use this method to defeat the Heavenly Demon Sect's family fortune. What is it again? Chu Yuan's voice suddenly rang out, his tone raw and cold. Having been disturbed by this holy maiden twice in a row, he was now annoyed to no end. Although she didn't come, Chu Yuan also had to call out to Xiao Cheng. But to call out to stop by oneself and to be interrupted by someone else was not a feeling at all. When Zhuo Meishui saw that attitude of his, a flash of sulkiness flashed in her eyes. Still, she forced down her anger. I have a matter I would like to ask the Godfather. Say. Chu Yuan's simple word was filled with the posture of a superior. Such a transformation was brought about by the identity, and also by Chu Yuan's experience in the past few days. Not even he was paying attention. Zhuo Meishui gritted her teeth and suppressed the anger in her heart. If she didn't know Chu Yuan's true identity, such an attitude wouldn't matter to her. But she was clear about Chu Yuan's identity. so how could she not have fire in her heart when faced with Chu Yuan's condescending tone? But there was fire after fire, and for the sake of the greater good, she could only hold back. The sect leaders planned to break the ambush at the Cliff of Life. After the great defeat of the righteous, many within the sect are privately praising the sect leader for his extraordinary decision-making and insight. But there are some people who go so far as to say that the sect leader was just lucky to win big. It indirectly leads to the breeding of conflicts within the sect and is not conducive to the stability of the Heavenly Devil sect. Therefore, He Shui would like to ask the sect master how he predicted the actions of the righteous path at that time, so that he can also go and convince those congregations to eliminate the internal discordant voices. Chu Yuan? What a pot calling the kettle black. He was just making a casual remark at the time, trying to muddle through and then think about it in the long run. As a result, the blind cat met the dead rat and defeated the righteous path in a big way. There's no such thing as forethought. It's pure luck. But the saint's words almost all blocked the way, despite the fact he could not say so, otherwise it would look like he's being a comical godfather. It's not a prejudgment, Chu Yuan slowly said. Rather, this sect master has long ago planted undercover agents in the righteous path. Without much time to think, Chu Yuan had to refer to himself and came up with the reason of undercover agent. Undercover? Zuomei raised her head to look at Chu Yuan, her eyes gradually widening. Others don't know that, but she knows it well. You're an undercover agent of the righteous, and you need to place additional undercover agents in the righteous? The undercover agent you are talking about is not yourself. Before, Zuomei was just guessing, but now she basically confirmed it. This time, when Broken Life Cliff had defeated the Orthodox Road, it was merely the Orthodox Road's intentional act in order for Chu Yuan to gain trust within the Heavenly Demon sect. As for those who died, including the disciple of the innate Tao body, I'm afraid that they all became victims of the plan without knowing it. The innate Tao body was certainly valuable, but compared to taking down the entire Heavenly Demon sect, it wasn't worth mentioning. Undercover? Zuomei smiled faintly, calculating in her mind how to expose him. Why did the Godfather never mention this? At least let the people within the sect know the identity of the undercover agent, so that they don't accidentally injure one of their own when the time comes. What does the Godfather think? Chu Yuan had created something out of nothing, so she would take the trick. At that time, Chu Yuan would not be able to justify himself, and his disguise, naturally, would be exposed. Ahem, what the Holy Maiden said is very true. According to Zuomei logic, it was indeed correct that planting undercover agents should at least be made known to his own people. Although this undercover agent does not exist, but in order to avoid revealing his own flaws, he had to accept it. In that case, it's up to you to go and inform the higher-ups in the church of the undercover information. One lie to cover up with a million lies, but he is also helpless. After all, he is indeed a righteous undercover agent. The body is not correct. Of course, afraid of the shadow slant. If you want to not reveal your true identity, you have no choice but to keep telling this lie over and over again. This person's name is Lin Feng, and he cultivates the art of swordsmanship, so I've arranged for him to be placed in the Sacred Lotus sect. Chu Yuan made up a random one, and anyway, they couldn't possibly go to the Sacred Lotus sect to check them out one by one. Even if he personally checked, Chu Yuan could still say that Lin Feng had been accidentally killed while out practicing, and his body was nowhere to be found. Whatever the outcome, he could round it off, unless the person Lin Feng really exists. But shouldn't be that coincidental, should it? Lin Feng, Sacred Lotus Sect, Zuomei pondered. Sacred Lotus Sect, one of the top 10 heavenly ranked sects, and also the largest assassin sect in North Luzhou. The entire clan is full of killers, strolling around in various places on weekdays, and all of them are people who come and go without a trace. After all, people who are killers make countless enemies, and the most important thing they need is to hide their whereabouts, or else they will easily be found by their enemies. It is extremely difficult to investigate the existence of Lin Feng. Chu Yuan is really cunning. Many thanks to sect leader for explaining. He Shui will leave. Talking about this, Zuomei already had a thought in her head. A few moments later, at the foot of the Divine Court Mountain, Zuomei conjured up several masked figures. Lin Feng is an undercover agent that the sect leader had previously arranged, and now he needs to be withdrawn. But the connection is broken, and he can't be notified. You are needed to get him back. Is that all clear? Of course she knew that Chu Yuan had made it up, but at the moment there was no conclusive evidence, no way to expose Chu Yuan's identity. That's why she had informed all the higher-ups of the Heavenly Devil sect about Lin Feng. If she couldn't find Lin Feng at that time, all the senior members of the Heavenly Devil cult could be used as witnesses to testify against her. Chu Yuan, let's see how you'll explain yourself then. An undercover agent arranged by the bishop? Several people looked at each other. So that's how it is. No wonder the sect leader's plan for the Broken Life Cliff ambush was so precise. Don't worry, Holy Maiden, we will definitely do it. The next day, the devil's blood pool opens. The dark red liquid was like magma, boiling and tumbling. The two figures walked together to the demon blood pool. One was Zuomeshua's disciple, Yi Qingyun, cultivation level, 9th level of blood forging realm. The other was Chu Yuan's disciple, Xiaoyan, cultivation level, 9th level of bone forging realm. The two were two whole great realms apart. Get in. At Elder Ji's command, the two of them stepped into the blood pool at the same time. Originally very active blood pool at this moment has become incomparably irritable. Crackling popping sound continues to come out. Just a few moments, the two will have been bruised and battered. But while the damage was being done to their bodies, the blood pool was also rapidly repairing their injuries. Destruction first, then new life. No breakage. This is the process that must take place to cleanse the essence. Buzz. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation emanated from Yi Qingyun's location. When the crowd looked, they saw that Yi Qingyun's entire body was wrapped in dense spiritual energy, as if he was in a giant eggshell. In the center of the eggshell, the aura is constantly converging and compressing. After a few seconds, the outline of a palm-sized humanoid gradually took shape. This is spirit element. She cultivated spirit element. Cultivating spirit element means that she's going to cross over into the realm of the three spirits. It can't be. This has only just entered the demon blood pool and is about to make a breakthrough? That's for sure. Can't you see how fast she absorbs demonic blood? That's called genius. Battle Wuji nodded in satisfaction. This girl, she's caught up to my level back then. As long as there are no accidents, it won't take many years for our heavenly demon sect to produce another heavenly realm powerhouse. As expected, Yi Qingyun's aura rose higher and higher. It didn't take long before the surrounding spiritual energy gave a tremor. Yi Qingyun broke through, and it was breaking 4 in a row, directly reaching the 4th level of the spirit gathering realm. Only at the 4th level of the spirit gathering realm? How come it feels like her spirit energy is even more solid than mine at the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm? More than that, I'm afraid it could reach the peak of the spirit gathering realm. Under the baptism of the demon blood pool, Yi Qingyun's spiritual yuan became more and more solid, and was even on the verge of reaching the level of condensing out a solid body. However, compared to that, Xiaoyan's side, it looked very pitiful. Not only was the speed of absorbing the demonic blood extremely slow, there wasn't even much fluctuation in the growth of spiritual energy. That's a pool of demon blood, a baptism in exchange for the essence of the heavenly devil cult that has been accumulated for 20 years. It was the powerhouses of the realm of 3 days that came, and it was impossible to say that they didn't even break through the triple realm. As a result, Xiaoyan, a mere 9th level of the body forging realm, could not even break through the bone forging realm. If it wasn't for Yi Qingyun's stunning performance, people almost thought that the demon blood pool had failed. Seen, with the baptism of demonic blood, the disparity between the two can be seen in the best way possible. The 4 great hall masters as well as Elder Ji were all silent. Chu Yuan had grown from an ordinary congregation member to a holy son, or even a sect leader, in just 20 years, because he was often able to make decisions and choices that caught people's eyes. So when Chu Yuan selected Xiaoyan to be his personal disciple, they did not raise any objections even if they did not look favorably upon it, much less block it, thinking that Chu Yuan might be able to surprise them like before. However, the performance of Xiaoyan in front of them really made them a little taut. South Hall Master Gong Tianyu shook his head and sighed. No man is an island. It's not unusual for a godfather to slip up once in a while. Just reselect the disciples again. The 4 hall masters looked at each other and let out an unanimous sigh. Alas, it will have to do. Chapter 9 Inheritance of the Righteous Great Yendi, 10,000 Fires Sacred Body. The blood pool baptism is still going on. Little by little, time passed, and Xiaoyan was still far from a breakthrough. On the contrary, Yi Qingyun, following the breakthrough of 4 realms in a row, made another breakthrough, directly coming to the 5th level of the spirit gathering realm. It is a great sight to behold as it draws countless appreciations. Look, what's this? Someone shouted. Fixing his eyes, Yi Qingyun's body was suddenly flooded with white mist, and it was getting brighter and brighter, and finally transformed into star-like points of light that merged into Yi Qingyun's body. Surprisingly, it's Dao Yun. She invoked the heavenly Dao list. The scene was abuzz. There are 2 major mysterious lists in the immortal cultivation world, the heavenly Dao list and the Hongmeng list. The Hongmeng list, related to great emperors, is not accessible to those below great emperors. The heavenly Dao list, as the name suggests, is the incarnation of the heavenly Dao, and only the top geniuses can invoke it. After invoking it, one can be blessed by the heavenly Dao, and the exact kind of blessing varies from person to person. It may awaken a certain physique, or get a companion spiritual treasure, or acquire a certain divine ability, etc. At this moment, as the Dao clouds gathered more and more, a dazzling golden color suddenly appeared in the originally clear sky. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a long golden scroll slowly unfolded in the air, appearing incomparably sacred. This is the heavenly Tao list. I wonder what kind of blessing she will receive. The crowd looked to the sky expectantly. Golden light blossomed, as if a pen had come from the void and started writing on that golden scroll. As the strokes were perfected, several large letters became visible. Yi Qing Yun, ride the wind for everything. When the last stroke fell, the sky and earth suddenly became furious with wind and spiritual energy, and the fallen leaves that were rolled up covered the sky and the sun. Surprisingly, it's the wind-riding saint body. Gong Tianyu gazed at the golden list in fascination. The wind-mounted saint body, which multiplied everything, was bright and light, coming and going without a shadow, and could even be compared to the speed of heavenly thunder. As a cultivator specializing in speed, the wind-riding sacred body fit him extremely well. He had thought and fantasized that he would one day be able to awaken this sacred body, but he had never gotten it. Results today. He gave Yi Qing Yun a deep look, his gaze filled with envy and admiration, and even a hint of jealousy. Good, good. The usually very serious Ji Lao also revealed a satisfied smile, his face baptized by the years showing even more vicissitudes. My heavenly demon sect has many talented people. Reviving its glory is just around the corner. West Hall Master Feng Jiayunyan's red tongue lightly licked his lips, and his dark golden pupils, which were as if they were poisonous snakes, slowly dilated. This little girl, the more I look at her, the more I really like her. The flavor of the sacred body, it's too exciting. The gongfu cultivated by Feng Jiayunyan made her sense of smell unusually sensitive, and her ability to perceive treasures was also extraordinary. Therefore, at this moment, Yi Qing Yun, who possessed the wind-riding saint body, was like a treasure emitting a tantalizing fragrance to her, making her very intoxicated. Bang! Feng Zhouyin was immersed in the enjoyment brought to her by the sacred body when an abrupt ringing sound suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Looking at the sound, one could only see the spiritual energy on Xiaoyan's body emitting a burst of sound, and the realm barrier had loosened. Feng Zhouyin's golden cross pupils instantly contracted, her red lips slightly opened, revealing two long and sharp upper teeth, and a hissing sound came out of her mouth. It seemed as if Xiaoyan was already prey that was going to die. Not having broken through the bone-forging realm for so long, I've never seen someone with such poor qualifications. I really don't understand how the sect leader could pick this kind of guy. Having risen to the position of sect leader in just 20 years, I guess the sect leader has grown up too smoothly and has an indulgent heart to go so far as to treat this matter of selecting a personal disciple as child's play. Feng Zhouyin looked darkly at Chu Yuan with an expression of hatred. If I had known this, I should have chosen the holy maiden to be the sect leader in the first place. The wind reviews on the scene overwhelmingly fell towards Yi Qingyun and Zuomeishue. Chu Yuan, the sect leader, seemed to be somewhat redundant in the scene. However, he did not care. His expression remained calm and did not show any fluctuation due to the crowd's comments, because he understood that Xiaoyan was different from Yi Qingyun. Xiaoyan's own qualifications were too poor and his foundation was unstable, so the great Jading Yang technique needed to absorb the power of the demon blood pool first to help him build a more solid foundation. When the foundation was laid, a breakthrough would naturally occur, which would take a bit of time. The Tao clouds dissipated and the heavenly Tao list was hidden. The blood pool baptism is nearing its end. Zuomeishue had a faint smile on her face, seemingly calm but actually arrogant. She deliberately walked past Chu Yuan as if to declare her victory. Yet the next moment, boom! A loud ringing sound drilled into everyone's ears. The crowd followed the sound and realized that the ringing sound was coming from within Xiaoyan's body. What's this kid up to? I thought the righteous path was fighting over, but it turns out he's about to break through the realm. But he is at the forging realm in his district. How did he break through with such a big movement? Spiritual energy trembled, and Xiaoyan took a deep breath. In an instant, the realm barrier was broken through, and Xiaoyan broke through from the 9th level of the body forging realm to the bone forging realm in one fell swoop. However, it was at this moment that the spiritual energy around Xiaoyan suddenly became berserk and raged wildly. Immediately afterward, spiritual energy burned out of thin air and directly wrapped Xiaoyan's entire body. What's going on? I've never heard of a breakthrough to the bone forging realm being accompanied by the burning of spiritual energy. While the crowd was surprised, in mid-air, pieces of Taoist clouds converge. Why have the Tao clouds appeared again? Could it be that Yi Qingyun's heavenly Tao blessing hasn't ended yet? No. Why do I feel that Tao Yun is even closer to Xiaoyan? Joking aside, you don't want to say that Xiaoyan is going to invoke the heavenly Tao ranking, do you? Countless Tao clouds appeared out of thin air and quickly converged. In the blink of an eye, the originally clear sky was obscured by large tracts of clouds that stretched on, as if they were mountains in the air. In the crowd's unbelievable gazes, a wisp of Tao cloud extended downwards, unexpectedly connecting to Xiaoyan. The moment the two sides touched, the flames on Xiaoyan's body ignited Tao Yun. In a flash, the whole sky was covered with fire clouds. The fiery red sky reflected the earth, as if it were a huge furnace that wanted to melt all of heaven and earth. As a flash of golden light appeared, the originally fiery red sky was instantly dyed gold, dazzling and brilliant. It's hard to believe that this is really what Xiaoyan has triggered. Impossible. I'd rather believe this is an illusion created by someone. But it's unlikely for such a big illusion. The crowd was silent. In fact, people had already had the answer in their hearts. The heavenly Tao list, which was precisely what Xiaoyan had invoked. But they can't believe it, much less want to believe it. Xiaoyan, clearly just now, was still the scrapper they were talking about so much. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a top genius recognized by the heavenly Tao. Such a huge fall from grace that almost no one can bear it. This kid is actually a real genius? Battle Wuji's eyes widened with incredulity. Although I also can't believe it, but the heavenly Tao can't be wrong. This movement is too big. Gong Tianyu wiped the cold sweat from his head. When Yi Qingyun invoked the heavenly Tao list, the heaven and earth visions only covered a 10-mile radius. However, when it was Xiaoyan's turn, the fire cloud had spread for at least hundreds of miles, and even showed signs of continuing to spread. Wuji sucked in a breath of cool air. Judging from the visions, Xiaoyan's heavenly Tao bestowal is feared to be extremely terrifying. The scene was filled with golden light. On the heavenly Tao ranking, several large characters gradually took shape. Xiaoyan, the sacred body of all fires. Chapter 10, a person from the devil sect awakening the holy body of the great emperor of the righteous path? There is a problem. Xiaoyan, the sacred body of all fires. A few large letters bathed in golden light. Sacred and eye-catching. Boom! Seeing this scene, Wuji couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart. And in an instant, his spiritual power went out of control, blasting away a not-so-distant sect king who was in a daze. 10,000 Flames sacred body. Surprisingly, it's the 10,000 Flames saint body, one of the 10 great saint bodies of the Swire. Although he had long been mentally prepared, the moment he saw the results, he still couldn't remain calm. If Yi Qingyun's Ride the Wind sacred body was a human saint realm powerhouse, then Xiaoyan's 10,000 Fire sacred body was equivalent to a great emperor. There was a world of difference between the two. Whether it was strength or rarity, the former could not be compared to it at all. 10,000 Flame Saint Body. 10,000 Flame Saint Body. Ji Lao stood in place in a daze. His Zen staff in his hand was pinched click 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 sounding. The sacred body of 10,000 fires. The legacy of the Swire Yen Emperor. It is said that Yen Di, with his original hand of Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus, penetrated deep into the alien race alone and beat the alien race back. This kind of powerful holy body is, surprisingly descending to my heavenly demon sect. What kind of luck? What kind of luck? Ji Lao was incomparably excited. His arms unfolded as if embracing some kind of invisible luck. With the 10,000 Flames sacred body, he believed that the heavenly demon sect would not only be able to quickly recover its vitality, but would even be able to move up to another level and create even greater splendor. The crowd was watching Xiaoyan's performance. The attitude towards Chu Yuan's selection of Xiaoyan also instantly underwent a 180-degree shift. Ahem. I take back my previous words. The uniqueness of the sect leader's vision is really not something we can see through. I truly admire the sect master. If it wasn't for the sect leader, who would have thought that Xiaoyan, that wasted fellow, was actually a hidden demonic level genius? I suddenly think that I might be a hidden genius too. Forget it. If you are, why didn't the bishop pick you? Are you doubting the bishop's judgment? Ahem. How could that be? Wuji clenched his hands into fists. His body's spiritual energy once again rippled, and the people around him saw this and retreated backward. I knew it. Surely the Godfather has his Godfather's considerations. If you think about it, you'll know that with the sect leader's vision, how could he pick a loser to be a personal disciple? Gong Tianyu despised. Didn't you just say that the sect leader's vision is not good, and you're changing your mind now? Ahem. Never mind. Never mind. Anyway, the Godfather didn't hear it just now, so let's pretend I didn't say it. No, didn't you say that just now? What qualifications do you have to teach me a lesson? Battle Wuji suddenly asked back. Gong Tianyu's aura instantly weakened. By the way, where's Jiu Yin? The two of them looked around and found that the Western Hall Master, Feng Jiayunian, had run to the demon blood pool at some point, and was crazily sucking the breath of the holy body from Xiaoyan's body with a face of intoxication. While intoxicated, Feng Jiuyin felt incomparably ashamed. She shouldn't have questioned the Reverend's judgment. Feng Jiuyin swore that from now on, she would absolutely support Chu Yuan's decisions 100% unconditionally. Even if Chu Yuan asked her to go and face the 10 great clans alone, she would not hesitate for a second. The patriarch, after all, has patriarchal considerations. The meaning behind it was beyond her comprehension. At this time, Zhuo Meishue's face was complicated. How did that happen? There was no room for error. The heavenly Tao list was never good, and this was indeed the 10,000 Flames sacred body. Now, Both came out of the pool of blood and came before the crowd. Yi Qingyun's wind-riding saint body appeared dull against the ancient saint body. The three hall masters were now clustered around Chu Yuan and Xiao Yan, and the two of them gathered everyone's attention as well. Yi Qingyun, who she originally thought would be the center of attention, instead stood alone. But, Zhuo Meishuo suddenly took a step forward. The 10,000 Flames sacred body is the inheritance of the ancient Yan Emperor. What attitude his old man had towards my heavenly demon sect can be clearly documented. A righteous inheritance. Would it not stoop to my heavenly demon sect? He Shui doesn't understand, so I'll ask the sect master to clear up the confusion for me. When she finished, she put on a confused face. She had previously felt that Chu Yuan was trying to waste the resources of the heavenly demon sect by accepting Xiao Yan, but she was wrong. Once the 10,000 Flames sacred body was out, it was not a waste to give Xiao Yan any amount of resources, but it also gave her a perfect opportunity. The 10,000 Flames sacred body was an inheritance from the Yan Emperor. How could it have appeared in the heavenly demon sect? Doesn't that show that Chu Yuan is colluding with the righteous? The warm atmosphere was doused with a pot of cold water. The vast majority of people looked at each other in dismay, and Elder Ji was now frowning slightly. The crowd murmured, Yen Di Buddha's Fury Flame Lotus is indeed ruthless in killing foreign races, but he has never been soft in killing my heavenly demon cultists either. Back then, he had personally said that killing 2 foreign races would require killing one of my heavenly demon cultists. Not bad. After Yen Di, there were also people who had awakened the 1,000 Flame sacred body, which was an inferior version of the 10,000 Flame sacred body, and each one of them was my heavenly demon sect's #1 enemy. Now that the 10,000 Flame sacred body has arrived in my heavenly demon sect, something is not right. Accompanied by the murmurs, the eyes with which the crowd viewed Xiao Yan and even Chu Yuan were all out of place. Feng Zhouyin's intoxicated expression was gone, and Battle Wuji and Gong Tianyu were also staring at each other. But right at this moment, Chu Yuan let out a leisurely sigh and then spoke. This disciple of mine is actually a descendant of the Yan Emperor, but because the family offended the righteous sect, resulting in the destruction of the family, he had no choice but to seal his bloodline, and only then did he escape the pursuit. It was only in the heavenly devil pool that he reactivated his bloodline. Xiao Yan was confused. Who was it that came out of Chu Yuan's mouth? Him? How did he not know he had this kind of life? But he wisely didn't open his mouth. And in order not to cause trouble for Chu Yuan, he didn't even make any movements. Chubuchi did everything for his good anyway. After Chu Yuan finished speaking, he looked at everyone present with an expressionless face. But soon, someone heard the loophole in Chu Yuan's words and hesitated. Sect master, it's not right, is it? Xiao Yan is a disciple of the Xiao family. He only worshipped my heavenly demon sect because he was not taken seriously. My heavenly demon sect was originally very attached to him and allowed him to worship under Elder Zhang. His status is obvious. The Elder Zhang in his mouth was a sect saint in the outer sect of the heavenly demon sect, and he nodded at his words. Xiao Yan, this son is indeed the person of the Xiao family. I teach the disciple assessment is very strict. At that time will have been investigated clearly Xiao Yan's life. The Xiao family is now alive and well. The teachings of the Lord said that the clan was destroyed. This? All eyes were focused on Chu Yuan. Zhuo Meishuo laughed lightly in her heart. She had wanted to say a few more words, but she didn't expect Chu Yuan himself to force himself into a dead end. The Xiao family, a great immortal cultivation clan that has been passed down for 10,000 years, was said to have been wiped out by the clan with a single casual remark. Did Chu Yuan not think about how such words could fool the entire heavenly demon sect? Moreover, taking a step back, even if the Xiao family was truly destroyed, we had never heard of the Xiao family having anything to do with the Yan Emperor. What a panic! The atmosphere of crisis was gradually brewing. If a mere 10,000 flame holy body wasn't enough to make the heavenly demon sect's top and bottom suspect Chu Yuan, then this kind of answer from Chu Yuan right now could be rubbing the intelligence of the heavenly demon sect's top and bottom on the ground. How could it not be suspected? Danger was brewing. However, Chu Yuan only laughed softly at this moment. Under everyone's gaze, it appeared to be breezy and even vaguely disappointed. Quite a few people were now afraid to look directly into Chu Yuan's eyes. Could it be that the bishop has been wrongly accused? When did I say that Xiao Yan is from that Xiao family? Although his surname is Xiao, he is not the Xiao of that Xiao family. Zhuo Meishuo is not happy. It has come to this point. Chu Yuan is still resisting, speaking as if it were true. Has the Godfather seen it with his own eyes? What can prove it? Chu Yuan had anticipated that someone would press the issue and had long been prepared. 10 Square Illusion. Initiation. Chapter 11, They exterminated my entire clan. I am at loggerheads with the righteous path. The blood pool suddenly exploded with a boom, and the peerless blood droplets rose up into the air one after another, forming such a picture in mid-air. Blood, rain, fire. A middle-aged man whose looks were 3 times similar to Xiao Yan's, with tears in his tiger's eyes, tearfully said to the beautiful woman holding a baby in front of him, "Madam, it's me who's useless. You take Flamer and run away. I have sealed the 10,000 flames sacred body in Flamer's body. I originally thought that Flamer's awakening of the 10,000 flame sacred body would be a good thing for my Shao family, and that I could recreate the glory of my ancestor, Emperor Yan, back in the day, but I didn't expect to be coveted. My Shao family's 10,000-year-old inheritance is about to be destroyed, but Flamer can't have an accident. You take him to the Heavenly Demon Sect. The blood pool of the Heavenly Devil Sect can unlock his seal and reawaken the 10,000 flame sacred body. My ancestor was wrong back then. The Heavenly Demon Sect is more trustworthy than the so-called righteous path. The beautiful woman was overwhelmed with grief. Husband, are all the so-called righteous paths like this? You, right here, don't ever hurt the 10,000 flame sacred body. Hearing the approaching shouts of murder, the middle-aged firm inwardly, suddenly reached out and pushed that beautiful woman out, standing in place himself to block the enemies who were killing in, and looking at the dress of those people. It was surprising that they were no different from the current Shao family. The beautiful woman, shedding tears of blood and holding the swaddling clothes, ran with all her might, but she was suddenly pierced through the heart by a sword, and fell to the ground violently, but still protected the swaddling clothes tightly, and immediately following, an old man appeared, and then, drew back his sword to pick up the swaddling clothes in the arms of the beautiful woman carelessly. Is this the unicorn son of that Shao family from Flame City? The 10,000 flame sacred body inherited from the Yan Emperor's bloodline is bound to be in this son. Men, take this son back and select a couple to foster in the clan. Whenever he awakens the 10,000 flame sacred body, strip him of it. At the old man's side, someone immediately carried the child away. But just at this moment, the beautiful woman who was already as if she was dead suddenly struggled. The rain is pouring down and the woman is muddy, wet from the rain, cloaked hair. The beautiful woman at this time is like a severe ghost, only a pair of eyes are still bright, voice sobbing blood. Give me back my child. In a moment of inattention, the beautiful woman, who was already like a ghost, climbed up the old man's leg. Watching this scene, the old man was filled with displeasure and casually pierced through the heart with his sword once again. The beautiful woman spat out a mouthful of blood and finally collapsed unwillingly. At this moment, someone hurriedly arrived and clasped his fists. Elder, the 500 or so members of the Shao family in Flame City have now been completely killed. Just now, Shao Maniac resisted and has now been executed. The old man looked at the clothes that had just been climbed on by the beautiful woman, causing them to be stained with mud, with a face of impatience. Understood. This matter must not leak out any rumors. It's not enough to just kill the Shao family. I order you to go and torch the entire Flame City. Tomorrow morning, I want to see Flame City become a white field. The other party led the order and went away. The screen zoomed in and countless streams of light vanished. Each stream of light was a Shao family disciple, and the mortals of Flame City did not have the slightest power to fight back. The entire Flame City resounded with countless cries, followed by bright spots appearing in countless places. That is the fire of spiritual power. Will never go out until everything is burned out. Countless mortals died in the sea of fire. Even if someone is lucky enough to escape from the sea of fire, but they cannot escape being killed by the disciples wearing the clothing of the disciples of the Shao family with a sword. With a fluttering sound, Shao Yan looked at this scene and suddenly roared in anger, then fell to his knees. It turned out that he actually had this kind of blood feud. If it wasn't for the master's father to make it clear, he'd even have to recognize the thief as his father. The Shao family, the hatred of extermination, the vengeance of the slaughter of the city. I will repay it 100-fold. Just then, the image faded away and the blood pool returned to calmness, as if nothing had happened. Shu Yuan seized the opportunity to slowly speak at this moment. Just now was the scene lurking in this son's bloodline that resurfaced under the inspiration of the blood pool. The voice dropped and the crowd exploded. Battle Wojit Sked. I originally thought that my heavenly demon sect was ruthless enough, but I didn't realize that the righteous path was even capable of exterminating clans and slaughtering cities in order to take over people's inheritance. The Flame City can be filled with mortals. I despise them. Gong Tian, you said in a deep voice. Not bad. I also know about what happened in Flame City, but I didn't expect that it was actually the righteousness that did it. A Shao family in the district dared to do so, so it is evident that those righteousness sects of Qian Yuan Zone have secretly done a lot of dirty things. Feng Zhouyin also echoed, looking at Xiao Yan with a few moments of sympathy in his eyes, but then said, the sect leader deserves to be a sect leader, to actually be able to know even this kind of hidden matter. It seems that my heavenly demon sect is really in luck. Ji Lao stroked his beard. Originally he also felt that this 10,000 flames sacred body descending into the heavenly demon sect was not quite right. Yan Di didn't deal too well with the ancestor of the heavenly devil sect back then either, but now it seemed that the 10,000 flames sacred body had a bone-crushing hatred with the righteous path, and it was not surprising that it had awakened in the blood pool. If properly cultivated, it would certainly be able to become a great help to the heavenly devil sect. With this hatred in place, Xiao Yan's loyalty was completely unquestionable. As for the Shao family, I'm afraid that they have been seeing that Xiao Yan has not awakened the 10,000 flame sacred body and have relaxed their control over Xiao Yan. This is what led him to the Heavenly Devil Sect under the guidance of his bloodline. Ji Lao nodded. If it wasn't for the sect master's discerning eyes, my Heavenly Demon Sect would have missed out on a Qilin son. Xiao Yan, why don't you thank your master for his great favor? Elder Ji suddenly shouted at Xiao Yan. The moment these words came out, everyone's eyes also focused on Xiao Yan. At this time, the blood pool baptism had already ended, and the heaven and earth anomalies gradually faded away. The scene on the blood pool just now also disappeared. Xiao Yan slowly stood up, his entire body's meridians emitting bursts of sound. At this moment, his breath was incomparably thick, and his face was calm and steady. Compared to his previous wasted appearance, he was a different person. His cultivation level even directly crossed a large realm, reaching the first level of the blood forging realm. Disciple Xiao Yan, greetings to master. Xiao Yan stood up and stepped forward, eventually arriving in front of Chu Yuan and crouching on the ground with 5 bodies. Without my master, not only will I be a waste for the rest of my life, I will not be able to learn the mystery of my birth. Now that I have learned it, my disciple will take revenge. A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. As for master's great favor, I can't even repay it with 9 deaths. From now on, no one will dare disobey your orders. No matter who is the enemy of Master Xiao Yan, I will stand with you. If I violate this oath, the heavens and the earth will kill me. Although Xiao Yan had already made a heavenly Tao oath before, but this time it was set up to be 100 times firmer. A purple thunderbolt suddenly appeared above the blood pool canopy, and immediately issued a heart-stopping explosion, and countless purple fluorescent stars landed on Xiao Yan's body and did not enter his body. Seeing this, everyone in the room sucked in a breath of cold air. Oath Violet Thunder. It's actually Oath Purple Thunder. This is not something that can appear just because you want it to appear. Even if you want to make a heavenly oath, it is not with great sincerity and a great volunteer. The Oath Violet Thunder will never appear. Once the Oath Violet Thunder comes out, once the oath is violated, there will immediately be a heavenly thunder descending down to the world. Chu Yuan looked at this scene and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It's not the 10-square illusion. This time I'm afraid I'm resting on my laurels. I didn't expect the devil cult's reaction to the righteous heritage to be so great. Luckily, he reacted quickly and made up the scene in time. Flame City was a mortal city, and there was really a Shao family inside, which was said to have some relationship with the ancient Yan Emperor. It was just a sudden massacre, and I don't know who did it. The Chen Yuan sect and other righteous paths had always claimed that it was the work of the Heavenly Devil sect. When Chu Yuan was still in the Chen Yuan sect, this matter was often used to speak of the viciousness of the demon sect of tomorrow. However, after Chu Yuan came to the Heavenly Demon Sect, he did not find any evidence that it was the Heavenly Demon Sect that did it. Now the matter of who actually did the Flame City thing is a headless case, and it's just the right thing to use it for. Looking at Xiao Yan and the crowd that way, I'm afraid I'm convinced. As for Xiao Yan, it's not pathetic to be blinded by him like this. Did the Xiao family ever do this, and were they innocent of being wrongly accused? Chu Yuan's head was on the waistband of his pants right now. Where did he care about that much? I don't give a about this or that. Elder Ji sniffed and felt some dissatisfaction in his heart. Although he was the one who told Xiao Yan to thank Chu Yuan for his great kindness, Xiao Yan's words did not mention the Heavenly Devil Sect in the slightest, just a single word. Someone at his side also noticed this and whispered. According to what Xiao Yan said, if one day the sect leader is on the opposite side of my Heavenly Demon Sect, then wouldn't he be just as likely to make an enemy of my Heavenly Demon Sect? Chapter 12, The Devil Ancestor Awakens. But as soon as the words left his mouth, someone refuted them. What nonsense! Wouldn't the sect master side against my Heavenly Demon Sect? The person who just spoke sniffed coyly and didn't dare to speak, and Ji Lao was stunned at his words. It was also true that Chu Yuan was now a sect leader, so how could he be on the opposite side of the Heavenly Demon Sect? The Heavenly Tao oath made by this son of Xiao Yan was equivalent to making it for the Heavenly Demon Sect. Thinking of this, he had no more trouble in his mind and just nodded in satisfaction. But all this in can at the same time. The left meditation snow but just now slightly eyes. Simply all nonsense noticed a little wrong. What Flaming City slaughter is a righteous thing to do. Wasn't this the work of the 3 flame old devil who had been roaming around in the Heavenly Devil Sect? Of course no one knows about this matter now. This is what Zuan Meishue learned unintentionally in his previous life. Why did you get involved with the Shao family? Yet she couldn't bring herself to say anything about it, because no one would even believe it if she did. How does she explain it? Is it possible to say that you are returning from a rebirth? And who would believe it anymore? Moreover, although the Flame City Shao family was somewhat related to the Yan Emperor, could that thin bloodline allow Xiao Yan to awaken the 10,000 flame sacred body? This is also too unreasonable. And, she looked at Xiao Yan wordlessly. She was aware of Chu Yuan's true identity, and Xiao Yan made this kind of oath. Others might think that based on Chu Yuan's identity, Him making this kind of vow was no different from making a vow against the heavenly demon sect, but the truth was that this son would definitely become a great help to Chu Yuan on the path to becoming an enemy of the heavenly demon sect. Alert! Xiao Yan has increased his cultivation level to the first level of the blood forging realm. Trigger 100-fold return, cultivation level. The host's cultivation level has increased. A massive amount of spiritual energy suddenly entered Chu Yuan's body like it was created out of nothing, and his aura was violently elevated. This caught Chu Yuan off guard, and a huge amount of power flowed out. The stone slabs under his feet cracked by inches. Knock knock. A few times in a row. Chu Yuan's qi and blood were extremely strong, and his heartbeat sounded like a war drum, a sound that pounded in everyone's heart. The fourth level of the heavenly fusion realm? No, no, no. Under the huge spiritual energy infusion, the fifth weight, the sixth weight, and when he was about to reach the seventh weight, Chu Yuan finally reacted. Hurriedly, he utilized the 10-square illusion technique to conceal his breath. His cultivation level had risen fast enough during this period of time. Admittedly, rapidly raising his cultivation level in a short period of time would allow him to gain the respect of the heavenly demon sect, and as a cultivation genius, it was not a small role for Chu Yuan, but now it was already enough to be a demon. Anything more than that wouldn't make sense. Chu Yuan's cultivation enhancement slowly subsided, eventually stopping at the seventh level of the heaven melting realm. However, because of the concealment of the 10 directions illusion technique, what was being displayed now was only the sixth level of the Rong Tian realm. But this had made everyone in the room's jaws drop. The gazes that were originally focused on Xiao Yan all moved to Chu Yuan. Someone's throat rolled up and down in disbelief. Sect Master? The sect leader has actually arrived at the sixth level of the heaven melting realm? These words were like igniting a powder keg, and before the blood pool, it exploded. I only know that the sect leader counts for nothing. There are brilliant insights in everything, but I didn't realize that the sect master was actually such a genius in cultivation. Truly terrifying. Is it possible that the sect master is the reincarnation of a great power? How else can you explain such a huge leap in cultivation in a short period of time? This kind of cultivation speed, even the 10,000 flames sacred body, I'm afraid it can't even compare to it in the slightest, right? Elder Ji was tightly gripping his Zen staff in his hand at this moment. Only the tinkling of a few bells hanging from the top of his Zen staff showed that he was not at peace with himself either. After a long time, he said with a long breath, originally, this 10,000 flames sacred body, I was worried that the sect leader would not be able to teach it well, and I was prepared to have someone else teach and cultivate it. However, since the sect master is progressing at such a rapid pace, it would be better for me to make a fool of myself, or for the sect master to teach him personally. If this son has 2 points of the sect master's cultivation speed, it will also be a blessing for him. The crowd reflected strongly, but the strongest reflection was not Zuomei. At this moment, she was shocked in her heart that this Chu Yuan's cultivation speed was so godly. Even with her empress's insight, it was difficult to accept. The Chu Yuan rebels were like this. So when could her great revenge be avenged? The unwillingness in his heart climbed to the extreme, and an inexplicable feeling once again haunted his heart. The mind demon! Zuomei exclaimed in shock and hastily collected her mind, placing all of her attention on fighting the heart demon. At this moment, where did she have the heart to think about other things, putting all the previous doubts behind her? In the meantime, North Luzhou, Clan Alliance. Strong people from all the great sects came out, and all of them looked in the same direction unanimously. The heavenly Dao ranking has not appeared for decades, but as a result, today, it has been invoked twice in just half an hour. Yi Qingyun and Xiao Yan. It seems that 2 more demons have been born in this heaven and earth. The 10 great sacred bodies of the Taigu. This kind of powerful saint body. It is necessary for my Qian Yuan sect to have it in its pocket. Send orders to all elders to depart immediately and make sure. Patriarch wait. What is it? Look at the direction of the heavenly Dao list, and the location where the vision was born. It seems to be the land of the devil sect. What? After confirming what that elder had said, the scene was quiet for a moment as countless powerhouses looked at each other with uneasy looks showing on their faces. I didn't expect such a demon to be born in a demonic sect. What a waste. It's a pity. It's really a pity that such a genius can't be used for me. In that case, it's even more important not to fulfill the demon cult. The Holy Lotus sect patriarch's killing intent rose. Legend has it that the ancient Yen Emperor, it is with the 10,000 fires sacred body, founded the endless fire domain, and when the 10,000 fires came out, the world was silent. If the other party is allowed to grow, the demon sect will be unstoppable at that time. These two must not be kept, especially that Xiao Yan, outside the devil's blood pool. In the face of the crowd's shock, Chu Yuan was unmoving, temporarily getting rid of the crisis. Chu Yuan opened his mouth. At this time, the blood pool baptism had already ended, and the heaven and earth anomalies gradually faded away. The scene on the blood pool just now also disappeared. Xiaoyan slowly stood up and walked out of the blood pool, his entire body's meridians emitting a burst of sound. At this moment, his breath was incomparably thick and his face was calm, as if he had completely changed into a different person compared to his previous wasted appearance. His cultivation level even directly crossed a large realm, reaching the first level of the blood forging realm. Disciple Xiaoyan, greetings to master. The teenager came to Chu Yuan on one knee and knelt down again, his heart grateful. If it wasn't for Chu Yuan's forcefulness in accepting him, would he have been able to awaken the 10,000 flame sacred body? Not to mention still being able to know the mystery of his own birth. He was not ungrateful. If it wasn't for Chu Yuan's forcefulness in accepting him and imparting him with the emperor grade technique, he would never have been able to reach this point today. The 10,000 fires sacred body. He did not think that with his own qualifications, he would be able to awaken this kind of powerful sacred body. Behind it was categorically unrelated to the great Jade Yin Yang technique that Chu Yuan had given him. Get up. The teenager got up and stood behind Chu Yuan. At that moment, the system panel moved again. Flame Shao has awakened the holy body of fire, triggering a 100-fold return. Reward 1, Holy Grade Martial Arts, 3000 Thunders. Reward 2, Chaos Sacred Body. Chaos Sacred Body, inherited from the ancient Taoist ancestor, due to his mastery of too much power of the heavenly Tao, interfering with each other to form the power of chaos. The Taoist ancestor introduced it into his body, forging the Chaos Sacred Body. Feeling the information in his mind, Chu Yuan was somewhat surprised. The chaotic sacred body, surprisingly, like the Tao ancestor's heart, were all inherited from the Tao ancestor, and the two fit together extremely well. The Tao ancestor's heart would allow him to more easily perceive multiple heavenly Tao. As for the chaotic sacred body, the more Tao it perceived, the stronger it became. It's a perfect match. Alert! The host has awakened the chaotic sacred body and will soon trigger the heavenly Tao golden list. Tendo gold list. Chu Yuan only knew that there was the heavenly Tao list, and the Hongmeng list, but he didn't realize that there was also a heavenly Tao gold list. As the name suggests, it should be in existence one level higher than the heavenly Tao list. System, is it possible to eliminate the vision? Chu Yuan asked in his heart. The host's will is detected. May I ask whether to eliminate the heavenly Tao feedback? Eliminate it. Just the 10,000 flame saint body had attracted such a big commotion, and with the chaos saint body that was 100 times stronger than it, I'm afraid that even the strongest people outside of North Luzhou could be alarmed. Just now, Chu Yuan's cultivation was afraid of being exposed and had already hidden part of it, and since Chu Yuan's cultivation was still shallow at the moment, if he made too much of a show of it, he would attract unnecessary trouble that he couldn't cope with. It's better to keep your development on the down low. The crowd was immersed in the shock of the heavenly Tao ranking just now. However, no one noticed that inside the ancestral hall at the back of the Divine Court Mountain, one of the 18 demon statues that originally stood here silently even slowly revived. A large, deep and demonic eye stared tightly at Xiaoyan's figure. Chapter 13, The Sects Descend. The demon sect is in danger. The blood pool baptism is over. All disperse. Elder Ji had just given the order. Suddenly, an incomparably powerful pressure descended from the back of Divine Court Mountain. The people who were about to leave suddenly turned pale. What kind of power is this? Such a strong pressure. I'm so crushed I can't move. Under that tremendous pressure, the disciples with weaker cultivation levels directly collapsed to the ground, unable to move. For those below the realm of the three spirits, other than Xiaoyan who could barely support himself, none of the others were spared. This breath, Elder Ji's face changed. Then he faced a certain direction, his expression filled with respect and excitement. A demon ancestor has revived. Chu Yuan was astonished in his heart. It was the first time he had seen an existence within the heavenly demon sect that could make even Ji Lao so moved. As the pressure grew stronger, the aura of the back of the mountain became more and more terrifying. A gust of black mist rose up from the ancestral hall and gathered over the Divine Court Mountain. In the next moment, a black-robed figure was seen walking out of the black mist, and with every step, the pressure on the crowd was 3 times stronger. The depths of the heavenly demon sect are truly not as simple as it seems, Chu Yuan secretly said. That demon ancestor's cultivation had clearly reached the peak of the heavenly realm. However, Chu Yuan knew that this peak Tong Tian realm was still the result of the fall in cultivation after the great injury of the demon ancestor. Before he was injured, the heart-slaying demon ancestor was a solid human saint realm. It's the saints who crossed that chasm. Welcome Heart-slayer demon ancestor. Ji Lao bowed. Kill the heart demon ancestor? When the crowd heard this name, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The Killing Heart Demon Ancestor was one of the most prestigious demon ancestors in the Heavenly Demon Sect in the last 100,000 years, famous for killing. Many people didn't know that tens of thousands of years ago, there were actually 13 heaven stage sects in northern Luzhou. However, 3 of them were hard destroyed by this heart-killing demon ancestor. leaving only the current 10 clans. The present-day Sect alliance was formed then, just so that when the same thing happened again in the future, they could join forces in time to respond. You can see how tough it is. Only, because he hadn't shown his face for a long time, the outside world thought that the heart-slaying demon ancestor had died long ago. We greet the demon ancestor. The crowd all followed Elder G and greeted him in unison. The black-robed demon ancestor took one step. His original figure instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of the crowd. While converging on the pressure, his eyes rested on Xiao Yan. For a demonic physique such as the 10,000 flame sacred body to appear in my heavenly demon sect, it seems that the heavenly demon sect's fortunes are flourishing. After saying that, the demon ancestor shifted his gaze to Chu Yuan again, sizing him up. His eyes filled with appreciation. The aura of the heavenly demon order. You are the heavenly demon sect master of this generation? What is your name? Chu Yuan hadn't joined the heavenly demon sect for a long time, so the two were meeting for the first time, and the demon ancestor didn't know Chu Yuan's name. Back to the demon ancestor. Chu Yuan. After surveying the situation for another moment, the demon ancestor looked at Chu Yuan and solemnly said, "You're, really good. For tens of thousands of years up and down the heavenly demon sect, you are the most discerning sect leader I have ever seen. With you leading the heavenly demon sect, the future is unlimited." The demon ancestor paused, then looking even more solemnly at Chu Yuan. A vortex of spiritual energy was born in the palm of his right hand, and a spiritual treasure emitting an astonishing aura slowly emerged from the vortex. This object is one of my heavenly demon sect sacred artifacts of sect suppression, named the Spirit Suppressor Lock. Today, I will deliver it to you. Chu Yuan respectfully accepted it, not daring to slack off in the slightest. The key point of the sacred artifact is the word sacred artifact. It is not only a sacred artifact, but also a symbol of the highest power of the heavenly devil sect. And when the demon ancestor delivered it to himself, it represented a kind of entrustment, entrusting the safety and fortune of the heavenly demon sect to himself. It can be very meaningful. At the same time Chu Yuan received the holy weapon. To the side, the gazes of several hall masters lingered on Chu Yuan's body, their hearts especially envious. Spiritual weapon levels, from low to high, are divided into 9 grades, with the top of the 9 grades being the sacred grade. They had cultivated for such a long time that they had all sat at the position of palace master, and they only barely possessed an 8th grade spiritual weapon. Even if it was used by the old sect master, it was only 9th grade. The 10 heavenly ranked clans, not every family has a holy weapon, and the only ones that do, are kept by those clan elders, and will not show them easily. This shows the preciousness of the holy weapon, yet Chu Yuan had it. Moreover, it was the demon ancestor who took the initiative to entrust the sacred artifact of suppression to him. This kind of treatment, not to mention the old sect leader, but even the last 3 sect leaders, had never had it. It was enough to see how much Chu Yuan, the new sect master, was valued by the demon ancestor. Not far away, the holy maiden Zuameshua looked at this scene with a dumbfounded face, sighing in her heart that her mind was still stuck in the blood pool baptism just now, and she didn't come back to her senses for a long time. She was even a little skeptical as to whether what was in front of her was real or an illusion. Xiao Yan, the promised trash, how did it suddenly become a genius? He had even awakened the 10,000 flame saint body, one of the 10 great saint bodies of the Swire. What makes her even more puzzled is, how in the world Chu Yuan can see that he is a genius? After the scene was quiet, the devil ancestor conjured up another spirit weapon to look at Zuameshue. This 9th grade Tongshin bracelet will be delivered to you. Although her disciples weren't as outstanding as Xiao Yan, they weren't bad either, and in the future, they would all be existences like the mainstay of the heavenly devil sect. That's why it's necessary to give some incentives. Many thanks to the demon ancestor, Zuameshue received the spirit weapon. However, at this time, she was still obsessing over Chu Yuan's matter, and her mind was completely absent from this spirit weapon, so much so that her face didn't show any colors of delight, even as sourness came to his heart. In her last life, she had gone through countless battles, during which she had almost lost her life, and had spent so much to snatch a holy weapon. As a result, Chu Yuan had effortlessly obtained the devil ancestor's holy weapon reward. Although she had also received a reward from the demon ancestor, how could a 9th grade spirit weapon and a holy weapon be compared? At this moment, a huge sense of falling was born in her heart. This was followed by worry and anger. After all, she knows that Chu Yuan's real identity is a righteous undercover. So what if this 10,000 flames holy body is real? This was, after all, the legacy of the righteous path, and even if what was in that scene was true, but who knew if it was a bitter trick of the righteous path? In order to get rid of the heavenly devil sect, the righteous path did everything. This must also be a conspiracy, and once the heavenly demon sect expended its resources to allow Xiao Yan to grow, he would definitely strike back as well. In this matter, Shu Yuan must have been involved as well. The more Zuo thought about it, the more depressed she became, and her face was unhappy. On the opposite side, the demon ancestor took her performance in his eyes and was somewhat displeased. Was this dissatisfaction with the reward he had given? Forgive me, demon ancestor. The holy maiden is probably depressed because her own disciple was crushed by a single step. Shu Yuan took the initiative to explain. This person in front of him was, after all, one of the heavenly demon sect's oldest ancestors. So naturally, he had to offer the highest courtesy and respect, and could not be slowed down. And as the head of the church, he was more than obliged to do so. No harm done, the demon ancestor calmly said. However, Zuo did not appreciate Shu Yuan's words. In her opinion, Shu Yuan was ostensibly excusing himself, but in reality, he was trying to show off his favored disciple's ulterior motives. Thinking of this, Zuo felt a little embarrassed on her face and immediately stifled a grunt. Humph, so what if I fall briefly? Everything aside, Lightning Cloud's future accomplishments will definitely surpass Xiaoyan's. Time will prove everything. When the devil ancestor saw this, he smiled faintly, a slightly benevolent look on his face. You, girl, and your mother's nature back then, are exactly the same. Mother? Zuo suddenly froze. In her previous life, when she had just become a quasi-emperor, she had traced her origins, but had not gotten any results. I didn't expect this demon ancestor to know his mother. Zuo suddenly became excited. Her eyes flashed with eagerness, and her voice involuntarily rose a few degrees. Lord Demon Ancestor, Heishui has one thing she would like to ask Lord Demon Ancestor to explain to me about my mother. Before Zuo finished her words, a sudden powerful aura descended from the sky. The people present subconsciously looked up into the sky. The originally calm sky looked like it had been torn apart, and the void was bare, accompanied by a deafening whistling sound. A huge golden dragon with a huge body size that emitted a terrifying aura circled from the void. Chapter 1400 Devil Realist, the first person under the apex? That is? The crowd of the heavenly devil sect looked up, only to see that in the distant sky, in all colors, a stream of light phantoms flew in. Scare, a long, loud cry, hoo hoo hoo. The black eagle, which looked like a hanging cloud in the sky, lifted its wings and swept through the wind and clouds. Its body was filled with chi and blood, and its pair of eyes were filled with sharp edges. The flying boat, a silver shuttle, streamed down a white wave of air, sword light and blade chi, clanging and mingling, cutting through the void. It was truly a white-clothed sword immortal style, and the god of swords was arrogant. A moment, it has come to MT, Sentinel. Only the golden dragon shadow of the leader exuded a hallowed righteousness that overwhelmed all beings. One by one, the devil cultists, feeling the pressure of that righteousness, already could not help but tremble as if they were sifting chaff. Even the holy maiden Zuo deeply felt a great oppressive force. Dragons? Where did this dragon come from? And it still has the aura of a ferocious beast of the 3 days realm. The Righteous Alliance, they actually brought their mountain protector god beasts and fought over together. Is it possible that it's because the broken career was ambushed by our sect and died and injured, that they want to take revenge and destroy my sect? The South Hall Master Gong Tianyu exclaimed out in shock. After all, the previous battle between the righteous and the devils had already ended. The Righteous Alliance to kill again, but also only after being attacked and killed by the heavenly devil sect, deeply ashamed of the strange shame, once again united to take revenge on the outside world of the possibility of. When the golden dragon's shadow stopped, it was seen to be 100 feet long, covered in golden scales and armor, with 4 claws and 3 toes on its abdomen. Obviously, this was not a real dragon, just a 3-clawed dragon. 3-clawed, 4-clawed dragon, 5-clawed true dragon, where the claws are through the toes, not the hands and feet. But even a 3-clawed dragon is rare in the world, especially the golden armor, which could only be possessed by a Jiaolong who carried the honorable bloodline of a true dragon, or then a gifted one. In the future, there was a great probability that it could return to become a 4-clawed, or even a 5-clawed true dragon, which was not impossible. No, this golden armored 3-clawed dragon, how come there's still a person standing on its back? Elder Ji's gaze was slightly fixed, his brows slightly furrowed. Even he had rarely seen a dragon. Dragon, that was the most powerful race of living beings in heaven and earth. The only one who can match it is the phoenix, the unicorn. But as the saying goes, phoenixes, the dragon, phoenix and unicorn suffered from heavenly jealousy because their bloodline was too powerful. Millions of years ago, in an unknown upheaval of heaven and earth, heavy losses were incurred, adding to the fact that the 3 clans had suppressed the living beings in the beginning, standing proudly against the 10,000 clans and oppressing the living beings in 10,000 souls. Taking advantage of the time of the 3 clans, all beings and spirits rose up in a great rebellion. The 3 clans were undefeated and have fallen from grace ever since. The human race, however, has taken this opportunity to rise. Even if it's an augur, it's still a dragon, with the dignity of the dragon race, and is incredibly proud of itself. It's possible to offer it up as a mountain protector god beast, but if you want to step on it and take it in as a battle pet, unless you can crush it with hard power, it's hard not to. The peak of the 3 days realm, or possibly even a supreme powerhouse of the 3 saints realm. Zuomeshua looked at the figure on the back of the gold-armored 3-clawed scaly dragon. Her beautiful eyes widened, and with difficulty she spoke the guesses in her heart. Looking to the side of the killing heart demon ancestor, the righteous path had not only moved out the mountain protecting god beast, it was even more likely that they had invited a saint realm ancestor. This kind of existence was unstoppable in the entire heavenly demon sect. Also, the only way to fight against it is to kill the heart demon ancestor half-step human saint. Thieves of the heavenly demon sect, you and the others sneak attacked my 10 clans of the righteous path at the cliff of severed life some time ago, harming thousands of people from my 10 clans. It even includes 6 heaven-melting realm elders, and there's even a disciple who was born with a Tao body. Truly the crime is unforgivable. Today, we, the 10 sects of the righteous path, have joined forces and invited the 100 devil realists to break the mountain and destroy the sect. A group of elders from the 10 sect flew forward, pointing and cursing at the crowd of the heavenly demon sect. Turning their heads together, they bowed and arched their hands in obeisance towards the middle-aged man standing on the back of that golden dragon shadow, with a stout and majestic figure, proud of the world, with a monumental chi and blood, and said in unison, I also request that the 100 demons realists take action to kill the heavenly demon sect's thieves, and raise the divine court mountain to the ground. A real person's hand, overturning the sky and the earth. This heavenly devil sect is set to be unstoppable, only to be able to get rid of all the filth with the flip of a hand. Ha 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 ha. The crowd of righteous sect members gazed up at the 100 demons realist with respect and cheered excitedly. It seemed as if the 100 devils realm had already destroyed the heavenly devil sect. After all, this was a self-appointed many times. The last time it came out was 10 years ago, and it had lived for 1,000 years. And practitioners, naturally, get stronger the older they get, because only with enough cultivation realms can one gain a longer lifespan and live longer. The 100 devils realist was exactly like that. He was already at the peak of the heaven-transforming realm, only half a step away from breaking through the shackles and becoming a Tong Tian realm powerhouse. And in today's heaven and earth, great emperors do not exist and saints do not appear. The heavenly realm could be considered to stand at the apex of the manifest world's powerhouses. Therefore, the 100 demons realist could already be called the first person under the apex. The 100 devils? Hearing this name, many of the heavenly demon sect disciples felt strange. How's that for a title that doesn't look like a good guy? However, when Zuomeshue heard the words, her expression changed in shock, and she couldn't restrain the color of fear from her gaze. 100 demons realist, the Chenyuan sect's absolute pride who was called to have the qualifications of a saint 1,000 years ago, possessing the prison-suppressing saint body and claiming to be invincible at the same level. It aspires to subdue 1,000 of the 3-day realm demonic paths. Legend has it that he had already killed 1,000 3-day realms long ago, only wanting to kill a demonic powerhouse of the Tongtian realm to draw a perfect conclusion. He delayed changing his name to 1,000 demons. Zuomeshua's tone was agitated, and the fear in her eyes gradually turned into a kind of hatred, because in her previous life, after the demise of the heavenly demon sect, she had managed to cultivate to the peak of the heavenly transformation realm with great difficulty, and was preparing to break through the shackles and step into the heavenly passage. However, it was seen by the 100 devils real person who had already set foot in Tongtian long ago and once again appeared in the world. The 100 devil realists secretly followed Zuomeshue, preparing to take advantage of her when she made a breakthrough and carry out a hunting operation, a perfect way to cap off your title upgrade. But Zuomeshue, after the demise of the heavenly devil sect, facing the 10 sects of the orthodox road bounty hunting, displaced for several years, learned to track and counter-tracking, point full of positioning skills, and running talent. Naturally, he had detected the prying eyes of the 100 devil realist, so she secretly pretended not to know and set up the formation. When he broke through the Tong Tian realm, he faced a sneak attack from the 100 demon realist, and with the help of the formation, he survived 9 deaths before completing the counterattack. At that time can be described as extremely dangerous. If a step wrong, Zuomeshue will die in the hands of the 100 devil real person. To achieve his 1,000 devil real person fame, now the second greatest enemy of his former life arrives. It was a pity that the 100 demons realist was even more powerful than Shu Yuan, with a peak cultivation at the heaven transforming realm. Even the burning lifespan explosion seed couldn't defeat it. Zuomeshue can only leave him alive for the time being. The 100 demons realist listened to the 10 sect elders on the left and right bragging about it. Even after having lived for thousands of years, his heart was warm and soothed. After all, the horse's ass also depends on who shoots. 10 sect elders join hands to shoot the horse's ass. I am afraid that no one in history has enjoyed he was about to say yes. However, when his eyes swept over the crowd of the heavenly demon sect in the Thorn Canyon of the Divine Court Mountain, he was instantly attracted by the powerful aura emanating from the black-robed, body-covered silhouette when he saw it. This, I can't even tell his cultivation, and I even vaguely feel a danger. Can't it be that he's at the peak of the heaven transformation realm just like me? The 100 Devils realist was suddenly in awe. The heavenly demon sects really lived up to its name, worthy of being an ancient inheritance that had stood for tens or even hundreds of thousands of years. Can with one's own strength alone against the 10 sects of the orthodox way, really have some depth? It seems that it is impossible to massacre the demons and rob this heavenly devil sect of heavenly treasures and spirit stones, he said darkly in his mind. No interest in the morning, being awakened from the seal, the originally slow-flowing longevity, but it will return to a normal flow. Sealing it again would also require large resources. The 100 Devils real people still think of one day stepping into the holy realm, and then increase the life of it, but do not want to pay for nothing. And so, the war between the righteous and the devils has been going on for many years, with countless deaths and injuries. This seed is compassionate and unwilling to make more killings. The 100 Demons realist dispelled the intentions in his mind and turned to the request that the 10 sect of the righteous path had initially asked him to come out to the mountain. That's, as long as the heavenly demon sect hands over my righteous force, Xiao Yin of the immortal cultivation family, this seat can represent the 10 righteous clans and have no offense with the heavenly demon sect in autumn. The 100 Devils realist pointed at Xiao Yin with one hand and opened his mouth. The sacred body of all fires, an existence that was even stronger than his prison-suppressing saint body. If the probability of a witnessed saint for the prison-suppressing saint body was 10%, then the 10,000 flames saint body was 30%, and in the future, there was even a slight chance that he would be certified as an emperor. Such a good seedling with demonic talent must be returned to the right path. Otherwise, if the heavenly devil sect cultivates it in the future, I'm afraid that the 10 sects of the righteous Tao will have to usher in the end. What? Robbing my disciple? Chu Yuan looked at the 100 Demons realist and frowned. This old man is really a big talker, opening his mouth to take away his own hundredfold return. Lying capital. Old man, you are really a toad day swan, looking ugly playing with flowers. He reached out and patted Xiao Yan's shoulder on the side and laughed. This is the disciple of this sect master, not the son of some righteous immortal cultivation Xiao family. This sect master used the corpse of that disciple who was born with a Tao body to integrate into the demon blood pool, the 10,000 flame sacred body that was activated in a big way. If you say take it away, then what does this sect master count as? This sect master tells you that not only will I not agree to this matter, but my good disciple, Xiao Yin, will not agree to it either. When he was first driven out by the Xiao family and wanted to worship your righteous sect, each of you were so dog-eyed that you didn't recognize a bright pearl. But we, the heavenly demon sect, took him in, and he has already made the heavenly Tao oath, severing his relationship with you and the righteous path, and with the Xiao family, and from now on, he will only be loyal to this sect master. The words fell. The 10 clans of the righteous path changed their faces. The 100 demon realist who bore the brunt of the attack was even more furious as his chest rose and fell, blaring out his bull's eyes. He had lived for thousands of years, and no one had ever dared to insult him so rudely, especially when Chu Yuan looked at his appearance. He was merely a junior, and his cultivation level was only at the regional Rong Tian realm. This kind of mole dared to insult his own hallowed heaven transformation realm, just one step away from becoming an existence at the apex of the heaven-passing realm, when it really doesn't know how to die. That's right. Xiao Yan looked at the 10 clans of the righteous path, feeling the strength and temperature coming from the big hand on his shoulder, and listening to his own master's words of protecting his son. He was deeply moved. I, Xiao Yan, have severed my ties with your righteous path, with the Xiao family. Who are you when the sun goes down and you don't stay with it? And when it comes up again? Chapter 15. Think more about your family. The soft underbelly. Looking at Xiao Yan when he was really dying to the heavenly devil sect, the faces of the 10 sects of the righteous path and the 100 devil realm were even worse. Xiao Yan, you traitor! The Xiao family head stepped forward. He was dressed in a green coat, middle-aged and elegant looking, and looked warm. At this moment, however, with an angry face and eyes containing killing intent, he pointed at Xiao Yan and loudly rebuked. This family master told you that you were born as a member of the Xiao family and died as a ghost of the Xiao family. It's not up to you whether or not to sever ties. Have you forgotten your family? Think more about your family. If you are still stubborn, even if the heavenly devil cult can protect you, but your family, parents, brothers and sisters. The meaning in the Xiao family head's words was self-evident. As the saying goes, you can run away from the monk. Life is not like popping out of a stone. There are inevitably some soft spots. Xiao Yan was no exception. However, Xiao Yan was expected to be happy when he heard this. Family? Where's the family? You guys deserve to be my family? He reached out and pointed angrily at the Shao family head and said in a loud voice, "My parents died a long time ago. The so-called family, is that what aunts and uncles? Cousins? But I didn't get much care from the Shao family during those years I lived with them. They feed me rancid rice, rotten vegetable leaves and carrion, bullying me and suppressing me all day long. The men, women, and children in the clan, no matter who they are, they only know that I'm a waste of space who has been cultivating for 10 years and is still at the 9th level of body forging. I have enjoyed no affection, and have been subjected only to humiliation and torture, mockery and suppression." The sound of blood and tears. Xiao Yan spoke of the suffering he had endured over the years, even in the heavenly devil cult. It's still better than the Shao family. At least there won't be anyone bullying and suppressing him for no reason, just because he's a loser. There's more to this? The Shao family is even in this style? The crowd of cultivators from the 10 sects of the righteous path were astonished to hear this. This family style of the Shao family is also too bad. If you don't take care of your children whose parents have died, how can you feed them leftover rancid food, rotten vegetable leaves and carrion? The Shao family is a family of immortal cultivators. There's no shortage of food anyhow, and even mocked and suppressed and bullied. But that doesn't seem to be much of a problem. This kind of thing was not uncommon within the 10 clans of the righteous path. It was even more excessive than the Shao family. But the Shao family is a family of immortal cultivators. The children of the clan are connected by bloodline, and not a sect. There is not much blood kinship between the children except for the same family. The Shao family head was momentarily speechless at his words, facing the attention of the crowd from the 10 righteous clans. His face was even more gloomy and unsightly. He looked behind him at his clan members, thought of coming up with an answer, and asked, "How is it that this family head hasn't heard of these things?" But when the Shao family members saw him looking at them, they lowered their heads and looked sideways, not daring to look at each other. Seeing the situation, the Shao family head knew that Xiao Yan was afraid that what he said was true. Instantly, his face darkened as if it were the bottom of a pot. It was just that now that he couldn't get off the stage, the Shao family head could only walk down one road. He coughed a few times and had an angry look at Xiao Yan, pointing and reprimanding. "Even if you were humiliated and suppressed in the Shao family, this is not a reason for you to betray the family. Now that you've joined the heavenly devil cult and are unwilling to change your ways, then this family head will execute the family law and put you to death today." The words fell. "Miso." He transformed his spiritual energy into a sword with one hand, pointing it at Xiao Yan and shooting it out. The aura of a peak Rome Tian realm powerhouse violently erupted, revealing itself. The chi and blood wolf smoke shot straight up into the sky, and the might was terrifyingly overwhelming. Jab! The spirit sword tore through the sky, dividing thousands of sword chi into a long, vast river. The full force of a peak Rome Tian realm powerhouse's strike was completely unstoppable. "How dare you!" Chu Yuan's gaze condensed, and the 5 claws in one hand opened up. Bang! A pitch-black Xianin chi erupted out, vast and majestic, straight into the sky. Bang! 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 The Xianin chi collided with the long river of sword chi. They obliterated each other and erupted into an extremely powerful shockwave, stirring up the wind and clouds in the sky. The shocking Thorn Canyon is surrounded by mountains and rocks rolling down. Black and white bloomed in the vault of heaven, dominating half the sky. But after all, the Taoist is 1 foot tall and the devil is 10 feet tall. Black engulfs white. The Xianin chi broke through the long river of sword chi and still had residual power as it killed towards the Shao family head. Watching the Xianin chi whistling, the Shao family head hurriedly condensed a spiritual shield in front of his body to block it. Bang! The Xianin chi crashed into the spiritual shield. Click, click, click. The spiritual power shield continued to crumble, but in the end, the Xianin chi was exhausted before it was completely dissipated. Phew! The Shao family head breathed a sigh of relief. However, when this scene fell into the eyes of the 10 clans of the righteous path, each of their faces, one by one, became extremely ugly. The Shao family head, being at the peak of the Rong Tian realm, was unexpectedly unable to take on Chu Yuan, who only had the 7th cultivation level of the Rong Tian realm. Sure, that's actually falling in the eyes of the crowd. Chu Yuan only has the 6th level of the fused sky realm. It was because he had used the 10 square illusion to conceal his true strength. But it is different from the 10 sects of the orthodox path. Seeing that his own sect master was bucking the peak of the fused heaven realm, he was still gaining the upper hand. The faces of the entire heavenly devil sect were happy, and their morale skyrocketed. Ha 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 ha. East Hall Master Zhang Wuji laughed aloud maniacally, contemptuously raised his eyebrows at the Shao family head, and mocked. What kind of bull **** immortal cultivation family head of a great family, a peak powerhouse of the Rong Tian realm, is not as strong as a casual blow from my sect master. South Hall Master Gong Tianyu also nodded his head in agreement and chimed in. The righteous path is weak. Not only do we want 10 sects to surround our one sect, but we also want to bully the small with the big and bully the weak. But they're just too weak. Even if the 10 clans allied together, they can only put up a fight against our heavenly demon sect. Even if we bully the small with the big, we are still pushed forward by the waves of the Yangtze River. It's really a shame. Words. The Shao family head's face became even more ugly, and he was furious because his face skin was twisting and shaking madly. To this, Chu Yuan didn't feel anything. It was only the peak of the heaven-melting realm. Even if a heaven-transforming realm jumped out, he could still hang on. After all, he was a Chaos Saint body that was even more powerful than the 10,000 Flame Saint body. The same level of invincibility are not enough to cross the border to kill the enemy, but also easy. Humph. You guys think that this is the only strength this family master has? That's really underestimating me. Next, I'll let you all see the true strength of this family head. The Shao family head was indignant. He decided to reclaim his dignity and give Chu Yuan, this junior, a little color to see what it meant that the difference in realms could not be violated. Chapter 16, The Heavenly Demon Sect Master is too heaven-defying. Kill. The Shao family head took out the clan's most treasured 7th grade spiritual weapon. The Xian heavy ruler, grasped it with both hands, raised it high above the top, and swung it out violently. At once, a fierce and blazing flame erupted out, transforming into a huge ruler chi that blasted towards Chu Yuan. It could be described as burning the sky and boiling the sea, and wherever it passed, the air became incomparably hot and even began to distort. Junior, you insulted this seat just now, and you're not willing to hand over Xiaoyan, and you're still going to make a move to shelter him. Even if you are the Heavenly Demon Sect Master, you are not allowed to be so reckless. This seat will teach you a lesson today. The 100 Devils realist saw that the Shao family head had struck again. Fearing that he would be undefeated again and strike a blow to the morale of the 10 righteous sects, he immediately decided to strike himself personally. Golden Light and Demon Palm. Only to see him holding one hand in the air, the sky and earth suddenly changed color, and a huge hand that shone with golden light covering the sky quickly condensed and tackled towards Chu Yuan and Xiaoyan. At the same time, the reason for saying teach a lesson is not to cut down the demons. On the other hand, he was afraid that after killing Chu Yuan, the Heavenly Demon Sect Master, the congregation would be immortal with himself and the Qian Yuan sect, and would be bent on retaliation. Besides, even if he had the intention to kill the enemy, he probably wouldn't be able to do it, because the black-robed man behind Chu Yuan who could possibly be at the peak of the heavenly realm would definitely not sit idly by. So, he actually had a reason to test the waters at this time. See how strong that black-robed man really is. I just didn't expect it. Facing the 100 demons, realist struck out. Before the Heartslayer demon ancestor could protect it, Chu Yuan had then struck out. Sculpture. His mouth quirked in a disdainful sneer. Immediately, he offered the Spirit Suppressor Lock. The Spirit Suppressing Lock, as the name implies, its great power is to suppress, including but not limited to, spiritual energy, chi and blood, and so on. Clang. The body of the Spirit Suppressor Lock was crafted from jade and gold iron casting, depicting mountains. At this time, the light vibration, the sound of gold and iron clanking resounded through the world. An invisible force spread in all directions, enveloping Chu Yuan and the 100 demons realist. The originally mighty sky-covering giant palm suddenly shriveled in breath and shrunk by 50%. As for the Shao family head's attack, the flame giant ruler, too, became shorter and was ruthlessly suppressed. By the time it reached Chu Yuan, yin yang cracking hand, he pinched and choked his hands, and the chi of yin and yang gathered in the palms of his hands, mingling and rotating. It transformed into a giant black and white hand reaching for the sky. Bang! The flame-short ruler was instantly broken, unable to even block it for a moment. Boom! Click! 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 The golden light giant palm collided with the black and white giant hand. It was also worn down by the yin and yang and torn apart by the giant hand. Even a strike from a peak-harmonized heaven realm powerhouse was still unable to pin down Chu Yuan, who only had the cultivation of the fused heaven realm. The scene. It completely demoralized the 10 sects of the righteous path. How? Why? The 100 demon realist is not even his opponent? Is the Heavenly Demon Sect Master so heaven-defying? The righteous crowd fell silent and stared blankly. Even the higher echelons of the Heavenly Demon Sect, such as the upper and lower hall masters and elders, along with the disciples of the congregation, were staring in disbelief with their eyes wide open, their mouths growing in disbelief, unable to make a sound. When they came back to their senses, their gazes as they looked at Chu Yuan grew more and more adoring. The bishop is invincible. What 100 demon realist, in front of my sect master, is nothing more than a clown. If you had run into my sect master earlier, my sect master was in the same era as you, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to call yourself 100 devils at all, and you would have died before your birth. The morale of the entire heavenly demon sect rose again, and the gods cheered maniacally. The era belonging to their heavenly demon sect was coming. One could see that the future sect leader would be invincible in the world when he grew up. How is this possible? Zuomeshue was also shocked. The gap between cultivation levels grew larger the further back the levels went. If the body-forging realm could still reverse the bone-forging realm across large realms, then at the spirit-gathering realm, one would only be able to reverse the bone-forging realm within their own realm. And at the 3-day realm, the gap between each weight was already enormous. Even if it's a heavenly pride, it's at most 1 or 2 weights across. However, Chu Yuan was able to defeat the Shao family head who had a 3-fold gap. But now, he actually crossed a large realm and fought with the white demon realist at the peak of the heaven transformation realm, and even gained the upper hand. Bang! The yin-yang split sky hand tore through the golden light demon suppressing palm. It hit the 100 demons realist and the Shao family head. Pust! The Shao family head instantly choked on blood, spitting while his body flew back, unable to top it at all. Luckily, the yin-yang splitting heavenly hands and the golden light devil suppressing palm used up a lot of their power after sparring with each other, and spread out to 2 more places. The Shao family head was not seriously injured, only suffering from internal injuries that were not too light or serious. The 100 Devils real person even didn't feel anything. When that black and white giant hand hit him, it was completely blocked by the protective spirit deity, and it had no effect on him. It's that lock, the 100 Devils real person said, pointing out the point. I'm afraid that's a holy artifact, enough to weaken the power of my golden light demon suppressing palm by 50%. This junior, where did he get a holy weapon? He was depressed. This is going to be ugly. Sacred weapon. Yes, it's the reason for the spirit suppressor lock. Zuomeshue's disoriented eyes lit up and looked toward the spirit suppressing lock suspended above Chu Yuan's head, transmitting thick envy. I'm afraid that Chu Yuan has already exerted all his strength, and with the help of the spirit suppressing lock, he was able to block the duo's attack. For the minds of bystanders, Chu Yuan couldn't guess. However, he just looked calmly at the 100 demons realist and the Shao family head, because he wasn't even at full strength. Possessing the chaotic saint body, plus practicing the emperor scriptures, it made Chu Yuan's strength exceedingly powerful. Even without the aid of a holy weapon, it wasn't impossible to fight the 100 demons realist. It was just that by using a holy weapon, he was able to give outsiders a reasonable reason for him to block the opponent's attack. After all, Chu Yuan didn't want to expose his true strength and cause the 10 sects of the righteous Tao to be afraid. A 10,000 flame sacred body made them kill over and snatch it. Being too rebellious and demonic in one's behavior would only cause the 10 sects of the righteous path to stare at oneself every day, wanting to get rid of one. Until then, even the chief master of the Qian Yuan sect, that old thing, and the other sect masters, I'm afraid that they are going to come out of the gate to join forces to strangle themselves. After all, they had wanted to turn Chu Yuan into a puppet. Now that the puppet hadn't turned out, it was expected that Chu Yuan should also be aware of it and discover something fishy. The two sides are already feuding. Chu Yuan quietly looked at the 100 demons realist and the Shao family head and did not ride on his victory. He knows the ways of the righteous, beating up the old and coming to the young. There was no need to fight for one's life. After all, the heart-slaying demon ancestor carried everything. Chu Yuan only needed a suitable display of personal force to deter the congregation and keep them in awe and adoration, so that they could return their allegiance without wavering. And in fact it was indeed as Chu Yuan had expected. The right way is beaten, the little one comes to the old one. Ho ho ho! An old laughter came from afar, resounding throughout the divine court mountain. A holy weapon? It seems to be the old men of the heavenly demon sect, who have also come out of the world. Chapter 17 Dao Sword Sect Great Sword Master. Tong Tian Powerful. A bat? A figure suddenly emerged from the void. Stepping across dozens of miles, he appeared above the Thorn Canyon and stood proudly. It wasn't shuttling through space because of the power of the law, which only saints could control, but the performance has been nothing like that in comparison. A breath is undisguised, and the horrible pressure shocks everyone present, whether it is the righteousness of the devil's path. Even Chu Yuan couldn't help but feel a hint of danger, giving rise to scorn. There was no doubt that the person in front of him was even stronger than the 100 demons realist. I'm afraid, Tong Tian realm. Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. However, he just glanced at the heart-slaying demon ancestor behind him and didn't care. So what if you're in the heavenly realm? It's not like the heavenly devil cult doesn't have one? The heart-slaying demon ancestor was the peak of the half-step heavenly realm and a half-step human saint. In particular, he had once truly forged the position of a saint. This is, the 10 clans of the righteous path looked at the figure that overwhelmed all beings, even the 100 devil realist. His eyes widened. This figure, so familiar, very much like a senior. The killing heart demon ancestor suddenly stood out, looking at the figure with his arms folded as he slowly opened his mouth. Dao Sword Sect Master. Great Sword Master Fengjiu. The person who came was clearly the 10 sects of the righteous path, the Taoist Sword Sect Master. This kind of existence should have been sitting at the mountain gate and would not leave easily. But today, he unexpectedly accompanied the crowd of the 10 orthodox sects and traveled to the Heavenly Devil sect together. So it's the Tao Sword sect master. Surprisingly, it's our sect leader? No wonder. There is such a powerful aura, more top than the 100 demons real person. The crowd of the 10 sects of the righteous path exclaimed in shock. In the immortal cultivation world, the higher the position and the more powerful the cultivation, the longer one lived than the other. And Taoism and the world do nothing. Though as cultivators they always fight over this and that, and fight to the death. But a sect head, obviously, didn't need to, because there were very few treasures that could make them compete. Plus to live longer and wait for the great controversy to cast the empire. Some old monsters would then seal themselves to reduce the flow of life. Therefore to the Road Sword sect headmaster perennial not out. Even the Road Sword sect disciples, the elders rarely see him, a moment did not recognize. Tao Sword sect leader. Isn't that a Tong Tian realm powerhouse? Rumor has it that he's making preparations to break through the shackles and step into the Saint realm. How come he's here now? The Shao family head's eyes widened. But what immediately followed was ecstasy. It's hard to believe that he's successfully forged a saint's body, because of the fact that the demon sect master was holding a holy weapon in his hand. Both himself and the 100 demons realist had failed to defeat him in a joint effort just now. Now that the Tao Sword sect master had come, with the saint cultivation, a mere 6th level of the fused heaven realm could not be helped even by a holy weapon. Please also take action and avenge me, senior. He paid his respects to the Tao Sword sect master. I also asked the sect leader to make a decision for us, to take action to exterminate the heavenly demon sect and set foot on the divine court mountain. The Tao Sword sect elders, disciples, and others shouted. Seeing this, 100 demon realist glanced coldly at Chu Yuan in the past, and also followed the crowd of other clans, shouting one senior at a time, hoping that Great Sword Master Fengjiu would step in. This heavenly demon sect master called himself an old man with every mouthful, and even said that he was ugly. It must be killed for revenge. And the heavenly demon sect master, with a high position of power and outstanding strength, even if it's relying on the power of a saint weapon, to be able to join forces with me and the Shao family head to spar and slightly gain the upper hand, it's still considered to be extremely gifted and outstanding. If I kill him, I can also draw a perfect conclusion to my 1000 devil oath. The 100 demons realist secretly said in his heart that he had already added Chu Yuan to the must-kill list, but it was not expected. It's been a long time, senior, you are still as graceful as ever. Taoist Sword sect master Fengjiu unexpectedly looked at the heart-killing demon ancestor with a smile, as if he was catching up on old times, and even mouthed the name of his seniors with considerable respect. Moment. The crowd of the 10 sect of the righteous path, who were originally excited and cheering because their own Tong Tian realm old ancestor had arrived, seemed to be choking as if they were choking, staring blankly at the scene. Just this word listening, used in this kind of occasion, but let kill the heart demon ancestor feel some yin and yang. When the Tao Sword sect master came out, the heart-slaying demon ancestor had already made a name for himself for many years. When the other party's reputation had risen, the heart-slaying demon ancestor had already suppressed then heaven and earth and become a saint. But now that the two of them had met, they were at the same Tong Tian realm. But to say that the heart-slaying demon ancestor's elegance remained the same, what was this if not a mockery of his lassitude? Ha! The killing heart demon ancestor laughed coldly, ignoring the sarcasm, and simply said, Feng kid, you came here today because you want to lead the 10 sects of the righteous path to destroy my heavenly demon sect? With a single breath of Feng kid, he designated the Tao Sword sect's pope, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, as a latecomer. Only old monsters like him, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, had this qualification. Don't dare! The Tao Sword sect master smiled and shook his head, saying meaningfully, a senior alone will be able to block the late generation. I've heard that there are still 11 devil ancestors in the heavenly devil sect's ancestral hall, without knowing whether they're alive or dead. How can we dare to talk about stepping on divine court mountain? He wasn't one of those juniors from the 10 sects of the righteous path who didn't know the heights of heaven and dared to directly kill the heavenly demon sect's lair, but he knew that the heavenly demon sect had deep, bottomless depths behind the surface. I just don't know if those old guys have survived the years. Today, he came to spy and check how the heavenly demon sect would behave when faced with a siege from the 10 sects of the righteous path, and also to verify if until the time of the survival of the heavenly devil sect, there is still no bottom to reveal. It must be that the old man sealed slumber in the vitality exhausted. The Tao Sword sect master would then follow suit and completely flatten the divine court mountain. If not, he would then stand up and defend the juniors of the 10 righteous clans, lest these people be killed by the heavenly devil sect in one fell swoop and suffer heavy losses. Chu Yuan could see that the Tao Sword sect master did not seem to want to fight, so he did not say anything more, just watching the game between two old monsters. So what do you want to do? The killing heart demon ancestor coldly asked. Xiao Yan is ultimately from my righteous path, and even though he has turned his back on his family, the Shao family doesn't recognize it. The Dao Sword Sect Master smiled but still said with a smile, "The juniors also do not say any false words, straight to the point. This is after all the 10,000 flames sacred body is qualified to witness the existence of the Tao to be called the Emperor. To just give it up to your heavenly demon sect, the 10 sects of the righteous path won't agree. Why don't we have a competition between disciples of the righteous and devilish paths? Pick 3, 2 out of 3. The winning side gets to pick 3 disciples from the losing side sect. Speaking of which," he raised an eyebrow. "How? Have to say, the older a person gets and the more experience they have, the less they care about some vanity and cheek issues." The Hall of Dao Sword Sect Master had directly played a rascal, even talking bluntly about why he wanted to snatch Xiao Yan. It caused the 10 righteous clans to blush with shame, especially the people from the Dao Sword Sect. As a righteous person, how can we talk about any interests directly without any compulsion? They even used them disciples as a bet. It was a pity that the other party's status and cultivation were too high. None of the 10 clans of the righteous path dared to stand up and refute it. Actually, the reason why the Dao Sword Sect leader did this was because he had no choice. The heart-slaying demon ancestor had once stepped into the saint realm, and although he was a human saint, he had a lifespan of 100,000 years. Even if the realm had fallen, the body of the metamorphosis had not degenerated and changed with it. It was still the body of a human saint, and still had a lifespan of 100,000 years, so it could live for quite some time. However, he was simply at the peak of the Tong Tian realm and had very little longevity left, so he naturally didn't dare to fight with them. This time, I also feel that there is a change in heaven and earth in the underworld, and from the vague changes in the heavenly planes, I have calculated that the world of great struggle is coming. If the fight, the injury is serious, the vitality flow, I am afraid that cannot wait for the arrival of the world of great struggles, will be dead. And the Dao Sword Sect leader had waited for many years for the great struggle to break through the shackles more easily. How could it be that because of a 10,000 flame saint body, he had caused himself to give away his great future in life? What do you say, prelate? The heart-slaying demon ancestor did not make a decision, but instead looked at Chu Yuan, though he was in a high position of power and had to be above the sect leader. But the sect master is after all the nominal head of a religion, and Chu Yuan, the sect master, is also gifted with outstanding talent, and his strength is far beyond the ordinary at the young age of the 6th level of the Rong Tian realm. Coupled with his deep city and superior intelligence, he had randomly plotted and planned once, and had victimized several elders and hundreds of disciples of the righteous path. He was also wise enough to discover a 10,000 flame sacred body with the qualifications of a great emperor for the heavenly demon sect. This kind of juniors, he must carry and take care of. So in front of the people of the heavenly devil sect, the killing heart demon ancestor let Chu Yuan make the main decision, so as to establish the majesty of his sect master. Chapter 18, The Match Date. Tree Statue. Become a demon ancestor? May. Chu Yuan nodded. To this, he doesn't have much of an opinion. This was the best arrangement to preserve Xiao Yan at the smallest cost. After all, if they really fought, even if the heavenly demon sect won, they would still have to suffer heavy losses. Not to mention that currently, only one heart-slaying demon ancestor of the heavenly demon sect had come out of the world, and the situation of the other demon ancestors was not yet known. Even though the heart-slaying demon ancestor was in the body of a human saint, his cultivation had fallen to the Tong Tian realm. Even if he defeated the Taoist Sword Sect master, I'm afraid it would be difficult to leave him behind. There's no point in fighting for nothing. And he was confident that he would win the bet. Sure, even if you lose, the big deal is to play the fool and make it over again. The right way will still maintain the appearance of credit. The heavenly devil cult, being evil and crooked, naturally doesn't have to follow the rules. Yes, the heart-slaying demon ancestor agreed with his words. In fact, he didn't want to fight hard with the Dao Sword Sect master. After all, he had lived for tens of thousands of years. The longevity he had gained when he had once set foot on the human saint, it has also been pretty much consumed. Although he was a human saint body, he had not yet recovered from his serious injuries. In case the other party exploded into a fight, he really wasn't sure he could take down the other party. And once the injury is added to the injury, it can only be a luxury to get back to the top in the future. And so, a contest between the righteous and the devilish for the 10,000 flame sacred body was set. The matter is of great importance. The 10 sects of the righteous path need to discuss the disciple candidates for the competition, so a certain amount of preparation time is needed. In my seat's opinion, it would be better to set the competition a month later. The Dao Sword Sect master looked at Chu Yuan with a smile, secretly and quietly transmitting his voice. He instructed the elders of the 10 sects of the righteous path and the others, saying, when you return, urgently gather the heavenly pride of each sect, and first conduct a martial arts competition to select the most outstanding top 3 before coming to compete for the 10,000 flame sacred body. Only then will we be sure to win. We will follow the arrangements of senior, sect leader. The crowd also felt that this had the best chance of winning and had no objections to this. Yes, Chu Yuan didn't have a problem with it and casually agreed, because the longer it dragged on, the better his side's chances of winning. Even a month later, he didn't dare to imagine to what extent he could grow. At that time, Chu Yuan had grown to the heaven-transforming realm, or even the heaven-passing realm. I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to let the righteous to come to their door to rob people. See that he agrees. The Dao Sword Sect master was also relieved in his heart, and then he retreated with the crowd of the 10 righteous sect. Wait for the surrounding encirclement of the 10 sects of the righteous path to be withdrawn. Only the 100 demons realist took one step and turned back 3 times, keeping his eyes on Chu Yuan and leaving behind an ice-cold sentence. Heavenly Demon Sect Master, next time I see you again, this seed will chop off your dog's head. This sect master waits. Chu Yuan was full of concern, only secretly saying in his heart, the next time we meet, I estimate that I will have reached the heavenly transformation realm at the minimum, and I will definitely be able to kill it with my full strength. Watching the 10 clans of the righteous path disappear. Ah! A cheer erupted from all over the heavenly demon sect. Sect master's disciple Xiaoyan's 10,000 flame sacred body has caused the 10 sects of the righteous path to be jealous and rush to the door to snatch it, and even set a match to choose a man. I can already think of how terrifying he will be if he grows up in the future. Some people marveled at the power of Xiaoyan's physique. Not only is the sect master's disciple Xiaoyan terrifying, the sect master is truly heaven-defying, actually single-handedly picking off the Xiao family head who was at the peak of the same level of the fused sky realm and the 100 demons realist, who was a large realm apart. This is truly terrifying as hell. There were also people who marveled at the heaven-defying strength of Chu Yuan, but what I admire most is that the sect leader has a discerning eye. Otherwise Xiaoyan, the 10,000 flames holy body, the great emperor's capital will be buried. The crowd was talking. To sum it up in the end, it's the bishop who hangs the most. At the same time, Chu Yuan's prestige, invariably another layer. As for the tournament a month later, no one cared. In their opinion, the sect leader had naturally agreed to do so, and was surely certain of victory. The thought of being able to pick 3 heavenly prides from within the 10 sects of the righteous path at that time made their hearts itch with excitement. Some have even figured out how to pick and arrange it. Sihang Jingjai's holy daughter by Lioli is immortal, heavenly, has the Phoenix Luan sacred body, and is rated as the first beauty of the 10 sects of the righteous path, making her a very good cauldron. Let's ask her over at that time and give her to the sect leader as a cauldron. In addition to her, there is also the second beauty of the 10 clans of the righteous path, the 3 beauties. We're all going to come over here and carry them to the bishop's bed. I wonder what the pure holy maidens of the 10 sects of the righteous path will think when they fall into lust. Chu Yuan's face was dark as he listened. Although he himself has been a devil for many years, but how can you say that you are also from a famous family? How can you think of yourself in such a ridiculous and lewd way? If they were able to pick 3 disciples from within the 10 sects of the righteous path, of course, they would choose the candidate with the strongest talent who could deal them a huge blow. According to him, that Sihang Jingjai saint daughter by Lioli, gifted Phoenix Luan saint body, is the dream of thousands of teenagers in the 10 sects of the righteous way. It is indeed necessary to take, sect master, when you cultivate further, such as if you can step into the heaven transformation realm, I can tree a statue for you. The killing heart demon ancestor, who had originally faced the 10 sects of the righteous path with an icy face, was extremely kind as he looked at Chu Yuan, pointing at the 18 statues within the ancestral hall in the back of the mountain, and his gaze was tinged with a smile as he said, let's make you the 13th demon ancestor. The 18 statues in the ancestral hall were all sages and forefathers who had made great contributions to the heavenly devil sect or had cultivated with great aptitude. It was at least the Tong Tian realm that qualified, basically the 3 sacred realms, but Chu Yuan was different. One is the outstanding ability to defeat the enemy with 1 against 2, crossing the ranks. Although he was using the power of a holy weapon, the heart-slaying demon ancestor was able to tell that he had not exerted his full strength. Secondly, he is gifted, possessing the heart of the Tao ancestor, which is even more powerful than the 10,000 flame sacred body, and in the future, it can be said that he will surely become a saint, and the probability of proving to be a great emperor is also great. Thirdly, he had an extremely strong eye and had unearthed a 10,000 flame sacred body for the heavenly demon sect. The fourth is outstanding strategy, just a simple planning ambush. In the broken life cliff killed the 10 sects of the righteousness of several elders, hundreds of disciples, which there is also a natural-born Taoist body. He had seen these things in his eyes, and Fong had heard them from Ji Lao and the others. So, in the opinion of the heart-slaying demon ancestor, Chu Yuan had already made a great contribution to the heavenly demon sect. As for any qualifications in strength, It wasn't as if an exception couldn't be made. He would eventually come to that point in the future anyway. Many thanks to the demon ancestor for mentioning me. I will certainly live up to your expectations and work hard. Chu Yuan hurriedly arched his hands in obeisance. The devil's ancestor? It seems that he is finally going to enter the core power layer of the Heavenly Devil Sect. The world only knows that he, the head of the sect, is the head of the Heavenly Devil Sect, but in reality, the devil ancestor is equally high and powerful, but he is only self-sealed and closed to the world. Erect a statue and become a demon ancestor? Zuomeshua looked at this scene and was a bit confused. One must know that for thousands of years, the Heavenly Devil Sect did not know how many sages and martyrs, but those who can tree statues and become demon ancestors are few and far between. And right now, this guy Chu Yuan, an undercover agent of the righteous path, at such a young age, had actually reached an achievement? Her heart was bitter and abnormal, envious and jealous. The important thing is that it will be harder to deal with him in the future, Zuomeshua secretly said in his heart. This is done. Chu Yuan dismissed the congregation and prepared to return to his residence to study the chaotic sacred body. Magic Sky Pavilion. Penthouse. Chu Yuan just came up. Just saw Qing in a short peach-pink flounced jacket dress with knee-length black and white double silk that she had given herself earlier. White and smooth absolute field attracts attention. Godfather. Xiao Qing felt his burning eyes, and with a shy face, she cried out crisply. Chapter 19, Juxtaposed Flowers? Master, please let me serve you. Sister, congratulations to sect leader for defeating the enemy with 1 against 2, transcending the ranks and raising the prestige of our sect. Xiao Qing's pair of beautiful eyes were full of admiration as she looked at Chu Yuan, her voice soft and sweet as she shouted. Nice! Chu Yuan's eyes lit up, and his gaze recklessly scanned Xiao Qing's pair of long and slender legs, stopping at the white and tender smoothness revealed by the absolute domain. Let's just say, this could play for years. Greenie, he sat in the main seat. Master, you say? Xiao Cheng followed up and had the good sense to pour a cup of tea at the right time. This sect master is in a good mood today and is prepared to reward you with some treasures. I wonder what you want. Chu Yuan savored the spirit tea that the little maid had personally brewed, only feeling that in addition to the freshness of the tea leaves, it also carried a faint fragrance unique to young girls. He was playing with the teacup with one hand, looking at Qing with a smile, and one hand was already restlessly placed on the young girl's smooth thigh, playing with it downwards. Master, Xiao Qing stuck close to Chu Yuan, smelling the good-smelling scent of his body. The look on her face was very enjoyable, and a touch of crystals surfaced at the corners of her mouth. But instead of saying what she wanted, she shook her head. I don't want any treasures. I only want my long-lost sister. I wonder if the sect master can help me. A pair of big clear eyes stared straight at Chu Yuan, flooded with a layer of mist, as if they were going to cry out in the next moment. Sister? Twins? Chu Yuan was delighted in his heart. Could we be able to play sisterhood next? If the twins are side by side, they might even be able to sense each other. After all, the gift of adoption, the gift of finding a family. As the saying goes, there is no way to repay a great favor but by giving your life. It's not like he's the hot-blooded teenager from the righteous path who did good deeds without expecting anything in return from his predecessor. Xiao Qing has been serving beside him for many years, and hasn't even touched a finger, and is still intact and innocent until now. For Chu Yuan, who had traveled from the blue planet, a beautiful maiden repaying her with her body, of course she had to accept it. If I hadn't just crossed over and had a lot of things and troubles to deal with, I would have taken this little maid. No problem, it's wrapped up in this sect master. Chu Yuan pinched the young girl's pink and soft little face, patting his chest and promising boldly, thank you, master. Xiao Qing was bullied by him to take advantage of, but did not feel the slightest, only think that the great kindness, no repayment, in the future to serve more attentively, but to find someone, you need your first blood, is that okay? Chu Yuan said with a straight face. The Heavenly Devil Sect has a long heritage, and there are thousands and thousands of techniques in the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, containing all sorts of secret arts. There is a natural way to find people, and since he had previously acted as an undercover agent of the righteous path, in order to combat the Heavenly Devil Sect, he naturally had to know his enemy and know himself. Cracking through studying the cultivation methods of the Heavenly Devil Sect congregation was exactly one of them. Together with the identity of the Saint's son, the authority was extremely great, allowing Chu Yuan to freely enter and exit the 10,000 collection pavilion and read the canonical books. So this method of searching for people, which he had seen when he was going through those collections. First blood? Xiao Chang sniffed and her pretty face flushed. It was not a surprise. After all, the master had adopted himself for many years. She took close care of it day and night. Looking at Chu Yuan, who was young and handsome, with a high position of authority, exceptional talent and high cultivation level, and in fact had long since fallen in love with him. It is only because of his lowly status that he has been suppressing his liking in the bottom of his heart and does not dare to confess it. Now the master wanted his body, and Green wanted to offer it, so it was a hit. Without the slightest hesitation, she undid her shirt, revealing her light green wrapped chest, white and smooth shoulders, and flat white belly. Master, I actually liked you a long time ago too, Xiao Qing said while she was about to undo her belt and remove her skirt. Her pair of eyes, which also contained petulance, softly said, even if you don't help me look for my sister, I can still serve you. This? Chu Yuan looked at the tender and delicate body in front of him. His throat bones rolled and he swallowed his saliva. You're not asking for first blood. Why are you suddenly confessing? Should you say yes yourself? However, thinking that it is still broad daylight, this Devil's Sky Pavilion is not only living with himself alone, there is also disciple Xiao Yan. If the two of them were to do the activity now, with their own physique, the movement would certainly not be small, and they would probably shake the bed out of frame and collapse the top of the wall, when the time comes to be mobbed up. No, the first blood I'm talking about is not the first blood you want. Xu Yuan thought of this and hurriedly explained. He said, reaching out and picking up the blouse on the floor, about to put it on Qing. Master, you're a boy. Why are you more girly than I am a girl? As her skirt slipped to the ground, Xiao Cheng didn't even pay attention to what Xu Yuan said and directly lifted her white silk-clad foot and stomped on his chest. The young girl's gaze burning hot stared at the hands and feet. For a moment did not know where to put it. Is good. He laughed. Master, you do not shy. It is hard to believe that you and the same as Xiao Qing, or the first time. That's no big deal. I was taught how to serve you as your personal maid by a specialized stewardess ama. If you don't know how, just lie back and enjoy it. Greenie can do it herself, said. Slender feet in white silk land on. Xu Yuan wanted to refuse, but he realized that he was too stiff to speak. Master, Xiao Qing propped her hands on either side of Xu Yuan, pressing down close to her body, exhaling like orchids, her hot and wet breath hitting his ear temples, causing him to itch a little and stiffen even more. Just let me serve you well. Bang! Suddenly the doors were pushed open and slammed against the walls on either side with a loud, dull thud, scared Xu Yuan with a shiver. Qing also rushed to grab the bedding to cover herself, only to see Xiao Yan standing in the doorway with a serious face. Master, I will also give you my first blood. What the hell? Xu Yuan, who was originally in a less than wonderful mood when he was interrupted, was even more startled at this time. Is this nigga going to be a punching bag? Xu Yuan had a black line on his face and looked at Xiao Yan with a gloomy expression, waving his hand, signaling for him to go out and reprimanding. You're also following the nonsense, aren't you? No. Xiao Yan still had a serious face and his words were sincere. After the bloodline awakenings, some memory images from my infancy would surface in my mind from time to time. I saw that I wasn't the only survivor of the Shaw family. I had a sister who was also carried away by the Shaw family. It's just that growing up we were raised separately, so I didn't know she existed before. Chapter 20 Blood Source Tracing Relatives. Shao Family Ancestral Ground. Memories from Infancy. Sister? Xu Yuan was stunned at his words. The life of Xiao Yan, which he had casually made up, had become true, just as he was wondering if he had gained the ability to speak his mind. Host, the 10 visions can be unfolded according to the facts. The system voice rang out, giving the answer. So that's how it is. Xu Yuan nodded. Thinking about the system is a good thing. The 10 Directions illusion has such great power and is also base manipulation, even according to the net novel sets that he had read in his previous life to look at Xiao Yan's body. This scenario is not out of the realm of possibility. Aren't there examples in the netbook of protagonists' families being wiped out for various reasons and then being raised by their enemies? In that case, hand over your first blood. Xu Yuan looked at Xiao Yan and said with a serious expression. But it's not that first blood you're thinking of. The first blood here refers to the heart essence blood. When a person is first conceived inside the mother's womb, the organ that is born is the heart. So the heart essence blood is the initial blood. So it is called the first blood. Listen to his explanation. Xiao Qing's small white face reddened. So the first blood actually meant this. Ah, I can't believe I misunderstood my master. So it is. Xiao Yan also nodded awkwardly. Immediately, the two of them took out their heart essence blood with the help of Xu Yuan. Heart essence blood, crystal clear, like a ruby. Xu Yuan took the two men's heart essence blood in his hands and began to execute the heavenly demon mastery blood source tracing relative. The blood is the boat of cause and effect, and the veins are the guide to the underworld. Those who want to find kinship should use the 3 souls as oars and the 7 spirits as sails to cross the sea of blood and see the true destiny. A flash of ghostly light from his palm merged into the essence blood of the two's hearts. A strange greatness flowed from the underworld. That's a start. Ha! Xiao Chang and Xiao Yan watched nervously. Xu Yuan, on the other hand, sized up Xiao Chang and Xiao Yan, and secretly said in his heart, the little maid is pure and sweet looking. Her sister must be very beautiful as well. This disciple is not good looking, an ordinary person. I guess the sister is not good either. Just in time, Xiao Yan's heart essence blood hung in the air and shone brightly. A curtain of light was woven under the interplay of 5 colors. Just see a 17 or 18-year-old girl. White skin and beautiful long legs. A doll face. Eyebrows like a distant mountain. A pair of peach blossom eyes. White nose. Cherry mouth. The features are extremely delicate. With a shapely body, firm breasts and a willow waist. It can be described as a royal body and lowly face. Child's play. Just where he was, it was a dark red color, and the lava flowed around the rocks under his feet, and it was constantly raging and splashing magma. Whenever this happens, the young girl figure has to be careful to avoid. The white and clean little face was all red from being roasted, and the hair was stained with sweat and stuck to the forehead. Sky. There's no sky. There were even sounds like the cries of evil spirits coming from all around. It's like being in an infernal hell. What is this place? Why is my sister here? Wasn't she raised by the Xiao family just like me? Xiao Yan saw the scene and instantly became anxious, gritting his teeth and saying, "This is how they raised my sister. Even if they bullied me, they even tortured my sister. Master, I want revenge. One day, I will definitely overthrow the Xiao family, and return blood for blood with teeth." The pain of the extermination of the family and the hatred of the parents are not shared. This is the Xiao family's ancestral land. Chu Yuan, however, was extremely calm. In the Heavenly Devil Sect, there was information about the 10 sects of the righteous path, the Xiao family and other famous sects. The Xiao family's heritage had been passed down for a long time, and their ancestral land, naturally, had been recorded by the Heavenly Demon Sect. The Xiao family ancestral ground was built on a volcano, and by utilizing the underground lava, it can stimulate the Yan Emperor bloodline possessed by members of the Xiao family. Although it's difficult to awaken the 10,000 Flames sacred body, as long as they can awaken a trace of their bloodline power, it will be a great benefit to them. Not to mention that cultivating in the ancestral ground can also increase the speed of cultivation with great probability. After all, the Xiao family kung fu is also related to fire. Chu Yuan elaborated, placating his disciple. Don't worry, your sister isn't in any danger. Instead, she gets some benefits. Moreover, the Xiao family is the grasshopper after the fall, and it won't be able to bounce around for much longer. For the master, it's ready to clean them up. The Xiao family is not like the 10 righteous clans. It was nothing in front of the Heavenly Devil Sect. Even the head of the family was only a mere peak of the fused sky realm. He kills it with a snap of his fingers. Thank you, Master. Xiao Yan excitedly knelt down and bowed. Master's great kindness, the disciple is unable to repay. He can only cultivate harder in the future to live up to your cultivation. Ha 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 ha. Don't be so outgoing. Chu Yuan smiled and helped Xiao Yan up, patted his shoulder, and righteously said, "You are my disciple. Your sister for the teacher should be rescued, and your revenge is also my revenge." Just as his eyes surveyed Xiao Yan's sister in a sea of fire, his heart was secretly saying, his own daughter-in-law, he must personally go to save. A hero to save a beauty. Xiao Yan sniffed and a hot tear filled his face. Immediately after, Xiao Qing's heart essence blood also floated up, emitting 5 colors and interweaving a picture. Chu Yuan looked on, his heart filled with anticipation. Xiao Yan looks like that, and her sister is a stunning beauty. Sister Green is expected to be even prettier. Finally, while he waited, a tall and slender woman in a red dress, with green silk hanging down her back. Just looking at the back alone can make your mind wander. This is Xiao Qing's sister. Just this back is very nice. Chu Yuan secretly nodded his head. Immediately after, the screen pulls away. It was only that the woman in red was in an ancient and colorful pavilion. The men and women in the hall gathered together to drink and enjoy themselves, reciting poems and songs. A platform was erected right in the center. Several of the women above were veiled, vaguely revealing coquettish faces and wearing semi-transparent light veils, with several musicians on the sidelines playing the melodious sound of the zither, stretching beautifully and dancing. Half covered in with the air of mystery that the veil brings, it draws attention, and the woman in red is the one leading the dance on stage, a beauty and temperament that is far superior to others. But just then, "Little beauty, come and have a drink with my lord." A man with a more rugged face seemed to find it hard to just look at it and wanted to play with it, so he walked to the front of the stage and reached for the woman in red. Bang! Little Green, someone actually molested your sister. This sect master can't tolerate it. Chu Yuan had a furious look on his face and slammed the table. How dare another guy get his hands on his own woman? It's almost like you don't know what you're doing. But Ripe Green saw the situation, but he showed a look of embarrassment. Master, her 2 little hands clutched together, her toes buckled the ground, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito murmur. The one who molested the woman in red is the one who is my sister. What? That man is Green's sister? That's not right. Shouldn't your sister be female? Chu Yuan was stunned and came back to his senses with a question mark on his face. His heart was even more broken to the extreme. He likes beautiful women. not sirens. Even Xiao Yan was surprised and inexplicable as she looked at Xiao Chang, but thinking that she was her own master's sidekick, it seemed that just now, she had to be declared in daylight. The relationship is extraordinary, but on closer inspection, the man does look a bit like you. Xiao Yan stroked his chin, mobilized his emotional intelligence, and struggled to hold back a sentence. Chapter 21, Inner Disciple of Qian Yuan Sect. Am I master's illegitimate son? Your sister is a man. Chu Yuan was speechless and didn't hold back a kick to Xiao Yan. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't believe that the man was Xiao Qing's sister. How's that for sisterhood in juxtaposition? He didn't grow up in Sichuan or Chongqing in his previous life, and he didn't think about getting laid. She couldn't have been alone and out on her own and disguised herself as a brown man to prevent men from thinking of her beauty, could she? The undying Chu Yuans looked at Xiao Chang and asked. It's the only possibility that explains it. Master, Xiao Chang explained with an embarrassed face. Sister didn't disguise herself. I look like mother and she looks like father. That's why. Click. Chu Yuan's heart was completely broken. How else can it work? And how good of a tease did her father have to be to pick up the mother of the two? Guess your dad is pretty flat billionaire and billionaire. He sputtered helplessly. I'm sorry, I was looking forward to it so much. Alas. But it is good that Xiao Yan his sister. It's kind of a bailout. Chu Yuan looked at his disciple who climbed up from the ground with a pat on his butt and came over with a silly smile on his face again. Your sister he. No, it's her. Chu Yuan surveyed the decorations within the greenhouse, as well as the pimp who was in charge inside, and quickly determined the location, and spoke. Right now, we are in the Qian Yuan Sect sphere of influence, the Wind and Moon House in Qingkai County. His predecessor was originally a great disciple of the Qian Yuan Sect, so he did not say that he was familiar with the situation within the sphere of influence, but he knew a little about it, especially this Wind and Moon House. When he was practicing in Qian Yuan Sect, he often took a group of senior brothers to go and play. Sure, just simply touching. Master, you know the situation within the Shao family's ancestral land because the Heavenly Demon Sect has intelligence files on the 10 righteous sects as well as the immortal cultivation families, but this tiny greenhouse, does the Heavenly Demon Sect have records of it as well? Xiao Yan asked curiously. If that was the case, then the intelligence system of the Heavenly Demon Sect was too terrifying. I can't believe that even some of the finer details are being poked around. Confluence into a book. Words. Chu Yuan's face darkened once again. Why is this disciple lacking in heart and mind? Fortunately, Xiao Qing relieved him, only to see her face with honor. Proud said, that's of course. Our Heavenly Devil Sect is an ancient heritage. The power is very great. The disciples in the sect have a very wide distribution of eyes and ears. As the saying goes, knowing the enemy and knowing yourself is 100 times better than winning 100 battles. In order to deal with the 10 sects of the righteous path and the immortal cultivation families, naturally, we need to know everything about them. So it is. Xiao Yan nodded thoughtfully. Chu Yuan was relieved to see this. Almost. He was about to fall into the Yellow River and couldn't wash himself. Ahem. He cleared his throat and pointed to the picture of what Sister Xiaoqing was wearing and said, this sect leader sees that your sister is wearing a light white color, with a cloud pattern embroidered on her chest and a circle of blue around the periphery, which is precisely the standard robe logo for the inner disciples of the Qian Yuan sect. Do you want to go to her now? I am content to know the whereabouts of my sister. Xiaoqing shook her head and said, there's a lot of tension between the orthodox and demonic paths right now. It's better to hold off for a while longer. And, looking at her sister's current state, she seems to be having fun and is in no danger. There's no need to worry. Good. Chu Yuan nodded and did not say anything more. Really find the sister of the little green pickup back. Break his and her two people's world. He is still a little reluctant. Master, there's nothing on this side. Then the apprentice will take his leave without disturbing you. Xiao Yan was much more resourceful at this time. His eyes swept a glance at Chu Yuan and Xiao Qing's bodies that were close together, and immediately lifted his leg and turned around in preparation to make room for the duo to play. Slow down. Chu Yuan shouted. Master, please command. Xiao Yan turned around and looked at him in disbelief. You have awakened the 10,000 flames sacred body, and your slow cultivation speed, which was originally as slow as a day for 10 years, has returned to normal at this time. The heavenly materials must be consumed extremely quickly. Plus you're wearing unusual robes and have even less of an inch in your hands. Chu Yuan said with a straight face. That's why Master is going to give you more treasures to help you cultivate the Tao Protector. Little Green. You go to the treasury and fetch 100 pieces of true dragon bloodstone, 10 plants each of blood Ganoderma and mountain ginseng king, 3 fiery flame treasure lotus, 10 jars of puma bone strong blood wine, 10,000 pieces of extreme spirit stones, 8 each of the 3rd grade creation pills and realm breaking pills, 10 each of the 3rd and 4th grade spirit soldiers swords, spears, swords, and spears, 10 each of axes, shields, hooks, and battle axes, and 10 sets of clothes, robes, and boots. Leave it to me, the apprentice. He took a big swing. With a 100x return system in place, invest as much as you can and reap 100-fold for yourself. Chu Yuan no longer dared to imagine how rich he was about to get next. If he could, he even wanted to hand over the entire Heavenly Devil sect to Xiaoyan. It's just a shame, though he himself is the head of the church. However, both Ji Lao and the Killing Heart Demon ancestors' strength and cultivation were far superior to his, and their status and position could check or crush him. The Heavenly Devil sect was not yet Chu Yuan's one word, and he needed to continue to grow his reputation in a gradual manner. Let others know and trust that no matter how he does it and how unreliable it looks, the end result, in the end, is the right thing to do. Only then can you invest as you wish and act with reckless abandon. Words, all sorts of valuable heavenly materials, pills and spirit wines, as well as spirit soldiers shocked the two people present. The long list of names of treasures that Chu Yuan reported was something they didn't even dare to think about. True Dragon Bloodstone, rumored to be contained in the mountain range that was transformed after the death of a true dragon, was born from the blood of a true dragon. Cultivating with it could greatly enhance the quality of one's chi and blood, which was extremely beneficial to the cultivation of the three-forging realm. Even if one was fortunate enough, one could gather a trace of true dragon's might and use it to deter others. Blood Ganoderma, as the name suggests, is related to blood and can warm up one's own chi and blood and strengthen one's vitality. Cultivation had gone wrong, or the realm had been raised too quickly, resulting in damage to the meridians and turbulence in the chi and blood. By swallowing a bloodlingji, you can recover from your injuries, calm your chi and blood, and continue to rapidly cultivate without any worries. As for the king of mountain ginseng, the fiery treasure lotus, the pugilistic bone and blood strengthening wine, and so on, there were many benefits for cultivators, as well as the 10,000 fires sacred body. 10,000 extreme spirit stones were more than enough to support Xiaoyan's cultivation to the 3-day realm. Not even the Xiao family head can say that he carries 10,000 spirit stones with him. The third-grade creation pill could quickly help raise one's cultivation level, only that it couldn't break the realm. However, the realm-breaking pill could easily help a person break through the shackles, but it only required the cultivator to cultivate his or her cultivation to the perfection of that minor realm. The two can go hand in hand. Yes, master. Xing came back to her senses and agreed in a single breath without hesitation. Whatever her master commanded, she would not refuse. The command of the master is the order of heaven, and the order of heaven cannot be disobeyed. Xiao Yan, however, was shocked and looked at Chu Yuan incredulously. He knew that this master doted on him so much that he even used the demon blood pool, which could only be opened once in 20 years, to unseal himself and awaken the 10,000 flames sacred body, and bestowed himself with an extremely valuable imperial grade technique. But now it seemed that this master had even carefully calculated what was needed for the cultivation of the forging blood realm, and then shelled out the entire amount at once, and took out the spirit stones that could support one's cultivation to the realm of 3 days, favored himself more than 10%, I guess there was 100%, simply spoiled him like his own son. If Xiao Yan didn't really have parents, he would have to wonder if he was Chu Yuan's illegitimate son. Chapter 22 I just had this idea. Why are you? Harder. Xiao Yan followed Xiao Qing as he left the Devil Heaven Pavilion and headed to the treasure vault to collect heavenly materials and treasures, spirit wines and elixirs. And the moment he took over, Chu Yuan peered expectantly, waiting for the system beep to arrive. Until the ding. The system beep sounded. Successful host investment detected. He hurriedly checked the 100-fold return reward. 10-star scum. 100 times return. Reward 10,000 pieces of True Dragon Bloodstone. 1,000 each of Blood Ganoderma and Mountain Ginseng King. 300 pieces of Fiery Treasure Lotus. 1,000 jars of Puma Bone and Blood Wine. 1,000 pieces of Excellent Spirit Stones. And 800 each of third-grade creation pills and realm-breaking pills. Special return, 1 copy of Yen Di's Domineering True Meaning. The precious light was so bright that it simply blinded Chu Yuan's eyes. Looking at the mountains of returned rewards in the system space, especially the Yen Di Hegemony True Intent, that's the true will of Emperor Yen. If one was able to comprehend and fuse it, the pressure alone would be able to suppress anyone whose cultivation was lower than their own. Even if one's realm was higher than one's own, one would be greatly affected, making it difficult to utilize one's full strength. And for fire attribute feats and martial arts, it has a great additive effect. He was more and more glad that he had chosen Xiao Yan as his disciple as a simple investment, and it can be very rewarding, and it is returned promptly and without the slightest delay, especially since the 10-star wastrel was just a camouflage color for this disciple, who had an unbelievable qualification, the 10,000 fires sacred body. More importantly, Xiao Yan was extremely loyal, and as long as he was cultivated properly, he would be able to act alone for himself in the future. Now that I have so many treasures, wouldn't it be Better if I invested them in Xiaoyan again? Chu Yuan secretly said in his heart, thinking of a brilliantly good idea. That's a no-brainer for a left hand to right hand, and by the way, it's a huge benefit to Skyrocket. But unexpectedly, just as he had this thought, he was mercilessly interrupted by the system. Host, in order to prevent malicious brush rewards, this system 100 times returned rewards will exclude all system rewards things. There are only exceptions such as the Great Jade Yin-Yang technique and the Yin-D hegemony true intent, which require to be cultivated and comprehended by the investor. Chu Yuan was silent for a moment. You don't give a damn about the loopholes? System, you're ruthless. No way. Chu Yuan could only give up on that thought. Master. Xiaoqing came back and stood in the doorway sweetly calling out, jumping into Chu Yuan's arms. After experiencing that misunderstanding in the party, the relationship between the two went further and became more intimate. As for Xiaoyan, he didn't dare to disturb his master's beautiful affairs, and returned to his downstairs residence. Using the resources given by Chu Yuan, he began to cultivate the top floor of the Magic Sky Pavilion. The door slammed. Master, let little Green continue to serve you? Green began to undress again. However, he was stopped by Chu Yuan, who hastily called out, Ahem, that's all right then. You massage and nudge this godfather. In broad daylight, Chu Yuan, even if he is no longer an old colorful batch and not doing his job, he does not want to proclaim adultery in broad daylight. More to the point, Thresher didn't feel it during the day. Just in case you make some noise, the bed collapses, the wall collapses. It's also easy to spot and affects your self-image. It's better at night, when it's quiet, and even the biggest moves are less likely to be detected. Okay, Xiaoqing's pink lips pouted, her small face somewhat aggrieved, but since her master commanded it, she could only endure. Then you lie under the bed. Master, Xiaoqing helped Chu Yuan towards the bed. Good. Chu Yuan follows good advice. Take off your top and bottom garment. Good. Undo the lining and reveal your body. Good. Xiaoqing threw the clothes Chu Yuan took off on the chair, and took out a bamboo box from under the bed, picking out a bottle of essential oil taken from the ferocious beast green scaled horsefat, plus snow lotus and other kinds of elixirs boiled out. When you open the bottle, an aroma spreads out. The slender jade hand flicked out a smear of snow-white glossy grease and coated Chu Yuan's chest, belly, shoulders, arms and other parts. Immediately after sitting on him, will be soft if boneless small hand, placed on his chest, began to rub. Woo-hoo-hoo, cozy. Chu Yuan felt the fire and lingering heat brought about by the essential oils being incorporated into his skin, and experienced the softness of the young girl's delicate hands. It just feels so sour that your soul flies out of your head. Master, how about strength? Should it be increased or decreased? How about speed? Should it be faster or slower? Green asked delicately. Ow hoo hoo. Chu Yuan screamed out in relief. Faster. Harder. Okay. In the meantime, when Zhuo Meishue went to the treasure vault to fetch heavenly materials, spirit pills, and other resources for his genius disciple Yi Qingyun, she looked at the much empty treasure vault and realized that 1/10 of the true dragon bloodstones had been taken, and a bunch of extreme spirit stones were even missing. The moment was not calm. How come so many things are missing inside the treasury? Who did this? Zhuo Meishue grabbed the treasury chief and questioned, reporting back to the Holy Maiden. It was Lord Sect leader who ordered Miss Qing to bring Xiaoyan to collect it. The chief steward was originally a bit nervous about being arrested, but when he thought that the one who gave this order was the wise and powerful Lord Sect leader, he immediately regained his composure. What? It's even him? Zhuo Meishue's originally expressionless pretty face suddenly gained a trace of gloom, and her gaze flickered madly with killing intent. This traitor to the righteous, an undercover agent of the devil's cult. Surprisingly, he began to squander the treasures of the devil's religion. It is simply outrageous. Holy Maiden, please address the bishop with respect. The chief steward sniffed and corrected himself, but he had heard about it. The bishop of the church has just taken the throne. Just commanding the southern palace hall, Master Gong Tianyu gave the 10 sects of the righteous way a painful blow. The ambush at the Broken Life Cliff caused the righteous way to suffer heavy losses, and even lost a disciple who was born with a Dao body. Immediately after that, just today, a 10,000 flame sacred body was unearthed for the heavenly demon sect. He even fought off the Xiao family head, who was at the peak of the Rong Tian realm, and the rather prestigious 100 Demons Realist, a peak 100 Demons Realist powerhouse, with a cultivation of the 6th level of the Rong Tian realm. It's unbelievable, more than brilliant, simply divine and wise. So he was very much admiring and respecting Chu Yuan. No one else can be allowed to disrespect his holiness, even if the person is a holy woman. What about the godfather? Even if it's him, then he can't squander the resources of the heavenly demon sect like this. Zhuo Meishue let out a cold snort and turned her head towards the Devil's Sky Pavilion. She's going to question Chu Yuan. Is it to short the heavenly devil cult? In Zhuo Meishue's thought, there was only this possibility. After all, Chu Yuan is a traitor to the righteous path, sent over to wreak havoc on the Heavenly Devil Sect. Magic Sky Pavilion, Penthouse, ow hoo hoo, cozy, cool, so cool, yes, that's the speed, that's the force, green, you're really good at this. The room erupted in a wave of sound. When Zhuo Meishui came to the door, a scarlet red suddenly appeared on her ears and temples when her originally pretty face contained frost. This fellow, he really doesn't do his job, and even plagued the girls of my heavenly demon sect, proclaiming adultery in the daytime. Today I'm going to remove this scourge for the heavenly demon sect. The thought crossed my mind. Zhuo Meishui no longer hesitated. Miso, she held one hand in a false grip, and her longsword flashed with a sharp edge. 1 foot up, bang, kicked in the door. Put your eyes toward the bed. I only saw Shao Qing, wearing a wrap and profane pants, was sitting on Chu Yuan, who was also topless. Chapter 23 Emptying the Heavenly Devil Sect? It's just that you mortals can't comprehend the wisdom of this sect master. Chu Yuan, why are you squandering the resources of our sect's treasury? Zhuo Meishui broke through the door. The long sword in his hand flashed with a harsh cold light, pointing straight at Chu Yuan, angrily rebuking and questioning. That disciple of yours used to 100 pieces of true dragon blood stone, 10,000 pieces of extremely high-quality spirit stones, 10 sets of all 3rd and 4th grade spirit weapons, all kinds of weapons investments? Do you think he's a pig? Or a monster with 10 bodies and dozens of arms? Chu Yuan was startled by the sudden movement. How is it that every time you dash off, you get bumped into by Zhuo Meishui? He was depressed. But on second thought, you live this life every day, and it seems normal to be bumped into. But this is not a reason for Zhuo Meishui to crash every time and the Devil's Sky Pavilion is not the residence of the Holy Maiden. It's a good thing this is only a massage, not a thrasher. Or wouldn't you be scared into becoming a stomach-raising man? Also, this Zhuo Meishui can't hear the sound in the room, doesn't know that he's doing his job? Even if there's something important that must be reported, couldn't you knock first? What a rude guy. What the is wrong with you? When he thought about it, he was furious that he had been disturbed by the other party the last time. Directly rolling over and getting up, while wearing clothes, he pointed at Zhuo Meishui and angrily scolded. Not knowing the rules, not knowing the superiority and inferiority of the top and the bottom, you're not even willing to call out to me as a sect master. This sect master will teach you a good lesson today, so that you know what etiquette means. Chu Yuan's figure flickered, circling around behind Zhuo Meishui as his large hand lifted and fell. Zhuo Meishui saw the situation and wanted to dodge, but she simply did not anticipate that Chu Yuan would take a shot at herself. Coupled with the gap between the two cultivation, snap, the delicate buttocks quivered slightly. She turned to look angrily at Chu Yuan. Instead, he saw that he would look at himself playfully. Have you been good? If you don't behave, this sect master will have to teach you a good lesson. Listening to Chu Yuan's molestation, the killing intent on Zhuo Meishui's body has already condensed into substance, and her gas body is trembling. Miso swung his longsword and slashed at him. Gu, what's with the atmosphere? Chu Yuan dodged and said in a serious manner, you've disturbed this sect master's good fortune several times, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Zhuo Meishui was furious and stabbed a few more swords, but they were always dodged by Chu Yuan. She knew that her realm was lower than her opponent's, but she didn't expect that it would be difficult to even hit the attack. Only able to put away his anger, he carefully took a step back, lest he be taken advantage of by Chu Yuan's close proximity, and immediately afterward, he righteously accused. The heavenly demon sect is already in such a situation in the face of the 10 sects of the righteous path pressing them every step of the way, but you're still so lavish that you're still giving your disciple a large sum of resources that far exceeds the amount needed for him to cultivate. You're too biased, and it's a waste. It's not that she's intentionally picking a fight with prejudice, it was really Chu Yuan who had gone too far. Wasted? Wasted on what? Chu Yuan frowned and stopped molesting Zhuo Meishui, immediately questioning, which of the things the sect master did was not for the heavenly demon sect. With a casual remark about being able to ambush the 10 sects of the righteous Tao and the broken career, he pitted and killed 6 fused heaven realm elders and a heavenly disciple with a natural Tao body. Select Xiao Yan as a disciple and use the demon blood pool to help baptize him. When you all said he was a waste, this sect master looked away. It was only because I kept insisting that the heavenly demon sect harvested a heavenly pride that has a great probability of forging a saint supreme in the future, and even has a slight chance of proving to be an emperor with a 10,000 flame saint body. This sect master has his own considerations for everything he does. It's just that you mortals don't understand it. The example given in the face of his questioning, Zhuo Meishui was simply unable to refute, and was speechless for a while. But you're just in time. Chu Yuan looked at Zhuo Meishui, who had fallen silent, and commanded with a straight face, this sect master has decided to start a high-level assembly tomorrow, so prepare to pass on the message to Elder G. the 4 hall masters, and all the sect's sacred elders, mobilizing resources together. What? Zuomeshue was shocked at his words and said in her heart, this guy even wants to extend his devil's claws to the top? No, I must expose his true colors at the conference and stop him from shorting the heavenly devil cult. Think about it. She clenched her fists and retreated silently. Master. Green stepped forward and closed the door, asking in a low voice, should we continue? That's just it. There's no interest. Chu Yuan shook his head and waved his hand. You go down. This sect master wants to take a rest. Well, Green nodded and could only helplessly retreat. The heart is also a little blames Zuomeshue, how to 3 times to spoil their good things. The next day, Heavenly Devil Palace. It is the center of power of the Heavenly Devil cult. It is where the bishop has his daily office. It was also the place where the senior members of the Heavenly Devil sect held their meetings. The main center hall. Chu Yuan sat on the main seat. 2 rows of seats stood on the left and right. On the left side was Elder Ji, who was a patriarch, and on the right side was Holy Maiden Zuomeshue. Below them were the 4 great hall masters, Warwuji of the Eastern Hall, Gong Tianyu of the Southern Hall, Feng Jiayunian of the Western Hall, and Dongfang Xiong of the Northern Hall. Then came a group of sacred elders of the church. That said, what is the bishop calling us over to raise resources for this time? The resources that I have worked so hard to accumulate are still ready to be retired and handed over to my children and grandchildren. So how can he just take them out when he says so? That's right. This stuff is all our private property. I'm not going to donate. The church's sacred elders murmured. The 4 great hall masters were also whispering. They work for the Heavenly Devil sect and enjoy their salaries. As they should. How can I ask for my salary back again? Only Ji Lao was still calm. Looking at Chu Yuan in the upper main seat, he waited for him to speak. Finally, gentlemen, Chu Yuan opened his mouth to attract the attention of the crowd. Immediately after that, he directly took out the system's 100 times returned rewards, as well as the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, spirit elixirs and spiritual weapons that he had accumulated over the years. Wow! 300 pieces of true dragon bloodstone, 100 each of blood lingji and king ginseng, 30 flaming precious lotus flowers, 100 jars of biao bone and blood wine, 15,000 of the finest spirit stones, 100 each of 3rd and 4th grade spirit weapons, swords and knives, and 100 sets of robes and boots. Just a very small portion of the rewards returned by the system. But when it fell in the eyes of the crowd, at once, the eyes of many of the sect's sacred elders, including the 4 great hall masters, as well as Lu Sanyue, all looked straight. These treasures are at least equivalent to 10 years of the sect leader's salary. But Chu Yuan had only been promoted to sect leader for a few days. Where did he get so many treasures? Including Elder Ji. The gaze that looked at Chu Yuan also took on a slightly probing tone. This sect master has already taken out all the treasures on his body, which include my salary for all these years of being a saint's son, as well as the proceeds from beheading the righteous people and capturing and stealing from the forces of the righteousness. I'm bringing these out today because I want to lead by example and raise resources from you. After all, nowadays, facing the 10 sects of the righteous path targeting us, our heavenly demon sect's harvest is getting smaller and smaller, and the resources inside the treasure trove are getting scarcer by the day. I hope that you, as senior members of the Heavenly Devil cult, can dedicate a little. But Chu Yuan spoke righteously, using an excuse that had long been thought up, instantly dispelling the doubts in the hearts of the crowd. After all, as a holy son, his salary was not as much as a godfather's, but it was still quite a lot. If you add in robbing the forces of the righteous path, as long as there were enough of them, it would be completely easy to do so. And the reason why Chu Yuan personally set an example by taking out the treasures was to show that he could even donate as a sect leader. And why shouldn't you temple masters, the sacred elders of the church? There's no way to keep doubling back what the system rewards by investing it out, though, but these high-level babies are not subject to that. He was ready to lull over and invest in Xiaoyan, and left hand to right hand to utilize the system to surge and return the rewards. In the meantime, the Eastern Palace Lord, Warwuji, looked at the extremely high-grade spirit stones and true dragon bloodstones that were shining brightly with treasures, and couldn't help but stare straight with his eyes, exclaiming in shock, saying, so many spirit stones, and all of them are extremely high-grade spirit stones, piled up in a mountain of at least 10,000 of them, right? There are also these true dragon bloodstones, almost catching up with the smaller half inside the treasure trove. West Hall Master Feng Jiayunian gaze then gathered in the spirit soldier above. Surprised, said, spirit soldier? Which not only can carry out the attack weapon, even there can be self-defense vestments, boots. These spirit soldiers are enough to fully arm a team of 400 to 500 cultivators of the realm of the 3 spirits. These resources would take a relatively long period of time even if they, the hall masters, wanted to accumulate them. It was unthinkable that the sect leader had such a huge amount of wealth from his salary and from hunting the righteous and capturing the righteous forces. Not only did they not move a single point and save it, but they even had to confiscate and donate it directly. Simply, it's so touching. A pang of guilt ran through them just thinking back to what they and the others had been thinking just now. Yes, the bishop has a big heart and dedicates his entire body. Those of us at the top, we can't be petty. Elder G and the former sect leader's wife, Lu Yue, didn't have the slightest bit of consideration when they heard the words and immediately answered with their voices. I'll donate 30,000 extreme spirit stones, 10 each of the 1,000-year-old yellow essence emporia, 100 each of the 100-year-old blood ginseng and blood ganoderma, and 1,000 drops of earth milk spirit liquid. With a wave of Boss G's hand, a large pile of spirit stones as well as all sorts of heavenly treasures and spirit medicines floated above the great hall. My concubine donated 10,000 extreme spirit stones, 10,000 drops of spirit liquid, 10 drops of celestial marrow, 10 plants of mountain ginseng king, and 3 5th-grade spirit weapons. Although Lu Yue was not as old as G, he was quite a lot. Seeing the situation, Elder G and Mrs. Lu are right. The sect leader has dedicated his entire fortune. We can't be petty. The 4 great hall masters nodded in agreement, including a host of teaching saints, though they may have some little thing inside them that they don't really want to, but everyone did it, especially the sect master and Elder G, as well as the former sect master's wife, the top of the hierarchy, did it. One has no choice but to do so if one doesn't want to fit in and be isolated. At best, it's a little less out of pocket when you donate. One time, the entire heavenly devil hall was filled with treasures. Even the places to get down were piled up with all sorts of treasures. The precious light is even shining the whole hall fluffy, colorful. These treasures are enough to suffice the treasury, right? Zuomeshue's gaze was fixed on Chu Yuan as she opened her mouth and asked, shouldn't we take these things now and transport them to the treasure trove? Only this time she learned her lesson and opened her mouth to address sect master, avoiding being caught and punished by Chu Yuan. That won't be necessary. Chu Yuan looked at Zuomeshue, smiled meaningfully, and said in a deep voice, this sect master didn't say that he would put these things into existence inside the treasury. I've decided to take all of these and share them today. Split? We just took it out and we're going to share it. Isn't it a sufficient treasure trove? The crowd sniffed in disbelief and looked at Chu Yuan suspiciously. Even the originally unperturbed Ji Lao's gaze flickered. Zuomeshue even had an expression of having seen through everything long ago, her eyes burning as she stared at Chu Yuan, laughing in a conspiratorial manner. The sect leader shouldn't be dividing these among Shaoyan, or amongst yourself, right? Also, I'd like to ask the Godfather for advice. Why did you bestow Shaoyan with 100 true dragon bloodstones and 10,000 extreme spirit stones, 10 sets of all 3rd and 4th grade spirit weapons, all kinds of weapons investments, and these things, a blood-casting realm, can't use them at all? The words fell. Elder G and the crowd's faces all changed as they looked at Chu Yuan with some scrutinizing meaning. They donated the supplies because they wanted to suffice the treasury of the Heavenly Devil sect. Wouldn't want this to fall into one person's hands and be enriched. However, Chu Yuan was not afraid of the gazes of the crowd. Instead, he frankly looked at Ji Lao and the others and said with a straight face, these resources may seem like a lot, but for the Heavenly Demon sect it is undoubtedly like drinking hemlock to quench its thirst. Even if it is put into a treasure trove, sooner or later, it will be used up. That's why this sect master has decided to distribute these treasures as rewards to those who have contributed to the Heavenly Demon sect. As to whether or not to put it in the treasury, it is purely superfluous. Reward? Elder G sniffed. Even as he had been through many sect masters, he felt more and more that his head was not enough. Zuomeshue was even more confused in her brain. What reward? She simply asked directly. Of course it's the reward for killing the righteous and taking resources. Chu Yuan held a faint smile at the corner of his mouth as he spoke in a breezy manner. As the saying goes, if the enemy can go, I can also go. The righteous sects, the immortal cultivation family could count on the Heavenly Devil sect and besiege it. There was no reason why the Heavenly Devil sect couldn't take the initiative. The 4 great hall masters, and the group of sect sacred elders instantly blushed with excitement at the words. Their favorite thing was killing, especially killing those famous sects. This was because it would be able to use the blood, flesh, bones, and souls of righteous cultivators to sacrifice spiritual weapons or refine pills. You'll also be able to rob the other side's resources and get rich and make a fortune. The Heavenly Devil cult has a military code of conduct. The congregation gets 1/3 of the resources killed and plundered, although 2/3 of it is to be confiscated. It is possible to have a clear harvest by killing and looting, so no one is not eager to go to war with the righteous and kill and plunder. Godfather, East Hall Master Warwoji immediately raised his hands and shouted, my subordinate agrees with this move. The South Hall Master, Nan Gongyu, also followed suit and hurriedly spoke. My subordinate is willing to participate in this mission. I wonder which sect. or immortal cultivation family the sect master is planning to go after? West Hall Master Feng Junin asked. Godfather, my subordinate requests to join the battle. A group of church saints shouted. Everyone is longing for it. Chapter 24, Taking on the Xiao Family. Gambling, 10,000 Flowers House. The Xiao family. Seeing that he had mobilized the crowd's emotional fire, Chu Yuan immediately said, according to the news that eventually came from the scouts, the Xiao family has recently discovered the blazing goldstone in the Red Flame Mountain, and rich in minerals, accompanied by fire essence. Blazing goldstone can be used as a material for tempering spirit weapons, and fire essence can enhance the power of fire attribute spirit weapons. We're just in time to take down the Xiao family, plunder their family properties and mineral veins, fill the treasury, forge spirit soldiers, and arm the congregation. Of course, what's more important is that during this period of time, the 10 sects of the righteous path have converged their forces in one place in order to select disciples to deal with the next competition bet with our sect, and they don't have the time to pay attention to the outside world. We won't encounter too many resistance forces when we take down the Xiao family. His words were strong and bottom line. Elder Ji, Lu Tsang Yue, the 4 great hall masters, and a group of sect saints nodded their heads in succession at the words. Convinced by them, it seemed to them that the bishop was wise and had a very good point. Only Xiao Yan, who was standing outside the main hall waiting, heard the voices coming from inside and his eyes instantly turned red. I can't imagine that master is ready to avenge me here, he said darkly in his mind. In Xiao Yan's opinion, the so-called looting of the Xiao family was nothing more than a front. Chu Yuan's true purpose was to avenge himself. This sect master is dealing with the Xiao family, but not only to loot their family properties and mineral veins, but more importantly to make Xiao Yan more loyal, knowing that I am the only one who will treat him well, as well as taking down his dumpy sister. Chu Yuan watched as the crowd nodded in agreement, his heart pleased. The move, it can kill 3 birds with 1 stone. More importantly, this sect master has a way to take down the entire Xiao family without a single soldier. Chu Yuan once again opened his mouth and said in a serious manner, What? Without wasting a single soldier? Your Holiness, you can't be joking, can you? The 4 great hall masters were instantly unsettled. Sure, there are many reasons for not being calm. The first point was that he didn't believe that Chu Yuan could do it. After all, the Xiao family was a behemoth even as an immortal cultivation family. Although the Xiao family head's peak Rong Tian realm could not fight Chu Yuan, he could still fight against him. Just facing him in the state of catalyzing a saint weapon was like an ant. However, the Xiao family was within the range area of the 10 sects of the righteous path, especially since it was extremely close to the Qian Yuan sect. Once the holy weapon is used, it was only feared that it would be immediately discovered by the Qian Yuan sect and other righteous paths. In this situation, how could Chu Yuan suppress the Xiao family? Aren't you afraid that the Qian Yuan sect will notice and take down the picking shrimp threads directly? What's more, the Xiao family is protected by a formation, and ordinary people simply can't mix in. Sect leader, what you are saying is too outrageous. I'm afraid you are drunk? Zuomeishue did not miss any opportunity to seize Chu Yuan's pain point to strike, and immediately mocked in a conspiratorial manner. You don't believe me? Chu Yuan smiled instead of being angry at his words. He looked straight at Zuomeishue and asked meaningfully, Then do you dare to make a bet with this sect master? If I fulfill what I said earlier, you will have to hand over the 10,000 Flowers building that belongs to you in charge to me. The House of 10,000 Flowers was a subordinate organization of the Heavenly Devil sect, responsible for spying and assassination. It's filled with thousands of beautiful women, practicing their assassination skills on a daily basis. It is not uncommon to open a greenhouse outside, disguised as a woman of the month, to spy for information, and to carry out assassination missions when they are available. And they practiced the method of extracting yang and replenishing yin, and could also enhance their cultivation in the process, even earn spirit stones. Although the South Hall Master Gong Tianyu was a top assassin, he was not directly in charge and was only responsible for training. The person in charge of the House of 10,000 Flowers is the Holy Maiden Zuomeishue, and the reason why Chu Yuan proposed the bet and claimed the 10,000 Flowers building was not for the young, beautiful and well-built ladies with top-notch skills inside. He was simply trying to weaken Zuomeishue, since there is certainty of victory. Of course we must not miss any opportunity to nibble away at the power under her. Why wouldn't I dare? Zuomeishue immediately responded to the words and was provoked by Chu Yuan. Although Chu Yuan has proven that he has a unique eye and is wise beyond his years, but she didn't believe that Chu Yuan could still win this time. In particular, Zuomeishue does not believe that Chu Yuan, an undercover agent of the righteous path, will lay hands on the forces of the righteous path. Yes, the corners of Chu Yuan's mouth almost couldn't hold back the crookedness when he saw this. He looked at Zuomeishue, stretched out his big hand, and said in a solemn voice, Then it's a deal. A gentleman's word is his bond. Never back out. Zuomeishue stretched out her slender hand and shook it. The two locked gazes, almost sparks bursting out. Suddenly, it smells so good. Chu Yuan grasped Zhuemeishua's small hand and placed it on the tip of his nose to sniff lightly, flirting with a bad smile on his face. Zhuemeishua hastily withdrew her small hand and gave him a blank look. This guy, he just takes advantage of her. If it wasn't for the fact that Chu Yuan was the sect master, she would have long ago poked the other party in the heart with a sword. Ha 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 ha. Elder Ji and the 4 great hall masters and the others fell into a fit of laughter when they saw this. In their view, Chu Yuan and Zhuemeishua were flirting. After all, no matter which sect or denomination, there had always been a tradition as if the holy sons and daughters were the only pair. The history of the celestial devil cult also has holy sons and daughters who have been together. This is done. The crowd dispersed. Only Chu Yuan stayed in the heavenly demon hall, checking the endowments of various matters in the sect and needing to give his approval. Master, Xiaoyan waited until everyone had left and then came into the main hall, kneeling on the ground with a thud and kowtowing in obeisance. Many thanks to Master for his great kindness and for avenging my death. Get up! How many times has this been thanked? Chu Yuan, while viewing a variety of submitted paperwork, one side will be approved, raised his hand between a wave of invisible great force while Xiaoyan body lifted up. The language of the long teaching, men's knees have gold, cannot be so immobile on the knees. Hey, you're my master. Kneeling is the right thing to do. Xiaoyan touched his head and smiled with a naive face. Master here has a copy of the Yen Emperor's hegemonic true intent inheritance, extremely suitable for your 10,000 flame saint body, which can be considered to be of the same origin, so I'll reward you for it. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yuan directly took out the Yen D hegemony true intent that had been specially returned by the system and struck Xiaoyan. Whoosh! A blazing golden stream of light carried endless light and heat, baking and distorting space. It violently blasted towards Xiaoyan and drilled into his body. Xiaoyan, who was still shocked by what he originally heard and had not yet reacted, instantly only felt that his body was on fire. The skin even became as red as a prawn that had burst into flames. Is this the Yen D hegemony true intent inheritance? Xiaoyan did not think that Chu Yuan, a master who treated him as if he were his own son, would harm himself. As for where did the hallowed heavenly devil sect master get the Yen D inheritance, he didn't have any doubts either. Xiaoyan felt the Yen D hegemonic true intent that had not entered his body, only to see it hovering in the dantian, emitting a majestic and overbearing might and suppressing the qi. The body of qi and blood cultivated by the 10,000 flame saint body was already hot, and now under the influence of the Yen Emperor's domineering true intent, it was getting hotter and hotter, even from the original normal scarlet, turned into a fiery red, with wisps of blazing gold color. Rumble, the qi and blood are rushing, no doubt about it. The Yen D hegemony true intent was extremely overbearing. The party surged into his body and began to transform Xiaoyan, but just as he was running his qi and blood, trying to refine the Yen Emperor's overbearing true intent and comprehend it, accidents happen. Zigzag, the qi and blood in his body burned and evaporated crazily. The Yen Emperor's overbearing true intent did not accept Xiaoyan's refining at all. Luckily, he possessed the 10,000 flame saint body, which shared the same origin as Yen D's overbearing true intent, and was not treated as an enemy, so the qi and blood only burned for a few moments and then stopped interrupting. This is really... Chu Yuan was also observing with two minds as he sat in the main seat dealing with the teaching affairs, and when he saw Xiaoyan in this state, he instantly knew that he had failed in refining his comprehension. It looks like it's going to be a while before I can wait for the system to return. He was somewhat helpless. No way. Although Xiaoyan's 10,000 flame saint body had been unsealed and his qualifications had gone up, but it's obvious that he's naturally stupid and not enlightened. Need an opportunity to refine the Yen D hegemonic true meaning of sensation. Chapter 25 Traveling to the Xiao family. The holy maiden is also going along? Apprentice thanks master for giving me the treasure. It's just that this Yen D hegemony true intent inheritance is too valuable, and apprentice is unable to refine and comprehend it. Why don't you ask the master to take it away? Xiaoyan had a shameful look on his face. As the 10,000 flame saint body, you are the most compatible with the Yen Emperor's overbearing true intent inheritance. This should rightfully be yours. Chu Yuan shook his head. Are you kidding me? He's still ready to collect the system's hundredfold return. Being unable to refine and comprehend for a moment does not mean a lifetime. Chu Yuan commanded in a deep voice. Just keep it to slowly sense, and don't have any mental pressure. Listening to the master's words of relief, Xiaoyan was greatly moved. His eyes reddened and he completely shed tears. Master. His voice was tinged with sobs. Just before he could finish speaking, he was sent away by Chu Yuan waving his hand and hitting a wind. Crying and wailing, you are not a girl. The master can hold in his arms to comfort. Chu Yuan shook his head and continued to deal with his teaching duties. In order to completely master the heavenly demon sect, unless one's strength was so strong that they could make everyone submit, otherwise there is no slacking off. There are great things and small things in the church. I'm going to be away for a while myself and have to get all my affairs in order before then. The next day, when Chu Yuan finished handling all the teaching affairs. Then he summoned Xiao Chang and Xiao Yan prepared to depart for the Xiao family. Elder Ji, Lu San Yue, the 4 great hall masters and other high-level officials saw them off. Elder Ji looked at the Chu Yuan trio and was really a bit uneasy. Sect leader, you're going to the main camp of the righteous path by yourself. I don't feel at ease. In that case, how about I have Cheng Shi follow you? He summoned an ordinary-looking middle-aged man and prepared to arrange to go in. Cheng Shi was an old man of the heavenly demon sect, serving as Chu Yuan's protector when he was the holy son of the demon sect, guarding him day and night. Now that Chu Yuan had been promoted to sect leader, his status had risen. As the commander of the Heavenly Devil Palace's forbidden guards, he is still responsible for guarding Chu Yuan's safety. Godfather, Cheng Shi respectfully bowed, and then he stopped speaking. He was as honest as his name suggests and didn't say much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen as Chu Yuan's protector of the Tao, as well as the commander of the forbidden guards. On top of that, Cheng Shi was extremely strong, having already stepped into the first level of the heavenly transformation realm. It was second only to people like Elder Ji and the 4 great hall masters. After all, the most important thing about cronies is that they keep their mouths shut about their bosses, as well as their strength. Looking at Ji Lao's color of worry and concern, Chu Yuan nodded. He knew that Ji Lao was afraid of his death and another turmoil. Sect leader, I would also like to accompany you forward. Take a look at how you took down the Xiao family without wasting a single soldier and plundered their family properties and mineral veins. Zhuo Meishuo suddenly opened her mouth and said, with a serious look on her face, "What? The Holy Maiden is going too?" Elder Ji and the 4 great hall masters and the others frowned at the words, their faces unpleasant. Holy Maiden, you might as well forget it, Elder Ji said in a deep voice. As a Holy Maiden, Zhuo Meishuo's position in the sect had now been elevated to vice sect leader. If Chu Yuan traveled to the Xiao family, within the sphere of influence of the righteous path, in case something went wrong, there was also Zhuo Meishuo, the Holy Maiden, who stayed in the sect and could hold the fort. But if both of them traveled to the Xiao family, once something went wrong, then the heavenly devil cult will be in turmoil without a leader. Even Chu Yuan was looking at Zhuo Meishuo with a displeased expression. After all, the trip he had made to the Xiao family and the heavenly demon sect that he had left, he had a lot of time to make love to Xiao Chang. But if Zhuo Meishuo also followed, it would undoubtedly become a very bright light bulb. How can I do that? Elder Ji, just let me go. I believe that the sect leader is wise enough not to put himself in danger, so I'm not in any danger by following him. Zhuo Meishuo said smilingly and even winked at Chu Yuan. It seemed that he had forgotten yesterday's bet with Chu Yuan, and simply didn't believe that he would be able to take down the Xiao family without a single soldier. But she also believed that as an undercover agent sent by the righteous path, how could Chu Yuan really make a move against the Xiao family? So it's categorically not dangerous. And she, Zhuo Meishuo, was precisely going to follow Chu Yuan and see what exactly he wanted to do. As for whether Chu Yuan will lay hands on himself on the way, if he pushes back into the hands of the righteous, Zhuo Meishuo had the certainty to get out of the way and take the news of the evidence and send it back to the Heavenly Devil sect. So Chu Yuan had better really go after her. This way she can poke at Chu Yuan's undercover identity. Looking at Zhuo Meishuo, who smiled at himself, Chu Yuan also couldn't figure out this holy maiden's brain circuits. He had a mind to refuse. But when he thought that Zhuo Meishuo had been targeting himself since he crossed over, perhaps this trip to try and find out why she did what she did, could be, since the holy maiden wants to accompany me, witness how this sect master will take down the Xiao family, then come along. Chu Yuan directly agreed. Seeing the situation, Elder Ji could only sigh helplessly. It couldn't be helped that the godfather and the saintly daughter were extraordinarily bold, risking their lives. He could also see that no further persuasion would help. Even if he stops Zhuo Meishuo from following, he might sneak out at night. In that case, please be careful, sect master and holy maiden. Definitely. Chu Yuan and Zhuo Meishuo glanced at each other, waved their hands at Ji Lao, and left with Xiao Chang and Xiao Yan. As for Chang Shi, he'll act as a covert escort. Elder Ji, just let Lord Sect Leader and the Holy Maiden leave for the sphere of influence of the righteous path? The 4 great hall masters and the others looked at Ji Lao in disbelief. Let them go. Young people don't know the sky. Experience more lessons and learn from their mistakes. Ji Lao shook his head and watched as Chu Yuan and the others' backs completely disappeared from sight as he turned to leave. Road. Da-da-da-da. The steeds pulled the cart with all 4 hooves galloping and dusty. Chu Yuan sat in a carriage with Xiao Chang and Xiao Yan. As for Zhuo Meishuo, she was afraid of being taken advantage of by Chu Yuan and rode alone by herself. According to the news that came back from the intelligence network of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the Xiao family had intends to lead the Xiao family to join the Qianyuan sect and become a vassal force. Chu Yuan opened the bone cylinder in his hand, looked at the note inside, and laughed. Perhaps we can start from the Qianyuan sect side. Master, why are you asking me if I recognize a scrapper like me? Xiao Yan asked curiously. There is no one in a million wastrels who carry an extraordinary physique like me, right? In this morning, Shu Yuan had asked him this question. Unspeakable. Shu Yuan shook his head meaningfully. Chapter 26, Human Minds. Again, all of them were cannibalistic, and the orthodox territory was not too prosperous. The system of investing in scraps and getting a 100-fold return was Chu Yuan's greatest hidden secret and undercurrent. Whoever it is, he won't tell. Xiao Yan didn't care when he heard this. He was simply curious. What's more, if the master does this, he must have a deeper meaning that he doesn't know. The wheels rolled forward. Soon, the time is noon. Coo coo coo. Xiao Yan's stomach rumbled. Even the horses pulling the carriage stopped and sighed impatiently. Master, my disciple is hungry. Is there any small store around here where I can eat? He rubbed his stomach in embarrassment. Xiao Yan was still only at the blood-casting realm. Not having stepped into the spirit-nurturing realm, he was unable to feed on the aura of heaven and earth. Not to mention that even if one could feed on heaven and earth aura, the deliciousness of the food was something that could not be replaced by aura. Monks have more or less an appetite, may walk in the sphere of influence of the heavenly devil cult. Except for the official road that the heavenly devil sect traveled on a daily basis was extremely well constructed. As we traveled along, we were surrounded by barren mountains. There's not even a stagecoach stop, a pavilion, not to mention some township where you can rest and eat and stay for a while. Didn't I give you a space ring with no food in it? Chu Yuan glanced at Xiao Yan and took out some wine and food buns from his own storage ring. This stupid apprentice. He can't even prepare anything when he goes out. The storage space is all used to hold the spirit stones and other resources you gave me. Master, it's really a bit of a waste to use it to hold food. Xiao Yan smiled nervously, reached out and took it, set it on the small case table in the carriage, picked up the steamed buns and chopsticks and began to take a big mouthful of dry rice. Master is so shrewd. How did he accept such a foolish disciple as you? Chu Yuan rolled his eyes and lectured. Within our heavenly demon sect sphere of influence, there aren't any inns and restaurants, so you must bring something to eat when traveling. What's more, the storage ring has space for it, but without space you can't get a parcel to carry and bring some water and dry food? If master didn't bring these things, would you still be starving to death? He brings food, purely for oral satisfaction. After all, storage space allows for instant freshness, and what kind of stuff you put in is what you take out. When you leave the heavenly devil sect, you won't have a dedicated cook to drive yourself. Got it, master. Xiao Yan bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Qing was amused and covered her mouth to snicker. Zhuo Meishui, who was following beside the carriage, listened to the voices coming from inside the carriage and didn't take any notice. She was also incomparably aware of the situation of the heavenly demon sect sphere of influence. After all, the heavenly demon sect had never operated the population in its territory, but she didn't care. She just wanted to see how Chu Yuan took down the Xiao family without spending a single soldier or pawn. From time to time, a bird call rang out from the deep forest. Sunset at dusk. It was hard to pass a village. It was also sparsely populated, with only a dozen or so low, mud-built houses. Old men and young adults picked water from the nearby barren mountain land to irrigate their crops. 3- and 5-year-olds have nothing to do but wrestle in the mud at the entrance to the village. The older ones, the 7- and 8-year-old children, have to help weed and then used to take that grass home and feed it to the chickens and ducks. Wait until nightfall before returning home. Xiao Yan, who had wanted to find a place to stay, was somewhat disappointed. Green and I will sleep in the wagon. You go out by yourself and sleep on the ground. In the trees are fine. Chu Yuan kicks his apprentice out. Master, you're so heartless. Xiao Yan had gotten much better acquainted with him after spending time together, joking and spitting with him. Who told you not to bring tent bedding? Chu Yuan raised an eyebrow. This was also a way to teach Xiao Yan some lessons, so that he could feed the mosquitoes and feel the dampness and coldness of the night. Whatever you do in the future, be prepared, including but not limited to outings. There is no way around it. Xiao Yan could only go and borrow a villager's house, but villagers simply don't have the extra house space. At best, we can only lend him the woodshed and cowshed. And so, he also had to sleep inside straw and wheat stalks, and fall asleep smelling of cow and chicken and duck droppings. Wait until you wake up the next day. You also have to go inside the creek and river to wash your body before you can get on the carriage, so as not to disturb Chu Yuan and Xiaoqing with the stench. 3 days later, Springfield County, located at the junction of good and evil. Unlike the heavenly devil cult sphere of influence, a large area is deserted, with only a few villages and towns, and not a single city. The sphere of influence of the righteous path is extremely prosperous. It can be a densely populated city, and the road is well connected, and the traffic of passengers and businessmen. The traffic, compared to the heavenly devil sect that doesn't do anything productive and only knows how to plunder. The righteous will obviously run the force, produce, and expand step by step, because the entire Spring Wind County was under the Shao family. The 10 clans of the Righteous Path and the Immortal Cultivation families, to a greater or lesser extent, all have their own county territories and building cities, and it vigorously promotes population reproduction, because only a sufficient population can give birth to genius. By incorporating these geniuses into the clan's power would continue to grow. Meanwhile, between heaven and earth, in addition to stone mines, gold mines and so on, it also has a human mine, people, again, a resource, and sustainably renewable. Immortal cultivators need maids, slave costumes, right? Mortals are there to serve the immortal cultivators, just compared to the devil's way too naked power. Hegemony, plunder, slavery. The right way is just more moderate. It can be because of the gentle path of righteousness and the path of sustainability. It leads to cannibalism on both sides. However, the reputation of the righteous path is better than the devil's path in the folklore. Most mortals also support the right path and admire it. Looking at the tall city wall made of tight, extremely fitting green stones, the city towers and the sides of the gates wore spirit soldier armor and exuded a fierce aura. At first glance, they were the city guards made up of the elite soldiers of 100 battles and cultivators. The wide official road, wide enough for 4 wagons to run in parallel, was paved overall with cooked earth. The roads are smooth and clean, without an inch of grass, to and from a wagon and wagon, transporting various resources. There are specialties from the south and north of the world, fur and bones, ores and herbs, silk and cotton and linen, barbarians and slaves. People's faces were filled with anticipation, and their mouths were already talking about how many spirit stones they were going to earn on this trip. It's really prosperous. Perhaps the Heavenly Devil sect will have to reform and learn from the righteous path to run the human minds within its sphere of influence. Shu Yuan looked around and looked at the prosperity of the county. And that's just the counties and cities operated by the Shao family. If it was a city operated by the Qian Yuan sect and other 10 righteous sects, he wouldn't even dare to imagine. Slow down. It seemed like he had witnessed the prosperity under the rule of the Qian Yuan sect. The most prosperous Shang Yuan city under the Qian Yuan sect was just a city with a circumference of 366 miles. It is lined with stores and entertainment venues. 10 million people live. The tallest building is even comparable to Mount Everest, the tallest in the former Blue Planet, straight into the clouds. It was called the White Jade Building. After many years of not seeing each other, the Shao family county has prospered a lot more. Xiao Yan's gaze glanced around, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar Spring Wind County city, and his words carried endless emotions. Chapter 27, Otherworldly Straight Path? Tang Si, how come there's a fee to enter the city? An ordinary official road wouldn't be this wide. The Shao family's Chunfeng County city is truly extraordinary. Surprisingly, it's even more atmospheric than the road that our Heavenly Devil sect repaired. Xiao Qing looked at the official road, could not help but lament, and pavement paving, actually use cooked soil. This is extremely labor-intensive. No wonder there isn't a single weed on this pavement. Cooked clay, which needs to be made by firing yellow clay, frying it repeatedly, and adding salt and alkali. Utilizing clinker soil for paving requires compaction with heavy weights, making the soil extremely dense and hard. This will make the road smooth and even grass-free for thousands of years. More than that, Xiao Yan smiled and said with a straight face, there are also drainage ditches on the left and right of this official road. The bottom of the ditch is paved with cobblestone filtration layer, and even utilized the terrain difference to design a zigzag-shaped deflector tank. It quickly drains rainwater away from the roadway and keeps the soil relatively dry, which contributes to a strong and durable roadway while making it unfavorable for weed growth. Oh, Shu Yuan was stunned at his words. Isn't this the same technology used by the ancestors of the Qin dynasty to build the straight road in the previous life of the Blue Planet? More than 2,000 years ago? The high quality of the straight path is such that even after more than 2,000 years, it is still preserved. It even remains inch by inch. Who designed this? The Shao family still has such capable people? Shu Yuan asked, reporting back to Master. This official road is the one I told you about before when you asked me if there were any more wastes in the Shao family. And I'm generally a waste of space. The Shao family's outer secretary. A great waste of space that's rare to see in 1,000 years, Tang Si. It's just that although he's a waste of talent in terms of cultivation, and so far he's not even at the forging realm, he's got a good brain, so he's a lot better than me when it comes to treatment in the Shao family. He said that in order to be rich, we must first build roads. So when expanding the Spring Wind County city back then, he lobbied the Shao family head and all the elders to facilitate the construction of this wide official road. And later on, just as he said, the official road was wider and the road was smooth and well-traveled, leading in all directions. It has made the travel time for traders to come to Spring Wind County City much shorter, and it has also made it possible to ship out the output goods of Spring Wind County City quickly, attracting more people to come and trade. Xiao Yan's tone did not mention the hatred of the Shao family, but instead carried a hint of admiration. This was because Tang Si, as a guest secretary of the Shao family, would only cultivate in addition to helping the Shao family run their sphere of influence. Between them and him, the two didn't have anything to do with each other. Therefore for Tang Si's intelligence, Xiao Yan did not deny it. Dawn 4. Chu Yuan chewed on the name. Although he had heard Xiao Yan mention it in the morning, and had even thought about taking Tang Si as his disciple, but he really hadn't thought that Tang Si would bring him such a surprise. Not only was it as wasteful as Xiao Yan, but it even had an uncommon talent for calculating. If you want to get rich, you have to build roads first. There was this same kind of maxim on the blue planet in a previous life. After all, who wants to come and go from nooks and crannies with bad roads? Commodities that are meant to circulate. Roads, which determine the flow of goods. Just as a group of people drove their carriages and rode their horses, they were about to walk into the Spring Wind County city. But just as they came to the city gates, they were blocked. Guests, welcome to Spring Wind County town. A woman wearing a yellow text vest on a black background, with the word toll collector marked on her chest, and with a circumspect appearance stopped in front of Chu Yuan and his party's carriage. She revealed a large white tooth and smiled kindly. Please pay the spirit stone to enter the city. 2 for the carriage and 1 for the horseback riding. No money for walking into the city, but there is a charge for the carriage and the horsepart stopping for 1 hour. And the woman was charging at the city gates in such a blatant manner, and the surrounding guards that were guarding the city didn't stop her in the slightest. Instead, if someone makes trouble and doesn't give it, they help clean up and suppress those people. As if, pit and gully in one breath. Nope, I should say they're in cahoots, because the woman said it right after. This is the rule of our Spring Wind County city. A rule set by the Shao family. You need money to enter the city? Chu Yuan and Shao Chang, Zhuo Meishue were all stunned, especially the former. Even in the last Blue Star, the capital city and the magic capital, there was no mention of a fee to enter the city. Was there? He couldn't help but spit out the words and said in his heart, is the Shao family crazy about money? I've never heard of paying spirit stones to enter the city. Zhuo Meishue shook her head and looked at the woman and asked, even the cities under the 10 sects of the righteous path didn't say that they wanted to charge for it. So on what basis do you, the Shao family, have the right to do so? Words. The woman didn't get angry. Instead, she still smiled kindly and asked, it's the guest's first time coming to Spring Wind County City, isn't it? Take that. Xiao Yan sat in front of the door of the carriage, as if he was used to it, and did not have the shocked colors of Chu Yuan and Zhuo Meishue and Shao Cheng at all. He just skillfully pulled out 3 lower-grade spirit stones and handed them over to the woman. Have a great time in Springfield County. The woman skillfully accepted the spirit stones and retreated to the side. Have fun. Even the surrounding soldiers waved their hands at Chu Yuan's group, revealing friendly smiles. Xiao Yan drove the carriage and rode with Zhuo Meishue, entering the Spring Wind County city. What the hell is going on here? Why did you give her spirit stones? Zhuo Meishue frowned and asked Xiao Yan. She really didn't understand and questioned. What's the difference between this kind of practice of the Shao family and robbers who stop and rob, and for that there's still a face to call themselves the righteous path? Not only her, Xiao Cheng was also looking at Xiao Yan with a puzzled gaze, waiting for an answer. Holy maiden, you don't understand this? Xiao Yan said in a serious manner, although I am not ashamed of the Shao family either. There is nothing wrong with them earning city fees, and there's a big difference between the Shao family and a robber who stops to rob. Oh, Chu Yuan raised an eyebrow. So tell me. He also wanted to hear why Xiao Yan approved of such a move by the Shao family. After all, Xiao Yan extremely hated the Shao family, and if the Shao family did something wrong, he definitely wouldn't harbor it. Instead he would lash out. First of all, the Shao clan only charges 1 or 2 spirit stones, and their fees are extremely low, Xiao Yan explained. Secondly, this official road was built by the Shao family, and the traveling merchants walk on the road built by the Shao family. The same distance, the time can be saved by half. So it's reasonable to charge the merchants spirit stones as a usage fee for walking on the official road, isn't it? After all, the time saved can earn more spirit stones. Words. So gasted. Chu Yuan nodded, instantly understanding. Isn't that a highway toll? So it is. Zhuo Meishue and Xiao Qing also came to a sudden realization. If that was the case, then the charge of a few spirit stones was indeed reasonable. Master, let me tell you, this is also the idea that guest minister Tang Si came up with. Xiao Yan exclaimed. I really don't know how his brain was born, but it is so flexible and so wise. Chapter 28, comparable to Guanzhong Zhuge. It's a wonderful man. The official road using the entry fee, even this guest secretary Tang Si also designed, really is a wonderful person. Chu Yuan nodded and said in a tone of admiration, this kind of epic-making operation can already be compared to Guanzhong and Zhuge Liang. If there are other travelers in this world besides me, then it's basically certain that it's Tang Si. The last sentence was dark in his mind. Words. Guanzhong, Zhuge Liang? Xiao Chang and Xiao Yan frowned in confusion and asked, Who are they? Zhuo Meishue was also staring curiously at Chu Yuan. In her previous life, she had never heard of these two names. Very talented people who can run an industry of power. Chu Yuan laughed. The talent of Guanzhong. Its vigorous development of salt and iron industry. Monopolized by the state. Set up the law. Eliminate private minting. By the state unified minting of money to regulate the economy. Even the wind and moon places. The world's moralize filthy and dirty greenhouses. Direct government camp. This kind of operation is simply heaven-defying. Capable of blinding the eyes of everyone up and down the 5,000 years. But it was the operation of Guanzhong that made Qi rich and powerful and became the 5 hegemons of the spring and autumn period. These maneuvers of Tang Xi were not as counterintuitive as Pipe Shung's, but they were still a sight to behold. The fact that he was able to make the Shao family county so prosperous was evident. If the Shao family's hard power wasn't failing, it was estimated to be able to surpass the Qian Yuan Sect's Shang Yuan city. Step into the county. Just see the streets lined with stores. There are restaurants for people to rest and eat temporarily. And there are also inns for people to stay for a long time, including the windy, stress-releasing greenhouses. Even the greenhouses are not only specialized for women, but also for men. As the saying goes, where there's a chicken, there's a duck. The Nine Xian realm was similar to the ancient times of the Summers though, but not a feudal society. This is a world where individual strength, which can be increased infinitely, can even counteract millions of people and entire societies. Women can cultivate as well as men, and their status is not like the ancient times of the Blue Star, where men are generally superior to women. Men visit greenhouses and women can do the same. Even some male tastes are different. Good Dragon Young, also bright, Pill Cauldron Pavilion, Treasure Arsenal, Talisman Building. Some cultivation needs are also available. These also have that Tang Xi's hand? Chu Yuan looked at a group of ducks standing in front of the window doorway, wearing all sorts of revealing robes, greasy hair and powdered face, a mouthful of purple slurps shouting at the passing female cultivators, only feeling spicy eyes. Yes, Xiao Yan replied with embarrassment, watching a flock of ducks in front of the door. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Although he also lamented Tang Xi's brain circuits, it was difficult to speak for it. After all, greenhouses have been frequented by men since ancient times. Where do men go to greenhouses to work as laborers? Sure, do this. It also really attracts a lot of rich female cultivators who have spirit stones, truly prosperous. Green looked around, sighing all the way. Usually in the heavenly devil cult, it's deserted for 100 miles around. Even if they were 100 miles out, as long as they were within the sphere of influence of the heavenly demon sect, there wasn't a single city. There are just a few scattered villages. Even if the territory of the heavenly demon sect was not a poor mountain, there were many ferocious beasts in the mountains and forests, heavenly treasures and spiritual medicines, as well as mineral veins. But the heavenly devil sect never operated. Only when it lacked something, it went to the righteous path to plunder the corresponding resources. You can't really grab it, so you'll go find the materials to make it yourself. After all, what's the best way to get your hands dirty? Already arrived at the Shao family county, what are you going to do now? Zhuo Meishue looked around, and after glancing at the prosperity of the Spring Wind County city, longing greed was born in her gaze. If it is possible to move this entire county to the heavenly devil sect, she said darkly in her mind, just head directly to the Shao family. Chu Yuan raised his eyelids and spoke casually. Just heading to the Shao family with a big grin? Zhuo Meishue was shocked. They're all from the heavenly devil sect. When we really get to Zhao's house, what if we're recognized? Could it be that this Chu Yuan was really planning to kill himself here? Of course. Chu Yuan nodded, only to turn around and return to the carriage, and the next moment it appeared. It changed shape at once. A pure white robe with a golden cloud pattern embroidered on the chest, sword eyebrows and starry eyes. Suave and elegant beautiful boy. It's just that we need to change our disguise. He raised an eyebrow at Zhuo Meishue and laughed. You didn't think you'd just find your way up there directly and openly, did you? Then why didn't you say so? How am I supposed to change it? Zhuo Meishue froze, then said angrily, this guy, I can't believe it's this late. And you didn't ask? Chu Yuan reached out and pointed to the carriages, smiling meaningfully, but you can come inside to change your outfit. You, Zhuo Meishue frowned and said, then come out. No staying inside. She definitely couldn't let Chu Yuan watch herself change. After all, men and women were different, and she was still innocent. Line. Chu Yuan nodded danglingly. With that, he let Xiao Cheng out and instructed Xiao Yan to go in and make a good disguise. Immediately after that, he then let Xiao Cheng and Zhuo Meishue enter the carriage together to change. Sitting in front of the compartment door, peering back inside, he could see two slender figures, elegant curves, hidden. In addition to the unique fresh body fragrance of Xiao Qing, there is a virginal body fragrance just like the orchid in the valley. Miso. The sword light flashed, The sharp tip of the sword pierced through the door curtain and landed directly in front of Chu Yuan. No peeking! A chorus of rebukes rang out. Zuomeshua's pair of ice-cold gazes locked eyes with Chu Yuan behind the curtain. She knew this guy wouldn't be honest. Seeing that he was discovered, Chu Yuan touched his nose and turned around. Master, you're interested in the holy maiden, aren't you? Seeing this, Xiao Yan asked curiously, lowering his voice. Nope. Chu Yuan shook his head. So you just... Xiao Yan wanted to say peeping, but he felt it wasn't good to talk about his master like that. Just wanting to admire the beautiful body of a young girl. Simply being horny. Chu Yuan said indifferently. Xiao Yan was silent. Inside the wagon, Zuomeshua listened with a black line on her face. This undercover agent of the righteous path. How come there's no trace of the righteous style of the righteous path? Instead, it's horny like a lecher. A few moments later, Zuomeshua disguised and changed his appearance, walked out of the compartment door, and couldn't wait to return to the horse. She didn't want to get close to Chu Yuan, this dirty and filthy lecherous demon, at all. Duke Green also finished his disguise. A few more moments of traveling. Come to the center of the city. The Shao family residence covered a vast area and stood tall. No, I can't say it's a mansion. To describe it as a city would be an understatement. Green stones were built and copper and iron were poured to cast a tall city wall. The Shao family is located in what looks like an inner city. There were also cultivators in armor guarding the city tower, as well as at the entrance. Solemn and majestic. Unusual people passing by would not dare to approach. After all, there was no official government in Spring Wind County City, and there weren't any court officials, or rather, the 10 clans of the righteous path, the immortal cultivation family. There's no dynasty on the head at all. They are the overlords. After all, this isn't Blue Star. Under extreme personal power inflation, any governmental dynasty requires a certain amount of hard power to become a ruler. Otherwise you can't get a foothold. How do I get in? Zuomeshua looked at Chu Yuan and opened her mouth to ask. It's obvious. Unusual people can't get in, or even avoid it. Chapter 29 I, Special Envoy of the Qianyuan Sect, Ji Bo Chang, the fawning Shao family head. It's not just her. Xiao Yan also looked at Chu Yuan curiously, wondering what means his own master had. The only one who had confidence in him was Green. Ha! Chu Yuan let out a light laugh. Jumping off the carriage directly, he headed straight for the Shao family's inner city. Stop! Who are you people? The guards at the door rushed to stop a few people when they saw this. Have your head of the family come and see me? Chu Yuan reached out and held his hand in a false grip, and an ancient, silver-white colored token with light within it emerged. One side was inscribed with the word Qian Yuan, and the other side was inscribed with a mysterious cloud pattern. It is? The guards were instantly cautious at the sight. The word Qian Yuan. They're no strangers. That was the strongest among the 10 clans of the righteous path. The patriarch was even a peak powerhouse of the Tong Tian realm, a half-step human saint, and now he is in closed-door cultivation, preparing to break through the shackles and make the ultimate leap, completely casting a holy body. Even the Shao family, head of the family, this period of time often convened the great elders in the clan. The strong with to join the Qian Yuan sect, become a vassal matter. After all, the strength of the Shao family was no better than the 10 sects of the righteous path. This was because in recent years, the Shao family's industry had grown by leaps and bounds, and had already attracted the prying eyes of many surrounding immortal cultivation clans, sects, and even those in the 10 clans, trying to loot. It's just that the righteous need a division. They have no excuse for now. However, it was foreseeable that sooner or later, those forces would strike and even besiege the Shao family to divide up the resources. After all, the righteous path is only under the banner of greatness and righteousness. It's not like it's really true and good. So it was normal for the Shao family to pick a more powerful force to join in order to protect themselves. Though some resources need to be paid up as protection money, but it's good to preserve the family business and personal safety. Better than one day, the night by those righteous people, under the guise of the heavenly devil cult, broken family destroyed. I am the nephew of the Qianyuan sect's patriarch, Ji Bo Chang. Chu Yuan tilted his head, his eyes high above the ground, and he didn't even need to look squarely at these guards. He towered over them, and his tone was even more full of contempt as he arrogantly said, "This time, I came to the Shao family as a special envoy, and came to examine the situation of the Shao family, and to discuss the matter of the Shao family's defection to the Qianyuan sect, and becoming an appendage." As a great disciple of the Qianyuan sect who had been sent to the Heavenly Devil sect as an undercover agent, Chu Yuan naturally had a token from the Qianyuan sect and knew the situation of the patriarch, the chief master. Well, Ji Bo Chang was one of his sons and nephews, a real person, and there was no fear of being suspected when he impersonated him, because of the way he dresses, and looks, and even his attitude towards others. It's all 100% parody, plus the 10 square illusion. It's more of a breath hold. Even if he had Chief Master Ji Wei in his face, he couldn't see through it. Envoy of the Qianyuan sect? One moment. The guards at the gate and also on the citadel were shocked. Returning to his senses, he hurriedly bent down in fear and bowed and arched his hand in a salute toward Chu Yuan. We pay our respects to the envoy of the upper sect. Please wait for a moment. The head of the family will come over soon. They hurriedly opened the city gates and brought in tables and chairs and benches for Chu Yuan and the others to rest, serving tea as well as fruits and melons. Can be described as immense respect, careful, deeply afraid of hospitality. As for why not just invite them in? Of course it was to give the Shao family head a chance to perform. Letting the Shao family head lead the elders to come over to greet him was the only way to show the Shao family's respect for the Qianyuan sect's envoy, Chu Yuan. Well, Chu Yuan sat on the side, sipping tea and fruits. Zhuo Meishui looked at him, her eyes flickering as killing intent surged madly in her heart. This fellow, he's even carrying a Qianyuan sect token on his body. When we get back, I'll definitely inform the heart-killing demon ancestor and Ji Lao, letting them know that Chu Yuan is an undercover agent sent by the Qianyuan sect. Destroy him. Her mind reeled. After all, you can disguise your righteous identity, but how do you explain the tokens of righteousness? Especially once he looked at Chu Yuan's appearance, and the reaction of the Shao family guards, he knew that this token represented an extremely high status. A few moments later, we welcomed the Qianyuan sect's special envoy, Mr. Ji Bo Chang Ji. The Shao family had arrived with a group of people and rushed at Chu Yuan with an arching bow, his face filled with smiles and anger. Your Excellency, come in quickly. He walked forward and stood sideways beside Chu Yuan, reaching out to guide him in vain. His eyes, on the other hand, looked Chu Yuan up and down, looking at the silver-white token that he was playing with in the palm of his hand. Up there, the Shao family had felt a familiar aura, the aura of the Qianyuan sect patriarch. Without a doubt, that was definitely a token given by the Qianyuan sect patriarch. And Chu Yuan's look, demeanor, this included the fact that he had just questioned the guards and learned of the kind of eye-rolling attitude displayed by the other party, totally matches the information and his memory of the Jibal standing information. And, on Chu Yuan's left ear, there was also a red dot. When he went to the Qianyuan sect 5 years ago and visited Patriarch Ji Wei, he had also seen, even the few people next to him, 2 women and 1 man. One of them was none other than Ji Bochang's personal maid. Confirmation of no errors. The Shao family elders who followed behind, each bowed their bodies and looked at Chu Yuan with a pleasing face, greeting him warmly. Duke Ji, please come in. The mansion has already prepared the wine and food to receive you. There are also some young girls in the clan who have heard that you are suave and gifted. Your cultivation has reached spirit nurturing, and that you are quite insightful on the path of cultivation, and would like to ask you for advice and guidance on their cultivation. For this reason, they are ready to waste their time and talk with you by candlelight. To please Chu Yuan, or Ji Bo Chang, the Shao family can even use their daughters as gifts. Sure, those teenage girls, nor are they necessarily coerced, or even very voluntary. After all, special envoy of the upper sect, nephew of the sect leader of the Qianyuan sect, a high position of power and status, qualified and strong. Already you can say perfect dream girl. If they were able to climb into bed and get the resources that showed through his fingers, they would be able to save them quite a few years of cultivation. Although the Shao family has a lot of money in many industries, there are also many clansmen, not to mention the fact that it's people who want a little bit more and a little bit more of their possessions. Flanked by the Shao family head and a group of elders, Chu Yuan led Zhuo Meishui and the others into the inner city. Along the way, the Shao family head and the elders could be described as extremely flattering and groveling to please him. The two of them, Zhuo Meishui and Xiao Yan, looked disgusted and abnormal. This guy's token can be 100% confirmed to be true, and at that time, even if he wants to weasel out of it, it will be difficult. The killing intent in Zhuo Meishui's heart did not go away, and all along the way he was thinking about how to mess with Chu Yuan. Chapter 30, The family head must not. Tang Si, Sir Ji, please take a seat. The Shao family head accompanied him and invited Chu Yuan to the upper main seat. He was accompanied by a group of elders, guest ministers, and other high and middle tiers of the Shao family on the left side, while Zhuo Meishui and the others sat on the right side, looking at the past days high and mighty, acting as a bully, incomparable majesty of the big people. Now this fawning appearance, not only complimenting Chu Yuan and kissing his ass, even flashed himself a pleasing smile. Xiao Yan was incredibly comfortable, and in his heart, he was even more unusually emotional, secretly saying, these great people who once needed to make me look up to them now need to bow down to me. An unimagined situation. He couldn't control the smug smile on his face as he looked up to the head Chu Yuan, and all this was brought to me by the master. Xiao Yan was grateful in his heart. Sir Ji, please use the wine. Two young girls with graceful postures and delicate and playful faces wearing light gauze and pink dresses, their lotus steps moved lightly, carrying a fragrant breeze as they walked to the front of Chu Yuan's seat. One person took the ice porcelain jade bone and poured wine. One person as slender jade hand picked up the cup cover and sent it to him, looking at him with an admiring face, and the wave of light in his eyes flashed, and he did not hide it at all. No doubt about it. The beauty plan. This guy, he can't be mesmerized by beauty, right? Why hasn't he made a move yet? What exactly is his intention? To take down the Shao family without spending a single soldier, borrowing the identity of the Qian Yuan sect. But what does that have to do with the Heavenly Devil sect? Once exposed, it will surely be besieged. Zhuo Meishui guessed Chu Yuan's intentions in her heart, although she didn't believe that Chu Yuan, as an undercover agent of the Righteous Path and the Qian Yuan sect's eldest senior brother, it would go after the immortal cultivation family that was ready to defect to their own clan. However, there was also a possibility that Chu Yuan was preparing to utilize the Shao family to consolidate his position in the Heavenly Demon sect, in order to pit the Heavenly Devil sect against a large sum of money in the future. Sure, there is also a third possibility, Zhuo Meishui pondered, secretly saying, can't it be that he is stalling for time, preparing to notify the strongest members of the 10 righteous sect to surround and pit me, so that I won't be able to send out the message? Instead, the thought settled her mind, because she had 100% certainty of breaking through. Unless the Holy Realm steps in, it can be restricted. After all, in his previous life, Zhuo Meishui had already gone to the peak of the Saint Realm, a half step towards a great emperor. If not for Chu Yuan becoming a heart demon in her heart and failing to cross the tribulation, she would have inevitably forged an empire, reborn and returned to life with all her incredible means. Let's see what tricks he's planning to pull. Zhuo Meishui removed her gaze from Chu Yuan and began to enjoy the wine, vegetables and fruits served by the Shao family. All this eating and drinking and eating is basically done by spiritual beings. Spiritual wine brewed from spiritual rice and fruits. Spiritual dishes plus delicious food made from the fat boiled down by ferocious beasts. There are also a variety of heavenly treasures. Spiritual plants cooking medicinal meals, eating which can strengthen the qi in blood, to assist in cultivation. And, compared to pills, it will make the practitioner resistant and the effect will decrease after multiple doses. It even has danmaku, medicinal diets. On the other hand, have no side effects. These are from the Shao family. They're from the right side of the street, so it's a waste of time not to eat them. Using the enemy's resources to enhance yourself, Zhuo Meishui thought in her heart. Although as a girl she had to maintain an elegant image, she started to dry her rice at a very fast speed. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. Chu Yuan completely maintained his Ji Bochang persona and did not reject the Shao family's beauty plan in the slightest. Or rather, in his own nature, he would have gladly accepted it. Embracing left and right in his arms, enjoying the tenderness of a young girl, just need to open his mouth to have wine and food in his mouth. Sir Ji, I wonder how the Qian Yuan sect views my Shao family joining the Qian Yuan sect. Seeing that he was eating and drinking to his heart's content, the Shao family master immediately took the initiative to ask. The Qian Yuan sect is very optimistic about the addition of the Shao family. Chu Yuan responded while teasing the 2 beauties in his arms. There's just some controversy over the resources that the Shao family provides every year. Oh, the Shao family head as well as a group of elders did not have any unexpected color when they heard this. They were only curious about which places were disputed. After all, the Shao family becoming a vassal of the Qian Yuan sect was something that was mutually beneficial. The Shao family was sheltered by the Qian Yuan sect, and the Qian Yuan sect could obtain the resources that the Shao family supplied. As long as the Qian Yuan sect's senior management wasn't sick in the head, they wouldn't refuse. After all, even if the Shao family didn't defect to the Qian Yuan sect, they still had the other 9 sects within the 10 sects of the Righteous Path to choose from. And the reason why the Shao family chose the Qian Yuan sect, just Qian Yuan sect for the righteousness of the first 10 sects. And the 2 sides are closer to just. In the Shao family's proposal, it is to give the Qian Yuan sect an annual supply of 10,000 extreme spirit stones, 10,000 pounds of spirit iron, 3,000 pounds of cold silver, 1,000 pounds of blazing gold, and 100 pounds of fire essence, 10,000 pounds of yellow essence, 10 pounds of blood ginseng, and 1,000 Ganoderma lucidum, 50 3rd-grade spirit weapons, 10 5th-grade spirit weapons, the rest of the talismans and elixirs. After our clan's calculations, the value of these things only occupies 2/10 of the Shao family's annual income, so an elder has spoken to change the agreement, to collect twice as much supplies on top of the original, for 4/10 of the Shao family's annual income. This statement was made. The faces of the Shao family members changed, extraordinarily gloomy, but they didn't dare to put on a face for Ji Bochang, and could only rush to force a smile again. However, the next sentence, it has even been proposed that it be 5/10. Chu Yuan had a smile on the corner of his mouth as he looked meaningfully at the Shao family crowd below. Fizzle, only to see the Shao family head leading the way and sucking in cold air. Half of the Shao family's income, this Qian Yuan sect is really a lion's share. It was important to realize that the Shao family's annual income was not something that could be collected and accumulated in its entirety. A portion of those revenues also needs to be set aside to maintain public buildings such as official cities and towns. This includes paying monthly salaries to the household servants and city guards under the Shao family. Otherwise, why should they contribute to your work? Even if you can use strong power to suppress it, it will be out of work and not at all attentive, which in turn will affect the development of Spring County City. On top of that, there were dividends for the elders of the houses in the clan, as well as the salaries of the sons and daughters. These are expenses that must be fixed. It had already taken up 60% of the Shao family's income. Now the Qian Yuan sect is coming up for 50%. This means that the Shao family will have to reduce its spending on its own family members, or servants underneath. Ji Gongzi, our Shao family. The head of the Shao family clarified the above issues, the distribution of the income as well as the expenses of the Shao family. He fished out a storage ring from his bosom, and sent it to Chu Yuan's table with one hand lightly resting on the fly, and smiled. Look, can you put in a few good words for the Shao family? Meh. Chu Yuan laughed lightly as he received the storage ring and opened it. He only saw that it contained 20,000 extreme spirit stones, as well as a full set of 6th grade vestments corresponding to the realm of his current disguise of Ji Bo Chang, and a long sword. This is a small token of appreciation from the Shao family, the Shao family head said with a smile. This heart is good. Turn around and I'll talk to uncle about changing the supplies that the Shao family provides to 3/10 of the annual income of the Shao family. Chu Yuan casually spoke as if he could make the call. After all, he wasn't from the Qian Yuan sect, so naturally he could say whatever he wanted. Not to mention that it won't be long before the entire Shao family will become the dish of the Heavenly Devil sect. 30%? When the Shao family head and the elders heard this, their gazes flickered as they thought quickly in their hearts. There's also room for some residuals, which is better than not having a dime left over and having to cut spending. And with the shelter of the Qian Yuan sect, being able to save the infestation of many forces, one is able to save a lot of expenses on defense. At the same time, you can also utilize the prestige of the Qian Yuan sect to continue expanding your business, and by earning more, the percentage that originally needs to be spent will be reduced, and the surplus will be more. A few moments later, they then agreed to Jibal Standing's arrangement. Then thank you, sir. The Shao family head toasted Chu Yuan, but just then, however, a young man wearing a purple robe with an ordinary face stood out. With a solemn face, he said aloud, "Family master, the Qian Yuan sect doesn't need to pay anything and opens its mouth to ask for 3/10 of its income. The Shao family can't agree to this." The purple-clothed youth walked to the side of the Shao family head and leaned down to advise in a low voice, "Cutting the meat to feed the tiger will one day backfire on the tiger." Seeing this, Sha Yan transmitted his voice to Chu Yuan, "Master, this person is that guest secretary Tang Si." Chapter 31, How come Tang Si has so much guts? Bet. Chu Yuan looked at the purple-clothed youth Tang Si and listened to Xiao Yan's introduction. A smirk curled the corners of his mouth. It's really true that people can't look at each other, and the Si can't be measured, both in terms of looks and temperament. He is so ordinary, inside the brain, but with great wisdom. As for the Shao family head, the elders and the others, when they saw the guest minister Tang Si come out, they listened to his outspoken words in front of the people coming from the Qian Yuan sect. One immediately grimaced, especially the former. This Tang Si actually described the Qian Yuan sect as an evil tiger, saying that the Shao family would one day be victimized by the Qian Yuan sect. Isn't he afraid that Chu Yuan at the top will hear him? It is important to realize that no matter how small the sound is, at a certain level, it can be heard. It's no different than yelling in someone's face. "Mr. Tang, you're drunk." The Shao family head observed Chu Yuan and the others' faces, and seeing that they were not angry and moving, his heart slowed down a little. Then he reached out and summoned a few maidservants who were waiting at the side and commanded, "You guys, take Mr. Tang down and make some sobering soup." Although Tang Si's qualifications were extremely poor and he was a wasted talent, he was the same as Xiao Yan, but with a good brain, the Shao family still honors him. There was no outburst of anger over it, no talk of having it dragged down and beaten to death. After all, Don 4 is a guest speaker. The Shao family is at least a righteous family. It's still important to maintain an image on the surface. It was just that this action of Tang Si's had caused the Shao family head to become disgruntled with him. In the future, no matter how to say, it is no longer possible to promote Tang Si and become a senior member of the Shao family. Otherwise, if you get into trouble, like today, if Chu Yuan was unhappy, he could directly take the upper supply that had been lowered and raise it straight up. He even stopped cooperating with the Shao family and turned his head to join forces with other clan families, plotting one night in the future to break and destroy the family to plunder the hard-earned family business of the Shao family. "Householder, you," Tang Si froze, before he could say anything. He was then covered by the maid who quickly stepped forward next to him and dragged him away in a frame. Tang Si couldn't believe it. thinking that he had worked hard for the Shao family for nearly 10 years, and had managed the originally ordinary Shao family territory to be so prosperous. But now, just because he didn't agree with the Shao family's climb to the Qianyuan sect, he was directly ordered to be dragged down by the Shao family head. This is just wolfish. When he thought that over the years, the Shao family had treated himself with respect, even looking for various ways to help him cultivate, providing him with pills, heavenly treasures and other resources. Even the Shao family territory, the Spring Wind County City, etc., already contained their own heart and soul. He really didn't want to be tipped over by destruction one day. Woohoo! Tang Si is still trying to struggle. However, his qualifications were poor, and his cultivation level was the same as Xiao Yan's when he had not awakened the 10,000 flame sacred body, a mere 9th level of the forging body realm. Even the maids can't compare at all. After all, the maids who were able to enter the hall to entertain the VIPs were all the best of the best. Not only were they both talented and beautiful, but their cultivation was not bad either. Starting out at the bone forging realm, Tang Si cannot resist at all. Just in time. Slow down. Chu Yuan suddenly raised his hand, pointing at Tang Si and shouting, I heard that the Shao family has a wizard who is good at managing the sky and the earth. Named Tang Si, it is this man. Put him down. My lord, I'm going to have a nice chat with him and see how talented he is. Seeing the situation, the Shao family head, elders, and the others' faces changed. Is Mr. G angry? The maid also let go of Tang Si in a hurry. My name is Tang Si. I pay my respects to the envoy of the upper sect. Tang Si straightened his clothes and bowed his hand toward Chu Yuan, although he didn't want the Shao family to become a vassal of the Qianyuan sect, but that didn't mean that he loathed the Qianyuan sect. After all, he was a smart man and knew that big powers couldn't be offended. The reason why he had opened his mouth to stop the Shao family earlier was also because there was no other way. Prior to this, Tang Si had dissuaded the Shao family head and the elders several times. It was a pity that he was not a member of the Shao family and was only a guest minister with an outside surname. Although there is a certain status and position that can make the Shao family respected, it is limited to this. You don't agree with the Shao family joining the Qianyuan sect because the Qianyuan sect demands a great deal, or you simply don't want the Shao family to become a vassal? Chu Yuan asked. Words. The Shao family head and the elders' faces instantly turned serious, their gazes staring straight at Tang Si, signaling him to keep his mouth shut. It was even a direct voice transmission, commanding, you'd better admit that you were drunk and full of nonsense just now. But Tang Si faced the crowd and just shook his head, then immediately looked straight at Chu Yuan and answered his question, saying, both. I neither want the Shao family to supply a large amount of spirit stones resources up to the Qianyuan sect for nothing, because you haven't done anything, haven't operated this piece of land, and naturally aren't qualified to be paid for it. Nor do I want the Shao family to become a vassal of the Qianyuan sect. That would only cause the Shao family to lose its autonomy. Boom! His words. It was like a meteorite shooting down from the sky, smashing the earth, mountains and rivers. The Shao family head and the others were so frightened that their faces turned pale and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads and backs. Why is Tang Si so ballsy? The people of the Shao family were all panicked and looked at him with a gaze that they could not wait to sew his mouth shut. We can give our Shao family's resources to whomever we want, and it's none of your business whether or not we'll lose our autonomy. You're not a member of the Shao family. The Shao family head, as well as all the elders, roared angrily in their hearts. Yes, Chu Yuan did not get angry when he heard that. He wasn't from the Qianyuan sect anyway. 3 years and 3 years, made into the boss of the Heavenly Devil sect, high position of power. He no longer wants to go back to be some bull big brother. Not to mention that Chief Master and the others sent him out undercover purely to be used as a consumable, and even wanted to turn him into a puppet. Since that's the case, then don't blame Chu Yuan for betraying his division or anything. One day, he was ready to directly fight his way up to the Qianyuan sect and slaughter the entire Chief Master's family. Then the man is castrated, sent to a greenhouse to be rotated in rice, and then finally killed by 1,000 cuts. The female onto the teacher's mother, little sister and so on, all have to be tempered. Think about it. Chu Yuan longed for that day to come. He looked at Tang Si and laughed. Why don't we make a bet? If you win the bet, the Qianyuan sect can shelter the Shao family for free. If you lose, then you need to promise me one thing. How? Chapter 32 Sword Playing Technique. Qianyuan sect's secret extreme intense sword? My lord, what are you doing hitching a ride with him? A drunken madman? The Shao family head smiled with him and hurriedly advised. Letting the Qianyuan sect shelter the Shao family for free? He couldn't even think about it. Who knew if Chu Yuan was serious or joking? Moreover, even if Chu Yuan agreed, the entire Qianyuan sect would not agree. Yes, the Shao family's first elder, second elder, and others also spoke up, urging, Mr. Tang, you're drunk, so go down and rest. It was a pity that Chu Yuan turned a blind eye. Tang Si was also deaf. Yes. He simply answered Chu Yuan's bet with a confident smile on his face and raised 3 fingers. 2 out of 3. But my cultivation is not as good as the envoy's, so for the sake of fairness, you can only use a cultivation no higher than the forging realm, just like me. As for what to compare, we can each settle on one and draw lots for the third game. Tang Si is confident that he will win, even when facing the Qian Yuan sect disciples, because he chose a match that he was 100% sure he would win. The third game was decided by drawing lots, and he also had the ultimate maneuver to draw the one he wanted. May. Chu Yuan nodded blandly. He likewise has the means to give himself a solid win. Seeing this, the Shao family head and the elders and others on the side knew that they could no longer stop it, and could only frown one by one, staring at Tang Si with unsightly expressions. Can't wait to just drag him out and condition him again. Damn, this kid was shrewd in the past. Why is he so reckless today? Even provoking the Qian Yuan sect's Duke Ji? The crowd hated it. For the first round, let's let the upper sect envoy decide. Tang Si laughed. Me so. Chu Yuan held a false grip with one hand and directly took out the 6th grade spiritual armament gifted by the Shao family. The long sword was 3 feet and 3 inches long. The hilt of the sword was cast with meteorite iron from the heavens, and the body of the sword was silver white, combining many kinds of ore metals, which made it tough and sharp. And the front and back, the left and right sides are hollowed out and filled with fire essence. It makes it with fire attribute killing and can greatly enhance fire attribute martial arts. First game, a contest of swordsmanship. He dodged to Tang Si, then strutted out of the living room and into the open courtyard. Please. Chu Yuan turned around. At the same time, self-sealing cultivation, limited to the peak of the body forging realm. Tang Si had also taken out his longsword to follow. The Shao family head, all the elders and children, Zhuo Meishui and the others also gathered around. The betting contest, since it can no longer be stopped. The Shao family crowd could only watch Tang Si perform. I only hope that he had better not win. Although the Shao family crowd does not look forward to Tang Si district to waste material, to be able to win over the upper zone's son. Mindless. What exactly does this Chu Yuan want to do? To Tang Si, a guest secretary of the Shao family, with strangely poor qualifications, nearly 30 years old and still being in the forging realm, actually proposing some kind of bet. He's not a gambling addict, is he? Zhuo Meishui looked at Chu Yuan, and observed Tang Si, and really couldn't see any abnormality in him, couldn't figure out Chu Yuan's maneuver at all. Come to think of it, it was only possible that Chu Yuan was a gambling addict. After all, he had bet with Zhuo Meishui before. Envoy, please take this. Tang Si's gaze was fixed on Chu Yuan, and the long sword in his hand violently stabbed out. Unlike a sword is slender and light, with an open edge on both sides, and its most basic use is to stab. Uses such as chopping and slashing are more suitable for knives because of their power, their broadness, and their open edge on one side. Watching the long sword stabbing, Chu Yuan did not make any movements. Only when the tip of the sword came to a foot in front of his body, he squarely waved his sword in front of him. Clang! Gold and iron clash. The latter blocked Tang Si's sword thrust. How is that possible? Tang Si looked at the scene in front of him incredulously. It was clearly him who made the first move. Why was it that Chu Yuan blocked his attack with ease and afterthought? Just in time. It's the Qian Yuan sect's secret sword technique. The extreme intent sword. The Shao family head's eyes widened as he stared at Chu Yuan, exclaiming in shock. Only successive patriarchs, as well as their heir's chief great disciple, are qualified to cultivate the sword of extreme intent. The Qian Yuan sect's secret mastery. Heavenly rank martial arts. Extreme intent on the sword. The sword goes wherever it pleases. One thought and the sword follows the other. After the first, if you can reach the highest level, not only can you be extremely intentional in the sword, but you can also make all the means, all at random. After the first, it is the Qian Yuan sect's ultimate school, and only the patriarch, as well as the great disciples of the heir can do it. Now it seems, this quarter Bochang very much to Qian Yuan sect patriarch valued, even put this kind of mastery, are taught. The extreme intent sword of the Qian Yuan section sect's Jedi school? Xiao Chang and Xiao Yan were stunned. How could his own master, the titular heavenly devil sect master, know the absolute science of the Qian Yuan sect, the leader of the 10 sects of the righteous path? The killing intent surging in Zhuo Meishui's gaze was not the least bit surprising. She had long known that Chu Yuan was an undercover agent sent by the 10 sects of the righteous path and was the Qian Yuan sect's eldest senior brother. Good for you. This is another ironclad proof that you were sent by the Qian Yuan sect to work as an undercover agent, Zhuo Meishui secretly said in her heart, taking out a shadow-retaining stone to record the fight between the two in the field. The more evidence the better. In this way, it will be able to one-hand Chu Yuan's identity as an undercover agent. The actual hammer to death. Middle of the field. Bang, bang, bang. Again. Tang Si's face was ugly, but he still persisted, constantly waving the long sword in his hand to kill Chu Yuan. stabbing or picking, chopping or slashing, speeding or slowing. Like a storm cloud, it changes in 1,000 ways. He had been practicing for more than 20 years, and although he was stuck at the forging body realm, at that time, his talent qualification was the reason. On the contrary, his enlightened wisdom is not bad. Learning some martial arts skills can be a handful. After years of practicing the art of swordsmanship, he is so skillful that he can already be described as a master of swordsmanship. However, facing Chu Yuan, no matter how Tang Si attacked, it would be easily blocked by him afterward. It was really unimaginable to Tang Si. Surprisingly, there was still someone whose sword technique was able to be this strong. Clang! Bang bang bang! The long swords of the two kept colliding, erupting into a trail of sparks. Looking at the Shao family head and the others, their hearts were shocked. Tang Si's level of swordsmanship, how come it's so superior? It's actually almost catching up with old me. The swordsmanship is not restricted to a single move. It changes at will, and the blade is so powerful that it can be called a master of swordsmanship. I can't imagine that he, a body forging realm, would be able to sharpen his sword skills to this point. The Shao family crowd marveled. The heart was born with some worry. If Tang Si defeated Chu Yuan, what should the Shao family do? They really don't dare to let the Qianyuan sect shelter the Shao family for free. Next, it's time to end it too. Chu Yuan smiled. He had finished testing the strength of this Tang Si. Swordsmanship has been called a master. However, the realm was restricted to drilling martial arts. But even if the sword is strong, it is difficult to make up for the gap in strength, at best against a bone-forging realm martial artist. However, although Chu Yuan's cultivation was limited to forging body, his strength, however, was able to be utilized exceedingly well. A sword stabbed straight through. The first move of the extreme intense sword was executed. Immortals show the way. No good. When Tang Si saw this, he instantly knew that he was going to lose. Although his cultivation was low, his eyesight was extremely good, and, in fact, from before, he had stabbed out several swords himself and was easily blocked by Chu Yuan. Don 4 had expected it. He did not resign himself to his fate. He thought of a move that would force Chu Yuan to draw with himself. Kill. Tang Si didn't resist Chu Yuan's attack. Instead, he violently rushed to meet the sword, and the blade in his hand followed suit. He's going to die with the others. Sure, he knew that with the strength of Chu Yuan's spirit cultivation realm body, he would not be able to break through the defense with his own forging body realm strength. However, it was previously agreed that Chu Yuan would limit his cultivation to the forging realm, and even if his physical body defense could not be changed, the result would yet be judged by the strength of his body at the forging realm. So, two can tie. However, Chu Yuan was faced with Tang Si's same sword. He reacted instantly, and with a side of his body, he drifted to avoid it, and the blade of the sword in his hand had already landed on Tang Si's neck. You lose. I lose. Tang Si's face was unsightly, his eyes staring dully at Chu Yuan, then looking down at the long sword in his hand. But I, with my sword attainments, have already reached the master realm. How could I lose? He muttered under his breath, unable to believe it or accept it. A good man chooses a tree of integrity, and a wise man chooses his master. Chu Yuan looked at Tang Si with a smile and transmitted, the reason I was able to defeat you was not because my sword Dao attainments were stronger than yours. It's only because my sword technique, the extreme intense sword of the Qianyuan sect, is far more powerful than yours. Perhaps, you can defect to my Qianyuan sect. His tone was slightly compelling, and he said in a persuasive manner, with your intelligence and ability for industrial management, being in the Shao family is really a bit of a condescension. You should get a bigger platform and show off all your talents. Besides, the Shao family honors you as a guest minister and treats you with respect though, but they always treated you as an outsider. Otherwise they would have believed you. Chu Yuan's words were 3 parts true and 7 parts false. Tang Si could really use a bigger platform to show his talents, but the Shao family didn't treat him as an outsider from start to finish. Otherwise, when Tang Si stood up to refute Chu Yuan, the Shao family would not be able to make a good move even if they were concerned about the face of the righteous path. It's okay to punish. Chu Yuan is just stirring up trouble. Wanted to plant a nail in Tang Si's heart, so that his relationship with the Shao family ruptured and fell apart. Chapter 33 Sandbox vs. Sacrificial Beings. I am not going to be provoked by you. Tang Si raised his head, his eyes staring stubbornly at Chu Yuan, and said, there are still 2 more rounds. I'll definitely be able to beat you next. His feelings with the Shao family were not something that could be shaken by a few words. After all, Tang Si had been working in the Shao family for 10 years. A 10-year relationship has taken up a third of his current life. How could one trust Chu Yuan, a person whom the party had only just come into contact with? But Chu Yuan didn't care when he heard that. On the contrary, if Tang Si was really shaken by a word or two from him, instead, he'll look down on it and even wonder if Tang Si is doing it on purpose, in disguise. After all, Even if a dog has been raised for 10 years, that's still affectionate. Ho ho ho. Chu Yuan smiled coldly and said, then let's start the second game of the competition. I wonder what Mr. Tang is going to compete in? Look at him. Tang Xi's eyes flickered as he thought quickly in his mind. 2 out of 3. He had to win all of his next 2 sets, otherwise it will be a complete failure. It's just that Zhao's family is different from him. Watching Tang Xi fall, the Shao family head and the first elder, second elder and the others were relieved in their hearts. Fortunately, Tang Xi lost. If he had won, they really can't explain. A few moments later, sandbox match. Tang Xi looked at Chu Yuan and spoke the second match in a deep voice. May. Chu Yuan nodded. He doesn't care about winning or losing, because he can control winning and losing. Even if you can't beat the hard power, the big deal is to open up. Soon, the Shao family had someone find a huge sand table and carried it to the courtyard. The sand table has various terrains of mountains, rivers and plains, and it's divided into black and white. But black and white occupy only a small portion of the sandbox. Beyond that is a large area of barbarism. Both sides need to run their existing turf and keep growing and expanding their territories, until finally, whoever completely annexes the other side and takes possession of all the territory on the sand table. Tang Xi looked at Chu Yuan and pointed to a corner at either end of the sand table, where there was a hand seal at each end. He carefully introduced, and this sand disk contains formations within it. We can place our hands on the palm print of the sand disk and let it deduce according to our will. Say it. One hand is placed in front of the body on the edge of the sandbox case to palm print. Chu Yuan surveyed the sand table and saw that it was superb, with all sorts of terrain. There was even a formation pattern engraved and inlaid with spirit stones. Yes, he instantly put his hand on it as well. Into the heart and mind. Moment. Buzz off. The sand tray contained formations in operation, and there was a burst of flowing light on it. The spiritual energy turned into a golden ball of light, as if it was a small sun. The mountain peaks are cloudy and the great river is rushing. It's as if a world has come to life. Chu Yuan threw his mind into the black camp, only to see that it was a small village on one side. There were more than 100 people in the village, with half of them being young and strong, and most of them only had the cultivation level of forging blood. Only the village chief was a bone-forging cultivator, and around the village are cleared fields, with barren mountains. Based on the specific rules coming from the sandbox, he needed to command these villagers to cultivate more fields and feed a larger population, and manipulate the villagers to hunt and kill the ferocious beasts in the wild mountains, search for spiritual stone veins to cultivate, mine spiritual iron to forge divine weapons, and arm the forces. And then, step by step, they expanded, built cities, and encroached on the White Fang forces operated by Tang Xi. At the same time, in order to prevent the emergence of Euros and non-celebrities, which breaks the balance of the game, the resources around both forces in the sandbox are equal, including the qualifications of the villagers in the village. They are all the same. So, to win, one can only rely on one's own ingenuity and resourcefulness. Ultimate fairness. Well, the corner of Chu Yuan's mouth twitched. It keeps the game balanced though. The real world, however, is never fair. Some people are born with extraordinary talent and qualifications, and are born with a Taoist body, a holy body and a Taoist heart. Some are born wasted. Some come from extraordinary families, while others come from poverty. Some people are stupid in the head. Some are enlightened and have great wisdom. There are just times when people of great wisdom take the bull by the horns and cling to ideal absolutes. Chu Yuan had a smile at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Tang Xi, seeming to sigh with deep emotion. Words. Tang Xi's face was stunned, his gaze frozen for a moment, but then he regained his color and without a word began to manipulate the White Fang village. Under his manipulation, the villagers reclaimed the wasteland. Village chief takes young men hunting for veins. As time passed and it continued to grow, the population multiplied and increased. The world within the sandbox flows differently from time. It's basically the equivalent of half an hour a year. Because of the speed, both sides need to keep an eye on the sandbox and keep giving orders while changing them to suit the situation. It required both sides to have powerful divine souls, as well as a terrifying amount of calculation. Even if Tang Xi is good at business, he does not dare to be careless and pay full attention. Chu Yuan was relaxed. After all, he is not a Jibal standing. Instead, he possessed a powerful divine soul of the realm of 3 days. There was also the heart of the Tao ancestor, as well as the heavenly demon Sect master with a chaotic body. These are enough calculations to support Chu Yuan's manipulation of the sandbox. Population. The last thing this world needs is people. There's no need to go into the open. Just maintain the existing existence. Even if they die horribly, then they can still plunder the population from the surrounding savage villages. All of you, go hunt down ferocious beasts for me. Use the old, weak, sick and disabled as bait. And give me all you've got to find spirit stones and metal veins. Chu Yuan manipulated the Black Fawn village to develop. Under his manipulation, Black Fawn villages are unproductive. Most resources are supplied only to young and strong practitioners. This has led to a slow increase in food production and occasional population declines, which can only be compensated for by plundering the surrounding wildlife. Contrary to that, Don 4 runs the White Fang village power. He combed through everything in an organized fashion. Under his manipulation, the number of fields in the village Kaiken continued to increase, and food production gradually skyrocketed. There was enough food and the population multiplied quickly. At the same time, the White Fang villages hadn't forgotten to hunt down ferocious beasts and search for spirit stones and spirit iron veins. The harvest obtained is used to feed the collective practice, trade with the surrounding savage villages, and develop peacefully, using culture and economy to assimilate and control the other side. Low walls were soon constructed, and the village evolved into a yup, which then expanded into a city. This guy, he's really something, a good hand at running a force and operating an industry. Zhuo Meishui looked sideways for it and marveled. Originally, she had looked down on Tang Si, only thinking that he was a wastrel. Even on the way, after entering the city, he had heard Xiao Yan speak of Tang Si's talents. But so what? This side of heaven and earth is the world of cultivators. A powerful cultivator could directly level a power. Even if he ran the Xiao family county as well as he could, it wouldn't change Tang Si's scrappy nature. Maybe somewhat useful, but only somewhat useful. But now I've seen firsthand Tang Si's ability to run a business. Watching him run the White Fang forces, he quickly moved ahead of Chu Yuan in size. Zhuo Meishui, however, gave birth to a trace of admiration. That's it. You must win over this shameful and abominable fellow Chu Yuan, and beat him, this scum of a human being, into admitting defeat. She hated Chu Yuan so much that she naturally didn't want him to continue winning. I've already established the city with a population of tens of thousands, and the strongest person has already reached the spirit-gathering realm. Chu Yuan, what are you comparing me to? Tang Si looked at his forces and was unusually smug. He looked at the Black Fang village operated by Chu Yuan, only to see that it had been rectified and built into a small euphony. The population is just over 10,000 people. As for the strongest of them all, it's also just barely enough to forge blood. This game, a solid win, even the onlookers. It can also be clearly seen. The forces operated by Chu Yuan are already a far cry from Tang Si, and as both sides develop, the gap will grow. Black and white forces are expanding. Finally, at some point, contacts between the parties started the war, but the initial war was just a test run. There are still parts of the frontier on the sandbox that the two sides have not been able to occupy in their entirety. Tang Si and Chu Yuan began to occupy those territories while maneuvering their forces into conquest. It was only because Tang Si expanded his territory by means of gentle means that cultural assimilation and economic control were far less efficient than Chu Yuan's violent aggression. So when the sandbox is divided all black and white, the boundaries of the black forces occupy 3/5 of the sandbox as a whole, and the white area, only 2/5. But this moment, the crowd, however, did not favor Chu Yuan. Instead, look favorably on Don 4. This was because although Chu Yuan had a large territory, its population was small and its army was not as large as Tang Si's White Fang. Even the cultivator with the highest cultivation level was only at the spirit nurturing realm, while the strongest person Tang Si had manipulated was at the heaven melting realm. How can this be a fight? So what if there are more frontiers? The number of population, the number of armies, and the cultivation of the strongest people, all of them are not comparable. Tang Si, how can you win against Mr. G? Hurry up and let go of the water for me to lose. The Xiao family head, the grand elder, and the others cried out in their hearts as they watched with bared eyes, itching to roar in anger. Chu Yuan, this time, it seems like you're going to lose. A smile appeared on Zhuo Meishui's face, and her heart was light. Master, Xiao Chang, Xiao Yan and the two of them were worried. Envoy, you seem to be losing. Tang Si maneuvered the strongest of his men, the Rome Tian realm cultivators, and led an army of 100,000 to attack Chu Yuan's Black Fang forces. Yes? Chu Yuan held a smile at the corner of his mouth, and his words leisurely said, I rather think that you, sir, are going to lose. The words fell at the same time. Buzz off, Black Power Area. Throughout the entire frontier, an ethereal light emerged, and a steady stream of black gas bubbled up. For a time, ghosts cried out, and all living beings within the Black Fang's power, including the population, all but the army were taken alive. In the great city, a 7-colored light rose up to the sky, endless vitality and grievances, as well as 7-colored light containing vast and endless power, towards the strongest person to pour. One moment, the might on the strongest man skyrocketed. Break the shackles, stepping from the peak of the spirit cultivation realm to the first level of the melting sky, and it's still going up. Melting sky 2, triple, The first level of the heaven of transformation. Futon. Straight to the passage realm. A body of air. Terrifyingly unusual. The storm clouds are changing colors. Heaven and earth are in turmoil. Mountains and rivers crumble. Kill. Chu Yuan gave an order. Manipulating the strongest. Leading the army to kill the army controlled by Tang Si. Population, whether expendable or not, is nothing more than a human mind. Sacrifice all beings for power. Take all the resources and invest them in the strongest. So, then you can get the ultimate victory. Chapter 34. The so-called righteous and devilish path is nothing but domineering. A command. Black's momentum is like a dragon, killing White's army. Even if Tang Si tried his best to manipulate the White army to block, it was still difficult to stop the Black army from nibbling away. Eventually, just hold on for a moment. White's army was then completely engulfed. No one is left behind, even the back country of the city. It was also broken up and massacred by Black's army. Men, women, and children are all devoured. How can you do that? Why would someone like you win? Tang Si watched as the forces he had run were overthrown. The mountains and plains on the sand table all became black. His eyes widened as he stared at Chu Yuan, hissing in disbelief. He didn't understand why he had to watch himself on the verge of victory, only to have it come back to haunt him. In this heaven and earth, the strongest are honored. Chu Yuan looked at Tang Si with a smile, exuding a supreme majesty that was raised after being the holy son of the heavenly devil sect for many years and being elevated to the position of sect leader. It was also gradually nourished after practicing the imperial grade technique, the great Jadine Yang technique. At this very moment, his figure seemed to draw up infinitely, becoming magnificent and prime. It caused Tang Si, Zui Hizhu, Xiao Yan, Xiao Cheng, the Xiao family head, and the others to unconsciously look up and pay attention. And as he looked down on Tang Si from above, looking around the crowd, his words were majestic. Martial Dao, human, immortal, transcendent. One can easily do what mortals can hardly reach to 10 enemies, 100 enemies, 1,000 enemies, or even 10,000 enemies. The martial arts path is divine. It can destroy cities and fortresses, cut off rivers and overturn oceans, even if you run your forces well and raise an army of cultivators. But when faced with a truly powerful person, one is only suppressed by a single move. As for getting stronger by means, it doesn't matter at all, even if it means killing your wife, your son, and yourself. As the saying goes, the way of man is not enough to serve the needy. Listening to words that were cruel and cold-blooded and flavored with the taste of the weak and the strong, Tang Si, as well as the gazes of the Xiao family, were stunned. Aren't you the son and nephew of the Qian Yuan sect's head? You're a righteous person. When did you learn to speak in the devil's way? But it was because Chu Yuan was at this moment wearing the tiger skin of the great man who was the head of the 10 sects of the righteous path. Tang Si, the Xiao family head, and the others couldn't accuse anything. After all, whoever has the most power has the right to speak. If it was an ordinary person who dared to make such an evil statement, they must have swarmed over each other, ripped each other's mouths out, and decapitated them. Looking at the faces of Tang Si and the Xiao family members, Chu Yuan secretly laughed in his heart. The so-called righteous path was also depending on the person. He continued with a smirk. The so-called righteousness and devilry are just one that doesn't want to be cheeky, and one that gets a bit of a cover-up. In reality, there is no difference between the two. Both are bullies and only value profit. If you ask me, what is the way of the righteous and the devil? There is actually only one way, and that is the way of the hegemon. If you are strong enough, then you can do whatever you want. After all, between the righteous paths, isn't the Xiao family also bullying and suppressing a rootless, scrappy son, Xiao Yan? But when he awakened the 10,000 flame sacred body in the heavenly demon sect, you guys wanted him back again. Hear this. A flush of embarrassment and blush immediately appeared on the faces of the Xiao family head, the Grand Elder, and the others. Look away. No one had expected that Xiao Yan's wasted talent was just a layer of camouflage. If they had known this, they would have done their best to nurture him and let him feel the warmth of the family. Chu Yuan continued, pointing in the direction of the various forces in the distance, and the Spring Wind County city at his feet, saying, other immortal cultivation sects, family forces, aren't they also mindful of the prosperity of the Xiao family's county city, such as the tigers and wolves surrounding them, preparing for the day when they will impersonate the heavenly demon sect to break into and exterminate their families, and plunder the Xiao family's resources? Otherwise, the Xiao family wouldn't have sought refuge from my Qian Yuan sect, taking the initiative to climb up the ladder and supply resources. You actually know these truths in your heart, but you don't want to believe them. You don't want to identify with them. Deafening. It's like thunder rolling from the sky, exploded in Tang Si's mind. His eyes misted with water, followed by a tear rolling out of the corner of his eye. Snap, tears dripping down. It's true that I knew this was going to happen, but I wanted to run the Xiao family even stronger with my own means, to defuse these crises when I face them in the future. Tang Xi's words trembled as he spat out his heart. He looked at Chu Yuan and said, "My qualifications are too poor, and my only strength is that I am flexible and good at business. In this man-eating world, the path of individual strength is not accessible to me. I can only take the path of the group as a way to prove my ability, but now I realize that I seem to be wrong." A helpless smile appeared on Tang Xi's face as he sobbed, his entire body convulsing. It took him years of thought to hold on to his idea that one day he would be able to realize it. But today, it was a heavy blow by Chu Yuan, directly collapsed the heart of the Tao. Alas, the Xiao family head, the Grand Elder, and the others sighed. Up to this point, they had no more grudges against Tang Xi. I just didn't expect it to be this reason that made Tang Xi keep stopping them from climbing the Chen Yuan sect. But there's no way. Although the Xiao family flourished and grew under Tang Xi's management, the counties and cities within the territory became blooming. But the increase in strength is still too slow. With the Xiao family's current power, it was not enough to protect itself from the 10 sects of the righteous path, as well as all the immortal cultivation sects and families. It is like a child holding gold in the downtown area. Extremely dangerous, so you can only find a backer to make offerings to, and in this way get shelter. If not, who would want to pay for a father? Just in time, Xiao Yan looked up at his own master with burning eyes, only to feel a sudden realization and enlightenment. So it is. There is no difference between the path of righteousness and the path of the devil. Both sides are bullies, except one is shameless and the other wears a shroud. In this world, only the strong can have dignity. He himself was mocked and bullied and suppressed simply because he was weak. Bully. The weak are strong. Bullying. I see. Xiao Yan muttered under his breath. Rumble. Blazing golden divine light began to rise from his body. The qi and blood roared and let out an earth-shattering roar, running like a river or an ocean. The Yen-Di hegemonic true intent that was coiled within the Dantian suppressed the party and was untamed. But at this moment, it began to roll over within the Dantian, as if it was resonating with something. Following the Dantian all the way upwards, it surged towards the sea of consciousness of Xiao Yan's mind. Boom! Xiao Yan only felt a tremor in his soul, and the Yen Emperor's overbearing true intent, which had originally resisted him, now actually established a connection with him. He felt like he was able to catalyze the Yen-Di hegemony true intent. Mindfulness. Bang! The blazing golden divine light around his body instantly solidified and transformed into divine fire. It emitted endless light and heat, even causing the surrounding space to distort. Zip! Zip! Gobble gobble gobble. Slate underfoot, turned into lava. Under the influence of Yen-Di's domineering true intent, a chi and blood metamorphosis, the surrounding heaven and earth auras submitted, swarming and gathering, surging into its body. After being roasted by the divine fire, it was instantly refined into spiritual energy and returned to the Dantian. With ease, he broke through the shackles and stepped into the spirit gathering. Martial arts human immortal, forging the body, bones and blood. Cultivation was all about the physical body and quenching one's chi and blood. Most of the means used were also only in terms of the power of the physical body. However, when one reaches the spirit gathering realm, one needs to absorb the heaven and earth's spiritual chi, refine it into spiritual energy, and store it in the Dantian. It can also release spiritual energy to attach to a sword or transform into a sword to fight. And the changes in Xiao Yan's body were more than that. His divine soul had also undergone a metamorphosis after fusing with the Yen-Di hegemony true intent, adding a touch of blazing golden light. On his body, he also unconsciously blossomed a domineering majesty. Mighty beings, even Zhuo Meishui, who was at the heaven-melting realm, felt a wave of pressure. It even felt inexplicably familiar. This is the Yen-Di hegemony true intent. She looked at Xiao Yan incredulously. In her previous life, after she stepped into the Saint realm, she had once seen someone possessing the Yen Emperor's overbearing true intent. Under Emperor Yan's domineering true intent, all flames bowed down and overwhelmed all beings. No cultivator in the same realm would dare to take it. It is just that that person is not Xiao Yan, and does not have the 10,000 fires saint body. Otherwise it would be even stronger. It was unexpected that in this life, Xiao Yan had not only awakened the 10,000 flame sacred body, but had also sensed the Yen Emperor's hegemonic true intent. If this were to let him grow, I'm afraid that even if it was himself, he would definitely not be an enemy in the same realm in the future. In the meantime, detected Xiao Yan fusing Yen Emperor's overbearing true intent, triggering a 100-fold return. A clear and pleasant voice resounded in Chu Yuan's mind. Chapter 35, Broken Home and Destroyed. Reward 100 copies of Yen-Di's domineering true meaning. Chu Yuan looked at a blazing golden stream of light in the sea of consciousness, exuding the majesty of the godless Tao. Like a tadpole looking for its mother, it surged towards his own divine soul, and in just the blink of an eye, it plugged all of his divine soul, and dyed his entire body a pool of golden color. Abruptly, he only felt that his divine soul had become extraordinarily powerful. Underworld had an epiphany. The divine sense that could originally only cover tens of miles in a radius could now be extended to hundreds of miles away at its limit. Even the illusory will began to solidify. Chu Yuan had a feeling that he could will himself, at will, to override others, might over all beings and spirits. Even, he just had a thought. The surrounding heaven and earth then followed his will and moved, incomparably submissive, with a steady stream, wildly surging into his body. Yendi's domineering true intent quenched the aura and transformed it into spiritual energy in a matter of moments. The chi and blood also turned into a blazing gold color under the quenching, becoming even more fiery and pure. Rumble, repair 4, starting to climb, melting sky 8, the 9th level of the melting sky, peak, it's just under systematic cover. No one noticed anything unusual. This is the Yendi hegemony true intent. It's really incomparably hegemonic, Chu Yuan lamented in his heart. And looking at Xiao Yan at the moment, he was covered in divine light and divine fire, even baking the ground tiles under his feet into lava. The crowd of the Xiao family was shocked, their jaws dropping as they watched. This, how is it so like my Xiao family's ancestral bloodline has awakened the 10,000 flame saint body in general? The Xiao family head, the grand elder, and the others shouted in shock and disbelief. Isn't there already an all-fire saint body, Xiao Yan? Could two 10,000 flame sacred bodies exist in the same era? They are silent and thinking. The envoy has a point. Tang Si was already convinced, bowled over by Chu Yuan's words and 2 consecutive victories. After all, there are only 2 ways to make a person submissive. One is to convince with a big argument, and the other is to convince with a big punch. And Chu Yuan did it both ways. Tang Si naturally wouldn't be hard-headed. He's smart, not stubbornly stupid. The envoy's talent is 100 times better than mine. At a young age, one can realize this principle of heaven and earth. The weak is strong. It is even able to look at the righteous path and the devil's path from another perspective, unifying the essence of both. Truly admirable. Tang Si marveled and complimented Chu Yuan, smilingly asking, the bet was 2 out of 3. It was me who lost. I wonder what the envoy wants me to do. He was curious. The other party, being the son and nephew of the Qianyuan sect's patriarch, had a powerful background and outstanding strength. What exactly is it that you need help from a loser like yourself? The reason I was able to beat you and see things from a different perspective was simply because of a different environment and state of mind. Chu Yuan didn't directly say what he wanted him to do, but threw out an olive branch, staring at Tang Si, seriously saying, if you can worship me, in the future you will be able to change your destiny against the heavens, break through the shackles, and soar to the heavens in the cultivation path. Against all odds, break through the shackles and soar to the heavens in cultivation? Zhuo Meishui and Xiao Yan. Xiao Cheng revealed shocked expressions. Could it be that this Tang Si can still be like Xiao Yan himself? The surface of the waste material, really otherwise, to be worshipped after the teacher, breaking the seal, awakening the 10,000 fire holy body not? The Xiao family head, the grand elder, and the others were also attracted to the words. Back from the original silence, they looked at Chu Yuan, pointed at Tang Si, and said, Duke Ji, although Mr. Tang's brain is good, he really can't do anything in the cultivation path. It's been 25 or 6 years since I've been cultivating, but I've been stuck in the forging body realm for more than 10 years, and I've been unable to break through the shackles so far. If you need to take on an apprentice, you may as well look at the children in our Xiao family. The words came to an abrupt end, because they saw, boom, monstrous demonic chi violently rushed out from Chu Yuan's body. The demonic aura was gloomy and dark, enveloping the entire Xiao family's inner city in an instant, covering the sky. Hoo. 10,000 ghosts cry. A hideous and terrifying demonic shadow, trying to come to the bloody mouth, pounced on all the living people in the inner city. This is, the Xiao family's crowd had a look of horror in their eyes. The cult of heavenly devils. The Xiao family head's eyes widened. Just by seeing this dense demonic aura, he recognized the identity. Poof. PSSST. One by one, members of the Xiao family. It was too late to shout for help, and they fell one after another. They simply didn't have time to react. After all, no one could have predicted that the Qianyuan sect's envoy was actually a strong member of the heavenly demon sect posing as an envoy. Even if someone reacted swiftly and promptly used means to defend themselves, condensing chi and blood aura to block the demonic chi erosion and demonic shadow pouncing. However, under the erosion of that rich demonic aura, the chi and blood aura flickered and collapsed in an instant. Immediately afterward, the demonic shadow entered the body, devouring the vitality and occupying the divine soul. After all, the strongest person in the Xiao family head Xiao Feng, was only at the peak of the Rong Tian realm. Most Xiao family members, whose cultivation level is only 3 forging or 3 spirit, are simply unable to confront Chu Yuan. Who the hell are you? Xiaofeng roared angrily and killed with the shin-heavy ruler in one hand. Watching his brothers and nephews around him fall one by one, he bared his teeth and his heart dripped blood. Watching the Xiao family head attack, Shu Yuan eyes coldly smiled this. One hand outstretched. Yin Yang cracking hand. Yin and Yang rolled around, turned into a black and white giant hand. Suppressing down. Chapter 36, The Strength of Yendi's Hegemonic True Intent. Devouring martial skills. I will leave you in pieces. Bang! Pust! Under the Yin Yang rift, the Xiao family head's resistance was of no use at all, and in an instant, he was sent flying with the spirit soldier in his hand. The entire person was also ruthlessly suppressed and smashed into the ground, forming a deep pit. The majestic vigor penetrated his body, and his internal organs were heavily damaged under this force, and blood spurted out wildly from his mouth. Why? Maybe. The Xiao family head's eyes were filled with astonishment. Unbelievable. Surprisingly, he himself was defeated in one move. However, he clearly perceived that the heavenly demon cultist in front of him only had a peak Rong Tian realm aura, and his strength was generally the same as his own. But with equal strength, how could one lose? And lose so quickly? You don't even recognize this godfather? Shu Yuan regained his appearance and walked over to the Xiao family head, looking down on him with a smile on his face. It's you! The Xiao family head's face showed shock, but his eyes carried a dawning realization. No wonder, the one who defeated himself was actually the heavenly demon sect master. If it's him, it seems to explain. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. A few days ago, Shu Yuan was only at the 6th level of Rong Tian. How is it possible to reach the peak in a short period of time? What the hell kind of drugs is he on? Heavenly demon. Sacred sect master. You wait. Don't you just want to take Tang Si as your disciple? I'll let him worship you as his master. Please, spare my life. The Xiao family head hurriedly begged for mercy. Right now, he couldn't fight, but he didn't want to die. One must know that he was still young and had only been sitting on the Xiao family head position for not even 100 years. He still had thousands of years of life left, and there was still a lot of glory and wealth yet to be enjoyed. How can you throw away a great life? Family master, how can you trade me for a way to live? Tang Si sniffed incredulously and looked at the Xiao family head. He was a guest secretary of the Xiao family, not a slave of the Xiao family. I've been working hard for the Xiao family for 10 years, keeping the entire Xiao family estate, the Spring Wind County city in operation day and night, laboring and working hard. How can you betray me in order to stay alive? Tang Si stared angrily at the Xiao family head and questioned loudly. However, he did not expect that the Xiao family head not only did not feel the slightest bit of guilt, but instead, his face was icy cold as he roared at him. Shut up! You're nothing but a dog raised by my Xiao family, and you really think you're part of the Xiao family. The respect you were shown in the past, that was only because it was good and useful. In the face of life and death, the Xiao family head could only look after himself. As for the others, wait until you survive. You! Tang San was so angry that his face flushed red and he couldn't speak. It was hard to believe that the gentle, elegant and easygoing Xiao family head in the past was this kind of person. Jiji Jaiji, the disciple that this sect's main disciple took in. Is it not for you to insult him at will? Not to mention that he's already lost to me and needs to do something for me. So how is that at your disposal? Next, let this sect master slaughter you and the entire Xiao family and refine them into demonic corpses. Shu Yuan sneered coldly and pinched up a seal in his hand. These people from the Xiao family can't just be killed. They must be put to good use. Even if you die, you will be enslaved for the heavenly devil sect. Maybe we can even use them against the 10 sects of the righteous path and make them kill each other? Hoo. As the seal strings in his hand changed, a channel of demonic chi converged and transformed into bizarre runes, striking towards a living or dead person. Once hit by the rune, either a living person or someone who was already dead, together towards the surrounding normal people to surround and pounce, as if transformed into a senseless monster, wild beasts in general. Wait, Xiao Yan, however, suddenly opened his mouth at this time and called out to Chu Yuan. Master, can you leave a couple of them with me? At this time, he also recovered his face, pointing at the 2 surviving middle-aged couples in the corner of the courtyard, as well as a few youths, teenage men and women, and opened his mouth. They were also members of the Xiao family, only their status was not high and they were farther away from Chu Yuan. Plus, he hid in the corner in time and didn't lose his life in the first place. Xiao Yan, it's you? The Xiao family head, as well as the 2 surviving couples, youths, teenage boys and girls looked at Xiao Yan with shocked expressions. They hadn't expected that their former clansmen would unite with the thieves of the Devil's Way to kill them. Only the most important thing right now is to stay alive. And, when the Xiao family followed the 10 sects of the righteous path to besiege the heavenly devil sect, having heard the heavenly demon sect master in front of him say that Xiao Yan was his disciple, so they didn't dare to accuse Xiao Yan, and even their originally pale, dead faces regained their color. Xiao Yan, save us, Persuade your master and leave us alive. Without Tang Si as a bargaining chip, the Xiao family head could only look at Xiao Yan with a hopeful face and said in a warm voice, "But I've never bullied and suppressed you. I'm a good person." Poof! The two middle-aged couples, as well as the several youths, teenage boys and girls, fell to their knees in a panic. Bang! 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 They kowtowed to Xiao Yan and worshipped. "Yener, brother Yen, brother Yen, we didn't mean to bully and oppress you back then. We were just motivating you. Back then, your cultivation was stuck at the forging realm and you couldn't advance an inch. We just wanted to inspire your anger so that you would work harder and seek to break through. Look, aren't you now breaking through and awakening the 10,000 flames sacred body? It's all because of us. And you left the family and met a benefactor who treated you well, the heavenly demon, sacred sect master. Look, can you understand our peace of mind and help us persuade your master to let us go and let the Xiao family go? The minute you open your mouth you're an old Pua guru." Hearing Chu Yuan, he couldn't even strain a smile. Xiao Qing and Zhuo Meishua even looked at those two family members with a face of disgust. They had never seen such brazen people before. "What do you mean? For my own good?" Xiao Yan was instantly irritated and on fire. He angrily pointed at his so-called eldest uncle and second uncle's families and roared, "Eating rancid rice, rotten vegetable leaves crawling with worms, and carrion is called for my good? You call putting me in a raggedy singlet in the dead of winter for my own good? Xiao Chunan and Xiao Chusheng slapped me in the face every day and called it for my own good? Xiao Ruyan and Xiao Ruyun treat me like a horse and a dog, riding on my back every day, making me learn to grunt like a pig for my own good? Furthermore, my 10,000 flame sacred body was awakened by my master at great cost by opening the demon blood pool to help me. Does it have anything to do with you guys having a piece of spirit stone?" His eyes flickered with biting hatred that had turned into a blazing flame. As long as he thought of those days and nights when he was bullied and suppressed, he couldn't suppress his heartache. Heartache for my tiny self back in the day. Some people use childhood to heal their whole life. Instead, it took him a lifetime to heal his childhood. Good for. He met Chu Yuan, the master who treats himself like his own son. If he was a female, Xiao Yan might even have to give his body as a rushing master and rebellious disciple. But it's almost time to find my sister. When I rescue her from the Xiao family's ancestral land, one can get one's sister to give her body in marriage. As for him being Chu Yuan's disciple, his sister is the master's wife, and in the future perhaps she will have to address the master's wife. It's not good to count the generations. Ethics are also a bit of a mess, but that's okay. Anyway, they are devil cults, evil devils and foreigners. They don't talk about these morals and ethics. The Xiao Chunan and Xiao Chusheng families were trembling in fear when they heard the words, and they want to beg for mercy. However, Xiao Yan had already picked up the Xian heavy ruler, the Xiao family's ancestral 7th grade spirit weapon, which had fallen to the ground, and walked forward. "Next, I'm going to pulverize you." He walked up to the two families, his eyes flashing with crazy killing intent. "Strike that." Wielding the Xian heavy ruler, he smashed down. Bang! The immense force made the air burst. "Damned brat, you actually dare to strike out at the elders." First Uncle Shaolin and second Uncle Xiaoyi saw that Xiao Yan not only accused them, but also went out to kill them. The moment was one of anger. Originally, they thought that begging for mercy would allow them to live. After all, there was Chu Yuan, the heavenly demon sect master, next to them. Both of his own families were definitely no match even if they went up, but now it's death on the left and right. So there's no choice but to resist, especially since Xiao Yan was so arrogant that he dared to walk in front of them. This if they can capture them, perhaps threaten Chu Yuan to release them. Think about it. The two immediately opened their hands into claws and performed martial arts. Inflamed hands, boom! Two huge flame palms condensed from the air and grabbed at Xiao Yan. The majestic pressure rolled in, and it was even more shocking to the mind. "A mere gathering spirit, how dare you strike out at us? Don't even think about it. We are spirit transformation powerhouses that are a full realm above you." However, it was expected to face the attack of the Shaolin and Xiaoyi duo. Xiao Yan, however, did not care in the slightest, and even in the face of the majestic pressure of two martial artists who were a large realm higher, his mind remained as calm as water. "Yeah," he grinned hideously. Boom! A godless Tao majesty descended. That was the change that came from the Yendi's overbearing true intent after it was integrated into the divine soul. It can suppress the will of the souls of living beings and make all fires obey. Although there was only an extremely weak trace, it was this trace of imperial majesty that easily broke through the two men's pressure and protected Xiao Yan's mind. It even instantly shook their souls, and their entire bodies froze. Even the operation of their chi and blood and spiritual energy stagnated, and their strength plummeted. The two huge flame palms even trembled violently and scattered in all directions, as if they did not dare to face Xiao Yan. Bang! Facing the two giant flaming palms, Xiao Yan stood still and did not avoid them, letting the attacks hit him. It worked! When Shaolin and Xiaoyi saw Xiao Yan being captured by the giant palm of flame, Their faces immediately showed joy and rushed forward wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to subdue Xiaoyan. Chapter 37 Xian Tian Sacred Body. Xian Tian Gong. Tang someone's otherworldly homunculus? His wife and children behind him were also relieved. Take down Xiaoyan. They would also have the leverage to negotiate with the heavenly demon sect master. However, Chu Yuan glanced at it and was not worried in the slightest. A hallowed 10,000 flames saint body. Could still be injured by this little flame? You guys are tickling me, but it's quite warm and cozy. In the firelight, Xiaoyan's voice came out leisurely. Immediately afterward, he was only seen waving his hand, and the two giant hands of flame that were originally clamping down on him were instantly integrated into his body. And he, himself, was unharmed. The sacred body of 10,000 fires can manipulate 10,000 fires, and can also swallow 10,000 fires. Trying to attack Xiaoyan with a fire attribute martial skill was simply playing with a big sword in front of the Duke of Guan. Next, let you all taste my inflamed hand as well. Xiaoyan laughed coldly as he stretched out his hands and grabbed at Shaolin and Xiaoyi. Rumble. Benton time. The majestic fire appeared from the void, rapidly spreading and burning towards the two of them, turning into two large hands to firmly grasp the two of them. It was the same martial skill, but its might was far stronger and blazing hotter than what Shaolin and Xiaoyi had executed. Even though they transformed their spirits outside their bodies into astral shields, trying to block the flames from burning, their spiritual energy was actually burned, and even merged into the flaming hands, strengthening their power. It was as if the two of them were not facing Xiaoyan at this moment, but a Yen emperor, capable of burning everything. You, too, tries to struggle. However, a godless Tao Majesty once again crushed down, instantly causing the two souls to be shaken, and it was too late for them to react. Rumble. The flaming giant hand had also broken through the spiritual power astral shield by now, burning up the flesh and blood of the two of them. In a few moments, Shaolin, Xiaoyi Fang just from the heart and soul tremor back to God, only came and issued a miserable wail, will be turned into flying ash, fell to the ground, mixed with the dust. When did Xiaoyan become this powerful? Tang Si watched as Xiaoyan was like a god or a devil, easily resolving the Shaolin and Xiaoyi duo who were far above him by a large realm. The entire person was shocked and astonished, staring at Xiaoyan with wide eyes. Unbelievable. Isn't he just as wasted as I am? Could it be that all this is because of him? Tang San's gaze fell on Chu Yuan. The man had said earlier that it would give him a flying start. It's hard to believe that he's not bragging, but can really do it. If it's true, if Xiaoyan can, why can't I? If only I could keep practicing. He looked at Chu Yuan, and a color of longing flickered in his gaze. Xiaoyan, how could you be so heartless? The first and second aunts, as well as the cousins, watched the scene in stupefaction. When they came back to their senses, they hastily backed away and looked at Xiaoyan as if they were looking at a demon. Ha! Xiaoyan sneered as the giant ruler smashed down. Bang! 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 Puffy click, blood and flesh muffled. First and second ants without resistance. Instantly by the Xian heavy ruler ruthlessly shattered the spine, followed by smashed shoulder blades, leg bones and so on. In the end, as Xiaoyan said, he died in pieces. Ji. Xiaoyan laughed coldly and even began to imitate Chu Yuan's laughter. He walked over to the remaining two men and two women, the siblings, and looked down on the four who were paralyzed on the ground. Next, it's your turn. Boom! The Xian heavy ruler fell. Poof! Click! Blood splattered. Bones broken. It wasn't that the four didn't want to resist, but even their father, who was more powerful than them in terms of cultivation, was unable to fight Xiaoyan. A few weaklings of the blood-forging realm were even more heavenly, being suppressed by Yen D's overbearing true meaning of the mind, coupled with the fear brought about by the death of their parents. It was difficult for them to even move. It's so cool. Xiaoyan looked at the several people who had already mixed with the soil. His heart was soothed to the extreme. The person who had bullied and humiliated him in the past, today he finally killed him handily and took revenge. Xiaoyan, save me quickly. An impatient, fearful voice rang out, interrupting Xiaoyan's recollection. I'm the head of the Xiao family. As long as you save me, I can appoint you as the young master of the Xiao family. Even if you want to take revenge, it was Shaolin and the few of them who bullied and suppressed you. It was they who deserved to die. But it really doesn't have a thing to do with me. I've never bullied you. Save me. If you don't open your mouth to save me, I'm going to die of serious injuries. Sacred Sect Master, please, for Xiaoyan's sake, save my life. I can give half. No, all of the Xiao family's properties to the Sacred Sect. The Xiao family head once again spoke out, wanting to awaken Xiaoyan's conscience and tempt him to save his life through benefits. Even more so, in order to survive, he did not hesitate to hand over all of the Xiao family's properties to Chu Yuan. Master, give him a hard time. Xiaoyan turned around and looked at the miserable Xiao family head and laughed. I know that you haven't bullied and suppressed me, But the misery and suffering in my life is all caused by you and has a lot to do with you. The young master of the Shao family in Spring Wind County City is not my identity. I deserve to be the young master of the Shao family in Flame City. It's ridiculous that although we are of different clans, we are of the same clan. Flame City Shao and Spring Breeze Shao are both descended from the bloodline of Yen Emperor, and you slaughtered my entire family. Besides, after killing you and destroying the entire Shao family, all the resources will be ours, so why do we need to make you give them? Speaking of which, his eyes moistened and he shed tears. The revenge of breaking the family and destroying the family is finally avenged today. The Shao family head was stunned at his words. What about the destruction of the Shao family in Flame City? Shao Yan was not of their Spring Breeze Shao clan, but of the Flame City Shao family, yes. But that was after they heard that the Flame City Shao family of the same clan had been wiped out with their entire family, and went to investigate. Accidentally discovered Shao Yan and his sibling Shao Xianer, who were hidden under the street next to the Shao family residence. Took them into their own home to raise them. He was about to question what was going on. Snap. Instead, Chu Yuan slapped down, from the outside in, shattering the Shao family head's brain and letting him go in pain. Although the tenfold illusion can unfold based on facts, an illusion is an illusion after all. Without knowing the full inside story yourself, there must have been some mistakes and omissions. So, naturally, he couldn't let the Shao family head speak down the line. What if the Flame City Shao family wasn't their Spring Breeze Shao family that was overthrown? Tang Si watched from the sidelines without stopping. He was already prepared to agree to Chu Yuan's request to become his disciple, so he naturally sided with him. Therefore, when he saw Chu Yuan slaughtering Shao family members, he only shook his head inside a few times. When Chu Yuan had sacrificed everyone in the Shao family into demonic corpses, he looked toward Tang Si and laughed. I thought you would stop it. Bang! How dare an apprentice stop his master? Tang Si knelt down and bowed. My disciple pays his respects to his benefactor, thanking him for his previous nudges. I implore the benefactor to guide my disciple's cultivation and help me to change my destiny against the heavens. His words were strong and firm, and his eyes glittered with hope. Shao Yan was able to turn from a wastrel into a 10,000 flame saint body. It was not unlikely that he himself would be able to do the same. Look at Tang Si. Chu Yuan revealed a satisfied smile, because on his system information screen, Don 4, waste rating, 10 stars, out of 10. With Shao Yan in general, Don 4 is also a full-blown wreck. Invest in him and get 100 times your money back. Good. I will definitely help you with all my efforts to help you rise as a scrapper. Chu Yuan nodded and stroked one hand on the top of Tang Si's head. As the saying goes, the immortal stroked my top and tied my hair to receive eternal life. And himself, he is the immortal, with the duo officially becoming master and disciple. Congratulations to the host for binding the investment target, Tang Si, waste level 10 stars. The system's pleasant beep sounded. Issuance of bound rewards. Reward 1, Xian Tian Holy Body. In the ancient times, Xian Tian God Emperor's inheritance. Can fuse the Big Dipper. The more the Big Dipper is fused, the stronger it is, even harnessing the power of Xian Tian and driving wind, clouds, and thunder. Q. The Xian Tian sacred body has fused with Tang Si, but has not yet been activated. Activation condition. Tang Si breaks through the bone forging realm. Reward 2, Xian Tian Gong, Imperial grade practicing to the great completion can be through the hand to cover the sky, overthrowing the world. Reminder, Xian Tian Gong has been automatically learned for you. Xian Tian sacred body? Never heard of it. But Xian Tian Gong? Isn't that a certain Tang who peeped into the treasures of the division and was chased by the elders for questioning but committed suicide by jumping off a cliff because he was afraid of punishment, alright? It's just that there are some differences in the names of the two. 1-3 and 1-4. Could it be that this Tang Si is an otherworldly homunculus of someone Tang? If that's true, think about the endless fire domain having Pill Old Man. There is no Jade Shaojiang in the divine realm. Chu Yuan had some drums in his heart for a while. Should this disciple still be accepted or not? But the system's reward. I really can't give it up. He hesitated in his heart and finally decided to take on a disciple. If this Tang Si really had the same heart as that Tang someone, it would be impossible for him to help the Shao family run their power, though now blacked out. But you are daring to have a way to take death, and the teacher can only. Chapter 38. This is no longer an ordinary bitter trick. Shao family ancestral ground. Rise of the scraps? Tang Si was thrilled. Looking at Chu Yuan with such confidence, he claimed that he wanted to help himself change his fate against the heavens. He was grateful in his heart, but even more so, he secretly said, it seems that Master has extraordinary means, and is by no means as simple as the heavenly demon Sect Master. After all, there were very few means that could help a person shed their bones and improve their qualifications, and they were extremely precious. Only a supreme treasure such as the heavenly devil Sect's devil blood pool would have such an effect. But even the demon blood pool only made the heavenly pride stronger and caused the ordinary people to have a small increase in their qualifications. Being a wastrel himself, he could at best be upgraded to an ordinary qualification. Otherwise, the Heavenly Devil Sect's Devil Blood Pool opened once every 20 years, and although the time was long, it was for mortals. For cultivators it's just a matter of shutting up. 20 years to build a supreme talent. One could also rely on feeding special things, such as a special physique like an innate Tao body, or a strong cultivator to replenish the pool of demonic blood. If this was the case, the Heavenly Demon Sect should have long ago been filled with heavenly pride, far surpassing the righteous path, overthrowing the 10 sects, and dominating the entire world. And how could he be forced into a battle by the Qianyuan sect's patriarch, leading to the death of the previous sect master, and even being besieged at the door by the 10 sects of the righteous Tao United? It follows from this, Tang Si is worthy of being an eccentric genius with a flexible brain, possessing great wisdom and good at calculating and operating. A lot of intelligence can be analyzed through some trivial information. With this matter settled, let's go to the ancestral land together and rescue Xiao Flame's sister, Xiao Sunair. Chu Yuan searched the Xiao family head's divine soul. From there, he found the information that opened Xiao Yan's sister and learned that her name was Xiao Qid. With that, he drove the Xiao family head to the backyard. Yes, Xiao Yan perked up and hurried to follow. Xiao Cheng and Tang Si followed closely to the left and right. Only Zhua Meishue, although she was expressionless, but her heart was setting off shocking waves, looking at the group of Xiao clan's demonic corpses left behind in the courtyard. Their gazes were dumbfounded and astonished. Even if you want to utilize to take down the Xiao family to enhance your own prestige, in order to pit the Heavenly Devil Sect against a large sum of money in the future, you don't have to be so ruthless, right? This is no longer an ordinary bitter trick. The Xiao family's senior management, as well as the direct descendants, have been exterminated by at least 90%. Even the Xiao family head is dead. There are only a few left in the outer cities, the outlying clans. Even if you have to play along with the act, you don't have to act yourself into extinction. Are all the righteous people so cruel, not only to the evil demons and foreigners, but also to themselves? She just couldn't believe it, because even the Heavenly Devil cult couldn't do such a thing. Can't it be that Chu Yuan has achieved the position of sect leader, living in a high position, enjoying glory and wealth, and coveting this kind of life, so turning against the righteous Qianyuan sect doesn't want to just be a big senior brother again? A thought bubbled up in Zhua Meishue's mind, but she then shook her head. No way, this matter did not occur in a previous life. And maybe it's because the Qianyuan sect doesn't want to simply shelter the Xiao family and obtain the upper offerings. Rather, they want to go dark and directly annex the Xiao family's power industry. Because even if Chu Yuan took the opportunity to take some heavenly materials, pills and spirit weapons, and talismans back, but these are just assets that are gone after use, not tools of production that can produce a steady stream of resources. The Spring Wind County City, as well as the surrounding counties operated by the Xiao family, are the greatest wealth. Right, that's the kind of operation. The righteous are most adept at saying one thing to one's face and another to one's back. Chu Yuan was the Qianyuan sect's eldest senior brother and would naturally help it act for the sake of the sect. At the same time, by him, he could also clear the Qianyuan sect of suspicion. After all, this was the work of the real Heavenly Devil cult. It's really a good calculation. Zhua Meishue gritted her teeth, looked at Chu Yuan's back with hatred, and followed. Although the Heavenly Demon Sect had gained wealth, it had helped the Qianyuan sect take down the Xiao family without any effort, and took the fall. The most important thing was that these resources, since it was Chu Yuan who had contributed the most to take them down, plus he was the sect leader, he had the right to decide on their distribution. If he gives Xiaoyan to Tang Si these cronies, then the Heavenly Demon Sect would only be benefited in name, but the real benefits would be hijacked by Chu Yuan. The Xiao family's ancestral land was located in the Xiao family's inner city. It is only located deep underground. When coming to the backyard, Willow, the water of the lake is turquoise, pavilions and water pavilions. The demonic corpse personified by the Xiao family head walked towards the pavilion platform, pinched a seal with one hand, and struck a red-colored spirit light towards the stone table within it. Buzz off! The stone table suddenly lit up with a burst of red light, illuminating the entire pavilion, only to see that around the thick column was carved out on the tortoise and crane, showing a subtle array of text, flowing light. An invisible spatial fluctuation emanated from the moment. Master, the Xiao family head's voice was hoarse as he said, the teleportation array that enters the Xiao family's ancestral land has been opened and can be used at any time. Looking at the teleportation array on the pavilion platform, the entrance to the Xiao family's ancestral ground is actually right here in plain sight. It's really unexpected, isn't it? If an outsider arrives, I'm afraid it's impossible to find. Even I, who have lived in the Xiao family for many years, am not sure. Xiao Cheng, Xiao Yan, and a few others exclaimed in shock. Hurry up and go save Xiao Suner. Chu Yuan couldn't wait to see the little beauty and walked straight into it. Yeah, my sister is still in there and I don't know how she is doing. Xiao Yan awoke with a sudden start. The crowd stepped into the pavilion. With a flash of red light, the scene in front of him changed drastically in a flash, only to see that the place at the moment was a huge cave, so extensive that one could not see the end of it at a glance. Underneath his feet was thick rock, and in front of him was a sea of fire, with streams of lava slurry emitting a dark red glow and setting off a wave of searing heat that kept coming. The only thing that could accommodate passage was a single freestanding stone pillar in the lava slurry flow, and, in a sea of fire, every now and then a dark shadow passes by. Woohoo! The wail of some unknown creature from the shadows. It was like the Xiao family's ancestral land that Chu Yuan had seen when he had cast his secret method. What kind of creature is it that can survive in the middle of magma? Zhou Meishue looked amazed. Xiao Yan, Xiao Cheng, and Tang Si felt even more bizarre as they listened to the wailing around them. Especially, Chu Yuan looked at the end of the sea of fire. An extremely long and ghastly white figure, weaving in and out of the cavern, exuded a heavy aura of fury. What the hell? He stared. Earth Heart Flame Lotus, I've finally passed the trial. Xiao Qian'er looked at the swaying plant in the molten pool in front of her, reddish in color, with a blazing golden lotus flower at the top, drawing in a steady stream of spiritual qi. As soon as he picked it off, he swallowed it into his stomach and began to cultivate. She had been in seclusion in this Xiao family's ancestral land for many days, and finally broke through the many obstacles and came here. According to the clan, in this underground molten cave, undergoing the scorching lava and absorbing the fire attribute spiritual energy day and night, one would be able to continuously refine one's body and stimulate the bloodline to return to its ancestor before swallowing this spiritual medicine that could only be nurtured by the lava of the Earth's core, the Earth's Heartfire Lotus. There would be a certain chance of awakening the 10,000 flames sacred body inherited from the Yan Emperor. Although none of the Xiao family had been able to awaken the 10,000 flame sacred body for so many years, more or less, they had all obtained some metamorphosis and enhanced their physique. There are even those who have awakened an inferior version of the 10,000 fires sacred body, the 1,000 fires sacred body. Boom boom boom. The majestic fire spirit carried by the Earth Heartfire Lotus merged into his body. Xiao Sun Air's body was suddenly crimson, and her qi, blood, and spiritual energy all became scorching hot, as if it was going to burn. Her pair of eyes, too, became incomparably bright at this moment, radiating red light. Bloodlines, it seems that Xiao Sun Air felt the changes within her body. Just feel a burning heat spreading from the inside out. The power was too strong for her to control. Bang! Xiao Sun's body ignited a majestic fire around her, exuding an inexplicable attraction. The surrounding streams of molten lava were attracted to change their direction of flow, converging frantically towards her. A streak of crimson light coalesced from the lava slurry stream and shot towards Xiao Sun, drilling into her body. But the weird thing was that it didn't hurt her in the slightest. Even after these red lights entered her body, Xiao Sun Air's aura surged. Bang! The original shackles were also blasted apart at this moment, nurturing the spirit one. In the dark, sensing the bloodline in the young girl's body becoming more and more dense, the power hidden in the depths of her bloodline gradually awakened. A smile appeared on a pale human face. Ha. This little guy has finally had his bloodline return. By the looks of it, it seems to have awakened a special physique. The 1,000 flames sacred body? It's not in vain that I've been cultivating him for years. He lay on the ground, his back facing the ground, using his limbs to crawl, his gaze squinting at Xiao Sun, filled with greed. Above the head was a stacked skull, as continuous as a centipede, exudes a cold, deathly aura that is eerie to the core. Chapter 39 Bloodline returning to the ancestor. 1,000 flame sacred body. Xiao family ancestor. Hurry up, old ancestor, I can't wait. Ha. The ancestor of the Xiao family laughed strangely and crawled on all fours as he began to prepare for the ceremony. In the depths of the ancestral land, around the molten pool, a formation had been set up and molded at some point. Mysterious runes were outlined on the surrounding lava stone walls. From time to time a flash of insight. The lava slurry flow of the entire underground molten cave, pulled by the greatness of the formation, began to converge toward the depths. In the meantime, Xiao Sun, who was beside the molten lava pool, was refining the medicinal power of the Earth's Heart Flame Lotus and absorbing the Earth's Heart molten plasma, and a sea of fire had already risen around her. The heat was so abnormal that space was distorted. But not only was she fine, even the robes on her body were perfectly intact. The crimson skin, too, had returned to its original whiteness. The blood veins in her body erupted, and a great force drove the devouring underground lava fire to begin transforming her flesh, sinews, and bones. Under that bloodline greatness, as well as the scorching and burning of the lava fire, the impurities in the blood, flesh and bones were burned to ashes and expelled from the body. The blood, flesh, and bones became crystal clear, the tendons and veins became resilient, and the spiritual energy became incandescent and full of the explosive power of fire under the quenching. Even the cultivation level had risen to the third level of spirit nurturing. Boom boom boom. The surrounding lava slurry flow also seemed to be emptied at this moment. The temperature plummeted, and even began to condense. Bloodline rejuvenation. Thousand Flames sacred body. I've succeeded. Xiao Sunair felt the changes in her body's blood veins, flesh and bones and even her spiritual energy, and a delighted smile appeared on her small face. With the Thousand Flames sacred body, you're invincible at the same level, and you're expected to become a saint in the future. I will lead the Xiao family to become even more glorious, becoming a behemoth like the 10 clans of the righteous path. She clasped her hands, her eyes bright, and made a vow under her breath. Yes, great, the fruit is ripe and can finally be picked and enjoyed. The Xiao family ancestor who was secretly spying was ecstatic when he saw Xiao Sunair metamorphose into the 10,000 Flames sacred body. Immediately, he reached out and turned into a giant palm to grab Xiao Sunair. Boom! A huge palm with a demonic aura instantly took the defenseless young girl. Who? Xiao Sunair looked at the large pitch-black hand that was firmly controlling her and hurriedly cast her martial skill defense to resist. Inflammatory clothing. Rumble. A blazing fire rose around his body. Inferno star. A flame like starlight burned up from the void around her, blasting toward the pitch-black hand that wrapped around her body. Even the magma flowing around them rose up into the air, transforming into meteors and flints that bombarded the pitch-black hand. Zigzag. Blazing flames baked the large pitch-black hand. However, the collision of the two only caused a puff of black smoke to rise from the pitch-black hand, and was unable to break the confinement at all. Even though his cultivation had risen to the spirit-nurturing realm and metamorphosed into the Thousand Flames sacred body, he was powerless in the face of the current bindings. The person behind this, how strong is the strength in the end, has not shown his face. Just a move will suppress me. Xiao Sunair was incredulous as she struggled anxiously and looked around. There's no need to struggle. Junior, you can't fight old ancestor me. The ancestor of the Xiao family came crawling on his back, dragging a large long string of gray skulls behind him like a centipede. With one hand, he pointed out several black awns to strike Xiao Sunair, sealing her cultivation and rendering her completely immobile. The lion wrestles the hare with all its might. This is one of the reasons why his scheming has been able to proceed steadily over the years. No matter how weak a member of the Xiao family was, even if he was unable to resist, he had to be deprived of the power to resist. This is the ancestral land of the Xiao family. Who are you? From the heavenly demon cult? Xiao Sunair tried to run her chi and blood spirit power to break through the seal while threateningly saying, I advise you not to touch me. I am a heavenly pride cultivated by the Xiao family. If you harm me, the Xiao family will definitely not let you go. After all, although the Xiao family was not as good as the 10 sects of the righteous path, but it was also considered a cultivation family. Not weak, but the skilled opponents smiled at his words. Xiao family, even if the Xiao family head came, he would still have to call out to me as an old ancestor. The Xiao family ancestor sneered. He catalyzed the formation to run. Rumble. An altar immediately rose at Xiao Sunair's location, lifting her up. The altar was inscribed with a bizarre rune, and at that moment, a blood light suddenly lit up, enveloping her. Xiao Sunair's heart secretly said that it was not good when she saw this. Looking at this situation, it seemed that she wanted to sacrifice herself. Look at her panicked gaze. The ancestor of the Xiao family was calm and collected. What exactly do you want to do? I can let the Xiao family use heavenly treasures and pills and spirit weapons in exchange, as long as you let me go. Seeing that coercion could not be achieved, Xiao Sunair's brain was flexible and began to benefit from temptation. I want you, the ancestor of the Xiao family said with a smile. You? Xiao Sunair's small face immediately revealed a look of panic. This old guy isn't in it for the money. Is he in it for the sex? Just in time. Buzz off. The formation roared. The runes flowed. She felt a sense of withdrawal. She saw the vitality within her body, her bloodline being drawn from the altar, flowing with the array runes, converging towards the Xiao family's old ancestor. It surged into his body, and after the vitality, the influx of blood, the originally pale face of the Xiao family's old ancestor gradually took on a hint of blood color, and even the decaying death intent on his body began to dissipate. Yes, that's what it feels like, to be alive. He had a maniacal grin on his face and raised his hands in the air and cheered. It can be accompanied by the extraction of vitality. Blood. Xiao Sunair's white and tender little face, but pale. What are you trying to do? Why are you trying to hurt me? Even if you're going to let me die, can't you at least make me a confused person? She looked at the old Xiao family ancestor unwillingly. He himself had just awakened his bloodline and metamorphosed into the Thousand Fire Saint body. There was supposed to be a bright, glorious future, but in the twinkling of an eye, they are controlled and made sacrifices. Junior, my old ancestor might as well tell you that I am a family head of the Xiao family from 1,000 years ago. Old ancestors' qualifications aren't that bad, but they're no match for you sacred bodies. The heavenly Tao is merciless. Because of my qualifications, it makes me stuck at the last level, delayed in breaking through. and my lifespan is exhausted. The Shao family had seemed to be the one who hadn't spoken for a long time, and now that the resurrection ceremony, the heaven-taking array that could strip the bloodline had been prepared, he then opened his mouth and answered for Shao Suner. Seeing that I'm going to die, I'm not willing to do it. I'm really not willing to do it, because I want to continue to live, obtain a holy body, forge a holy position, live a long and free life, and shake heaven and earth. Luckily, Old Ancestor has obtained a secret method that can bring people back from the dead and take over the creation of heaven and earth. See these skulls on my head? They are all the celestial pride of the Shao family in all generations. Just add one more I can return to the human world, and even get your 1,000-flame sacred body. Ha ha ha. Delighted laughter resounded through the underground. The entrance to the molten cave. Chu Yuan and his group didn't hesitate and leapt straight onto the top of the stone pillars in the lava slurry flow. And just then, a black shadow rushed out, wrapped in magma, giving birth to a boundless sea of fire that swept through the crowd. Boom boom boom. The flames swept. It was blazing hot. Chu Yuan, however, walked blandly, because just as those black shadows emerged wrapped in a boundless sea of fire, ghost thing, die for me. Xiaoyan stepped forward and blasted out with a fist, a supreme majesty immediately suppressing the monstrous sea of fire. Bang! Click! 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 The pouncing black shadow was instantly smashed by his punch and disintegrated in midair, which was surprisingly a bone. The other black shadows were also exposed in front of the crowd at that moment, which turned out to be a corpse whose flesh and blood had been burned away, leaving only bones. Even because of the burning and sizzling of the molten lava, it has been turned into a glazed color. The fire of the soul burns in their eyes. It's as if they've been refined to look like this for manipulation. It just wasn't enough to look at in front of Chu Yuan's group. Xiao Yan alone could deal with it. Soon, the crowd then walked through the fire. Only a few steps into the party, a strange laugh could be heard. Someone actually broke in. A grayish-white, extremely long figure that snaked like a centipede flickered away. Immediately after that, Chu Yuan and his group saw a horrifying scene. Bang! Click! 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 The earth beneath his feet, the walls around him, cracked. Out of it came a figure whose head had disappeared as if it had been dried up, bubbling with death and resentment. Give me back my head. Ghosts cry and wolves howl. General voice resounded, penetrating endless grief. Chapter 40. What righteous warrior? I am the heavenly devil sect leader. What the hell is all this? Is this still the Shao family's ancestral land? Why is it so much like a devil's cave? Zhuo Meishui and Tang Si looked shocked and incredulous. On the contrary, Chu Yuan and Xiao Yan, Xiao Qing has seen before the Shao family ancestral land as if hell. Dark ghosts crying and howling side, had expected, but at this moment, when they saw that one of them was wearing tattered robes, some of which were still very new, and the Shao family emblem on them was vaguely visible, it was also astonishing. These ghosts, they're all members of the Shao family. How did they die? Xiao Yan's eyes widened. Possibly, there's something sinister going on here, and I see that all of them are missing the upper half of their heads, which seems to be used for some evil spells, rituals and the like. Chu Yuan's face was calm and collected as he calmly analyzed. Your sister may be in danger. What? Xiao Yan was startled. My sister she. There is no time for hesitation or delay. Asterisk them all. He immediately rushed towards those resentful corpses transformed by the Shao family members like a madman. Inflamed hands. Rumble. Monstrous flames burned from the void, transforming into giant hands that grabbed at those spiteful corpses, to burn them into ashes. Bang! Boom! One by one, the spiteful corpses were sent flying, their bodies burning violently. Chu Yuan sensed a not-so-weak aura in the molten cave. In addition to a faint aura, the divine soul swept out, trying to probe clearly, but it was blocked by an invisible force. Ha! He sneered. The figure transformed into a rainbow, and the demonic aura was monstrous, wrapping around Xiao Yan, Xiao Qing, and Tang Si, flying away in an instant, all the way across the street. Those spiteful corpses were blocking the road, and there were many strong people of the heaven-melting realm among them, but once he was in front of him, it was like being hit by a locomotive in an instant, turning into a sky full of blood and flesh pieces. Zhuo Meishui followed behind, watching with trepidation. Although he had seen Chu Yuan's move defeat the peak Ron Tian Shao family head with his own eyes back in the Shao family's compound, and felt the aura on his body strengthen once again, she already knew that Chu Yuan had become even stronger. But it was really hard to imagine. In the face of so many spiteful corpses, he unexpectedly broke through the blockage by destroying them. How in the world did this guy rise to such intensity in a short period of time? He stayed in the Heavenly Demon Sect some time ago. There's no way he could have gotten the chance. He is also unlike me who has, with the experience and Dao heart of almost proving to be an emperor in his previous life. Zhuan Meishui gritted her teeth. She felt that it would be even more difficult to deal with Chu Yuan in the future. Same time. How the hell is this guy so raw? The Shao family ancestor was instantly startled when he sensed a powerful aura furiously intruding and breaking through the spiteful corpses blocking his way. Old ancestor, I have bound this Shao Sun from the moment she metamorphosed into the thousand flame sacred body in time to carry out the resurrection ceremony and activate the heaven-seizing grand formation. And I didn't dare to delay even for a moment. With a dull expression, he muttered under his breath in a disoriented manner. From the moment I found out that they had come in, I awakened all the resentful corpses transformed by the Shao family members I had killed, and blocked them with all my might. How can you still be saved by a hero? This formation has only been open for less than a quarter of an hour, and it will take an hour to complete it completely. There's no way it's going to be completely done before they get here. The Shao clan's oldest ancestor clenched his fists and turned his head in indignation, looking at the tunnel behind him. There's no one coming yet, but someone is coming soon. The aura of the peak of the Rongtian realm, but the intensity far exceeds the Rongtian realm, and although my strength in life was the peak of the Tongtian realm, I died 1,000 years ago, and my only remaining strength is only the first level of the Huantian realm, so I'm afraid it would be difficult to win if I were to fight against it. Damn it! He jilted and let out a hiss of pain and hatred. Obviously he made all the preparations. For 1,000 years, he had stayed in the underground melting cave and did not dare to go out, fearing that he would be detected by the 10 sects of the righteous path and the Shao family members. And whenever the Shao family members came in, he would hide in the dark. Even those lava skeletons that he had sacrificed, the grudge corpses were lurking in the shadows, making it difficult to be detected by the Shao family members who came in. At the same time, for the Shao family members who came in, he picked and chose to kill them, and after killing them, he would also fake it as going off the rails or dying in various accidents. And, in the Shao family's ancestral land, no one would suspect a big devil. As the saying goes, the safest place to be is the most dangerous place to be. He himself did not delay the slightest bit in this operation, and had already activated the ceremony and formation when he told Shao Sun about the plan, to prevent the villain from talking too much and ending up dead. After all, when he was young, he got rid of demons and did the heroic killing of villains, including those close friends from back in the day who used to fight demons together and often talked about killing a certain talkative demon once again when they got together for drinks. The Shao family's oldest ancestor could be described as deep in thought, so naturally he didn't dare to forget or repeat the same mistakes. Available at never in a million years. It was then that the old Shao family realized that the villain, even with few words and without the slightest delay, could be beheaded by the righteous warrior who heroically saved his life. Come on, even if old ancestor dies, you righteous warriors, don't think you can be heroic. The Shao family ancestor's figure flickered to behind Shao Sun, and with a false grip on one hand, a spirit sword rested on Shao Sun's neck. With a maniacal expression, he rushed at the several figures that abruptly surfaced at the entrance of the tunnel, shouting, "Thousands of years of planning, destroyed in one day. How do you keep him from breaking down? Ha, a righteous warrior? No, we're from the heavenly devil cult." The demonic aura dispersed, revealing the figures of Chu Yuan, Shao Chang, Shao Yan, and the four Tangs. What's going on? Zhuo Meishui also followed close behind. At this very moment, looking at each other, both sides instantly widened their eyes. Is it a human or a ferocious beast? How can there be such a monster in the world? Even Chu Yuan and Zhuo Meishui, who had lived 2 lives, couldn't help but be shocked and feel strange when they looked at the stacks of skulls of the Shao family's oldest ancestor that were winding as if they were centipedes. Someone from the devil's way? The Shao family's oldest ancestor was also astonished. How did someone from the devil cult break into the ancestral lands? What are the Shao family clan heads, elders and other powerful people up there for? Are they all dead? Sister, Shao Yan saw Shao Sun, who was fixed on the altar and enveloped in a bizarre bloodlight. Although the two of them had only met offline for the first time, he had previously seen exactly what his little sister looked like through blood tracing, especially the throbbing of the ties between the bloodlines could never be wrong. At this time, he finally saw his relatives who had been scattered for many years, but he witnessed the vitality and bloodline of his closest sibling being continuously stripped away and infused into that repulsive-looking monster. With a sword blade on his neck, he was instantly enraged as he activated his martial skill and inspired 2 huge inflamed hands to blast towards the Shao family ancestor. Rumble! The flaming giant hand came out. The entire cave inside and outside the magma have swept starfire convergence. As if the soldiers saw the general, saw the king, the power skyrocketed. Brother? Shao Sun was surprised as she watched Shao Yan shouting and rushing violently to save herself. Does she have a brother? Don't remember. For as long as I can remember. The Shao family then told her that her parents were dead and that she had no siblings or other relatives. But why is it that on him? There is a feeling that is familiar to me. In the meantime, Shao Yan had also rushed to the side of the altar, and his 2 giant hands of flame fiercely blasted the Shao family ancestor. Your bloodline is far more intense than his. The flavor of the 10,000 flames sacred body? The Xiao family ancestor didn't care in the slightest about the attack. Just watching Xiao Yan strike, the surrounding lava fires had converged to fuel its might. His eyes, at once, lit up. If you can offer yourself to the old ancestor, I can let your sister go. The words rang out at the same time. The dense, cold and deadly chi around his body rolled around and instantly extinguished the giant hand of flame, transforming into a long snake silhouette that wrapped around toward Xiao Yan. The district was just a spirit-gathering realm. If it were not for the fact that the concentration of his bloodline was even thicker than Xiao Sun'er's, and his 10,000 fire saint body was stronger than Xiao Sun'er's 1,000 fire saint body, it could have been destroyed with his hand. Chapter 41, Stepping on the Sacred Bridge, Walking the Sacred Path, Casting the Sacred Phase. Sect Master Qian Yuan becomes a saint. This monster is so strong? Xiao Yan saw that the inflammatory hand that he had exerted with all his might was extinguished, and even when he faced that long snake shadow entanglement, he was unable to see its movements. A shocked look came over his face. "Seen your brother Xiao," Tang Si shouted anxiously at the sight. "Master, you have to save elder brother and the others." Although he himself was quite a bit older than Xiao Yan, but nay, Xiao Yan had worshipped his teacher much earlier. For example, compared to Chu Yuan, he was even a few years older than him, but as usual, he had to call out to his master. "Ugh, he's as unthinking as ever. It's too impulsive and doesn't compare its strength with that of this monster." Chu Yuan sighed. Fizzle. The long snake void had already entangled and bound Xiao Yan, dragging him towards the Xiao family ancestor. Ha 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 ha. Unexpectedly, old ancestor, I am now even expected to become a 10,000 flame sacred body. The Xiao clan's old ancestor's body crawled and climbed onto Xiao Yan, feeling the power of the bloodline within him, and laughed wildly up to the sky. "You have a terrible, sickening laugh." Chu Yuan looked at Xiao Yan, Xiao Sun'er's siblings who were controlled by the Xiao family's old ancestor, and did not panic in the slightest, as he gazed at the Xiao family's old ancestor with a flat gaze and said, "If you let the two of them go right now, and seeing as you have already fallen into the devil's way, this sect leader will be able to give you a way out of the situation, and allow you to become a renegade under my seat. Otherwise, you will die today." "Yeah?" The Xiao family ancestor was also not the least bit flustered when he heard this, and laughed. "Listening to your tone, you seem to be the master of a sect? But even though the strength of your aura is far beyond the fused heaven realm and can be equal to mine, it's at best an even match. He's your disciple, and she's your disciple's sister. Aren't you afraid I'll kill them all? It would be better to let them choose who lives and who dies. Old ancestor, I'll leave you one to come. Master, leave me alone and choose my sister." Xiao Yan looked guilty and cried out, saying, "The disciple can only repay your kindness in the next life." His mind was filled with self-loathing. He was so impulsive that he was in danger. But the good thing is, it's worth it to keep your sister alive. Xiao Sun'er had been in a state of confusion. She had no idea how to react. Ha 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 ha, take your pick. The Xiao family's oldest ancestor looked at Chu Yuan in triumph. What will he choose? Zhuo Meishua observed Chu Yuan's reaction. "Looks like you're really looking for death. Originally, with your strength, you could have been the traitorous eagle dog of this sect master." Chu Yuan's deep abyss-like eyes blossomed with thousands of blazing golden divine radiance in an instant. Stepping forward, his fierce might was as majestic as a mountain or a sea, crushing down on the Xiao family ancestor. "Ha!" The Xiao clan's old ancestor watched Chu Yuan's intent to strike, but he let out a disdainful sneer. "It looks like old ancestor is going to make them see blood so you can calm down." He pinched Xiao Yan's head with one hand, his nails deeply embedded. A handful of long swords sharp, cut through the silk Xiao Sun'er's snow-white neck. Scarlet overflowed in a flash, but just then, the Xiao family's old ancestor only felt that his soul was violently shaken, as if his head was being slammed by a sledgehammer and iron hammer, a copper hammer and stone hammer, 1,000, 10,000 needles piercing the soul of God. A sword kept slashing the divine soul, then stir constantly. A supreme pressure struck. Bang! The body is also uncontrollable, paralyzed on the ground, no longer able to move. How come? Boundless fear even unconsciously surfaced in the heart of the Xiao family's oldest ancestor, wanting to overwhelm him. Hundredfold Yen Di hegemonic true intent. Chu Yuan's divine soul underwent an incredible metamorphosis under the excessive amount of Yen Di's overbearing true intent. His divine soul was different from the translucent, grayish-white color of normal people, but instead, it was radiant with golden light. It can even coalesce into a solid body, and as long as he moved his mind, he could oppress all beings and spirits as he pleased, shaking their souls. All divine souls that are inferior to his own will all bow down. Even the spiritual chi of heaven and earth had to actively enter his body under Chu Yuan's strong pressure and be refined by him, unless one's cultivation was far more powerful than Chu Yuan's and could withstand the pressure. But it is very obvious. The Xiao family old man is now only the first level of the transformation heaven, and there is just a layer of shackles between him, and it is simply impossible to block. Master hasn't even made a move yet. Why did this monster fall? Xiao Yan and Tang Si stared blankly at Chu Yuan. So handsome. Xiao Suner's beautiful eyes flickered with waves of light as she stared tightly at Chu Yuan. The aura on his body. At least he has a heavenly transformation realm cultivation. Zhuo Meishua looked at the old Xiao family ancestor on the ground with shocked eyes, and then looked at Chu Yuan, secretly saying, Chu Yuan, he is in the end. The Xiao clan's old ancestor looked up incredulously at the magnificent figure that came to his side, and he wanted to open his mouth to beg for mercy. Available at, it's too hot to look at you, go to hell. A light word fell. Immediately afterward, he only saw a large black and white hand descend from the sky and cover himself. Bang! Click here. The bones were instantly swept away. With a casual wave of his hand, Chu Yuan swept away all the broken pieces. A traitor like that can grow a needle's eye if he stays around. Being ugly is not a sin. Being unaware of it is a damnation. Besides, this ugly guy threatened him. You are Xiao Suner, aren't you? I am your elder brother's master, but you and I are about the same age, so from now on we'll talk about each other. You call me brother and I'll just call you Kaoru. Chu Yuan rescued Xiao Suner from the altar. As for the vitality and bloodline that had been seized by the Xiao family's old ancestor, it had also returned to her body with his death. After all, those vitality and bloodlines were detached not long ago, and Xiao Suner still had a connection. Maybe you're confused about your identity right now. Chu Yuan directly pulled Xiao Yan over and said, let your brother explain to you, but right now I have things to do. Let's talk while we're out. Xiao Yan and Xiao Suner were already connected by blood and quickly explained everything to Xiao Suner. However, there was no time for the two to catch up at this time. The Xiao family's ancestral land was on the verge of collapsing under Chu Yuan's vigorous miracle. A few moments later, a group of people came out of the underground melting cave. The Xiao family head was still waiting in the outside world. When he saw Chu Yuan, he hurriedly worshipped, Master, I have already instructed all the demonic corpses to continue to disguise themselves as their original identities, and to control the entire Spring Wind County city, and all the Xiao family's industries, just waiting for the Holy Church to send someone to take over, trying to maximize the clutch. It was natural to take control of the entire Xiao family forces, all the industries, rather than simply emptying the resources such as heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Well done. This sect leader will leave first. You guys listen to Tang Si here and do a good job, and wait for a day or two before the holy cult sends someone to take over. Chu Yuan patted the Xiao family head on the shoulder, then looked at Tang Si and commanded, you will continue to stay here for the next few days, and after some time, my master will send someone to receive you to return to the sacred sect and break the shackles. Tang Si perked up at his words. Breaking the shackles? Just help yourself to a higher qualification? Yes, he hastened to answer. And aside, Zhuo Meishua looked on. The whole thing had frozen. Wasn't Chu Yuan only moving out the heavenly materials and other resources, leaving the rest of the Xiao family's properties, as well as the Spring Wind County city and the surrounding counties to the Qian Yuan sect? How is it that now he wants to send someone from the Heavenly Devil sect to come and run the Xiao family's forces and take over the nest? Could it be that I misunderstood him, and that he really wants to wash his hands of blackness and become the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil sect? Zhuo Medieval Snowshow eyebrow slightly wrinkled. Upset. It's starting slow. Leave in a hurry. Chu Yuan loaded the majority of the Xiao family's heavenly materials, spiritual soldiers, and other resources into his storage ring, leaving only what was needed to operate the industry. Then he couldn't wait to take Xiao Cheng, Xiao Yan, and Zhuo Meishua on the road back. In the meantime, Qianyuan Mountain, situated at the head of the 10 sects of the righteous path, Qianyuan sect, it was supposed to be a peaceful scene with high skies, but at this moment, there was a sudden change in the wind and clouds, and golden light descended from the sky, falling straight down. Buzz off, inside and outside the mountain gates. This includes the city of Xianyuan at the foot of the mountain, hundreds, thousands of miles around, sect disciples, city cultivators, mountain dispersal cultivators, countless people's waists, long swords in their hands, all trembled, bowed down in the direction of the Qianyuan sect. Sword out of heaven, 10,000 swords. Inside the Qianyuan sect, a great figure, white-clothed and windswept, rose up into the sky. All over his body, he exuded a vast pressure, just like a sword soldier, with a sharp edge. Rumble, heaven and earthquake. 13 long golden bridges flew from the dome. The white-clothed sword immortal, stepping on the bridge, was like an exiled immortal descending to the world, reigning over the world. The incomparable majesty of the heavenly Tao, wrapped in holy might, caused all beings to kneel and worship. It's the sovereign. Step on the sacred bridge, walk the sacred path, and cast the sacred phase. Patriarch is going to become a saint. Chapter 42, Sacred Phase. Buddha's Way. Fragrance and Qi struggle? A sword in the air. The one who drew down the golden light of the heavenly Tao and wanted to break through the realm to become a saint was none other than the Qianyuan sect patriarch Jiwei. If you want to become a saint, you have to touch the laws of heaven and earth, and realize the Tao and reason. But how subtle and profound are the laws of heaven and earth, intangible and unfathomable. The Taifeng sect was the closest to the Qianyuan sect, with a distance of just 10,000 miles, looking towards the distant sky with its bright golden light and feeling the powerful pressure coming from it. First to notice, Taifeng sect master Feng Yin old man appearance, crane hair, a black and white Taoist robe, was originally in the center of the main hall closed cultivation, sensing the laws of heaven and earth in the underworld, the Tao and the reason. But at this time, there was a sudden tremor in the heavens and earth, and the laws, which were originally as calm as water, followed the fluctuations, momentarily disturbed his thoughts. A look of shock appeared on the expressionless face of the Taifeng sect's patriarch. His figure flickered to the roof of the room, and he looked in the direction of the Qianyuan sect, his profound gaze penetrating 10,000 miles away, saw the familiar figure, white and windy, in the entire 10 sects of the righteous path. For thousands of years, no one has been able to become a saint. The Taifeng sect patriarch looked serious as his words bitterly murmured. I never thought that the Qianyuan sect patriarch would become the first. The 10 sects of the righteous path, just my 2 Taoist sects. The Taifeng sect has already been suppressed by the Qianyuan sect for 1,000 years. Do they want to be suppressed for another 10,000 years? Same time, the Temple of the Dead. A slim figure with long red hair lightly tied with a red rope, with red lips and white teeth and starry eyes. He looked handsome. The young monk wearing a white red patterned robe, holding a golden Zen staff, and bare feet walked out of the Great Day Treasure Hall. It's the abbot's Brahmaputra. He watched as golden light descended from the sky in the distance, landing directly on the Qianyuan sect. Watching that peerless sword immortal come out of the gate, causing 10,000 swords to clang, all bowed their heads. All beings and spirits bowed down in worship. Even if he was separated by a distance of 10,000 miles, he could still feel the supreme prestige. It makes one's bones, one's blood, one's heart involuntarily submit and want to bow down. Although the 10 sects of the righteous path are allied, there is even still the threat of the external enemy, the heavenly devil sect. But the Taoist-Buddhist rivalry has been going on since ancient times, and there have been many clashes between the Qianyuan sect and the Temple of the Past Life in order to compete for incense. The Qianyuan sect patriarch was originally the apex of the entire northern Luzhou. If he becomes a saint, I'm afraid that my Buddhist sect, my Wayfarers Monastery, will no longer have a place to stand in North Luzhou, and it will be difficult to maintain the incense. In particular, after becoming a saint, the saintly phase forged through a body's essence is extremely slow to grow by relying on time alone to cultivate painstakingly. And if one absorbs incense and faith, heaven and earth's chi can grow rapidly, when he achieves sainthood and stabilizes his realm. I'm only afraid that he'll begin to lay his hands on the Wayfarer's temple. The abbot of the Temple of the Future reckoned in his mind. It was not that he was being petty or unfounded. Rather, it's religious disputes, which exist everywhere, which is the world of cultivation, because religion is also justified. Talented young men can be selected from among the believers, and fanatics who are not afraid of death can be trained from among the believers. At the same time, growing the holy phase could be accelerated by incense and faith, as well as heaven and earth's chi. Incense, faith, heaven and earth chi is like the food of the holy phase. So, for profit, naturally, you can't avoid a fight. 13 sacred bridges, the qualifications of great emperors. There have been very few throughout the ages. Over the past 10 million years, most of the visions of those who became saints have only been 10 holy bridges. Jade Maiden sect master Gu Qingcheng looked up at the 13 long bridges of radiant golden light above the sky dome of the Qianyuan sect in the distance, her eyes flashing with envy and jealousy. The originally pretty face was also filled with indignation. Everyone was ahead of one of the 10 sects of the righteous path, and they were also all strong in the Tong Tian realm. Why can you master the law and step on the holy throne, or even draw down the 13 holy bridges? As the saying goes, only women and little people are hard to raise, no more than that. In ancient times, there was feeding the devil with one's body, and that Lu Tsanyue was even able to go undercover in the heavenly devil sect. For the sake of the 10 righteous sects, for the sake of the Jade Maiden sect, should I feed my body to the saint? If I can destroy the Taoist heart of the Qianyuan sect patriarch, she was secretly calculating in her mind. Taoist sword sect. The great sword master Fengjiu lives in seclusion in the backwoods wilderness. Abandon your houses for shelter from the wind and rain, and your robes to cover your body. Live in caves, wear straw clothes, and eat blood. Become one with the nature of heaven and earth and realize the laws of nature. At this time, when he saw that someone had actually become a saint before him, he was not envious and jealous, just looking at the distant Qianyuan sect's mountain gate with a flat face. The white-clothed sword immortal rode the wind and stepped on the clouds. 13 sacred bridges, a great emperor's talent? His words were languid, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a smirk as he exclaimed, but the more sacred bridges there are, the longer the sacred path will be. The farther you go to the end, the greater the pressure of the heavenly Tao you bear. If you can't withstand it, you will fail, suffer a serious injury, have your Taoist heart clouded, or even fall off the realm. Are you, by any chance, able to top that? Although becoming a saint was not as difficult as certifying to become an emperor, which required the crossing of heavenly tribulation, heart demon tribulation, and other tribulations, but becoming a saint also requires going through the trials and tribulations of heaven. The Holy Bridge represents the qualification base and the difficulty. The vast majority of people in history became saints, holding out for 10 holy bridges. Just like this, wanting to walk across the entirety of the Holy Bridge was also extremely difficult and required an incomparably strong will. And the 13 holy bridges, if you can go all the way, then you have the qualifications of a great emperor, and your future is promising. Rumble. The sky dome above the Qianyuan sect. The 13 holy bridges shook in unison as a powerful pressure descended, landing directly on Qianyuan sect patriarch Jiwei. But even the residual power instantly pressed the bodies of the kneeling elders of the Qianyuan sect to sink. Hundreds of deacons, hundreds of thousands of disciples, all heart trembling, cannot help that pressure, flopped down on the ground. What a powerful pressure! Is this the supreme heavenly greatness? Always a rare sight. The crowd knelt on, trembling. However, he looked excited to experience the power that was in the underworld, omnipresent and invisible. After all, this heavenly Tao pressure was also just a mere pressure, and it did not do them any harm. On the contrary, after experiencing the heavenly Tao's mighty pressure polishing adaptation, they would be less affected when facing the mighty's mighty pressure in the future. Feeling the greatness of the heavenly Tao at the same time might be beneficial to their future cultivation. The sacred realm of mysteries, the laws of heaven and earth for my use. Qianyuan sect patriarch Jiwei felt the dense force of the laws of the heavens and earth converging around him, turning into 5 colors and a divine chain intertwining. He stepped onto the first holy bridge, gazing profoundly at the long holy road in front of him, feeling the changes in his body at this moment. Cultivators are supposed to be transcendent, metamorphosing from mortal to extraordinary, and I feel now that I, myself, am no longer human. Blood is like golden pulp, flesh is like crystallized sand, bones are like glazed glass, and the body is in constant communion with heaven and earth. The divine soul is solidified and transformed into a yuanshan, and even if it probes out of the body and endures the wind and sun, it feels nothing. The innate sword body, too, has been deeply tapped into its potential, and I, as if, have turned into a supreme divine sword. It's just not cool. Complete freedom from human suffering and weakness. May, just as he took a step, wanting to cross the sacred bridge, step on the sacred path, and walk to the end to condense the sacred phase. Abruptly, a whim, a feeling of uneasiness pervaded the underworld. Shu Yuan's face flashed in his mind. The Qianyuan sect patriarch pinched his fingers and sensed the sword heart puppet he had placed inside his good disciple, and his expression froze. My good disciple actually got rid of the control of the sword heart puppet? A flash of surprise appeared in his eyes, as if it was hard to fathom. Ha! May follow, he sneered. I was going to keep you alive as a pawn, but since you don't want to, go to hell. The words fell. The sword of the Qianyuan sect's patriarch chopped down the strand of golden light that the heavenly Tao had draped down on his side. The sword blade engulfed it between the gulps of light. Immediately afterward, the entire sword became golden, possessing the heavenly Tao's pressure and the holy Tao's majesty. His left hand and sword finger pointed toward the direction where the heavenly demon sect's divine court mountain was located, slicing through the void. Kill me so. The right hand stabbed out the long sword. It blossomed with boundless radiance, carrying the power of the boundless holy way, rolling the laws of heaven and earth, and drilling into the void. Chapter 43 Defending the Holy Preceptor. This must be Chu Yuan and his master's calculation. The heavenly devil cult. Bang, bang, bang. It was accompanied by the sound of a heavy bell that shook the sky and the earth. It echoed throughout the divine court mountain as well as the 4 directions of mountains and fields. Big deal. The 10 sects of the righteous path. Qianyuan sect patriarch Jiwei is going to forge a holy position, to become a saint. A horrified voice rang out. An elder struck the warning bronze bell and hissed loudly, his face filled with panic. Just now, he saw a horrifying scene. The golden light of the heavenly Tao fell on the Qianyuan sect, and 13 holy bridges connecting the heavens were laid straight down. What? In the heavenly devil cult, whether it's an elder, a sacred teaching king, or a disciple, tens and millions of people were shocked and alarmed at the words. One by one, the rays of light ran out and ascended to a high place. Looking to the south, where the Qianyuan sect was, only golden light was seen there. Even if it was tens of thousands of miles away, it was still impossible to ignore. It was even possible to see a white-clothed figure on the dome of the sky, middle-aged in appearance, born with a head and horns, and his features were like a knife. Longsword Windfall. obviously with such a long distance. Even if it was a big mountain, it would be too small to see because of the vision problem. But they just saw it. That white-clothed sword immortal was even seen, turning his head in the direction of the heavenly demon Sect's divine court mountain, his gaze carrying a faintly sneering smile. Immediately afterward, he cut through the void and stabbed out an absolute sword. This, the heart-slaying demon ancestor, Elder G, and the 4 great hall masters were also awakened by the sound of the bell. They all lost their colors as they watched the Chen Yuan sect patriarch ascend to the 9 heavens and step onto the sacred bridge, especially the killing heart demon ancestor and Ji Lao. They knew how powerful the Sate realm was, especially, the Chen Yuan sect patriarch is trying to take advantage of the opportunity to become a saint and borrow the great power of the heavenly Tao to harm my heavenly demon sect. The killing heart demon ancestor gritted his teeth. When you become a saint, you borrow the great power of heaven and take advantage of it to kill your enemies. It can exert a power far beyond its own. As to why he knew about it? That was because this kind of thing had been done before by the Heartslayer demon ancestor. 10,000 years ago, when he became a saint, he borrowed the greatness of the heavenly Tao to take on the 10 sects of the righteous path, pitting many of the opposing powerhouses. It was only now that the wind and water had turned, and it was unthinkable that the heavenly devil sect would one day be taken advantage of by the righteous path to retaliate. But who do you think you are, to try to destroy my heavenly demon sect by virtue of the killing moves you performed when you became a saint and borrowed the greatness of the heavenly Tao, is simply delusional. The killing heart demon ancestor immediately instructed the group of senior members of the heavenly demon sect, the 4 hall masters, the elders, and so on to disperse, as long as they didn't gather in one place. Even if the Chen Yuan sect patriarch wanted to decapitate the high-level powerhouses, he could only plot against 1 or 2 of them. In the meantime, rumble, click here, over the heavenly devil cult, space rupture, thousands of brilliant golden lights flashed, punch out the cracks, miso, Jedi sharpness. The 10,000-foot giant sword that carried the laws of heaven and earth and the power of the holy Tao descended from the sky. But unexpectedly, that holy sword did not kill the top powerhouses of the Tong Tian realm like the heart-killing demon ancestor, Ji Lao. Neither did he kill towards a heaven-transforming realm powerhouse like the 4 great hall masters. Instead, they went straight to the divine court mountain and chopped at it. It was as if it was going to decapitate and destroy the entire divine court mountain. What's going on? Instead of killing people, he beheads mountains? The entire heavenly devil sect looked at each other and couldn't figure it out. But a voice suddenly rang out. The sacred preceptor has just returned and is resting in the devil heaven pavilion on divine court mountain? The words were not yet spoken. It immediately caused countless people's faces to change in shock. Hiss! A big breath of cold air was sucked in backwards. That hypocrite, the Qian Yuan sect patriarch, is actually laying hands on the holy sect leader? Due to Chu Yuan's maneuvering, he took down the entire Shao family without spending a single soldier, bringing with him a large amount of heavenly materials and treasures. Even the Shao family estate was well preserved, just waiting for the heavenly devil sect to send someone forward to run it. The congregation above and below had already honored Chu Yuan's title to Chu Yuan from sect leader to holy sect leader. The admiration for Chu Yuan skyrocketed even more, insanely elevated. Now it was learned that someone had dared to lay hands on the holy patriarch. One burst into anger. He couldn't wait to bite the Qian Yuan sect patriarch to death. This hypocrite previously took advantage of the former sect master's failed breakthrough and suffered a backlash and was heavily injured, and came to force a battle that killed the former sect master. Now it's even trying to hold the might of breaking through the holy realm hostage, borrowing the greatness of the heavenly Tao to victimize the holy preceptor. The heavenly demon sect can't afford another upheaval. We can't just sit back and watch the sacred sect leader be victimized. Let's all go forward together to vault over the sacred sect leader and resist this sword. The southern hall master Gong Tianyu bellowed and immediately rushed forward with his men. The sect master has the heart of a Tao ancestor. If he doesn't fall, he will become a great emperor in the future. And with the heart of a Tao ancestor, he can prove all paths. He has no upper limit and can surpass any great emperor in history. There is absolutely no room for error. Elder Ji and the heart-slaying demon ancestor shouted and also rushed towards the devil's sky pavilion at the top of the divine court mountain without a second thought. Chu Yuan is too valuable. The heart of the Taoist ancestor. Even if they died, as long as they could preserve Chu Yuan, it would be well worth it. Chen Yuan sect patriarch Ji Wei is going to sword chop Chu Yuan? Zhuo Meishue looked up at the Saint Dao sword that killed him through the air, her expression astonished. Chu Yuan was his disciple. Why would he want to kill Chu Yuan? Can't it be that things have gone wrong with the Shao family? The Chen Yuan sect patriarch thought that Chu Yuan had betrayed him, but she didn't believe it. It was because Chu Yuan had done all of this in order to allow the Chen Yuan sect to take the Shao family's industries and territories in name only. Even if Chu Yuan said that he was going to send someone from the Heavenly Devil sect to run the business, it's very likely that this is just a pretense to boost his own personal prestige. But if that's not the case, why did the Chen Yuan sect patriarch kill his own eldest disciple? Zuomeshue was puzzled in his heart. But when she saw the crowd that was frantically running to the top of the divine court mountain, with frenzied expressions, shouting that they would protect the sacred preceptor with their deaths, it dawned on her. I see. After taking down the Shao family, Chu Yuan won great popularity by virtue of his great achievements, causing the entire heavenly demon sect to worship fervently, plus his Dao ancestor's heart, which is extremely precious and means a lot to the heavenly demon sect. The Chen Yuan sect patriarch knows that even with the help of the opportunity to become a saint and borrowing the greatness of the heavenly Dao, he will not be able to overthrow the heavenly devil sect. That's why he conferred and plotted with Chu Yuan to kill him, utilizing his status and position, as well as the significance of the Dao ancestor's heart to the heavenly demon sect, and his reputation in the hearts of the people of the heavenly demon sect, attracting the heart-killing demon ancestor and elder G, the four hall masters, the elders, the sect sacred sect king, and the disciples to gather together to protect Chu Yuan as a way to be able to maximize the damage to the heavenly demon sect. Take away here. Zuomeshue rushed forward to stop them, shouting loudly, "Stop, all stop," with so many people gathered together. In case they can't block that sword, the heavenly demon sect will suffer heavy losses. She was unable to reveal Chu Yuan's identity, because with his reputation, taking genuine truth for himself would be taken for jealous insanity. But the crowd simply won't listen. God's Court Mountain, Magic Sky Pavilion. Chu Yuan sensed the turmoil in the heavens and earth and heard the sound of a bell ringing. Upon seeing the familiar figure of a bright golden light, white-clothed sword immortal, tens of thousands of miles apart in the distance, his whole body was shocked. And when he saw that cheap master killing with a sword through the air, that 10,000 feet huge sword carrying the heavenly Dao's holy might chop down, Chu Yuan's scalp was even more numb and his heart thumped violently. This hypocrite, failing to control me, wants to kill me again? He hurriedly flew away from the Devil's Sky Pavilion and ran wildly towards the back of the mountain. This sword was aimed at himself, and as long as he left the Devil's Sky Pavilion, then it would not affect Xiao Cheng, as well as Xiao Yan and Xiao Sun Air's siblings. Godfather, quickly head with me to the ancestral hall in the back of the mountain, where you might be able to block this sword. The heart-slaying demon ancestor and Ji Lao flew away and arrived next to Chu Yuan, and then with a big grab, they wrapped him up and rushed him towards the ancestral hall in the back of the mountain. Rumble, click here, the void behind him ruptured. The vast majesty of the holy Dao suppressed it. 10,000-foot giant sword is getting closer and closer, the sharpness piercing the back. Chapter 44, 12 Devil Ancestors, Heavenly Devil Body, MT, Sentinel, Back Mountain Ancestral Hall. 18 demon ancestor statues stood in a row, emanating supreme ferocious might. However, in front of the holy sword that was about to be chopped down, it was somewhat small. The heart-slaying demon ancestor and Ji Lao arrived with Chu Yuan. The two immediately opened their mouths towards the group of demon ancestor statues as if they were conversing with someone. Seniors, this one next to Xiao Ji and I, he is our heavenly demon sect master, possessing the heart of a Dao ancestor, gifted and talented. A future great emperor can be expected, and extremely strong-minded. Just before he took office, he laid out a layout to kill an innate Taoist body of the righteous path, several elders, and hundreds of disciples. He is the future hope of my heavenly demon sect to re-establish itself in the 9 Qian realms. There is no room for loss. But now the Qian Yuan sect patriarch is using the opportunity of sainthood to kill him, cutting off the future of my heavenly demon sect. I also ask all the ancestors to make a move to block it. The duo spoke very quickly and couldn't wait. It's really a time emergency. That 10,000-foot holy sword was about to fall. With the strength of the two of them, they were not strong enough to fight against it today. Even if the heart-slaying demon ancestor was a half-step human saint, Ji Lao was also at the peak of the Tong Tian realm. However, that Chen Yuan sect patriarch's sword that drew the greatness of the heavenly Dao's laws by taking the opportunity to become a saint was a sword that had the power of a true saint. The heavenly demon sect still has demon ancestors who are not dead? Chu Yuan looked on in amazement. The killing heart demon ancestor was already the youngest demon ancestor of the heavenly demon sect, yet even he had existed tens of thousands of years ago. It can be imagined that the other devil ancestors, and how long years ago should be the old antique. It's truly worthy of being a heavenly demon sect with a deep heritage that has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. Chu Yuan sighed in his heart as he surveyed the 18 demon ancestor statues. Holy Bishop, we'll guard you. The 4 great hall masters, elders, and others also led the crowd to arrive at this time. They formed a large formation, and despite their fear, they straightened their spines and blocked in front of Chu Yuan, facing the 10,000-foot holy sword. You are. Chu Yuan was greatly moved by the sight. Is this the devil's cult? Why were the people of the Devil's Way able to sacrifice their lives to stand in their way? And his master, who is a righteous man, was able to use him to become an undercover agent of the devil cult, delivering a message for the righteous path. And after pitting the former sect master, instead of receiving him back to the sect, You want to control him with a sword heart puppet? The righteous path is like the devil, heartless and wolfish, demonism but with truth and beauty. Godfather, the East Hall Master, War Woji, smiled at Chu Yuan and said boldly, "You are the hope for the future rise of our heavenly demon sect. Even if we die, we will keep you safe." The words fell. Nice. South Hall Master War Woji's words were firm. Even if we die fighting, we must guard the Holy Patriarch. Boom. Four-way battle formation. The four Hall Masters mobilized the elders under their command. The congregations. Waves of demonic chi rose up to the sky, transforming into a thick barrier that enveloped the entire ancestral hall of the Back Mountain. Same time. Ugh. Alas. A sigh rang out. Only 18 demon ancestor statues were seen, 11 of which lit up with bloodlight one after another. 11 figures dressed in black and deadly aura surfaced. That's just it. Even if it's just for a little while longer, it would be better to give up this body at the end of your life and fight to the death to protect the future of the heavenly demon sect. The 11 demon ancestors' voices were hoarse as they said with a sigh, not to mention that the statue made of divine origin stone is about to run out of power and won't be able to last much longer. Their faces were not clearly visible in the darkness under the hood. There was only a pair of eyes that were cloudy in the middle, but still translucent with a fine light, penetrating with endless sadness. They had all once been the pride of heaven, leading the heavenly demon sect in a mighty manner. However, under the relentless wash of the years, the vitality continued to drain away and there was very little longevity left. However, he also had to withdraw from the stage and spend his days hiding in a statue made of divine origin stone, sealing the self, reducing the time rush, drawing on the power of the divine source, filling the vitality of the chi and blood. Elder, in the future, the heavenly demon sect will depend on you. I hope that your Tao ancestor's heart will not let us down. The 11 demon ancestors and the heart-slaying demon ancestor came to Chu Yuan in company, reached out and patted his shoulder, speaking in a serious tone, up close and personal. Chu Yuan was able to see an expectant smile on the faces of the 12 demon ancestors hidden in the darkness, like dry corpses, though the smile was made extremely grim because of the mold. But at this moment, Chu Yuan felt a burst of warmth. Rumble! The 10,000-foot holy sword finally passed through endless space, carrying boundless holy might and killing. Bang! Click! 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 The protectorate formation only lasted for a single breath before it was directly broken. Zigzag. The four great hall masters and the congregation formed a four-sided battle formation, facing the 10,000 feet huge sword. Under that golden holy light, the pitch-black demonic gas was like ice and snow encountering the warm sun, rapidly melting and dissipating. A great formation of hundreds of thousands of congregations could not face the might of a saint. The four great hall masters and the others were under that majestic and vast, supreme pressure that was like heaven and earth. The face began to distort. It's hard to resist. The saints are transcendent, far from bridging the gap by virtue of sheer numbers. Put, one by one. The congregation couldn't support themselves, and blood spurted out of their mouths as their bodies went limp and fell directly to the ground. Chu Yuan. This is all because of Chu Yuan. This damned fellow. In order to victimize the heavenly demon sect, he even used his body as bait to attract the congregation to converge by taking advantage of the heavenly demon sect's congregation's embrace of his trust. By doing so, we will be able to kill them all in one go, and maximize the possibility of recreating the heavenly demon sect. Zuomeshua also arrived, but she did not form a formation together and also pulled her disciple Yi Qinyu not to participate. She looked at the four hall masters, the elders and hundreds of thousands of congregations worriedly from the side. However, the gaze that looked at Chu Yuan was extremely hateful and vicious. He came to the ancestral hall at the back of the mountain and even tried to swindle out those demon ancestors who had made great contributions to the heavenly demon sect but had to seal themselves because they had so little longevity left. If we really let him succeed, I'm only afraid that after blocking this sword, the demon ancestors will be completely silenced. Even if they were to reseal themselves, the statues made from those divine source stones, the divine source in them wouldn't be able to fill their vitality anymore. Zuomeshua was eager to point out Chu Yuan Qianyuan's sex identity as an undercover agent, but she didn't have any proof, or those evidences even if they are taken out. It wouldn't work with Chu Yuan's rising reputation. The Chen Yuan sect's secret masterpiece, the sword of extreme intent? It wasn't as if she hadn't reported upwards and to Ji Lao upon her return, but one sentence from Ji Lao dispelled suspicion for Chu Yuan. The former sect master and the sect master of the Qian Yuan sect, the two of them fought from their teenage years until the time of his death. In order to defeat the Qian Yuan sect patriarch, the former sect master had once studied various martial arts masterpieces of the Qian Yuan sect, including the extreme intent sword. He keeps it in his mind when he fights with the other side, and later on he privately deduces it and tries to break it. So it's not surprising that the sect leader knows the sword of extreme intent. After all, it's not like the secret mastery can't be deduced. Some of the means that are so enlightened and intelligent that they watch their enemies perform in a fight and bring them in to use themselves. Just in time, you and the others stand down. This holy sword strike, leave it to us. The Killing Heart Demon Ancestor and the other 12 demon ancestors struck out, performed the Heavenly Demon Jedi, Heavenly Devil Battle Body, Rumble, terrifying demonic might blossomed, connecting as one. The 12 people had thick demonic chi above their heads, transforming into a huge, magnificent figure that stood on top of the sky. It was 10,000 feet tall, covered with pitch-black scale armor, with 2 horns on top of its head and scarlet eyes. A long axe was held in his hand. The ferocious power is supreme. It's none other than Sky Devil, facing a 10,000-foot holy sword. With a furious roar, he swung his great axe to chop and slash to meet him. Clang! Chapter 45, The Holy Way, taking the opportunity to overthrow the Heavenly Devil Sect. Bang! Click! 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 The holy sword fell. The 4 directions battle formation breaks down. The 4 hall masters, the elders, hundreds of thousands of the congregation looked at the absolute frontier with saddened faces, but at this point, a ferocious and unparalleled, and yet, the aura that brought them a sense of familiarity, as well as a sense of closeness appeared. The crowd turned their heads to look, only to see the demonic chi converge above the heads of the 12 demon ancestors, transforming into 10,000 feet of heavenly demonic bodies. Heavenly Devil, the supreme being that the Heavenly Devil cult believes in. Its greatness is so powerful that it can slaughter gods and Buddhas and destroy the heavens and the earth. It's just that heavenly demons only exist in myths and legends. Even the Heavenly Demon Sect had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years and had never seen a heavenly demon before. It is only recorded in the precious texts of the church that the Heavenly Devil once descended to the world and left behind a legacy. And this is where the Heavenly Devil cult came from. But though there are no heavenly demons in the world, but there is a Heavenly Devil body. Heavenly Demon Sect's master skill, Heavenly Demon Battle Body. As long as one cultivates it, one can fight as a heavenly demon with one's own power. The 12 demon ancestors were all strong at the heavenly realm, and there was no shortage of half-step saint realms among them. Even some demonic ancestors, such as the Killing Heart Demon Ancestor, once arrived at the holy realm, but either because of serious injuries to fall realm, or in order to reduce the flow of vitality, survive even longer, since the war a knife. At this time, when they joined forces to execute the Heavenly Demon Battle Body, their power was naturally extremely strong. Clang! The Heavenly Demon Giant Axe and the 10,000 feet Sacred Sword were colliding together. Powerful power fluctuations shook the void and broke, spreading to the 4 directions of heaven and earth, and white air waves rolled over. The entire Divine Court Mountain roared and trembled under the aftershocks of this invisible force. The earth below. The Heavenly Demon cultists were also dizzy and their chi and blood rolled under the shock of this power. Can't stand it, bleeding from ears and nose. However, ho ho ho, the Heavenly Demon body roared in anger, holding the giant axe in both hands as it stood loftily in place. Surprisingly, it held up against the 10,000-foot holy sword, allowing the 10,000-foot holy sword's golden light to shine brightly. It dissolved the demonic aura, allowing it to erupt with the vast and boundless power of holy might. The trembling giant axe shook. Let it be overwhelmingly sharp. The heavenly demon held a huge axe, consistently, firmly blocked. The 12 devil ancestors' demonic chi continued to converge, instilling the heavenly devil battle body to make up for its consumption. Yet the aura of death on them was even thicker. What little vitality was left was constantly and violently depleted, never replenished. Click, click, click. Abruptly, a crunch. The 10,000-foot holy sword crumbled inch by inch and dissipated into the heavens and earth. The overwhelmingly terrifying holy might that had originally enveloped the heads of the crowd disappeared. The Qianyuan sect patriarch's power from the sword across the sky was exhausted, and he could no longer maintain the killing move. Ugh, tens of thousands of miles away, in the dome of the sky, the Qianyuan sect patriarch Jiwei on the 13 sacred bridges looked in the direction of where the northern heavenly demon sect was and sighed deeply. He could sense that Chu Yuan was not dead, but the one-sword killing move that lends itself to the opportunity of becoming a saint can only be performed once. Strike that. After I step over the holy bridge and walk the holy path, I will cast the holy phase and achieve the position of a saint, overthrowing the heavenly demon sect. You're going to die after all. Qianyuan sect patriarch Jiwei sighed and stepped forward. Boom! Moment. A heavenly Tao pressure descended. It's heavy as hell. If it was a regular person, they would probably have to be directly crushed into a meat cake. But this pressure was nothing to him, not even a hint of impact. And so, Qianyuan sect patriarch Jiwei continued to walk on. Step 2. Boom! An even more massive heavenly Tao pressure descended than before, and the two merged together. It was like a mountain pressing down on him, always remaining, never dissipating. However, Qianyuan sect patriarch Jiwei continued walking. Step 3. Rumble. An even more terrifying pressure descended, but it still couldn't stress him out. At that moment, however, his steps stopped. As he looked in front of him, a golden light, incomparably magnificent figure stood in his way. It was even that the figure was extremely familiar. It was none other than the heart-killing demon ancestor. Only his face was majestic and his eyes were merciless, as if he were the way of heaven. Kill! A cold and merciless voice resounded through the clouds, piercing into the Qianyuan sect patriarch's mind. It transformed into a sharp, devilishly cold black sword that chopped at his divine soul. Tread the sacred bridge and cross the sacred road. Regular people only know that they have to be able to withstand the pressure of the heavenly Tao. Yet only those who have personally experienced it will understand that there is also the need to face the word that all the sages throughout the ages have left behind on the sacred bridge when they became saints. The process of walking the holy path is a process of sensing the path of others and strengthening one's own path. If you fail, the main reason is that you have not held fast to your own path. After all, although the heavenly Tao's pressure was terrifying, it would be gradual, allowing the saintly person to have an adaptation process, especially those who had become saints, with their cultivation at the peak of the heavenly realm, were already overwhelmingly strong. The apex of the current world, the martial arts path to the gods. How can you not withstand the heavenly pressure? After all, that's just the grind. It's not like the heavens are trying to get themselves killed, and when the sacred bridge is stepped over and the sacred path is traveled, the end is reached. You can cast your own way and transform into a holy phase. From then on, leave your own Tao in heaven and earth, and control the laws of heaven and earth with your Tao. One move, the power of a saint. Lift your hand and turn the clouds, cover the sky in terror. In the meantime, watching the Qianyuan sect patriarch soared across the sky, he traveled through the void and landed on the heavenly demon sect's divine court mountain. That 10,000-foot giant sword carried the heavenly Tao's holy might and overwhelming sharpness, shattering space and chopping down. The 10 clans of the righteous path were all staring with wide eyes, though separated by tens of thousands of miles, unable to watch the scene of sainthood unfold to all beings and spirits as one would watch the Qianyuan sect patriarch under the influence of the heavenly Tao. They couldn't see what was happening in the heavenly devil cult at all, but feeling that boundless heavenly Tao holy might, anyone who is an individual knows what a powerful force that represents, and it's simply impossible to counteract it. If they were to be replaced by their own family, I am afraid that the clan's great formation would have to break in an instant, and no one would be able to stop them at all. Even if all of them gathered together and formed a battle formation, it was just a mantis. The only ones who could resist the saints were the saints. For the might of heaven and earth and the laws follow when a saint strikes. How could a cultivator below the saint realm resist? Patriarch, this holy sword falls. I'm only afraid that the heavenly demon sect's protecting formation will break and there will be heavy deaths and injuries, especially the upper echelons of them. There are bound to be a lot of deaths and injuries. Perhaps we can take the opportunity to overthrow the heavenly devil sect. In the Qianyuan sect, the elder disciples looked at the direction where the heavenly demon sect was while focusing on their own patriarch, revealing excited gazes, especially since they now had a saint, whose hundreds of thousands of years of inheritance after overthrowing the heavenly demon sect. With the prestige power of his own Qianyuan sect, he would definitely be able to take up most of it. Even if the other sects have any complaints, they have to endure in the face of a saintly patriarch. Chapter 46, Preparing Ahead for the Storm. Ha 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 ha. The Saint Tao strike performed by borrowing the opportunity of becoming a saint and the greatness of the heavenly Tao is extremely powerful. I think the heavenly demon sect must have been hit hard and suffered heavy losses. This is a great opportunity for our 10 sect of the righteous path to completely overthrow the heavenly demon sect. Taifeng sect Master Fengyan looked at where the northern heavenly devil sect was located, an old face filled with an excited smile, overjoyed. Same time, the Temple of the Dead. Once we overthrow the heavenly demon sect, we, the 10 sect of the righteous path, will be the most powerful rulers on northern Luzhou, saying one thing and doing nothing. After destroying the heavenly demon sect, the territory it occupies will be owned by us, the 10 sects of the righteous path. An incomparably hideous and grim smile appeared on Abbot Brahma's clear and handsome face as he clenched his fists and said, especially since the heavenly demon sect has many ancient inheritances and numerous treasures. Although the Qianyuan sect has saints and is able to divvy up most of it, the remaining gems are enough for the rest of our 9 sects to devour. Most importantly, I can obtain more incense and faith. Perhaps I can take this opportunity to forge a holy position. Another ancestral secret method of the Temple of the Living God. You can borrow the faith of incense and the chi of heaven and earth to force your way to sainthood. Only the amount required is so great that the existing scale of power of the former Sheng Temple cannot be reached. And, as it happens, these days, the competition between the disciples of the 10 sects of the righteous path ended. The top 3 strongest disciples had already been selected and were training at all times in preparation for the appointment with the heavenly demon sect. Now though it's less than 10 days later, it's still early in the month, but it's not impossible to advance. This was how Feng Jiu, the great sword master of the Dao sword sect, thought. He sat on a big rock by the water pool holding a grilled fish and gnawing on it, but in his heart, he said, by using the name of the covenant, the 10 sects of the righteous path are besieging the heavenly demon sect, which can be called a rightful name, but if you want to besiege the heavenly demon sect, you definitely can't just go without making any preparations as you did last time. As a result, out came a heart-slaying demon ancestor, who terrorized the 10 sects of the righteous path, and if I hadn't stepped in, I'm afraid that all of those people would have been terminated. Even nowadays, the heavenly demon sect has been heavily defeated by the Qianyuan sect's patriarch by utilizing the greatness of the heavenly Tao by taking advantage of the opportunity to become a saint. Then you must also be prepared for anything. After all, learn from your mistakes. Let's first send someone to the Qianyuan sect and ask them what they think. After all, it's the head of the 10 sects of the righteous path, where the saints are. Daojian sect Greatsword Master Fengjiu heart plan has been set, but now also need to Qianyuan zone clap. In the meantime, the heavenly devil cult, MT, Sentinel, the heavenly demon battle body disappeared. Ahem, the heart-killing demon ancestor bled. Among the 12 devil ancestors, he was the strongest and had the most vitality. Likewise, it is also his maximum burden to maintain the heavenly devil body and face the might of the holy sword directly. Although he was not touched by the holy sword, he was also injured by the overwhelming sharpness, the shocking sword intent across the air. The other 11 demon ancestors didn't fare well either. Even if the heart-slaying demon ancestor blocked the front, facing the holy sword's sharpness directly, but the consumption of them maintaining the heavenly demon god and blocking the holy sword, compared to their current state, it is really far overloaded. So, the death intent was extremely heavy on them. Vitality was, as far as the eye could see, to be completely dissipated. In the moment when the holy sword square dissolved, bang, bang, just 2 demon ancestors directly fell to the ground. Eyes are more in than out. It was fortunate that Elder G and the 4 Great Hall Masters and the others were quick on their feet and sent them back into the statues cast in Divine Origin Stone to be sealed. The Killing Heart Demon Ancestor also only instructed Chu Yuan to cultivate well and not to fail them, and then he too, along with the other 9 Demon Ancestors, returned to the statue by himself and sealed himself. Divine Source Stone, Hidden Divine Source. Divine Origin was a strange power nurtured by heaven and earth, which contained the laws of time, as well as the essence of life. It can seal the living creature, reduce the time rush, and even make up for the lack of vitality of the living creature. When a cultivator's lifespan was depleted and they were on the verge of death, they would often use the Divine Origin Stone to seal themselves, waiting for the right time, such as the immortality pill coming out, or the arrival of the Golden Age, before choosing to come out. But Divine Origin Stones were extremely precious. Even the Heavenly Demon Sect didn't have many. 18 Demon Ancestor statues, 6 of which were empty of their divine source. There were very few divine sources left in the remaining 12 statues. This was also the reason why it was said that the Heavenly Demon Sect had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, and there were only 18 Demon Ancestors. Why is it that the heart-killing Demon Ancestor gave Chu Yuan a statue, making Zhuan Meishui envious and jealous? There's only this one opportunity for the Qianyuan Sect Patriarch to make a move, so everyone can rest assured that they don't have to be on edge next. Chu Yuan looked at the surrounding Heavenly Demon Sect congregation, and at this time, there were already quite a few people who had recovered from the dizziness of the party. He said loudly and soothingly, "That hypocrite is now treading the sacred bridge to walk the sacred path, and cannot pose a threat to us for the time being. But the 10 clans of the righteous path will not let go of this opportunity." When they saw the Qianyuan Sect Patriarch striking out with the same strike that he performed through the greatness of the Heavenly Tao, they must have expected that our Heavenly Demon Sect had suffered heavy losses. Therefore next, the 10 clans of the righteous path will join forces and come under siege once again. Only this time, they'll definitely be more cautious than last time. Even apart from the Qianyuan Sect, which is in the process of becoming a saint, the rest of the 9 great sect master patriarch level figures, such as the Dao Sword Sect's Great Sword Master, Fengjiu, will all come, because last time they only wanted to bully the Heavenly Demon Sect into handing over Xiaoyan, who possesses the 10,000 flame sacred body, while this time they want to overthrow the Heavenly Demon Sect. We have to be ready for the full force of the 10 righteous clans. Chu Yuan's expression was serious and his voice was deep. Though this has only just happened, there hasn't been any news from the 10 clans of the righteous path, but as a former Qianyuan Sect Grand Master, he, however, knew the nature of the righteous path. That's killing you while you're sick and never letting up, especially the battle between good and evil. The sacred preceptor is right. We have to be prepared to meet the 10 sects of the righteous path joining forces and coming in a siege. The South Hall Master, Gong Tianyu, heard this and immediately spoke out in agreement. Earlier, Chu Yuan had asked him to ambush the 10 sects of the righteous path in the matter of breaking the career, and then the bet with the holy maiden Zhuan Meishui to take down the entire Shao family without wasting a single soldier. Many times in succession, The Holy Father is wise and calculating. He was admired beyond measure. It has progressed to personal worship and fanatical blind conformity. Thus, with regards to what Chu Yuan had said, the Southern Hall Master was incomparably convinced and certain. It was because the Heavenly Demon Sect had been attacked by the Qianyuan Sect Patriarch by borrowing the greatness of the Heavenly Tao and casting a holy sword to attack across the sky. With the power of the Heavenly Demon Sect, it would definitely not be able to hold up without the presence of a saint. Even if the 12 demon ancestors made a move, it ended with the Killing Heart Demon Ancestor being damaged by the overwhelming sharpness through the air, and the remaining 11 demon ancestors' vitality being drastically depleted and on the verge of death. Without being able to peek inside, outsiders will certainly subconsciously assume that the Heavenly Devil Sect has suffered heavy casualties. We will follow the Sect Master's orders and repair the Protector formation and organize the congregation to heal their wounds. The East Hall Master, War Woji, and the rest of the 3 Hall Masters, the Elders, also bowed their hands in obeisance. Chapter 47, Buying People's Hearts and Drawing Big Cakes. Aha! Chu Yuan nodded as he reached out and waved his hand, taking out a large amount of heavenly materials and pills and spirit weapons from his storage space. 10,000 pieces of true dragon bloodstone, thousands each of blood ganoderma and king ginseng, 300 flaming precious lotuses, 1,000 jars of biao bone and blood wine, 1,000,000 pieces of very high-quality spirit stones, 800 each of the 3rd grade creation pills and the realm-breaking pills, thousands of each of the 3rd and 4th grade spirit soldiers' swords, spears, swords and halberds, thousands of each of the axes, shields, hooks and battle axes, and thousands of each of the sets of clothes, robes and boots, enough to stack into a mountain of treasure. These are the resources that this sect master and yours truly raised in the Heavenly Demon Hall some time ago, and the loot that came from the Shao family's scavenging. At first it was said that those raised resources would be used as a reward for killing the righteous and taking resources. This sect master destroyed the Shao family without spending a single soldier. They are naturally mine. But you have likewise contributed to the Heavenly Demon Sect, and Fang even fought to the death to protect this sect master. Therefore, this sect master has decided to distribute these resources to all the bottom-level congregations. Chu Yuan's gaze swept over the 4 great hall masters, the group of elders, and finally landed on the hundreds of thousands of sect members. You should get something for your efforts. All of the above resources were the 100-fold return he had obtained from investing in Shao Yan using the Heavenly Devil Sect's treasure trove. The reason why it is said again that it is obtained by the Shao family is only to find a reasonable source. As for why the generosity in putting these resources out there? For one thing, these resources can no longer be reinvested in doubling back. The second was that Chu Yuan would later utilize the resources he had raised in his hands from Elder Ji, the 4 great hall masters, and the others. You will be able to get more money back after investing in Sha Flame. Thirdly, to buy people's hearts, as well as just became the sect leader, to give out spiritual stones and spiritual soldiers and pills, heavenly materials and treasures and other treasures to these sect members, will certainly be able to harvest gratitude. For is that these congregations just for their own array, desperately die to protect, Chu Yuan see in the eyes, also cannot be accepted for nothing. Of course, it's not just the bottom of the congregation that has it. Chu Yuan walked up to the South Hall Master Gong Tianyu and the other higher-ups, patted them on the shoulders, and laughed. The 4 hall masters, all the elders, the sect saint and sect king will be there as well. This sect master will give you all a share of the Shao family's estate. Meanwhile, after repelling the 10 sects of the righteous path next and destroying them, I will heavily reward them. He drew the wonderful pie with a big hand. Holy Bishop, the people up and down the Heavenly Demon Sect were all moved. The 4 great hall masters, a group of elders, the sect saint and sect king, and hundreds of thousands of disciples. One's eyes were suddenly moist, especially those congregational disciples. In the past, they were at the bottom. It was thought that the high and mighty Holy Patriarch would not stoop to look at them, but it never occurred to me that the Holy Patriarch's vast bosom had always contained them. Remembering the contributions of the bottom of the heap like them, the sacred preceptor is truly atmospheric. These resources, I'm afraid I've taken out all the resources we raised together from the Heavenly Demon Sect that day, right? So many spirit soldier pills, even the harvest in the Shao family has been emptied, right? I can't imagine that the sacred prelate, who has taken the trouble to obtain this, would not want a single cent and distribute it all to the congregation. I have a bad conscience when I think back to when we were selfish. The 4 great hall masters, the crowd of elders, and the sect saint and sect king spoke in low voices, feeling guilty, and the admiration for Chu Yuan in their hearts soared by leaps and bounds. Elder Ji on the side watched, nodding his head repeatedly. The old man has chosen a good ecumenical godfather. I believe that the former sect master is in heaven's spirit, and in the 9 springs, when he learns of this matter, he will also be pleased. The only one is Zhuo Meishui. She looked at the reactions of the Heavenly Demon Sect from the top level Ji Lao. The 4 hall masters, down to the religious disciples. The heart is not in the right place. Why? These people's personal admiration for Chu Yuan was increasing with each passing day? And what made her feel paranoid was how Chu Yuan had pulled out such a large amount of resources and distributed them to the congregation. Isn't he clutching the benefits of the heavenly devil sect for himself? For his disciple? How is it that you've even ceded your interests? This was the only time she couldn't understand Chu Yuan's operation and couldn't find a reasonable argument, even if it's to buy people's hearts. It doesn't seem to be working at the moment, because the 12 devil ancestors are all wasted. Apart from the heart-killing demon ancestor recuperating for some time and being able to recover some, I'm afraid that the other 11 demon ancestors will not live for a month, and can no longer do it, just left breath. And the 10 clans of the righteous path were probably discussing the siege of the heavenly demon sect, which would be coming in a few days. Although the Qian Yuan sect patriarch was stepping on the sacred bridge and walking the sacred path. However, with its qualifications of the 13 holy bridges, it was thought that becoming a saint was extremely probable. It was foreseeable that the heavenly devil sect would inevitably be destroyed in the end. Here's your spirit soldier, spirit stone. Chu Yuan distributed all sorts of treasures to the bottom layer of the congregation. He wanted to let these people know whose spirit stones, whose weapons, whose heavenly treasures, and whose elixirs were taken. Only so. It's the only way to get the bottom congregation to be loyal. A generous gift from the sacred prelate. I am like receiving heavenly dew. I am willing to serve the holy patriarch for all eternity from now on. Until death do us part. My head can be thrown. My blood can be spilled. My loyalty and righteousness will always follow the Holy Godfather's flag. Today I give armor and spiritual soldiers. And in the coming day, I will take 10 and 100 of the enemy's heads in return. This body is valued by the sacred preceptor. And I would like to be the blade that treads the path of the yellow springs for the sacred preceptor and cuts through the hall of Hades. If this sword is not broken, the loyal soul will not be destroyed. One by one, as the congregations received various resources such as heavenly materials, spiritual weapons and pills from Chu Yuan, they knelt down, throwing themselves on the ground and sobbing uncontrollably as they swore their allegiance. Sure, because the congregation is too large. There are tens and millions of them. Chu Yuan couldn't possibly distribute them one by one from start to finish. So he had Ji Lao lead the 4 hall masters to work for him, with Elder Ji in charge. Chu Yuan believed that no one would dare to take his resources and buy people's hearts in his name. The 10 sects of the righteous path will arrive in a few days. I must recover and grow the strength of the heavenly demon sect as soon as possible. The candidate to go forward to take over the Shao family is expected to have been chosen, and it's time to send someone to take over. At the same time, pick up Tang Si and help him break through to the bone-forging realm and activate the Xian heavenly sacred body. By then, relying on the 100-fold return, I hope to reap what is useful in the present. Back in the Devil's Sky Pavilion, Chu Yuan was calculating in his mind, and, with my current reputation, maybe, his eyes went to where the treasure trove was. The party rewarded out a huge wave of resources. Now it's time to get back to Blood 2. Earlier in the Heavenly Demon Hall, the resources raised from Elder Ji, the sect leader's wife, the 4 hall masters, and others, invested all in Xiaoyan and utilized the 100-fold return to get more. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan's gaze fell on the place where Zhua Meishue resided. I don't know what the reason is for this holy maiden, whether or not she has seen my original identity as an undercover agent sent by the righteous path, and is against me at every turn. It's time to free up your hands and deal with her. 2. The original bet, 10,000 Flowers House. This sect master has not forgotten. I'll ask you for it later when the fluctuations in the church due to that hypocrite have calmed down. Chapter 48. Bring out the 12 devil ancestors. You're finally showing your chicken feet. The next day, MT, Sentinel, Back Mountain Ancestral Hall. Master is in such a hurry to summon my disciple here. Is there something urgent? Tang Si looked at the serious-faced Chu Yuan and asked with a straight face. Yesterday night, a group of heavenly devil cult dudes rushed to the Shao family. He was going to take him away without saying a word. Upon inquiry, he learned that it was ordered by the heavenly devil cultist, his own master. But early yesterday morning, Chu Yuan Fong had only left from the Shao family. And before that, he was appointed to oversee the Shao family. What the hell happened in between? Let the master change his mind? Yesterday the Qian Yuan sect hypocrite laid hands on your master me, though I was not injured. But the 10 sects of the righteous path will surely think that I'm injured and come in the name of the original disciple-to-disciple appointment contest. So now I'm going to help you scrappy rise. In the next hours and days, cultivate hard to cope with the bet. Chu Yuan said with a serious face. Sure, he actually wanted to utilize the system's function of investing in scraps and returning them 100-fold. Obtaining something good that could solve the immediate crisis and help the 12 demon ancestors such as the heart-slaying demon ancestor recover. It doesn't really matter what the bet is. After all, the cultivation world mainly depends on strength. Otherwise even if the game is really won, It also can't change the fate of being besieged by the righteous, robbing people and money, and the final destruction. Instead, they will be given another 2 or 3 Eucharist. So it is. Tang Si nodded. He had previously heard Xiao Yan recount that after the awakening of his 10,000 flame sacred body, the 10 clans of the righteous path had come to claim it. Finally was killed heart demon ancestor deterrent. The righteous crowd had to retreat, but also set up a bet. He had a feeling, however, that it wasn't that simple. After all, in the Xiao family, his master had just taught him the law of the jungle of weakness and darkness. The path of righteousness and the path of the devil are in fact all hegemony. If that's the case, why would master believe that winning would make the 10 righteous clans honor their bets? It was just that Chu Yuan didn't say anything, and he didn't dare to ask. Anyway, just be able to scrap and rise. My disciple thanks master for his renewed kindness. I wonder what should I do next to help my wastrels rise to power. Tang Si couldn't suppress the excitement within his heart, and his face was thrilled. Although it is nearly 30 years old, it is important to realize that this is a major turning point that can be reversed. It's very simple. To help you remodel your body and reverse the innate from the latter day. Chu Yuan had a confident look on his face. Then he commanded Xiao Yan and Xiao Qing to the side, saying, "You guys go and open the seal of the statue where the 12 devil ancestors are located. Move them out, and tell them that this sect master is borrowing the divine origin stone for a while." Tang Si's physique was too poor, and he didn't have the Yan Emperor bloodline like Xiao Yan. If he wanted to help him improve his qualifications in cultivation, the life essence in the divine origin stone was the best tonic, the power that could make up for the vitality, make up for some physical imperfections, and remodel the tendons and veins, was not a problem. However, Xiao Yan and Xiao Qing froze at the words. What? The two looked at Chu Yuan in shock and asked in disbelief. But if the 12 demon ancestors are moved out, all of the 12 demon ancestors other than the heart-slaying demon ancestor will die. Master, owner, they just saved you yesterday. Although Xiao Yan and Xiao Qing were loyal to Chu Yuan, and in their eyes, their master's orders were supreme, but the 12 demon ancestors had saved Chu Yuan. It's a benefactor. How can that be? Even the beneficiary, Tang Si, was startled and hurriedly opened his mouth to stop it, saying, "Master, it must not be done. It can't be because of me that the demon ancestors are killed." One must know that in the heavenly devil sect, the devil ancestors' status was even higher than the sect masters. If this moves the 12 devil ancestors, though 11 of them won't live to see the next month, but it can't be treated as such, especially this move by Chu Yuan. It would cause him to be viewed as an ungrateful person by all the heavenly demon cultists, and he would be scorned. My master's mind is made up. There is no need for you to persuade me. Chu Yuan didn't care. He's done the math. Helping Tang Si improve his qualifications is considered an investment. Consumption of the divine source stone statue will also be returned 100-fold. At that time, are you still afraid of victimizing the 12 devil ancestors? As long as he pulled out the divine origin stone statue, I'm afraid that the 12 demon ancestors were still thinking of being victimized once more. Hurry up and do it, he urged Xiao Yan and Xiao Qing. It even went straight to the top and invited a demon ancestor out by unsealing him. Only this demon ancestor was still in a comatose state and had not awakened, so he did not resist. Seeing the situation, Chu Yuan quickly unsealed the next one. Xiao Yan and Xiao Qing on the side hesitated, but ultimately chose to obediently follow the instructions. After all, it's hard to disobey the master's, lord's, orders. Tang Si looked at the scene in front of him with a complicated heart, not sure what to make of it. In the meantime, movement in the ancestral hall. It was watched by the guards who were on duty on the side. Forced by the holy prelate's status and prestige, they didn't dare to stop it. However, they did not dare to let the 12 devil ancestors out of the world, only to report upwards. The other side. Learn about the ancestral hall. The originally wise and valiant sacred sect master didn't know what kind of madness he was having, but he even did the operation of unsealing and moving the 12 devil ancestors out of the divine origin stones. Elder G, the 4 hall masters, and the crowd of elders were dumbfounded. What's wrong with the sect leader? To be so ridiculous? Ji Lao's face was solemn. Rushing to the sky, he flew towards the ancestral hall in the back of the mountain. We can't let the sacred preceptor do something foolish. If something happens to the 12 devil ancestors here, even if his prestige and majesty is high, it will still be hard to appease the public's anger. South Hall Master Gong Tianyu followed closely behind. The East Hall Master, War Woji, was shocked, and with his brain full of muscles, he hadn't come back to his senses yet. The bishop the shrewd West Hall Master, Feng Jiayunian, was also frowning slightly, unable to figure it out. But the most important thing now is not to wonder why, but to stop the sect leader. Think about it. She hurriedly left the western hall and flew towards the back of the mountain. One by one, the hall masters and elders rushed towards the back of the mountain as they did yesterday. Only yesterday it was the rescue bishop. Today is to guard the 12 devil ancestors. In just 2 days, the heavenly devil sect is in trouble one after another. After the holy maiden Zuomeshue heard the words, she was delighted in her heart and secretly said, Chu Yuan, you finally revealed your chicken feet. Yesterday, he teamed up with the Qian Yuan sect patriarch, hypocrite Ji Wei, to put on a show, and pitched in to kill the heavenly demon sect's higher-ups without being able to do so. Now you're going to directly explode yourself just to pit the 12 demon ancestors? In that case, I'm afraid that when the heavenly demon sect faces the next siege from the 10 righteous sects, it will no longer be able to resist and will only be annihilated. But with me here, all your machinations are destined to be impossible. This time, not only am I going to stop you, I'm going to expose your ugly, dirty face and make you die in disgrace. She pondered in her mind, also flew to the back of the ancestral hall. Chapter 49 Pointing out Identity. Xian Tian Sacred Body? Chu Yuan, what are you doing? The killing heart demon ancestor was the last one to have his seal broken, and looking at the 11 demon ancestors placed outside, he couldn't help but stare. Demon ancestor. Chu Yuan gave him an arching bow and worshipped. Kid wants to help this apprentice disciple of mine rise from the ashes, change his destiny against the heavens, and improve his qualifications, and he needs to use the divine origin stone, and please make it so. He pointed at the embarrassed Tang Si and said, What? The killing heart demon ancestor's expression was stunned as he looked toward Tang Si, but in his eyes, Tang Si was a scrap of material who was nearly 30 years old and still stuck at the body-forging realm. And Don, the last name. There doesn't seem to be much of a celebrity in the ancestry. You're going to consume what little divine source you already have left for such a wastrel. Aren't you trying to conspire against me and the various demon ancestors? The heart-killing demon ancestor was extremely angry and questioned loudly. Sect leader, this matter must not be allowed. Elder Ji and the 4 hall masters had also arrived, and seeing this, they hurriedly advised, if there is no divine source to sustain them, I'm afraid that the 11 demon ancestors other than the Heartslayer demon ancestor would have to completely perish today. Chu Yuan, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Zuomeshue flew in from the sky, her pretty face bashful, her slender jade finger pointing angrily at Chu Yuan, indignantly saying, Tang Si, such a waste of talent, you'd be fine with accepting him as a disciple. To actually have to pit the demon ancestors for him. You know, the heart-slaying demon ancestor and the others just saved your life yesterday from the sword of the Qian Yuan sect patriarch. In the face of the crowd insulting him for being a waste of time, Tang Si, who was on the side, became even more embarrassed and even terrified. This one character, at a glance, was in a high position with extraordinary strength. It made him not even have the courage to open his mouth to retort. At the same time, there is no bottom line to refute it. After all, one is indeed wasted. Master, disciple is not worthy of you. Forget it, Tang Si said as he pulled on Chu Yuan's lapel. At this point, it doesn't matter if you can scrape your way to the top. Even if Chu Yuan sincerely supported him, he could not go against everyone in the heavenly demon sect. Just in time, the elders also came in droves. For a time, the crowd was surging, all of them either discouraging and accusing Chu Yuan. Although Chu Yuan was extremely prestigious nowadays, but he was still a bit short of the 12 devil ancestors. Not to mention that the 10 sectors of the righteous path would be arriving soon. How can you deal with the siege of the righteous path when you pit the 12 devil ancestors to death at this point in time? Just by relying on those of them to fight to the death. Even if they fought to the death, in the end, they would only lose both. It led to the defeat of the heavenly devil sect. Keep the 12 devil ancestors. Wait till then. Maybe the 12 demon ancestors would fight to the death and give the 10 sect a heavy blow, allowing the heavenly devil sect to preserve most of its continuity. Demon ancestor, Elder Ji, all hall masters, please believe me, I'm doing all this for the good of the heavenly demon sect, Chu Yuan said helplessly. What for the sake of the celestial demon cult? I see you're for the righteous. Zuomeshue laughed coldly and sneered. Chu Yuan, the Qian Yuan sect's eldest disciple. Yesterday, you acted out with Qian Yuan sect patriarch Ji Wei to capitalize on Zhang Sheng's prestige. It makes the heart-slaying demon ancestor, Elder Ji, the 4 hall masters, and countless sect members sacrifice themselves in order to protect you, trying to bring a heavy blow to the heavenly demon sect. But you never expected that the 12 devil ancestors of the heavenly devil sect would come out in unison and block the holy sword strike. And the existing power of the heavenly demon sect is still too much for the 10 sects of the righteous path to handle. So in order to cut down the power of the heavenly demon sect even further, your thieving heart is undead and you want to trap the 12 demon ancestors. In that case, when the 10 sects of the righteous path attack, the heavenly demon sect will be powerless to resist. Taking this opportunity, she directly pointed out Chu Yuan's identity. The opportunity is not to be missed. It was absolutely impossible to allow Chu Yuan to continue to jeopardize the heavenly demon sect. A great disciple of the Qian Yuan sect? Acting? Pit against the heavenly devil cult? A few remarks. Instantaneous detonation on the spot. Holy maiden, what are you talking about? Ji Lao's face was displeased. He knew that Zhuo Meishui and Chu Yuan did not deal with each other, but I didn't expect that she would take this opportunity to attack and rumorize Chu Yuan. Holy maiden, there are some things that you can't just say. You have to talk about evidence. The Southern Hall Master Gong Tianyu frowned at Zhuo Meishui. That's right. How could the sect leader be the Qianyuan sect's senior brother? It's not like Ji Wei is the former sect master of our heavenly demon sect. Eastern Hall Master Warwuji said. West Hall Master Feng Junan's eyes showed a contemplative expression. If we go by what she says, the bishop's behavior now makes a lot more sense. One time, many people's gazes landed on Chu Yuan. Sure, most of them don't believe it. After all, if the sacred sect master was a member of the righteous path, how could he have directly exterminated the entire Shao family and refined them into demonic corpses with cruel means, or even distributing vast amounts of resources to them yesterday? Grass. Chu Yuan's face was unperturbed, but his heart was already thumping and flustered with shock. How is that possible? How did she know about my undercover status? When was I exposed? But look at the reaction of Ji Lao and the others. It seems that apart from Zhuo Meishui, no one knows. Holy maiden, you've gone a bit too far. Chu Yuan's expression was solemn. His gaze was cold as he looked straight at Zhuo Meishui, questioning. I know that you don't look at me favorably and have always coveted the position of sect leader. When I was subjected to the 10,000 devils questioning heart, you suspected me because of the fact that I didn't have a devilish voice, and then it's been against me at every turn, too. But that's no reason for you to slander me. We can fight internally. After all, it's hard for any power to be united, and I allow your ambition, but you have to limit the infighting to a certain level, and you can't vilify someone for no reason. A few words, showing his atmosphere and broad-mindedness. Even though many people doubted Chu Yuan's motives, they could not help but look at him with high admiration in their hearts. Zhuo Meishui really can't say that he doesn't have any evidence. After all, Chu Yuan had already found out for him the reason why he had executed the Qianyuan sect's top secret, the extreme intense sword, in the Shao family. Then would you please ask the sect master to explain why he needs to use the divine origin, to reshape his body and change his destiny against the heavens? Ji Lao asked with a straight face. Better give us a satisfactory answer. The heart-slaying demon ancestor stared at Chu Yuan with an icy face. Even how much he favored this junior, it was impossible for him to let the other party fool around. It was even jeopardizing the lifespan of itself and the other 11 demon ancestors. They could die to protect Chu Yuan, a descendant who possessed the heart of a Dao ancestor and could lead the heavenly demon sect back to glory in the future. But it definitely wouldn't let Chu Yuan pit them to death. Alas, Chu Yuan sighed. He knew that right now just talking wasn't going to cut it. At the very least, they had to draw big cakes to lull the heart-killing demon ancestor and Ji Lao and the others. This disciple of mine, Tang Si, he possesses the Xian Tian sacred body. It's just that his Xiao Yan was sealed. Tang Si's body has some defects, causing his Xian Tian saint body, which has become a body with leaks, to be unable to be utilized. And the divine origin stone is able to reshape the flaws in his physical body and repair the Xian heavenly sacred body. That's why I'm. Words, the gazes of the killing heart demon ancestor, Elder Ji, the 4 great hall masters, and so on looked toward Tang Si. Xian Tian sacred body? Chapter 50 The Oath of Alliance. How come the heavenly Tao has been fooled too? Bet again. Xian Tian sacred body. Is this matter true? The heart-slaying demon ancestor, Elder Ji, the 4 great hall masters, and the others were shocked at their words. They looked at Tang Si incredulously and opened their mouths to ask. Just this scrap. The crowd saw through it at a glance. There was nothing special about it at all. Me, the Xian Tian sacred body? Tang Si was also astonished and dumbfounded, looking at Chu Yuan and pointing at himself. How did he not know that he possessed a holy body? Right. Chu Yuan faced the skeptical gazes of the crowd and said with a calm expression, you possess the Xian heavenly saint body. It's just that regular people can't see through it. But with the heart of the Tao ancestor, my master was able to reach your extraordinary features. When things don't work out, quantum mechanics. Anyway, from the beginning of time, apart from Tao ancestor, his old man, he was the only one who possessed the Tao ancestor's heart. What exactly does the heart of the Taoist ancestor do? Other than what is clearly documented in history, he could have made it up. After all, no one can reveal the old ways. Ha! Chu Yuan. Ah, Chu Yuan, you're a real liar. Zhuo Meishui scoffed at this, not believing it at all. Aside from you, who possesses the Tao ancestor's heart? No one can prove the truth of what you say. She pointed at Chu Yuan and questioned. Do you dare to swear to the heavenly Tao that you are definitely not an undercover agent of the Qianyuan sect and that your words are not false? If you lie, you shall be executed by heaven. The words fell. Holy maiden. Ji Lao frowned. How come this Zuomei is always pointing her sword at Chu Yuan and claiming to be an undercover agent? Don't say anything that is not conducive to unity. The Killing Heart Demon Ancestor also let out a cold cry. Although Chu Yuan was going to use the Divine Origin Stones to fill in the defects of whatever saint body Tang Si had, and he didn't notice anything extraordinary about Tang Si. However, Chu Yuan had made a lot of contributions to the Heavenly Demon Sect since he had taken office, and it was something that people could see for themselves. With a plan in mind, he casually instructed the South Hall Master Yu to break his career and successfully ambushed and killed a number of Fusion Heaven Realm Elders from the 10 sects of the Righteous Tao, an innate Tao body, and hundreds of disciples. The wise eye spotted the sealed 10,000 flame saint body Xiao Yan among the 30,000 or so people, taking down the entire Xiao family without spending a single soldier. It also takes all the proceeds and distributes them to the bottom of the congregation. It can be described as wise and impartial. How can such a person be an undercover agent of the righteous? Besides, even if he was an undercover agent of the righteous path, he had reached the point where he was the head of the Heavenly Devil Sect, Supreme. And how can you still want to be an undercover agent? Chu Yuan looked at Zuomei, although he didn't know how she knew, or just suspected that he was an undercover agent. But right now he has to clear himself of suspicion. Also make a commitment to what you have said. Otherwise, even if he could rely on his own prestige and forcefully utilize the Divine Origin Stones for the Tang 4 scraps to rise up and improve their qualifications, it would still cause the Heavenly Demon Sect to become disorganized. This godfather can swear to the heavens. He raised one hand toward the sky and said with a solemn expression, I, Chu Yuan, am in no way the senior brother of the righteous Qian Yuan sect. After all, he was now an undercover agent of the Heavenly Devil Sect, both explicitly and inwardly recognized. At the same time, after I use the Divine Origin, I can 100% guarantee that Tang Si will become a true Xian Heavenly Sacred Body. Drilling into the heavens path was what he was best at in his previous life as a blue star. The words fell. Rumble. Thunder rolls in the sky. Click, click, click. A purple heavenly divine thunder struck down and landed in front of Chu Yuan, forming a special pattern. Vows made. The heavenly thunder did not bombard the sect leader, so it's clear that the holy sect leader's words are true and he's not an undercover agent of the righteous path. And the oath of alliance has been made. If Tang Si fails to reveal the might of the sacred body later, the sect leader will surely be put to death by heavenly lightning. The crowd saw it. Even for those who were really compelled by Zuomei, the suspicion in their hearts towards Chu Yuan had already dissipated, just worrying up if Chu Yuan would look away. How is it possible that he made an oath to the heavenly Tao? How come the purple heavenly thunder didn't strike him to death? Zuomei stared at Chu Yuan incredulously, her heart flustered like a numbness. What kind of sorcery did he, in fact, use? The Heavenly Devil Sect Ancestral Black Lotus 10,000 Devils Piercing Heart Trial could not test out Chu Yuan as a righteous undercover agent even if it is. How is it that Tendo can still be fooled? Is it possible that heaven is blind? Yes, the old man trusts you this time. Elder Ji nodded at the sight and said, after all, last time, the sect leader faced everyone's skepticism but chose to elect the 10,000 flame sacred body. Xiao Yan, South Hall Master Gong Tianyu said with a straight face. This time, I also want to stand up to the sacred preceptor for once. Seconded. +1. Seeing the situation, West Hall Master Feng Jiayunian, East Hall Master Warwuji, North Hall Master Dongfang Xiong, and a group of elders also spoke. This time they didn't trust the bishop, and this time they couldn't afford to be wrong. It's just that if you want to use the Divine Origin Stones to help Tang Si make up for his flaws, you'll need the consent of the demon ancestors. Ji Lao turned his head, his gaze looking towards the Heartslayer demon ancestor. After all, the Divine Origin Stones belong to all the demon ancestors. But right now, the other 11 demon ancestors were unconscious, so they needed the Killing Heart demon ancestor to make up his mind. Please also ask the demon ancestor to respond. Chu Yuan arched his hand and bowed. Worshipping, the kid won't take advantage of all the demon ancestors for nothing either. There will be a gift presented afterward to satisfy the demon ancestors. He looked confident. After all, if you invest in Tang Si, you'll get 100-fold return on your own. Divine Source Stones, also considered an investment. Yes, hopefully, you'll still be able to be wise. Otherwise there is no need for me to take action to teach you a lesson for your nonsense. The Heavenly Tao will punish you severely by itself. The Killing Heart demon ancestor nodded. If Tang Si was really the Xian Tian sacred body, it was nothing to pay for these Divine Source Stone statues that would soon be drained. After all, the 11 demon ancestors could only preserve a trace of their breath in the Divine Origin. I'm afraid it's hopeless to get back in shape. As for himself, without his Divine Source, there was no big problem. It just took a lot longer to repair the heavy damage that was done. Even if you were able to gain the trust of the demon ancestor and Elder Ji and the others to use the Divine Origin Stone, but if Tang Si is unable to awaken the Xian Heavenly Sacred Body next, All your lies will fall apart. Zuomeshua watched from the sidelines and gritted her teeth. Immediately, Chu Yuan began to command the crowd to lay down formations and extract divine origins to help Tang Si raise his qualifications. Just when his gaze looked at Zuomeshua, he could not help but sneer. This sect master doesn't know where he offended the Holy Maiden, causing the Holy Maiden to slander her several times. But please, in the future, don't slander and create rumors. Otherwise this sect master will definitely punish you severely. And it was you who lost the bet that was set in the first place. From now on, 10,000 Flowers House will be under the direct control of this sect master, and no longer needs to be under your charge. This Zuomeshua just lacked conditioning in his opinion. It was just that she was a holy maiden after all, and it was not good for her to force herself. In that case, it's all about suppression and gutting the power under her. 10,000 Flowers House is also just the first step. Next, Chu Yuan will one by one pull out the organizations in charge of Zuomeshua. Zuomeshua's face turned pale at his words. The House of 10,000 Flowers, but the most powerful agency she's ever run under her, proficient in intelligence as well as assassination. She couldn't give it up just like that. Holy Maiden, willing to gamble, willing to lose. The Southern Hall Master Gong Tianyu could see the tangled knot on her face and sneered coldly. This woman, he disliked. How dare you defame the wise and valiant Holy Patriarch? Yes, Holy Maiden, we all saw and heard it with our own eyes and ears back then. Phoenix Junin, the West Hall Master, followed suit and helped out. Yeah. Along with the 4 great Hall Masters, the elders opened their mouths. Zuomeshua had no choice but to nod in agreement. Good, I will no longer be in charge of 10,000 flowers from now on. Saying that, he took out a token with a single flourishing flower carved on the front and the word 10,000 flowers written in seal script on the back and handed it over to Chu Yuan. See her like this. Chu Yuan received the order of 10,000 flowers and laughed. More than just the Holy Maiden. Do you dare to bet again? If this disciple of mine awakens the Xian heavenly sacred body, you will hand over the 3,000 Xian women's army in charge of your own hands to this sect master. If he can't, I will return the House of 10,000 Flowers to you. How? Chapter 51, Dare Not Bet. The 10 sects of the righteous path are back. Give them a big wave. Gambling again? Words. Zuomeshua hesitated this time. The 3,000 Xianwei army, an armed army under her control. Every Xian Nu is a female cultivator with outstanding talent and a cultivation level of 3 spirits. And all of them are equipped with the 4th grade and above spirit soldier armor, can be extremely valuable. At the same time, looking at Chu Yuan's confident appearance, she was really a little scared. After all, he had just lost the House of 10,000 Flowers. If we lose another 3,000 Xianwei troops, she basically has very little power left in her hands. What? Don't dare? It seems our saintly daughter is a coward, mouthing righteous slurs against me, certain that my disciple is a wastrel. But let her bet with me on whether Tang Si can actually awaken the Xian Tian sacred body. She doesn't even dare to. Chu Yuan stared meaningfully at Zuomeshua and deliberately mocked. Listen to the piercing sneer. Zuomeshua was furious in her heart. Ha! She sneered, but restrained herself. The holy preceptor has sworn an oath by the heavenly Tao, so how would my subordinate dare to continue to doubt it? Zuomeshua deliberately gave in. In her opinion, Tang Si is truly a waste of time, but one doesn't have to gamble. Because once Tang Si was unable to awaken the Xian Tian sacred body, the second heavenly Tao oath that Chu Yuan had made would backfire. Sessions. Under heaven's punishment, Chu Yuan would be seriously injured without dying, and would have difficulty recovering, and the heavenly devil sect would not let a dead or crippled person continue to serve as the sect leader. As a vice sect leader himself, he would be able to take advantage of the opportunity to ascend to the position of sect leader. At the same time, Zuomeshua was also genuinely afraid that Chu Yuan still had some kind of demonic method that could continue to muddle the heavenly Tao, even allowing Tang Si to display the might of the sacred body to confuse the heart-killing demon ancestor, Ji Lao, and the others. So, it's better to be careful. A little gambling is good for the heart, but a lot of gambling hurts the body. Anyway, as long as you don't gamble, Chu Yuan won't be able to forcibly deprive himself of his control over the 3,000 Xianwei army. Learning from her mistakes, this woman seems to be getting smarter. It's going to take a little more than just gambling to take the power out of her hands. Chu Yuan sighed in his heart as his eyes flashed with a refined light. At this point, the busy killing heart demon ancestor, Elder Ji, the 4 great hall masters, and the others also stopped what they were doing. The 12 statues were rearranged and inscribed with runes. The surrounding area was also filled with spirit stones and various heavenly materials. Wisps of blood-colored divine origin were pulled out of the statue and gathered together, filling it with strong vitality and a faint fluctuation of the laws of time. Holy Bishop, the formation has been laid. It can be withdrawn from the divine source at any time and infused into Tang San, helping him repair his flaws and awaken the Xian heavenly sacred body. South Hall Master Gong Tianyu reported. Yes, get in. Chu Yuan nodded and patted Tang Xi's shoulder and instructed. Master. Tang Xi's face was full of tears. The heart was moved. For his own sake, Master was willing to take the heavenly Tao oath and spend such a great price. A man's a man. How old he is. Chu Yuan laughed lightly and kicked Tang Xi inside. Rumble. The formation hummed. Starting to run. Wisps of blood-colored divine origin, combined with the power of various heavenly materials, were poured into Tang Xi. It's just that Tang Xi's physical qualifications are too poor, so the progress is extremely slow and takes quite a bit of time. Chu Yuan then waited by the side as well, preparing for the first moment the rewards opened up. He pulled them out to renew the lives of the 11 unconscious demon ancestors. But just then, rumble, huge power fluctuations came out from afar. Not just one, but multiple shares. Look out and see through 1,000 miles of emptiness. It was as if the 10 sects of the righteous path had reappeared in the siege of the heavenly devil sect not long ago. A huge flying boat, a ferocious beast that covered the sky, flew in the distance and sped over. Sword light shines brightly, breaking through the void. It was running towards the heavenly devil sect. It won't take more than a moment to get there. The 10 sects of the righteous path. Revisited. Sure enough, what's coming is coming. Watching the arrival of a large group of people from the 10 clans of the righteous path, the crowd of the heavenly devil sect, however, had anticipated this and did not panic in the slightest. Only this one isn't like the last one, Elder Ji said with a straight face. Last time, Xiao Yan had just awakened the 10,000 flame sacred body not long ago, and they couldn't wait to come and snatch him. And this time, they came a little later. It should have made more adequate preparations, or even come with more than one patriarch level figure, so it needs more time to arrange the sect's affairs. The killing heart demon ancestor had a gloomy face. Even if the Qian Yuan sect patriarch is still walking the holy path, if the other 9 patriarch level existences of the 10 sects of the righteous path arrive, we're no match. After all, the 10 sects of the righteous path were all at the heavenly realm at the level of the sect leader. The only exception was the Qian Yuan sect patriarch, who was in the process of becoming a saint, and if it was him who arrived, there would be no need for the entire heavenly devil sect to fight, and they would simply disperse. It was a good thing that stepping on the holy bridge and walking the holy path was not something that could be accomplished in a moment, so there was still plenty of time left for the heavenly devil sect. If Ji Lao can break through the shackles during this period, he may be able to turn the tide. Better figure out how to deal with these annoying guys first. I'm afraid that they now mistakenly believe that our heavenly demon sect has suffered heavy losses, and are not very wary and vigilant. In that case, let's knock the mountain down and make an example of it. Let the 10 sects of the righteous path not be able to feel the bottom of the heavenly demon sect. Chu Yuan opened his mouth. Oh, what is the Godfather's plan? Ji Lao asked. Prepare the protecting sect formation and battle formation to meet the enemy, and after they approach the 50-mile radius, strike first and give them a big wave. Chu Yuan gave an order. Here, yes, the 4 great hall masters, and a group of elders led the order and left to prepare. In the meantime, the 10 sects of the righteous Tao looked at the distantly visible divine court mountain with excited smiles on their faces. At this time, the heavenly demon sect was already weak and shaky in their eyes. This time, the 10 sects of the righteous path will win. When the heavenly demon sect is overthrown, we must take down the holy maiden Zhuo Meishui. I'm going to torture her properly. The Buddhist son of the temple of the past life had a cold smile on his face and his eyes burned. Yes, extremely. This woman, but she has done a lot of evil, must be severely punished. The Chen Yuan sect saint's son, on the other hand, was incredibly agreeable when he heard the words and laughed. Add me. Chapter 52, Strike First. A traitor? The 10 clans of the righteous path are suspicious. The heavenly devil sect's holy maiden Zhuo Meishua's absolute beauty was widely rumored in North Luzhou. They had seen the witch before. White skin and long legs, waist as slender as a willow, a small cicada with a small head and beautiful eyes. It's a real treat. Inviting thought. Now since we are going to overthrow the heavenly devil sect, then naturally we should take advantage of this opportunity. Hey, the holy son of the Qian Yuan sect, the Buddha son of the temple of the past life, and the others looked at each other and smiled. In the meantime, buzz off. The heavenly devil sect's mountain protection formation had been adequately prepared. Spirit stones filled to full capacity, drawing an aura and borrowing power from the surrounding heaven and earth, poised for action. The 4 hall masters, a group of elders, tens of millions of congregations, forming a battle formation, bringing together a body of spiritual energy and chi and blood. Rumble. The demonic aura was raging. It was only waiting for Chu Yuan's mind to move. It can be condensed into a heavenly demon body at any time. The last time he was besieged by the 10 sects of the righteous path at his door, it was because at that time, when Xiao Yan awakened the 10,000 flame sacred body, The attention of the Heavenly Devil Sect was all attracted to it. But now that the Heavenly Devil Sect had anticipated and prepared for this, they would definitely not be caught off guard again. Although it was not beaten up at that time, but rather by deterrence to scare away the 10 clans of the righteous. But this time, we can take advantage of the situation and give them a big meet and greet. Chu Yuan felt the power of the 10,000 people of the Heavenly Demon Sect being added to his body. He could utilize this power at any time to explode into a heaven-destroying, overwhelming demonic might. It was soothing for a while. The heart itched to strike out and experiment with the heavenly demon body made up of tens and millions of people, even if it is certain that the might of the saints has not been touched. However, it had definitely far surpassed the Tong Tian realm, or even half-saints, but Chu Yuan was only thinking about it. The outburst depleted the strength of the crowd, not to mention, the commotion that was made was seen by the 10 clans of the righteous path, and they were bound to be on guard. Come on, this godfather waits for you with great anticipation. The top of the Divine Court Mountain, a black-robed figure stood, eyes looking into the distance, immortal boats like clouds, sword shadow streaming light. Elder Ji accompanied him as an aide, taking charge of the Sect Protector formation. As for the heart-killing demon ancestor, he stayed in the ancestral hall in the back of the mountain. For one thing, it is inconvenient to recuperate from a serious injury. The second was to watch over the formation formed by the divine origin stones in case something untoward happened in Tang Xi's awakening of the Xian heavenly sacred body. Third, the other 11 demon ancestors were also posing in the ancestral hall with only one breath left. Again, it needs to be watched. The minutes ticked by, watching the 10 clans of the righteous path get closer and closer, eventually came within 50 miles. It was the perfect distance for the protector formation and the heavenly demon battle body to strike. Kill. Chu Yuan didn't hesitate. Immediately, he condensed the heavenly demon battle body. Boom! The demonic aura was raging, congealed into substance. A great figure appeared above the Divine Court Mountain. It was 8 or 9,000 feet tall, with its head in the sky and its feet on the earth. His body was covered with pitch-black scale armor, and his head was covered with 2 horns and scarlet eyes. A long axe was held in his hand. The ferocious power is supreme. It is the heavenly devil body. Although it was weaker than the heavenly demon bodies evoked by the 12 demon ancestors, but after all, the heart-slaying demon ancestor and the others were each and every one of them half-saints, or peaks of the heavenly realm. Not to mention it's not that far off in comparison. Boom! The great axe chopped down. Miso, click here. Sharp giant axe sharpness. It actually caused the void to shatter. The crowd of the 10 sects of the righteous path who had originally rushed here joyfully, abruptly only felt the top of his head black, an inexplicable sharpness, making the body as if it was pricked by needles. Immediately afterward, they saw the demonic chi coming to cover the sky. A huge axe shadow chopped down. Clang! Gold and iron clash. A flying boat held up a spiritual light shield, but it couldn't even resist for a moment. It was instantly cut in half by the giant axe. Put. Originally, they were still talking and laughing about their clan masters and brothers, and the Dao friends of other clan family forces, even more directly crushed into the sky debris. Certain small clans or families whose entire staff stayed on one flying boat, straight up totaled. This? How can the heavenly demon sect still retain such a powerful force? Shouldn't they have been heavily injured under the attack of the Qianyuan sect saints? And they seem to have expected it. What's going on? Someone tipped them off? The 10 sect of the righteous path and all the affiliated forces under their command were shocked at the sight, and a bewildered look appeared on their faces. The situation at hand is very wrong, and it shouldn't be. The saint son of the Qianyuan sect, the Buddha son of the Temple of the Future Life, and other senior members of the 10 righteous sects looked around angrily. Skeptical eyes fell on each one. After all, they had prepared for a day and a night, calling on various clans and families, large and small, under their command. It took a tremendous amount of effort and power, but unexpectedly, it had leaked out, allowing the Heavenly Devil sect to prepare in advance. How else is this going to catch the Heavenly Devil sect off guard? Even the 10 sects of the righteous path were instead caught off guard by the Heavenly Devil sect. Just that one strike just now killed and injured thousands of cultivators. Among them, there was no lack of strong people of the heaven-melting realm. This caused a momentary panic and they rushed back. Damn it! Don't let me catch the traitor. Otherwise we will surely skin and bone you and others. The 10 saints of the righteous path, the Buddhist sons, and the other higher-ups secretly hated it in their hearts. One by one, large and small clans, family forces were staring at them with shivers. The heart is horrified. Holy Son, Buddha's son, we're not traitors. They were quick to call for complaints. God have mercy. Himself and the others had been summoned to gather together by the 10 sects of the righteous path and had traveled all the way here. From beginning to end, the forces never separated, nor did any of the personnel leave. How will they report it? I'm afraid it's after they suffered a blow from the Qianyuan sect saints and were heavily injured. I guess that the 10 sects of the righteous path would come to beat up the dogs, so I'm prepared. The Qianyuan sect's grand elder, an old man dressed in white, with white hair, white eyebrows and white whiskers, and an immortal style, sniffed. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. Besides, all the subordinate sect forces of our 10 righteous sects are more or less in enmity with the heavenly devil cult, and were either slaughtered as members of their sect families or robbed of their heavenly treasures. There is a blood feud between the two sides, so how could someone possibly ventilate the situation? Now is the time when the 10 sects of the righteous Tao are leading various forces to overthrow the heavenly demon sect and level the divine court mountain. We can't afford to be suspicious of each other. Words. The Qianyuan sect's saint's son, Ji Bo Shao, was stunned. He was the son of the Qianyuan sect's patriarch, Ji Wei. The elder has a point. Ji Bo Shao nodded and didn't pursue the matter, only turning to ask, but how is it that the heavenly demon sect is still so powerful? My father clearly struck out. Maybe, it's the heavenly demon sect that has deep roots, isn't it? Even when they are heavily injured, they still retain a certain amount of power. Then again, they're just holding on for dear life, the Qianyuan sect's grand elder guessed. After all, the heavenly devil sect had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, far longer than the 10 sects of the righteous path. It's not unusual to have any unknown underpinnings or tactics. When Ji Bo Shao, Buddha Z of the Temple of the Future Life, and the other senior members of the 10 orthodox sects heard this, their faces instantly became gloomy. The situation is unknown. We can't rush forward now. In case the demon cult strikes again, someone must be tried. The top 10 sects of the righteous path discussed it. As for letting the sect masters and patriarchs of the 10 sects of the righteous path make their move, they didn't come. Or rather, it hasn't come yet. It was because the Qianyuan sect patriarch was stepping on the sacred bridge and walking on the sacred path, invoking the reappearance of all the paths that had once existed between heaven and earth, attracted the other 9 clan sect masters and patriarchs. Therefore, they decided to let their men go ahead and arrive later. Let the Shao family go. They just climbed into my Qianyuan sect and have my sect's shelter. Now, it's a good opportunity for the Shao family to show their loyalty. Ji Bo Shao looked toward the flying boat where the Shao family was and spoke. Chapter 53, Plotting the Plot. The Shao family? Easy to take down. What? Our Shao family? Is the Holy Sun sure? After the Shao family had arrived at the flying boat where the top 10 sects of the righteous Tao were located to receive orders, he pointed at himself and issued a question. Let up and down all the family members were Heavenly Devil Sect Master refining into a demonic corpse forces such as the Siege of Heavenly Devil Sect. Also really thanks to the Qianyuan Sect Holy Sun Ji Bo Shao can think out. Simply is no brain. However, the 10 clans of the righteous path had yet to discover that the Shao family had committed to the Heavenly Devil Sect. Seems reasonable. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It was quite normal for a big power to be afraid of sending one of their own to risk their own lives and cause losses, and to look for someone else. But the Shao family has become a Qianyuan sect-affiliated power. The loss of the Shao family was the loss of the Qianyuan sect. Can it be that they want the Shao family to be heavily injured or even massively destroyed by the heavenly demon sect, so as to take this opportunity to annex the Shao family's industry? After all, collecting dividends is much better than just having it all. And the Shao family is now a subsidiary force of the Qianyuan sect, as the family has no one to be annexed, in accordance with the rules. Other righteous forces, too, can't say anything. Think about it. The Shao family head's heart went cold. This Qianyuan sect is really ruthless and calculating. It's simply more devilish than the heavenly devil cult. Just a hypocrite with a good reputation for superficiality. But against Ji Bo Zhao's tough look and icy gaze that could not be refused, the Shao family head could only endure and agreed. It was because on the other side, Shu Yuan on the Divine Court Mountain was in control of the demonic corpse through his divine soul connection, learned about the 10 righteous clans' trial plan. The heavenly demon sect and the Shao family's Spring Wind City were separated by tens of thousands of miles. Even with the Yen Emperor's overbearing true intent altered divine soul, he was also unable to cross such a long distance to perceive the happenings of the Shao family, micro-manipulating the Shao family head and other demonic corpses. However, across a distance of tens or hundreds of miles, communicating with the Shao family head was no different than in person, and one could also perceive everything on the flying boat through him. Promise him we'll put on a show, Shu Yuan ordered. He wasn't afraid of the 10 sects of the righteous path trying. After all, it would still take some time for Tangxi to break through to the bone-forging realm and activate the Xian heavenly sacred body. It's best to stall for a while. So, it would be better to go along with the 10 clans of the righteous path. Let them try. At the same time, take the opportunity to deter again. Show some strength. Kill the chicken to make an example of it. It made the 10 sects of the righteous Tao suspect that the existing strength of the heavenly devil sect was not what they had imagined as having been heavily traumatized and becoming weak. Rather, it still preserves a certain amount of power. So, it made the 10 sects of the righteous path jealous. Keep stalling. Don't worry, Saint's son. We will definitely test out the heavenly demon sect's realities. The Shao family head arched his hand and then ordered to land on the ground when he returned to the flying boat where the Shao family was, scattered towards the heavenly demon sect's divine court mountain approaching. After all, the heavenly demon body remained high in the air. If you continue forward, killed by an axe, that would look silly. Not to mention that the heavenly demon sect had already displayed the power of the heavenly demon body in front of the 10 sects of the righteous path. Next, it is also time to change the other display, so that the 10 sects of the orthodox way understand that the heavenly devil sect has a deep heritage and many means. Sect leader, why are the Shao family's people here as well? Haven't they already submitted to us? Eastern Hall Master Warwuji asked in disbelief. Stupid you. The South Hall Master Gongtianyu was amused by what he said and scolded with a laugh. Although the Shao family has submitted to the heavenly demon sect, it was in secret. After all, the Shao family is in the sphere of influence of the righteous path, and the left, right, and back 3 directions are all righteous sect clans, so once they're exposed, they'll be surrounded and attacked. In this case, our plan to take over the magpie's nest and gain resource benefits for a long time will fail. Can you use your brain? The Western Hall Master, Feng Junin, also threw him a blank stare. The man looked big and had a big head, but it seems like the brain is loaded with muscle. A whole lot of recklessness. Sacred Preceptor, the Shao family is now lurking towards our heavenly demon sect. What are they trying to do? Northern Hall Master Dongfang Xiong asked, ordered by the Qian Yuan sect and other 10 sects of the righteous path to test the reality of the heavenly demon sect. Chu Yuan's words were faint. So what should we do about it? This sect master has already instructed the Shao family head. We just need to follow the script and put on a show. Palace Master, under the orders of this sect master, lead the South Palace congregation to quickly take down the Shao family. But be careful. You can't go easy on them just because they're your own people. You have to make sure it's true. You can lightly or even severely injure the Shao family members, or just pull down a few of them and fake their deaths. Chu Yuan commanded. Here, the South Hall Master Gong Tianyu led the order to leave. Next thing you know, a good show is about to happen. Chu Yuan looked at his departing back, overlooking the 4 wild mountains and forests of the Divine Court Mountain, sensing where those demonic corpses were. Black and white are his people, and the play can go on as long as he wants. The sect leader is truly a pearl of wisdom, calculating the 10 sects of the righteous path to fear and be afraid to come forward. Feng Jiunian and the other 3 great hall masters exclaimed in admiration. Actually, it's the right way to be stupid. Chu Yuan shook his head as he sniffed, rather sighing. It's not that he's modest, it's just that the right way is stupid. Sure, the same goes for the celestial demon cult. If the 10 clans of the righteous path swarmed, forcing himself against the attack of the heavenly demon body called forth by the heavenly demon battle formation, he bombarded the mountain protector formation. Although the loss was not small, it was definitely able to break through the battle formation and array. The next step is the real deal, and with the combined power of the 10 sects of the righteous path, it was truly possible to overthrow the heavenly devil sect, as long as they can stay united and not be afraid of sacrifice. It was just that for some reason, the 10 sects of the righteous path, the remaining 9 sect masters did not make a move, nor do they have that determination and ruthlessness. A few moments later, the 4 fields of Mt. Shinto, lush mountain forests, a chi and blood wolf smoke erupted, as well as colorful spiritual light. Even a roaring fire began to burn. The sound of shouting and fighting is endless, although for powerful cultivators, a distance of 50 miles was clearly visible. But under the pale sky ancient tree, as well as the chi and blood wolf smoke, spiritual light, and fire emperor cover. But it is difficult to peek into the details, only able to see but 100 breaths. The fire in the mountains was then extinguished and all kinds of commotion disappeared. Soon, up and down the mountain of God's court, more of the Shao family members who were tied up. The Shao family head was also led to Chu Yuan by Gong Tianyu. Damnable demon cult thieves, kill me if you want to kill me, scrape me if you want to scrape me. I won't give in to you. As per Chu Yuan's authorization, he broke into a loud curse. Same time, 100 miles away, the 10 clans of the righteous path and the large and small forces under their command were located. Looking at the people of the Shao family below the Divine Court Mountain who were bound, pressed and kneeling on the ground with blood dripping from their bodies, the Qian Yuan sect Saint's son Ji Bo Zhao's face was incredibly gloomy. How could it be that the Shao family was captured so easily? Chapter 54 Drag. The heavenly demon sect master has misunderstood. We are here to fulfill the wager. The devil cult didn't deploy many men that day, but how come the Shao family was all taken down in a moment? These dry-eating losers. The Qian Yuan sect's saint's son, Ji Bo Zhao, angrily slapped the fence. The faces of Grand Elder Shenxi and other Qian Yuan sect executives didn't look too good either, although they did think of pitting the other party in the name of letting the Shao family test the waters. But at least try something out, right? but these people from the Shao family didn't even make a few waves. It seems that the Heavenly Demon Sect does still have a considerable amount of power remaining. The eyes of the Buddhist monk Mingyang, the Buddhist son of the Temple of the Past Life, flickered with a long sigh. If the 9 great sect masters and patriarchs were here, or if my family's saints were to come, they could swarm over the Heavenly Demon Sect without worrying in the slightest about whether or not the Heavenly Demon Sect still has any hidden underpinnings to overthrow it. It's just a shame. The Chen Yuan sect's Grand Elder Shensi secretly hated in his heart. There was no problem with the fact that his own patriarch was walking the sacred path and was unable to come. But the rest of the 9 sect masters and patriarchs were simply greedy for small gains and forgot about the greater good. Just want to watch others become saints and take the opportunity to perceive the manifested laws of heaven and earth as well as the holy way, thinking that he might be able to have an epiphany and also touch the sacred Tao, thus breaking through the shackles. But how can it be that simple? It's simply delusional. It would be better to come together and directly destroy the Heavenly Devil Sect. After all, the possibility of having an epiphany at once was less than 1 in 10,000. However, the destruction of the Heavenly Devil Sect is 80% to 90% probable, unless the Heavenly Devil Sect is able to remain unharmed under a blow from its own patriarch's holy path. What do we do now? Tai Fengzong's second elder Chen Quan sighed. At the moment, the Shao family has folded, and has not yet tried out anything. If we send people again, I'm afraid that it is difficult for anyone to answer. The Shao family was completely wiped out. However, the 10 major clans that were shocked were scared, and the large and small clans under their command were even more terrified. Lest you become the next Shao family. Perhaps, we can first borrow the name of the disciple competition bet to secretly test and spy on the power of the Heavenly Devil Sect. Meanwhile, we'll spend time with them here so that they can't recuperate and wait for the sect masters and patriarchs to arrive. Shen Si, the Qianyuan sect's Grand Elder, opened his mouth after pondering for a moment. It'll have to do. Grand Elder Lu Sanhai of the Jade Maiden sect nodded. The other top 10 sect executives didn't have any opinions when they heard this. After all, right now the Heavenly Devil Sect really didn't look like it had suffered a heavy blow. They couldn't feel the depth, and didn't dare to swarm up and go deep into the tiger's den for fear of being ambushed or something. After all, the Heavenly Devil Sect had tens of millions of congregations, forming battle formations and condensing Heavenly Devil incarnations, plus the Protectorate formation, 1 offense and 1 defense. It's still hard to break. Forcing a siege, a lot of people are sure to die. Ha! Chu Yuan kicked the Shao family head to the ground, looked up to where the crowd of the 10 sect of the righteous path was, sneered coldly, and questioned. You guys keep saying that we're thieves, but you 10 sect of the righteous path are making a big deal out of it, and you're raging, so it looks like you're coming from a bad place. Even tried to sneak under the Divine Court Mountain in my Heavenly Demon Sect. Dare I ask if you, who have come uninvited, are not thieves, or robbers? The words fell. The Shao family had performed dumbfounded in due time, but still said with a stout neck, if you demon sect is not a thief, can it be that we, the righteous Tao, are thieves? Everything we do is to get rid of demons. As soon as I heard that, the 10 sects of the righteous path that originally wanted to put down the fight with the Heavenly Demon Sect and pick up the disciple competition betting on the name of Great Justice froze. Grass, why is this Shao family head so brainless? You've had your whole family captured alive and trampled under your feet, and not only have you not begged for forgiveness, but you still have the audacity to talk tough? It's just so stupid and uneducated. Oh, Chu Yuan smiled meaningfully, his eyes flashing with killing intent as he shouted aloud at the 10 righteous clans in the sky 100 miles away. It seems that you guys don't intend to honor your agreement to have a match. Just as well. This sect leader expected it. In that case, let's fight, said. He once again manipulated its heavenly demon body. Rumble. The heavenly devil raised his giant axe here, the sharpness shining brightly, and wherever it passed, the space could not withstand such power and cracked open a gap. It was like opening up the sky to slash down again. The power of tens or millions of heavenly demon cultists gathered together was able to maintain the heavenly demon body for a long time. It's just that when in combat, the more powerful the power exerted out of the hand, the greater the exertion. The time of existence will then diminish more and more. Don't! The heavenly demon sect master has misunderstood. The Shao family head has gone off the deep end in his cultivation in recent times, and although he has regained his sanity, his mind is sometimes not quite clear. We've come here just to fulfill our bet with the heavenly demon sect. Seeing this, the Chen Yuan sect's Saint Sun Ji Bo Shao, Grand Elder Shen Si, the Past Life Temple's Saint Sun, Monk Ming Yang, and the Tai Feng sect's second elder, Chen Quan, saw this. One by one, they rushed to step forward and speak out, stopping Chu Yuan's next move. They didn't want to fight until they were clear about the depths of the heavenly demon sect. After all, the last time they couldn't figure out the situation, they made a heart-slaying demon ancestor. If it wasn't for the Dao Sword Sect's sect master Greatsword Master secretly following them, I'm afraid that they would have been killed or injured. And that time when they went back, They had a bad time catching up on the information there was about the Heavenly Devil cult. Knowing that apart from the heart-slaying demon ancestor, the Heavenly Demon Sect feared that there were still some demon ancestors existing in the world. Even follow that day Devil Sect master side. Ordinary old man. The real strength. Also absolutely not to be underestimated. It was thought that these powerhouses would fall or be heavily injured due to the holy Dao sword that Qian Yuan Patriarch Jiwei had borrowed the greatness of the Heavenly Dao to execute. But now it seems that Heavenly Demon Sect Ji Lao was following Chu Yuan as he stood on top of the Divine Court Mountain and could not detect anything strange. Although the heart-killing devil ancestor is nowhere to be seen, it is impossible to confirm the specific situation. Everything, it's better to be careful. Yeah? Chu Yuan's face showed a contemplative expression. Of course. Ji Bo Shao patted his chest and said, I guarantee it in the name of the Qian Yuan Sect's Saint Son, the heir of the current sage. What the hell? Saint Qian Yuan, the son of a saint? As for the 10 clans of the righteous path, there is only one Jiwei who is on the path of sainthood and counts as a saint. Chu Yuan was stunned at his words, looking at Ji Bo Zhao's appearance. The more he overlapped with a certain figure in his memory. Damn this hypocrite. In the beginning he asked me to be a big senior brother, to be an undercover agent of the devil cult, and said that after my return, he would let me be the holy son. I can't believe I'm actually fooling around and pulling this on me behind my back. Originally, he thought 3 years and 3 years. Undercover deadlines keep adding and adding and adding to boredom. To even try to control himself into a puppet was already the limit of that hypocrite Jiwei, the Qian Yuan Patriarch. It was unexpected that this cheap master was actually more shameless than he had imagined. After sending himself over, he sent his son straight to the sunship. Hasn't this hypocrite ever thought that one day, when he gets the news, he will make a big fuss and expose the Qian Yuan Sect's undercover plan? Do you think he doesn't dare to reveal his identity for fear of being punished by the wrath of the Heavenly Devil Sect? Simply have no respect for your own. Well, that's how it plays out, isn't it? Just wait. This sect master will play with your son to death. Chu Yuan was enraged, staring at Ji Bo Shao, killing intent already in his heart. Chapter 55, The 10 Sects of the Righteous Dao blocking the door. You want a man? Got a ransom. But I remember that the bet for the disciple battle was originally set a month later. Right, and it's only about 10 days now. Chu Yuan raised an eyebrow, his gaze passing through 100 miles of space, glaring at Ji Bo Shao and the other senior members of the 10 righteous sects, smiling meaningfully. I see that you guys just think that earlier. Patriarch Qian Yuan proceeded to become a saint's might, killing from across the space and heavily creating the Heavenly Demon Sect. One and all have some kind of bet in mind. It's fine if you don't keep it, just take your life while you're sick. That's why they came in force and raised their troops, preparing to overthrow the Heavenly Devil Sect. Is this sect leader right? Although it was a question, the tone was extremely firm. The 10 clans of the righteous path were poked and prodded in their little minds, but their faces didn't change in the slightest, because righteous people are about thick faces and dark hearts. Only the younger generation, such as Ji Bo Shao, were embarrassed on their faces one by one. After all, it's still too young and lacks exercise. The Heavenly Demon Sect Master is really mistaken. The reason why we came early is actually because we have already selected the disciples who will participate in the martial arts bet. Shen Si, the Qian Yuan Sect's Grand Elder, said with a straight face. It's merely the idea of advancing some time and completing the bet as early as possible to reunite the Shao family with Shao Yan. Noble ***** with your eyes open. It is one of the mandatory courses for the righteous. After all, only if you are eloquent can you do 1 point of good deed and blow it up to 10, or even make black sound white, and make the world believe in itself. For example, both equally exploit people and plunder resources, just because the righteous path is good at covering up, wearing the skin of benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom and faith. It establishes a whole set of functioning system and manipulates public opinion. And the devil's way is so nakedly weak that it doesn't even think to use its brain to fool the world. That is why the righteous way is admired and honored by the world, and the devil's way is feared and reviled. So it is. Chu Yuan also wanted to stall for time, and since he had already done enough foreplay, he pretended to believe it as well. But the Heavenly Demon Sect has not yet selected which disciple will participate in the bet and fight in the tournament, so there's still some time to prepare, he said with a straight face. I wonder if all of you from the 10 sects of the righteous path can give some time. Although Chu Yuan already had a candidate, that would be Shao Yan, Tang Si, and Shao Sunair. All three are the Eucharist, especially Shao Yan and Tang Si. No matter if it was the 10,000 flame saint body or the Xian Tian saint body, they were both extremely powerful saint bodies, and even had the chance to witness and call themselves emperors, an absolutely invincible existence at the same level. Although Shao Sunair was not as good as the first two, she was not that bad either. With her 1,000 flame saint body, she was qualified to become a saint. It was just that apart from Xiao Suner, whose cultivation was not weak and had reached the spirit-nurturing realm, Xiao Yan was only at the spirit-gathering realm now. Tang Si was only at the peak of the forging body, and even if he activated the Xian heavenly sacred body, at most, he would be elevated to the forging blood realm as Xiao Yan had done before. Even if the two's physiques were stronger, they would not be able to make up for the gap between them and the three strongest disciples of the 10 sects of the righteous path. The strongest disciple of the 10 sects of the righteous path, but Chu Yuan, Zhuo Meishui of the same generation. Only one of the two is the patriarch and the other is the vice patriarch. Because the status is so high, even the generation has been raised upwards, so you can't participate in the disciple war competition. Otherwise, with the duo's strength, they could easily hang any of the disciples of the 10 sect of evidence, even the holy sons and daughters of the great sects, the sons of Taoism and Buddhism, and so on. Their cultivation level was, at best, the peak of the spirit-nurturing realm. No problem, we were the ones who rushed it. Sorry. The 10 sects of the righteous path agreed in succession and laughed. We can wait here until the heavenly demon sect leader selects the right person and until the January period arrives. They were making up their minds to surround the heavenly demon sect and secretly test and spy on the realities. At the same time, it also prevents the heavenly devil cult from running away. After all, Patriarch Xian Yuan was on the path of sainthood, and once he had forged his saintly phase, he alone would be able to overthrow the entire heavenly demon sect. Chu Yuan's face darkened at his words. Isn't this house arrest in disguise? Where did the 10 sects of the righteous path get such a big face to dare treat the heavenly devil sect like this? You guys, this is too much. His words were cold. We just didn't want to make another trip. Qian Yuan sect Grand Elder Shenxi laughed. As long as they don't make a move and keep their distance anyway. Even if the heavenly demon sect wanted to make a move, the 10 sects of the righteous Tao could retreat at any time if they were undefeated. Also, please ask the heavenly demon sect master to release the Xiao family. Ji Bo Xiao also spoke up. Although he wanted to pit the Xiao family and appropriated all the other parties' industries, but since the Xiao family was still alive, they had to find a way to rescue them. Otherwise, in the future, how could there be anyone left to work for the Qian Yuan sect? For themselves? The Xiao family has offended the heavenly demon sect for no reason. Do they just come and go as they please? Chu Yuan questioned, smiling coldly. If you want to save someone, then ransom them. 100,000 extreme spirit stones, no more, no less. As an apology, the Xiao family was his people, and he certainly wouldn't victimize the Xiao family. However, the 10 clans of the righteous path did not know about it, so it was just the right time to take advantage of the opportunity to gather a sum of resources from the other side. Click, click, click. This time, it was the turn of the 10 righteous clans to be depressed in their hearts. Opening one's mouth is 100,000 extreme spirit stones. When it's really a big mouth, it was more than enough to buy several small clans, but the Xiao family was, after all, one of the first echelon of righteous forces besides the 10 righteous clans. It belongs to the Earth Order forces. Its value was far greater than 100,000 extreme spirit stones. Not to mention that for the top 10 clans of the righteous path, 100,000 extreme spirit stones were nothing. It's enough for everyone to put together. So they pinched their noses and admitted it, and each family paid out some spirit stones to the Qian Yuan sect to ransom the Xiao family members. After all, although the Xiao family is subordinate to the Qian Yuan sect, it is, after all, for the sake of all the sects, venturing forward to test. And so it was. The 10 sects of the righteous Tao set up camp and stayed on the outskirts of the heavenly demon sect. Given the power of the 10 sects of the righteous path, Chu Yuan couldn't figure out where the remaining 9 sect masters and patriarchs were other than the Qian Yuan patriarch. He also didn't dare to recklessly allow people to leave the protector formation and deal with the 10 sectors of the righteous path. Let's wait until Tang Si activates the Xian heavenly sacred body and receives the divine origin stone return multiplying reward, causing the 12 demon ancestors to recover. Then drive this group of annoying flies away. Chu Yuan was helpless in his heart. The 10 clans of the righteous path blocked the door, restricted the way out, making it impossible for the heavenly devil sect to plunder resources and to mine and transport those veins of the Xiao family. Think of it this way. He couldn't wait to rush to the ancestral hall in the back of the mountain, ready to see how Tang Si's progress in activating the Xian Tian sacred body is going. In the meantime, back mountain ancestral hall, accompanied by a strand of divine origin power pouring into Tang Si's body, his wasted physique began to improve bit by bit. Until this moment, he could feel it. His own body, which had changed significantly, became stronger. The qi and blood rushed against the shackles, constantly wearing down. Finally, boom! The shackles that had trapped him for years were broken once. Chapter 56, It really is the holy body. Bishop Mighty, rumble. The qi and blood roared. It turned into wolf smoke and swept into the clouds. Tang Si's cultivation finally jumped to the first level of bone forging, and was still growing immediately afterward. Double, triple, above the 9 heavens, the pale-colored power of the Big Dipper hung down, pouring into Tang Si, helping him with his metamorphosis, as well as his cultivation. For a while the wind rose and the thunder roared. The range was so large that it spread over 100 miles. It instantly drew the attention of the crowd of the heavenly demon sect, as well as the cultivators of the 10 sects of the righteous path 100 miles away. What's going on? In the ancestral hall in the back mountain, the killing heart demon ancestor, who was running his energy to heal his wounds, was abruptly awakened. He looked up, only to see chi and blood wolf smoke rising from Tang Si's body in front of the door, radiating a majestic aura. It was even shimmering with divine splendor. Look up at the sky again. Only a single auspicious cloud coalesced and generated, and a golden light fell from the sky, connecting Tang Si. This movement, how is it like when Xiao Yan awakened? The heart-slaying demon ancestor was puzzled in his heart, and immediately afterward, he seemed to think of what Shu Yuan had said earlier. The gaze that looked at Tang Si became scorchingly hot. It's hard to believe that he's really, just in time. A scroll unfolds. Tang Si, Xin Tian Sacred Body. The heavenly Tao list was brightly lit with a few big words. It verified the heart-slaying demon ancestor's speculation, and it also set off the entire heavenly demon sword once again. Indeed, the holy prelate is wise and discerning, and will never make false statements or look away. Long live the holy patriarch. The South Hall Master Gong Tianyu flew in and couldn't help but cheer when he saw this scene. The sect leader, to think that he really did once again dig up yet another sacred body from the scraps? And look at this Xian heavenly sacred body. The heaven and earth visions it induced, 100 miles in circumference, far surpassed Yi Qing Yun, and was similar to the movement generated by Xiao Yan at the time. Could it be that this is another legacy left behind by a great emperor? West Hall Master Feng Jiayunyan's beautiful eyes widened as she exclaimed in shock. Previously, she hadn't believed in the sacred preceptor and had almost been compelled by Zhuo Meishui, though seeing the holy patriarch swear by his words later made her feel guilty. But this time, Feng Zhouyin was truly convinced. One could only say that the sacred preceptor deserved to be the sacred preceptor. Casually going out, he was able to find that Songhai legacy pearl, Xian Tian sacred body. One more sacred body for my heavenly demon sect. There are already 4 sacred bodies. Ha 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 ha. In the future, my heavenly demon sect is bound to regain its splendor, even under the leadership of the holy patriarch, far surpassing the past and establishing a new pinnacle, or even to directly overthrow the 10 sects of the righteous Tao, completely unify northern Luzhou, and control the entire 9 Xian realm. The East Hall Master, War Woji, and the North Hall Master, Dongfang Xion, were even letting out wild laughter in excitement. One by one, the elder sect saints rushed over and watched as Tang Si's entire body blossomed with divine radiance and underwent a metamorphosis. A vision of heaven and earth above his head. The heavenly Tao list flashed with golden light. It was also uncontrollably wide-eyed and open-mouthed. It was unbelievable, but they had to believe it. Tang Si, this mediocre scrap of material, was really a saint body like Xiao Yan. Ji Lao frowned as he sized up Tang Si, and could only let out a long sigh, saying, "It seems that my old eyes are really old, and I've actually looked away once again. It's not just you, it's even me." The killing heart demon ancestor's figure flickered and came to Ji Lao's side, patting him on the shoulder and comforting him. To think that he was once a saint and is now a half-saint. But still, however, just as the heart-slaying demon ancestor and Ji Lao, the 4 great hall masters, and a group of elders were immersed in shock, adding another sacred body to the heavenly demon sect. No, it can't be. How could it be that once again, Shu Yuan uncovered the waste material and became a holy body? This is definitely not real. I'm dreaming. Zhuo Meishui was attracted by the heaven and earth anomaly and led his disciple Yi Qingyun to come and explore. When she managed to confirm that it was Tang Si who caused all this, the heart had expected it, and Zhuo Meishui, who had originally felt uneasy, was completely flustered. She looked at Tang Si incredulously, and her expression became dull, including Yi Qingyun. He also looked at Tang Si with a shocked expression. Her master had told her about all these things, and she also knew that her own master had some conflicts with the sect leader. Thus when he heard that the sect leader had brought another wastrel, saying that it was some kind of Xian Tian holy body, Yi Qingyun did not believe it at all. After all, letting you pluck gold from the sand a Xian Tian sacred body is even luck against the heavens. How can there be a second time? But when the results were in front of her, she had to sigh. Tang Si, you really haven't let master me down. The rewards of this visit are just enough to help my master, and even the entire heavenly demon sect, get through this difficult time. Shu Yuan also rushed over, but he only glanced at Tang Si before withdrawing his gaze and placing it on the system panel. Tang Si has awakened the heavenly sacred body. triggering a 100-fold return. Reward 1, Sacred Martial Art, Invincible Golden Body. Reward 2, 120 squares of Divine Source Stones. Divine Source Stone, a miracle of heaven and earth, created by combining the laws of time, can seal living beings, reduce the passage of time and replenish vitality. It's the perfect choice for self-sealing to prolong your life and wait for the opening of the Golden Age. Sure enough, he knew it. Paying the Divine Origin Stone for Tang Si to activate the Xian Heavenly Sacred Body could be considered a return. Just the statues supported by 12 Divine Origin Stones were returned 100-fold. Even the Divine Origin Stones returned by the system, which had plenty of Divine Origin in them, were not in their original state of being close to being depleted. Not to mention the 12 demon ancestors. Even 120 demon ancestors would be enough to arrange it. Master is truly a man of God. Xiao Cheng hugged Chu Yuan's arm and stuck beside him, looking at him with a look of adoration on her little face. Master, you're just too powerful to actually help Tang Si awaken the Xian Heavenly Sacred Body. Xiao Yan also looked at Chu Yuan with a face of respect and admiration. The two of them, himself and Tang Si, were both 10,000-year-old wastrels, and countless people in the righteous and devilish paths, numerous powerful people, were unable to detect their unearthly qualities. However, in Chu Yuan's eyes, the essence was found to be extraordinary at a glance. It is true that there are often thousands of horses, but not often bull. Perhaps there are many people in this world who carry the Eucharist, but none of them have revealed themselves. One is not self-awareness. Secondly, there is no burrows. Big brother Chu, you can help my elder brother and senior Tang awaken their saint bodies. Can you help me enhance my 1,000-flame saint body? Xiao Sunair followed suit and looked at him with a face full of little stars of anticipation. But for the young girl's wish, Chu Yuan could only ruthlessly reject it. He touched Xiao Sunair's small head and said, I can help your brother and Tang Si awaken the saint body. That's because they already had it. Only it was either sealed or crippled. After all, even if one were to bind Xiao Sunair, take her as a disciple and make an investment, but with her qualifications, she couldn't be considered a wasted talent and could only be called a heavenly pride. It's simply not possible to reap much of a return to double the rewards, nor is it possible to gain a higher level of the 10,000 Fires Sacred Body. Well, Xiao Sunair was a little lost. In the meantime, 100 miles on the outskirts of the Divine Court Mountain, the 10 clans of the Righteous Tao that had set up camp were originally planning to take a rest when they were suddenly attracted to the heaven and earth visions rising up at the Divine Court Mountain. Looking at that rushing sky of chi and blood wolf smoke, the power of the Xian gang in the sky dangled down, and the wind and clouds of thunder were revealed. Even the power of the heavenly Tao was invoked and transformed into a golden list. They were all wide-eyed and shouted in shock. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The Holy Body? Chapter 57, Prestige Rises Again. Adversary, Xian Tian Sacred Body. Why have I never heard of it? But the movement induced by this holy body, the heaven and earth anomalies are so vibrating. It's on par with that 10,000 flames holy body. The crowd of the 10 sects of the Righteous Tao looked at the direction of the heavenly demon sect's Divine Court Mountain and marveled, but when they came back to their senses, one by one, their faces instantly turned gloomy. Terrific! How did another saint body emerge from the heavenly demon sect? Counting Xiao Yan and that Yi Qing Yun, this is the third saint body, isn't it? The 10 clans of our righteous path combined don't even have this much. Even some time ago, he was ambushed by the heavenly demon sect thieves and lost in an 8 Tao body. When the Qianyuan sect's Saint Sun Ji Bo Shao, the Grand Elder Shen Si, and the Buddha's son of the Temple of the Living Buddha, Monk Ming Yang, thought about this matter, they became furious and cursed angrily. One by one, they looked in the direction of the heavenly demon sect's Divine Court Mountain, their gazes filled with envy and jealousy. Why is the heaven so unjust, making the heavenly devil sect full of talents, especially since this has the appearance of a saint body, which will most likely lead to the betting of the disciple wars. It's even more in favor of the heavenly demon sect. If the heavenly demon sect sends 3 saint bodies to answer the battle, what should we do? The sacred body that's an invincible existence at the same level. Even if you're fighting across the border, it's still a breeze. You should know that there are still nearly 20 days left. If we give them time to grow to a certain height, our 10 sect of the righteous path will definitely lose. The Jade Maiden sect's Grand Elder, Lu Songhai, spoke with a saddened face. Words. The faces of the other senior members of the 10 sects of the righteous path were all growing more and more somber. Yeah, the holy body is powerful, but the consensus of all practitioners, it's a matter of record. The 3 holy bodies, the cult of the celestial devil picked all of them blindly. Invincible at the same level, a powerful combatant who fights across borders. How should the 10 clans of the righteous path respond? Their hearts sank, but Shen Si suddenly opened his mouth and said doubtfully, "What's the big deal if you lose?" The words fell. Why would Grand Elder Shen say that? Chen Quan, the second elder of the Tai Feng sect, frowned at the words and said in a solemn voice, You should know that losing would be a disgrace to the 10 sects of the righteous path, and it would cause us to lose 3 of our most outstanding disciples. For a while, Monk Ming Yang, Lu Songhai, and the other 10 sects of the righteous path looked at Shenxi, including Jib Shao. They looked at each other as if they were looking at little cuties. General, but it was not expected. Shenxi actually had a puzzled look on his face, and his gaze was like looking at a retard as he scanned himself and the others. Holy Son, Buddha's son, Elder Tatsu, why do we have to keep our promise and let them pick the best disciples? He looked at the crowd and asked Drilly. I'm afraid you guys haven't forgotten that the reason why we proposed the disciple battle bet was because we wanted to stall for time. Just wait until you and the other 9 sect leaders come, or my family's saints come. We'll be able to swarm in, without having to be afraid of the heavenly demon sect's underpinnings, and the unknown. Just destroy them in one fell swoop. Right, the reason for the discipleship war. It's because of the delay. If the Qian Yuan sect sage, or the 9 sect headmasters arrived early, there was no need for a disciple battle at all. It was only then that the crowd came back to the stupidity they had just committed, sparing the righteous people's thick skin. At this moment, they all had an incredibly embarrassed face and lowered their heads, not daring to look at the people around them. After a while, only then did someone break the dreariness. We might as well go to the heavenly demon sect now to see the situation. This another holy body. Who will it be? Recognize him as such, and when the heavenly demon sect is overthrown, it will be good to capture and pocket him. The words fell. There was a loud chorus of agreement. Right, this is an existence comparable to Xiaoyan's 10,000 flame saint body, and the same cannot be spared. The 10 sects of the righteous path are enthusiastic beyond measure. Hurriedly separating several people, they left the camp and flew towards the divine court mountain. On this occasion, ancestral hall at the back of the shrine, Tang Xi's activation of the Xian heavenly sacred body had already fallen, crossing 2 great realms in a row, and his cultivation had directly risen to the first level of the blood-forging realm. However, the 12 statues made of divine origin stones had also completely exhausted their remaining power. The killing heart demon ancestor looked on and sighed in his heart. It seems that the 11 sage seniors are going to be completely drowned out by the years. However, thinking that the heavenly demon sect would be able to produce another saint body, his heart was still incomparably pleased. After all, the 11 demon ancestors only had 1 breath left and couldn't live much longer, and Tang Xi represented the future. Once he rose to become a saint in the future, he would be able to shelter the heavenly devil sect for a long time. Abruptly, bang, 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 a muffled sound, only to see Tang Xi arrive in front of Chu Yuan, directly and violently kowtowing his head. The force was so great that it even made the ground shake. His forehead was also bleeding from the collision. My disciple pays his respects to Master. His expression was frenzied, and the words in his mouth were incomparably excited. Master's great kindness is unforgettable. My disciple swears to the heavens that in the future, I will be an ox and a horse to repay my master's favor, whether it's up the mountain of swords or down the sea of fire, even for the sake of my master, to be the enemy of the world, the enemy of the whole world. All of my disciples will always stand by your side and do anything for you, even if it means death. All will be done without complaint. This oath, for all eternity, will be witnessed by heaven and earth, and will be recognized by the sun and the moon. Rumble, thunder flashed in the dome of the sky. A purple divine thunderbolt descended from the sky. It fell to the ground and transformed into a subtle Dao pattern. As a witness, look at this familiar scene. Elder Ji and the others were energized. Good boy, this is a man who really knows what he's doing. The sacred preceptor has a good eye for people. Not only are their qualifications first class, but their hearts are first class as well. Rather, there was no doubt that Tang Xi had sworn that the only one who wanted to repay was Chu Yuan, and not the heavenly demon sect. It was because their admiration and respect for Chu Yuan had once again surged. Chu Yuan's prestige in the hearts of the heavenly demon sect's crowd skyrocketed once again. This was the result of the continuous accumulation and superposition of one piece of his great achievements and contributions to the heavenly devil sect. Chu Yuan helped Tang Xi up, encouraged him with a few words, and faced the crowd's admiring gazes. The heart is soothed to the core. Not bad, keep this up. He himself would be able to say one thing and do whatever he wanted, squandering the resources of the heavenly devil sect as much as he wanted. By then, without the restriction, utilizing the return multiplier system, he would be able to swipe the economy even faster. Even if the holy maiden Zhuo Meishue once again stepped in to stop it, there was no need for him to explain at all. The heart-killing demon ancestor, Ji Lao, and so on, would then help him in solidarity. Damn it, he's got him loaded again. The holy maiden Zhuo Meishue stood on the side staring tightly at Chu Yuan, gnashing her teeth in hatred and clenching her fists. However, on the side, Yi Chengyun, her disciple, looked at Chu Yuan, but a look of admiration and respect flowed from his eyes. The sacred prelate is truly wise, and his eyesight is extraordinary. Yi Qingyun murmured under his breath. Zuomei turned her head to look at her and saw that her favored disciple was looking up at her enemy. The heart raged in his chest, and he could barely catch his breath. Adversary. Chapter 58, Returning Gifts. The danger of the Heavenly Devil Sect was solved in an instant. Adversary. How can you praise the Master's enemy, the sinner who pitted the Heavenly Demon Sect? Zuomei coldly and angrily rebuked Yi Qingyun. The disciple she had worked so hard to cultivate was actually admiring the enemy she hated the most. It was simply intolerable to her and she could not suppress her anger. Words. Yi Qingyun was startled and turned back to look at his master, only to find Zuomei staring at him with an angry face. A jolt went through her. Oops. The master has been chanting all day to push the godfather down. There is a long-standing grudge in his heart, and his hatred is extremely deep, but Yi Qingyun was really puzzled as she asked, Master, you spent the whole day saying that the Sacred Sect Master was going to victimize the Heavenly Devil Sect. Back when the Sacred Sect Master was selected to become the Sect Master, you tried to target him in the trial because he didn't have a devil heart, and later even asked him if he was an undercover agent. But the Sacred Sect Master possesses the heart of a Dao ancestor, the only one of its kind in the ancient world, and it's not a stretch to witness the Dao and call himself an emperor in the future. It's a blessing for us that the Sacred Sect leader is able to become the sect leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. And the Holy Sect Master has also clearly answered that he is not an undercover agent sent by the righteous path. So why do you still suspect him several times that he has victimized the Heavenly Devil Sect and is an undercover agent sent by the righteous path? You know that when the disciples were first selected, the Holy Sect Master even selected a 10,000 flame sacred body for the Heavenly Demon Sect that possessed the qualities of a great emperor. Now it's even more so for the Heavenly Demon Sect to once again find a Xian Heavenly Sacred Body that possesses the qualities of a great emperor. The Sacred Sect Master calculated to pit and kill a generation of the 10 righteous sects' supreme celestial pride, the innate Tao body, several elders, and hundreds of disciples, causing them to suffer heavy losses. He even took down the entire Shao family without spending a single soldier, and distributed all the resources he obtained, as well as the spirit stones and other treasures he had accumulated, to the bottom-level congregation of the Heavenly Devil Cult, and even let the Heavenly Devil Cult go on to take over the Shao family's industries. The sacred prelate is brilliant and magnanimous. Why do you have to go against him and even denigrate him? Thanks to Chu Yuan's rapidly growing prestige, as well as the various deeds of contribution to the Heavenly Demon Sect being widely publicized, although Yi Qingyun, as Zuomei disciple, had been indoctrinated by her to hate Chu Yuan all day long. However, in front of the obvious facts, Yi Qingyun's heart that was originally hostile to Chu Yuan was easily shaken. After all, facts don't lie, and none of those remarks by Zuomei can be confirmed. Light cloud. You. Zuomei listened to her good disciple shouting holy preceptor in every mouthful, her eyes spewing fire and anger, her chest heaving and undulating, being questioned and having nothing to say. He was even more instantly anxious. She didn't know what to say in her defense, but looking at the disciple that seeks to understand the gaze, if today does not say it clear, I'm afraid that the disciple later, the heart for her suspicion, will continue to deepen, while more and more respect and worship Chu Yuan. Same time, Chu Yuan was surrounded by the 4 great hall masters and the others, enjoying the praises of the heart-slaying demon ancestor and Ji Lao. Demon ancestors, as I said before, I will never take advantage of all of you demon ancestors for nothing. There will be a gift offered to satisfy you and others. He laughed aloud and waved his hand. Boom boom boom. A blood-colored boulder fell from the sky, 12 bloodstones in all. It smashed to the ground, kicking up dust. Oh, the killing heart demon ancestor let out a light eep. He had thought that Chu Yuan was just talking. What kind of gift could he have that would satisfy their 12 demon ancestors? Not to mention that other than him, the other demon ancestors were unconscious and could die at any time. But when he looked at a blood-colored boulder, he couldn't help but be surprised. I thought we were getting a gift. Why is it a big rock? Not only was the heart-slaying demon ancestor puzzled, even Ji Lao and the 4 hallmasters, the elders, Zuomei, and so on frowned and stared with wide eyes. A gift? Stone? What is this? Looks mediocre. Just as the crowd was wondering. Divine Source Stone. Chu Yuan opened his mouth and said with a straight face, these 12 blood-colored boulders are all divine origin stones, and they are full of divine origin, so they can help the demon ancestors recover their vitality, slow down the passage of time, and return to their peaks. You can touch it and feel it. The divine origin stone can seal in living beings and slow down the passage of time. Therefore, it is capable of sealing itself and avoiding the loss of divine origin. So no matter how strong one was, unless one became a saint, it was impossible to be able to determine the divine origin stone just by looking at it. What? Divine Source Stone? You're not kidding, are you, sect leader? Even the heart-slaying demon ancestor was stunned at the words, and his expression was even more astonished. With his status and position and cultivation, The heavenly materials and treasures that were extremely precious in the eyes of many people in this world were nothing to him, and were readily available at his fingertips. But there are two things that are capable of making his heart go wild and crazy for them. One is the heavenly material and elixir that improves cultivation and breaks through the shackles. The second is a gem for prolonging longevity. Although the divine origin stone was essentially incapable of prolonging longevity, it only sealed the cultivator and reduced the passage of time. But by relying on the divine origin stone to self-seal, however, it is possible to wait until the golden age of cultivation, when the probability of breaking through the shackles can be greatly enhanced. Or immortality pills, life-extending heavenly treasures out of the world, when you can live another life. And then you can also extend your life. If these are all divine origin stones, the other 11 demon ancestors will be saved. A brilliant light erupted in Ji Lao's eyes as he secretly said, the danger of the heavenly demon sect can also be solved. The 11 demon ancestors were only about to die now because they had suffered a severe loss of vitality and only had one breath left, but they were still at least a year or two away from the theoretical limit of their lifespan, and by relying on the divine source, it was enough for them to reach the limit of their lifespan before dying. At the same time, because it slowed down the passage of time, as long as the 11 demon ancestors stayed in the divine origin, it could even last for hundreds of years. After all, unless the heavenly devil sect was alive or dead, and on the occasion of a major change, the devil ancestors would not come out. Even if they are out to solve problems and have things to do, it won't take long. And if the 12 devil ancestors could be nourished by the divine origin stones and regain their peak state, even if all the sect masters of the 10 sectors of the righteous path were to make a move, they would all be able to block it. Even if that Qian Yuan patriarch became a saint, the heavenly devil sect was not without the power to fight. After all, the previous 12 demon ancestors, other than the heart-slaying demon ancestor, the other 11 demon ancestors were already dead and in a weak state, no longer at their peak. And that strike by Patriarch Qian Yuan was borrowing the power that descended from the heavenly Tao at the time of sainthood. He is now unable to borrow it again, and attacks made only by his own greatness will not have the same terrifying power as before. Since the sacred sect leader said they were divine origin stones, then they must be divine origin stones. Without the slightest bit of doubt, the Southern Hall Master Gong Tianyu firmly believed in Chu Yuan, including the West Hall Master, Feng Jiayunian. It was just unbelievable in her mind. It is really puzzling where in the world the Lord Sect leader got the divine source stones from, and there are many of them, and the divine source is abundant. Ha 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 ha, with so many divine origin stones, it's enough for the 12 demon ancestors to recover their peak state. The strength of our heavenly demon sect will be greatly enhanced, and the threat of facing the 10 sects of the righteous path will be solved in an instant. What's the point of having a disciple battle? Let's just fight our way through. The East Hall Master, Zhan Wuji, and the North Hall Master, Dongfang Xion, were also convinced of Chu Yuan without the slightest doubt. After all, the sacred sect leader said that Tang Si, that scum, was a Xian heavenly sacred body, and he really was a Xian heavenly sacred body, one after the other. Chu Yuan's surprising, even the most unbelievable of things, they had become numb and began to believe out of habit. At this moment, looking at the 12 blood-colored boulders was even more exhilarating. It was as if he had already seen the killing heart demon ancestor recovering from his injuries, and the other 11 demon ancestors removing all their deathly aura and returning to their peaks. Together with the holy sect master, we will overthrow the elites of the 10 sects of the righteous way who have set up camp 100 miles away, and then kill them in their lair and dominate the whole of North Luzhou. Chapter 59. The Holy Maiden is not coveting the sect leader's position and is envious and jealous. Is she? Zhuo Meishue watched from the sidelines and subconsciously wanted to retort, but thought that she had already been punched in the face by Chu Yuan on Tang Si before. The facts proved that he really was some kind of Xian Tian sacred body, and these stones can be identified with just a little hands-on inspection and probing. Even if Chu Yuan had been more deceitful, he wouldn't have dared to do something that was so easily defeated. So, these divine origin stones must be real. But what is Chu Yuan's purpose? Even if he has the divine origin stone, but as a member of the righteous path, it's simply impossible for him to bring it to bless the heavenly demon sect and help the demon ancestors recover their vitality. 1,000 things were turning into a mess in her mind. Demon ancestor, the late generation will not joke about you for fun. Chu Yuan met the gaze of the heart-slaying demon ancestor and shook his head as he walked over to a divine origin stone, reached out and touched it, and laughed. You may examine it. Words. Killing heart demon ancestor would be skeptical and walked over, pressing his hand against it to sense it carefully. At that moment, he felt a strong law of time, and a majestic to the extreme, exquisite pure life energy. The heart-slaying demon ancestor's heart shook as his gaze excitedly looked at the large divine origin stone in front of him, and his hands trembled. Divine origin stone. This is a real divine origin stone, he exclaimed, filled with joy. Unexpectedly, Chu Yuan had actually given them a surprise, a gift of packet satisfaction. Just, where did these divine origin stones come from? The heart-slaying demon ancestor, on the other hand, was puzzled and full of doubts as he asked Chu Yuan. Divine origin stones are extremely precious and rare in the world, not to mention the existence of such a huge and complete one, which is even more of a treasure amongst treasures. Powerful cultivators who have obtained divine origin stones tend to hide them deeply, saving them for future use. When an ordinary cultivator gets a divine origin stone, he will sell it due to the lack of cultivation resources, but this kind of rare treasure will often be secretly bought by a major power before it even appears on the market. The words fell. Elder G, the four great hall masters, the elders, and the others also awoke with a sudden start. Although the divine origin stone was real, but this source, where exactly did Chu Yuan get it from? Yes. Seeing this, Zhuo Meishui echoed the sentiment, and just in time to solve his own doubts, he questioned, can the sect leader clarify? And, since sect leader has the divine origin stone, why don't you just take it out and give it to your disciple, Tang Si, to use? If we had taken it out earlier, perhaps the heart-slaying demon ancestor would have recovered from his injuries and the other 11 demon ancestors would have awakened. Could it be that there's something wrong with these divine origin stones? Bang bang! She walked over to the 12 divine origin stones and flicked her delicate fingers. If there was a problem with these divine origin stones and they were unable to seal the living souls, it would also explain why Chu Yuan had pulled it out for the demon ancestors to use. That is, he wanted to immediately pit the 11 demon ancestors to death today, not giving the heavenly demon sect the slightest possibility of restoring the demon ancestors. Holy maiden, you've gone too far in bullying people, slandering my big brother Chu several times. I think you're just jealous that big brother Chu is excellent, and that you can't be the sect leader yourself, thinking that big brother Chu has taken your position, so you're deliberately targeting it. Xiao Sunair was not happy when she heard this, and directly stood out and angrily sprayed Zhuo Meishui. She had spent the entire day in the heavenly demon sect and had an exchange with Xiao Cheng about Chu Yuan, knowing that Zhuo Meishui is extremely hateful to Chu Yuan, vilifying him for being an undercover agent and so on. That is, she was still cultivating when Chu Yuan helped Tang Si activate the Xian heavenly sacred body early this morning and needed divine origin stones to set up the formation. Otherwise, when Zhuo Meishui had previously slandered Chu Yuan, she would have stood out and disliked her, and Xiao Suer's dislike back instantly helped the four great hall masters, Ji Lao, to open their thoughts. Yes, the four hall masters nodded their heads approvingly and looked at Zhuo Meishui, questioning, Sacred Maiden, you've targeted the sacred sect leader 3 times. Are you envious and jealous, coveting the sect leader's position? Ji Lao was also serious, looking at Zhuo Meishui with a hint of interrogation in his gaze, and sighed in a long voice, Holy Maiden, I had thought that you were a steady person who focused on the big picture, but I never imagined that you would want to do it for your own self-interest. Speaking of which, he recalled Zhuo Meishui's usual contribution to the heavenly demon sect. Although it wasn't as great as Chu Yuan's, it was still loyal and dutiful in doing things and carrying out tasks. There was more or less a little bit of intolerance in his heart, so he changed his mind and said, tell the truth yourself, do you have this mind or not? As long as you admit it openly and correct your mistakes, neither the Heartslayer demon ancestor nor I will pursue the matter. Facing the misunderstanding and questioning of the crowd, Zhuo Meishui had a mouthful to say. She wanted to argue that Chu Yuan was the great disciple of the righteous force Qian Yuan sect's patriarch, and that the death of the former sect master had nothing to do with him. It would even cause the entire heavenly devil sect to be overthrown by the 10 sects of the righteous path. But, she had already said before that Chu Yuan was an undercover agent of the righteous path, but none of them believed it. Chu Yuan's prestige was simply too high and too popular. The current self can't be shaken at all. Elder G, demon ancestor, everyone. Zhuo Meishui's pair of beautiful eyes flickered with waves of light, forcibly holding back the tears from flowing out. Her voice firm, I know that even if I say more, you all won't believe it, but the cleaner is the clearer. I, Zhuo Meishui, am by no means the kind of villain who is jealous of others, thus attacking and slandering them. At this very moment, she was beyond suffocating. She knew that she couldn't blame the heart-killing demon ancestor in Ji Lao and the others for this. After all, they didn't know about all of Chu Yuan's evil deeds in the previous life. And in this life, they had only seen Chu Yuan contribute to the heavenly demon sect. However, when Zhuo Meishui swept her gaze over Chu Yuan, the killing intent in her heart was incomparably thick. It's all because of this shameless thief who has victimized himself. Actually, Chu Yuan watched Zhuo Meishui being questioned by the crowd and suffocating her appearance. His heart was so pleased that it was simply pleasurable. This woman's triple targeting was really getting on his nerves. At this time, after watching enough drama, he also spoke out to answer the doubts in the hearts of the crowd, saying, the origin of this divine origin stone must not be revealed. After all, everyone has their own secrets, but this sect master can answer your other two doubts. Why you didn't give it to Tang Si to use, and why you didn't take it out as early as possible. That's because helping this disciple of mine activate the Xian heavenly sacred body, using these divine origin stones is simply a big deal. As well as, I want to test whether or not you guys, the heart-slaying demon ancestor and Elder G, trust me completely. After all, divine origin stones are precious. They're mine, and it's perfectly in order for me to either sell them to obtain a large amount of cultivation resources and holy weapons, or to keep them for my own use. But I want to take the divine origin stones out to contribute to the heavenly demon sect. After all, you and the other demon ancestors of the heart-slaying demon ancestor have saved me. It's just that I still want to confirm your trust. Chapter 60, Be Wise in the Future. The 10 clans of the righteous path sought an audience. So it is. What the Holy Patriarch said is true. When Elder G and the 4 Great Hall Masters and the others heard this, they all nodded silently in agreement. The doubts in the heart of the heart-slaying demon ancestor were also dispelled. Divine origin stones were so precious that they were rare in the world and had a price. It was understandable that Chu Yuan wanted to test the trust that he and the others had in him. Let's first seal the 11 demon ancestors in the ancestral hall assuredly in the divine origin stone, temporarily slowing down their passage of time and replenishing their vitality. Chu Yuan instructed Xiao Yan and Tang Si to the side. As you wish. The two responded and rushed into action. The 4 Great Hall Masters, the Elders, and the others also followed up to help. If the devil ancestors recovered their status and had the ability to fight earlier, they would also be able to strike earlier to drive away the 10 sects of the righteous path that were blocking the gate, or even directly overthrow these elites. Teacher, thanks a lot. The killing heart demon ancestor wore a look of gratitude on his face as he arched his hand in a salute. Although according to his status, he, the demon ancestor, was much higher than Chu Yuan's sect leader. However, the divine origin stones that Chu Yuan had taken out had made a huge contribution to the heavenly demon sect. Preserving 11 endangered demon ancestors at the peak of the heavenly realm with half-saint battle power was not to mention. Even he was able to enjoy the benefits of this divine origin stone. To be a human being, you must know how to be grateful, even the devil's way. And so it is, especially the heavenly devil cult. Compared to other demonic forces, although they were just as rampant, they were actually very sentimental internally. After all, if a power wanted to inherit hundreds of thousands of years, relying on toughness alone certainly wouldn't work, and also puts the hold on the hearts and minds of the people, worthy of the holy prelate. Surprisingly, even a treasure such as the divine origin stone can be taken out 12 zhang square with one's hand. The holy bishop is unfathomable. The 4 Great Hall Masters, and the elders all gave a thumbs up in admiration. Look at the sight of Zhuo Meishu's secretly hate. Another double ouch for this guy to load to, especially looking at the disciple Yi Qingyun who was beside him, looking up at Chu Yuan with a face of adoration. Go! She just couldn't look at it and couldn't stand it, but there was no reason to continue questioning Chu Yuan and seeking trouble from him. Even now, he himself was misunderstood and misinterpreted by the crowd because he was targeting Chu Yuan. Not only did this leave her heartbroken, but it also tainted her reputation by the backlash. In the future, we can only be wise and catch enough evidence to deal with Chu Yuan and dismantle his identity. We can't be reckless anymore. Otherwise, not only will I not be able to bring him down, but instead, I will be deepened in misunderstanding by the demon ancestor, Elder G, and the 4 Great Hall Masters, the elders, and them, stigmatized as a villain who covets the patriarchate. Zhuo Meishua pulled Yi Qingyun and turned her head away. Gu, what are you doing, master? Yi Qingyun looked at her in disbelief and questioned. Sacred sect master selflessly dedicates herself to the heavenly devil sect. Others are praising it. Why did you turn around and leave? Are you still jealous? But thinking about this, it seemed to feel wrong. The person in front of her was after all her own master, who usually favored her extremely, treating people, but also very serious and responsible. Never favoritism or cynicism. The only exception to this is in the case of the holy godfather Chu Yuan. So she hurriedly changed her words, seeing the sacred preceptor as disagreeable, misunderstanding that he is an undercover agent sent by the righteous, looking at Yi Qingyun, who had a puzzled face and was still mouthing about the holy sect master. Zhuo Meishua was so depressed that she wanted to vomit blood. It's fine if others don't believe her. Why is this disciple speaking for her enemy, even accusing herself that she was acting out of jealousy? Although Yi Qingyun changed his words in time, she still heard it. The 11 demon ancestors were sealed in the divine origin stone one after another, and the original statues had been replaced, followed by having to recarve the face into a statue on the divine source stone. The heart-slaying demon ancestor also walked into the divine origin stone himself, drawing on that pure life energy from the divine origin to begin recovering from his injuries. After all, there was sure to be some hard fighting to come. Eyes on this. The 11 dying demon ancestors had been properly dealt with and would be alive and well soon. Go! Chu Yuan gave an order and led the crowd away. But just then, report! The people from the 10 sects of the righteous path are here with their worship. Congratulations to our church for gaining another sacred body. A figure flew from the sky, but it was an outer sect elder on duty, rushing towards Chu Yuan and the heart-killing demon ancestor, Elder Ji, Zui Hiju, and so on, arching his hand and opening his mouth to tell about it. People from the 10 sects of the righteous path came with worship to congratulate the heavenly devil sect on obtaining another sacred body? That's something you can't believe if you're as dumb as a pig. The path of righteousness and the path of the devil are irreconcilable. The 10 sects of the righteous path and the heavenly demon sect had been fighting for at least 100,000 years. You have to know that tens of thousands of years ago, the heart-slaying demon ancestor had severely injured the 10 sects of the righteous path in the first place, and even annihilated several heavenly ranking sects that were of the same magnitude as the 10 sects of the righteous path. Yesterday, when the Qianyuan sect patriarch broke the shackles and stepped onto the holy bridge, he was also the first to borrow the greatness of the heavenly Tao and gave the heavenly devil sect's holy sword a blow. Even after the incident, the 10 sects of the righteous path were the first to prepare, bringing in a large number of elites to prepare for the overthrow of the heavenly devil sect. Luckily, 11 other demon ancestors revived and united with the killing heart demon ancestor to execute the heavenly demon body and block that sword, which prevented the heavenly demon sect from experiencing any major deaths or injuries. Otherwise, today will certainly not be able to block the sharpness of the 10 orthodox sects, be broken through the protective mountain array, thus destroyed under the deadly battle. Or, one can only give up hundreds of thousands of years of foundations in advance and run away overnight, to survive. To this day, how can both sides be so kind when they have killed and injured each other, and their hatred is like the sea, and their relationship is immortal? To say that the 10 sects of the righteous path were preparing to snatch the newly born holy bodies was more or less the same. Zhuo Meishui, who was originally going to leave, instantly stopped her footsteps, and she wanted to see what the 10 sects of the righteous Tao had in mind, but they don't have the strength now, so I guess it's just for recognition. Prepare to keep an eye on the back to prevent Tang Si from hiding and thus striking out to snatch. Elder Ji had lived a long time, and as an old man, he quickly guessed the intentions of the 10 sects of the righteous path. Then shall we refuse their request for an audience and hide Tang Si? East Hall Master Warwuji and North Hall Master Dongfang Xiong nervously asked. They understand that money is not a good thing. Naturally, it's not necessary. Southern Hall Master Gong Tianyu pointed at the 12 squares of brand new divine origin stones and laughed. It won't take long for the heart-slaying demon ancestor to repair his injuries, and the other 11 demon ancestors will soon regain their vitality. At that time, it won't be the righteous path that will attack and besiege the heavenly demon sect, but rather us grouping together to destroy the 10 righteous path sects. They want to snatch our sect's heaven's pride sacred body. Why wouldn't we want to snatch their heaven's pride sacred body? Words. Yes. Eastern Hall Master Zhao Wuji and Northern Hall Master Dongfang Xiong nodded their heads in agreement in a sudden state of realization. And what does the Godfather mean? West Hall Master Feng Jujiuyan looked at Chu Yuan and asked, waiting for an order. Although the South Hall Master Gong Tianyu had a good point, there was only one person who really made the decision. Have them come to the Heavenly Demon Hall and wait for this sect master and Elder Ji. All hall masters. Chu Yuan opened his mouth. Here, the outer sect elder on duty responded respectfully and turned to leave, ready to receive and welcome the people coming from the 10 sect of evidence. Chapter 61, Pit Positive Pathism of Money. MT. Sentinel. The Temple of Heavenly Devil. Tall and lofty. The overall black color is deep, majestic and dignified, interspersed with gold lines, decorative, adding to the nobility. It also improves brightness. At this very moment, the representatives of the 10 sects of the righteous path have arrived. The Qianyuan sect Saint Sun Ji Bo Shao and Grand Elder Shen Si, and the Past Life Division's Buddhist son, Monk Ming Yang, were too greedy and afraid to come. Just a few elders were sent, such as Zhang Ji, the 7th elder of the Qianyuan sect, and Chui Ping, the 5th elder of the Temple of the Past Life. Although they were at the top of the hierarchy, with power and strength, and were deeply afraid that the Heavenly Devil sect would take advantage of the opportunity to disadvantage themselves and suddenly inflict poison, they were unwilling to come. But the Holy Sun, the Buddha Sun commands. There is also a large group of identity power than their own, cultivation than their own strong big elder. The second elder and other people urged, soft and hard, at the same time come up with the slogan of the righteous path, not afraid of demons and evils, and get rid of the demons and defend the path. If you dare not go, you will be labeled as a glutton for punishment. From then on, not to mention suffering from shame, but also no future, unable to climb one step upward. The head patriarch will also reduce cultivation and take back power. This made Zhang Ji, Chui Ping and others have to come as well. After all, coming to the Heavenly Devil sect, there was just the possibility of being poisoned out of the blue. But if you don't listen, you're sure to be benched later. not to mention that the large forces of the 10 righteous clans were outside. The Heavenly Devil sect was also considered a great power with a long heritage, and surely knew the reasoning that when two armies were at war, they would not cut off the envoys, not so much for their own a few people, and the orthodox 10 sects completely torn face. Direct war. Gentlemen, it's been a long time. Chu Yuan brought along Elder Ji, the 4 great hall masters, and the others, leading Xiao Yan and Tang Si to arrive. Zhuo Meishue followed behind. As a saintly woman, and as a vice priestess, she came to the meeting, and Chu Yuan had no reason to stop. We pay our respects to the holy preceptor. The 10 sects of the righteous path came. Zhang Ji and Shui Ping hurriedly bowed their hands when they saw this, while making a self-introduction, saying, in the Qian Yuan sect, although the righteous and the devil fought and killed each other, but the high-level meeting, a certain etiquette of respect and inferiority is still there. They didn't dare to call Chu Yuan demon sect's thieves with their mouths open and closed. After all, this was the heavenly demon sect's lair, and there were many strong people. A single demon cult sect master was able to harden himself against the 100 demon superior at the peak of harmonization heaven and the Shao family head at the peak of Rongtian heaven by relying on a holy weapon in the first place, and against the likes of himself, a 6th and a 7th of melting heaven. I'm afraid that even if I don't use a holy weapon, I can still suppress it. Do it! Chu Yuan walked straight to the main seat, waving his hand and ordering everyone to take their seats. To the left and right beside him, Xiao Yan and Tang Si stood with their heads held high. One of the two gathered spirits and the other forged blood. Yet, he was able to gain a foothold beside Chu Yuan. This attracted the attention of people from the 10 sects of the righteous path. At the same time Xiao Yan's face, they have seen before. That's the 10,000 flames saint body Xiao Yan. This youth is able to stand with him, arching the heavenly demon sect leader. His status is by no means ordinary. Could it be? He's the Tang Si who awakened the Xian heavenly sacred body today. Zhang Ji and Shui Ping and others guessed. Ambassadors, didn't you say that you wanted to congratulate my heavenly demon sect on adding another sacred body and brought gifts? Excuse me, where are the presents? Chu Yuan took a bite of the pastry that Shao Qing's slender jade fingers pinched and brought to his mouth, drank the tea presented by Shao Sun Er's white and tender little hands, and his gaze fell on the people coming from the 10 sects of the righteous path, and he smiled meaningfully. Didn't the 10 clans say they'd bring congratulations? Just right. One can take this opportunity to woolgather and seize some resources. Yes. When Zhang Ji and the others heard this, they hurriedly took out the gifts they had prepared long ago from their spatial rings. After all, they had agreed to give a gift, so they naturally couldn't come empty-handed. This is 100 pieces of Big Dipper Yuan stone from the Qian Yuan sect, as well as 10 bottles of strong Yuan Dan, and a pair of third-grade spirit weapons, turtle armor, the Temple of the Living Temple greeting gift of the living flower, hundreds of flowers and a golden lotus. Typhoon clan. One clan after another pulled out congratulatory gifts. It's just mostly mediocre and purely look-alike. After all, they also just borrowed the name of the congratulatory gift. Want to see who is Tang Si? Remember the appearance, so as to facilitate the future robbery. It is not possible to take the good things to fund the enemy. Just looking at these things, Chu Yuan was not too satisfied. Among them, it is also the Big Dipper Yuan stone that he can see, although the grade is low, but it is in line with Tang Si Xian Tian sacred body, which is beneficial to his cultivation. Ladies and gentlemen, are the 10 sects of the righteous path that stingy? It seems to the sect master that you are hiding some of the congratulatory gifts privately, right? Chu Yuan looked at the targets of Zhang Ji and the other incoming ambassadors from the 10 sect of the righteous path, and instantly iced over and became unkind. I can't imagine that the righteous path is also a place that harbors dirt and filth, and that there are villains who are greedy for profit. Elder Ji and the 4 great hall masters also spoke in a conspiratorial manner. Is that all? Tang Si glanced at the congratulatory gifts that Zhang Ji and the others had pulled out and said disdainfully, I can't even look at them. Seeing the situation, this, Zhang Ji, the envoy from the 10 sect of the righteous path, and the others looked embarrassed, especially when they were looked at by Chu Yuan's icy gaze. They were even more alarmed, intuitively sensing a crisis. I am afraid, it is this heavenly devil sect master has a great appetite, not satisfied with the gifts they offer, want to take the opportunity to ask for more heavenly materials and treasures, but even if they knew this, if they refused, I'm afraid they would be looking for death. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Ji smiled awkwardly and hurriedly said, let the sacred preceptor misunderstand. I missed some just now, not on purpose, this is taken out. Said, he fleshly took out a pure white, crystalline jade-like stone that emanated a clear spiritual aura. It's his own thing, so he must seek reimbursement from the Holy Sun afterwards. This is the Big Dipper Yuan Jade. It can remove the demons from the heart and aid in cultivation, as well as ingest the Big Dipper Yuan power in it and cultivate the physical body. The power in it is far more pure and unadulterated than the Big Dipper Yuan stone. Seeing the situation, Only then did Chu Yuan nod in satisfaction, but he then looked at Cui Ping, the fifth elder of the Temple of the Past Life, and asked smilingly, "So, what's yours?" Looking at Chu Yuan's smile, Cui Ping only felt icy cold, knowing that he couldn't escape being wool-gathered. He could only flesh out his own pocket and take out a piece of stone that was golden in color and crystal clear. This is the Golden Light Sherry, Typhoon Zone, Jade Lady Sect, Dao Jian Men. One by one, the powers came to the ambassadors and paid out of their own pockets as congratulatory gifts. Not bad, the righteous path is really preachy and atmospheric. Chu Yuan smilingly asked Tang Si to pick up the gifts. Sure, they have to be given to him first and fall into his hands before they can be rewarded to Tang Si. After all, this is the way to maximize the benefits and return 100-fold. Everyone, this is this sect master's second disciple Tang Si, the Xian Heavenly Sacred Body. Chu Yuan introduced the envoys from the 10 clans of the righteous path. When someone gives a gift, they should at least get something out of it. Tang Si, Xian Tian Sacred Body. Sure enough, Zhang Ji and Cui Ping and the others stared with burning eyes at Tang Si, who had come before them to collect the congratulatory gifts, itching to eat him. How come the Heavenly Devil cult is so lucky? This is already the third sacred body, right? Only, aside from him, this seat has 2 other disciples who are also sacred bodies. Chu Yuan looked at Zhang Ji and the others on the stage and asked meaningfully, "One Xiao Yan, whom you have met long ago, and one is his sibling, Xiao Sunair. I don't know if you guys are ready for presents yet." Chapter 62 Using our babies to help him buy people's hearts? What? More gifts? No, we, the 10 sects of the righteous path, have only prepared one congratulatory gift. Zhang Ji, Cui Ping and the others refused in a hurry. God pity them, they had only come to explore what the so-called Xian Heavenly Sacred Body looked like for subsequent looting, not really here to congratulate you. And, himself and the others had already sent out the congratulatory gifts prepared by the clan. They even all paid out of their own pockets and hitched up their own treasures. Why is this heavenly demon sect master still staring at them? It's shameless. But, Xiao Flame's sibling, Xiao Sunair, sacred body? Zhang Ji and the others' gazes fell on Chu Yuan's side, only to see 2 women beside him. But one of them had been seen before, a maid named Xiao Chang, so Xiao Sunair can only be. They looked at the delicate young girl with a dull-faced imperial body who served tea and poured water, and their gazes shook. Spirit nurturing realm? What an anticlimax. This Xiao Sunair was only 17 or 18 years old by the looks of her. It is truly a gift, but such an outstanding celestial pride, a saint body, fell into the hands of the heavenly demon sect again. Could it be that the heavens are favoring the devil's way and are going to positively eliminate the rise of the devil? The 10 sectors of the righteous path came to make the heart sigh. 3 saint bodies had already appeared in the new generation of disciples of the heavenly devil sect. This wasn't even counting the previous generation. Sect Master Chu Yuan and Holy Maidens Wameshua and these people. But what can be guaranteed is that among them, there may be holy bodies. At the same time, they also had doubts in their minds. Never heard the Xiao family talk about it. Xiao Yan has a sibling However, Zhang Ji and the others had grown curious and valued the Xiao family. After all, a double saint body in one door. This is gold. Simply, ho ho ho. When Chu Yuan saw the refusal of the crowd from the 10 sect of the righteous path, he immediately laughed coldly and questioned, "What? Are the 10 sect of the righteous path looking down on this great disciple of mine, Xiao Yan, and Kaeru? If you make the clan unprepared, why don't you use your own treasures to make up for it first? And this sect master will give a note to be reimbursed when it is taken back and presented to the clan. If a tree doesn't want its skin, it will die. If a man is shameless, he is invincible." Compared to face, Chu Yuan still emphasizes practical benefits. What? Making out-of-pocket payments? Hit the cops for a gift? Reimbursement from the 10 sectors of the righteous path? Hear the request. Zhang Ji, Cui Ping, and the others' faces were so gloomy that their chests almost exploded. Chutzpah, literally gripping people like yourself as sheep. You guys, are you looking down on me and my little sister? Xiao Yan stepped down the steps and forced his way towards the incoming envoys from the 10 clans of the righteous Tao. Although the crowd could see that his cultivation level was only at the spirit-gathering realm, but none dared to take it lightly. After all, even if you can fight, but in the devil's cave, that cannot fight. Zhang Ji, Cui Ping, and the others looked at Xiao Yan as he approached step by step with a hesitant expression. A goose feather sent from 1,000 miles away is not a gift, is it? Seeing this, South Hall Master Gong Tianyu opened his mouth at the right time to ease the atmosphere, and spoke out. You guys just casually take some extremely high-grade spirit stones and true dragon bloodstones out. Instead, one sings white and the other red. Deliberately give the 10 orthodox sect steps down at the same time, and shall not bleed. Yes. Zhang Ji gritted his teeth and heartily continued to empty his storage ring. 1,000 extreme spirit stones, 3 true dragon bloodstones. His heart is bleeding. Cui Ping and others followed suit with generous donations. Although forced, Xiao Yan hurriedly collected it when he saw this. Although these people did not take as much treasure as the master's rewards, if all of them were added up, it would still be quite a lot. Good. Chu Yuan looked happy and nodded repeatedly. It's a real pleasure to slaughter a big fat goat. But, he looked meaningfully at Zhang Ji and the others and laughed. Only, you all seem to have forgotten one more. Yi Cheng Yun, my heavenly demon sect's vice-sect leader, the disciple of the holy maiden Zhuo Meishui, riding the wind's sacred body, said. Chu Yuan pointed to Yi Cheng Yun who was beside Zhuo Meishui's seat on the side. Ha, and me? Yi Cheng Yun asked incredulously with an astonished and inexplicable look on his face. Pointing at himself with one hand, she watched the sacred sect master fix the 10 sects of the righteous doubted envoys, constantly pulling wool over their eyes, which could be considered extremely enjoyable. Looking at Tang Si, Xiao Yan and Xiao Sunair were able to obtain a large amount of resources and were envious, but Yi Cheng Yun never thought that he could enjoy these wool benefits too. Same time, the faces of Zhang Ji, Cui Ping, and all the incoming ambassadors from the 10 sects of the Orthodox Tao completely turned as black as charcoal. The special code of this heavenly devil sect masters are not free to bully too much. Right, is wool gathering also did not have this code. 10 men gripped over and over again. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in the devil's cave, lest he offended Chu Yuan and couldn't walk out, they are bound to be passionate about driving wheat, centered on their parents and with a radius of their grandparents. But, the holy bishop is just too powerful. This is going to take the bottom out of them. The 4 great hall masters, the elders could no longer hold back their laughter. Even Elder Ji, who had always been old and dignified, couldn't help himself. Only Zhuo Meishui, such as the envoys from the 10 sects of the righteous path generally had a gloomy face, black as charcoal. What does Chu Yuan mean by this? Was she trying to extend favors to Yi Cheng Yun to buy people's hearts so that she could use it against her later? But Zhuo Meishui had no way to stop it. After all, this was wool gathering of the 10 clans of the righteous path, and it was politically correct. On the contrary, to stop it, it is likely to be Chu Yuan backwards, saying that she is the undercover agent sent by the righteous. Right, Chu Yuan smiled at Yi Cheng Yun. As a sacred body, you are worthy of the congratulatory gifts from the 10 sects of the righteous path. He noticed the faces of Zhang Ji and the other ambassadors from the 10 sects of the righteous Tao, but didn't care in the slightest. Some mole crickets are just ants. If they weren't useful to keep and drag the 10 sects of the righteous path, preventing the deaths of these people from falling into the face of the 10 sects of the righteous path caused them to be forced to swarm. It can't be killed easily. One would have just killed and seized the treasure long ago. What's the point of spending words to woolgather? Many thanks to the holy preceptor for the reward. Yi Cheng Yun hurriedly bent down to pay his respects. The scene. It hurt to look at Zhuo Meishui's heart, her disciple, actually kneeling to worship her enemy. It's almost as if we're all in mourning. It was even better to see Zhang Ji, Cui Ping and others face twitching and gnashing their teeth. Grass, to actually take our treasures and buy him hearts. Bias, against the pressure brought to them by Chu Yuan. Feeling the gaze of the southern hall master Gong Tianyu and the others gazing, as if they were sharp edges on their backs, Zhang Ji and the others also had to be ruthless and chose to continue swallowing their words, and proceeded to pull out spirit stones, heavenly treasures, or elixirs from inside their storage rings and hand them over to Yi Cheng Yun. No way. Cultivation resources are far less than your own life. Although as a messenger, and there was a camp of the 10 sects of the righteous path just 100 miles outside, but they wouldn't dare to bet that the heavenly devil sect would definitely abide by the rules. After all, the heavenly demon sect master Chu Yuan had been quite inept, pulling their wool 3 times, after yet another out-of-pocket expense. Looking at the empty storage rings and other spiritual weapons, Zhang Ji and the others were deeply afraid that if they stayed any longer, Chu Yuan would leave the entire group behind. Rushing to offer his farewells, Sacred Sect Master, Elder Ji, our mission has been accomplished, and we have some personal matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave first, the ambassadors from the 10 sects of the righteous path said in unison, not daring to linger in the slightest, and not caring whether Chu Yuan agreed or not, they hurriedly turned around and left. Fortunately, the heavenly devil sect seems to have kept some rules, or has been fed, and has not been insatiable enough to forcefully retain them. Chapter 63, If we are not devil practitioners, why are we refining righteous techniques? In the heavenly devil hall, the 4 hall masters, the elders watched as the ambassadors from the 10 sects of the righteous path went and fled in a hurry. Ha 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 ha, there was a loud and joyous laughter. Elder Ji was also smiling and stroking his goatee. He looked at Chu Yuan, admiration showing in his eyes as he gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, worthy of being a holy sect master. His methods are masterful, repeatedly scraping cultivation resources from their hands, yet making them dare to speak out in anger, and having little excuse to refuse. Shameless enough, treacherous enough, cunning enough, the latter sentence, if it was said to someone else, it could be abusive and demeaning, but to the people of the Devil's Way, there was no doubt that it was a compliment. Instead, you call a person of the Devil's Path kind and benevolent. There's also the possibility that the other person will call you insulting in return. A little trickery, Chu Yuan said smilingly. Master, Brother Chu, this is a congratulatory gift from them. Tang Si, Xiao Yan, and Xiao Sunair presented the resources they had received to Chu Yuan. Yi Qingyun looked on and also hurriedly presented the resources he had received, together with him, saying under his breath, "This is what the Holy Sect Master obtained from the envoys coming from the 10 sects of the righteous path." The disciple did not contribute a single bit of qi, and did not dare to take possession of it. These resources, though, she wanted them badly, but people don't even dare to take it for themselves, let alone an outsider like yourself. Wow! Chu Yuan weighed a few spirit stones and directly pushed all the resources into Tang Si and Xiaoyan's arms, commanding, "If Master says to give it to you, you won't be able to take it on your own, but these resources are still too few, and 4 people are far from enough to share, so these are your treasures." As for K-Aurora and Lightning Cloud, Master personally bestowed cultivation resources, said. He checked up the system panel, detected the host successfully investing in Xiaoyan. Tang Si, 10-star scum, 100 times return, rewards 1 million pieces of extremely high-quality spirit stones, 10,000 pieces of Big Dipper Yuan stone, 100 pieces of Big Dipper Yuan jade, 1,000 bottles of strong Yuan Dan, 100 pairs of 3rd-grade spirit weapons turtle armor, 10,000 vitality flowers, 100 branches of golden lotus, 100 pieces of golden light relic, 1,000 pieces of purple thunder jade, 100 portions of 1,000-year peach essence Yuan stone, special return, 1 pair of Xian Tian divine bones. Watch the last entry. Chu Yuan nodded with extreme satisfaction. Previously, investing a massive amount of resources in Xiao Yan triggered the special reward. Yen D Hegemony True Intent. Now invest in 2 people at the same time. Although only burst out relatively Tang 4 of the Xian Tian God Bone, but also as extremely good harvest. Immediately, from these rewards, Chu Yuan took out thousands of extremely high-grade spirit stones, as well as true dragon blood stones, strong Yuan Dan, and other treasures, and handed them over to Xiao Suner and Yi Qingyun. Many thanks, Master, Big Brother Chu, Sacred Preceptor. The 4 received the reward, looked at Chu Yuan with admiration in their eyes, and sincerely thanked him, especially Yi Qingyun. She knew that there was some conflict between her master and the Holy Patriarch, but I never thought that the Holy Godmaster did not care about the past, and even really rewarded himself with excellent spiritual stones and all kinds of heavenly materials and treasures, worthy of being a sacred preceptor. His heart is broad and far from those narrow-minded villains. Southern Hall Master Gong Tianyu looked up at Chu Yuan with a face of adoration, but turned his head to Zhuo Meishui and spoke in a conspiratorial manner. Not only him, many elders, too, began to dislike Zhuo Meishui. They respectfully offered their farewells to Chu Yuan, and as they turned their heads to leave, they glanced disdainfully at Zhuo Meishui again. Alas! Seeing this, Elder Ji let out a long sigh and acted as a peacemaker, saying, "The Holy Maiden is so competitive that she just went astray for a moment. Let's not get angry about this and cause a gap. Strike that." He turned his head and looked deeply at Zhuo Meishui before turning to leave. "Be good and don't fight for your life." A word from the darkness reached her ears. Even Elder Ji is starting to misunderstand me. Zhuo Meishui's heart was sad, and water mist rose in her beautiful eyes. Aggrieved. She's aggrieved. Why everyone doesn't believe in themselves. Now even the disciples are being abducted. It's just a matter of letting her. Zhuo Meishui glanced at Yi Qingyun who stayed beside Chu Yuan, sighed, and did not bother. Just a man turning away. Suddenly, "Master," a soft voice sounded behind himself. Yi Qingyun caught up and asked in disbelief, "Why didn't you shout at me to leave as well? Is it angry with the disciple for honoring the Holy Patriarch? But the Sacred Sect Master is really a very good person. The misunderstanding that exists between you can find a time to unravel well." She believed that her master was definitely not a narrow-minded villain. There must be some kind of misunderstanding between the two. Zhuo Meishui looked at the disciple has not forgotten his roots, knowing to come back to his side. His heart is more or less a little pleased, but seeing Yi Qingyun like this, opening and closing the mouth of the Holy Godfather, it really depressed her. Alas! Zhuo Meishui rubbed her disciple's brain and said with a bitter face, "You don't understand." Immediately, the two left. Throughout the heavenly devil hall, there were also only 3 masters and disciples left, Chu Yuan and Xiao Yan, Tang Si, plus Xiao Cheng and Xiao Yan. "Now that you have awakened the Xian heavenly sacred body, Master will pass on to you the technique that matches it, the Xian heavenly technique." Chu Yuan raised his hand and waved, closing the gateway to the great hall, and a finger landed between Tang Si's eyebrows. Boom! A torrent of information instantly poured into Tang Si's sea of consciousness. Xian Tian Gong. the power of Xian, riding the wind and clouds and harnessing the thunder. Raise your hand to cover the sky and destroy the world. It is the legacy of the Xian Divine Emperor from the desolate ancient period, available at Dystopia? It was a time even older than the time of the ancients. I'm afraid it's been millions of years. Xian God Emperor? Never heard of it. The existence of too long ago. I guess the deeds have long been buried in history. Myth. Just like the Xian sacred body, it was clearly a body type that was as powerful as the 10,000 flame sacred body, but it is not documented. Even Ji Lao, the four great hall masters, and other powerful people of the demon sect had never heard of it. However, this Xian Gong was undoubtedly an imperial scripture, a righteous cultivation method. Tang Xi's mind wandered as he thought, secretly saying, where did Master get the imperial scriptures from? This kind of technique, even in the entirety of the Nine Xian realm, only those of the emperor-level Dao lineages can possess it. Especially, this is actually a righteous Dharma sect. Don't we practice magic? It's just what the master teaches and what he learns. Looking at Chu Yuan's serious appearance, Tang Xi could only suppress all his doubts in his heart. When all the information was received, he immediately gathered all his mind and began to realize the wonders of Xian Gong. A few moments later, rumble, Tang Xi then directly participated in the first layer. After all, he was just not qualified, but his intelligence and perception were top-notch. In the meantime, boom! Chu Yuan cultivated the first to third layers of the Xian Gong to perfection one after another, and his aura began to soar. The original shackles have been loosened a little. As the great Jade Yin Yang technique had a general, the Xian Gong also had 12 layers, corresponding to the practice of the 12 realms, 3 forges, 3 spirits, 3 days, 3 saints. As long as one is able to integrate all 12 layers of the Emperor's Classic and cultivate them to perfection, one will arrive at the peak of the heavenly sage and be qualified to break through the shackles and witness the Tao to become an emperor. Chapter 64, Harmonizing Heaven. Laws. Alert. Target comprehends the first level of the technique, triggering a 100-fold return. Technique comprehension. After Tang Xi had received the Xian heavenly skill inheritance, he had comprehended the first layer of it in a short period of time. Chu Yuan also received a 100-fold return, and his cultivation began to grow drastically, breaking the shackles with a bang. He had originally arrived at the peak of the heaven-melting realm. Break the shackles at this time. Boom! The monstrous chi and blood rushed up to the sky. The demonic aura was monstrous, enveloping the entire heavenly demon palace. Earlier when he stepped into the heaven-melting realm, Chu Yuan had a feeling in the darkness that his body and soul were merging with the heavens and earth. And after coming to the heaven-transforming realm, this feeling was even higher, as if he could transform into heaven and earth whenever he wanted. At the same time, inexplicably, he sensed that between heaven and earth, there existed an existence that was intangible and qualitative, yet existed nowhere, subtle to the extreme and diverse. It is not the aura of heaven and earth. This was because as long as one stepped into the three-spirit realm, one would be able to sense and see the aura of heaven and earth. That presence, it's definitely the laws of heaven and earth. Chu Yuan's pair of eyes flashed with a refined light. Normally, the realm of 3 days was only able to sense heaven and earth. It was unable to touch the laws. For example, at the heaven-melting realm, the body and soul are connected to the heavens and earth, so that they can automatically gulp in the aura of the heavens and earth all the time, and realize the nature of the heavens and earth. The heavenly transformation realm could externally release the divine soul, only it could not leave the body, while being able to sympathize with the heavens and earth. As the name suggests, the Tongtian realm is capable of penetrating the heavens and allowing the gods to travel beyond the heavens. Even the best of them can vaguely touch the laws of heaven and earth. But now that Chu Yuan had only stepped into the transformation heaven, he was able to touch the laws of heaven and earth. Even, I can have my divine soul leave my body. He tried to manipulate his divine soul and step out of his body, and sure enough, he was free of restraints and able to do as he pleased, even through the dome and in the sun without any discomfort. This, however, could only be done by becoming a saint and having the divine soul metamorphose into a Yuanshan. Tongtian realm god travels beyond the sky, and can only do so at night. It seems that this is the change that Yin Di's overbearing true intent has brought to my divine soul. Chu Yuan looked at the divine soul that was covered in blazing gold and said in his heart, then returned to his physical body. At the same time, the rise in his cultivation also came to an abrupt end when he stepped into the first level of heaven transformation. After all, Tang Xi also only participated in the first layer, but the strength of the heaven transforming realm is already enough. With my chaotic saint body, a divine soul that has been metamorphosed by the Yin Emperor's overbearing true intent, fighting across the ranks is a breeze. Chu Yuan clenched his fists as 10,000 feelings of pride rose in his heart. If the 100 Demons realist came back at this time, he would be able to defeat him even if he didn't use his saint weapon and kill him with force. Geniuses, within a certain gap, are able to ignore the level of cultivation. Especially, the absolute demon-level heavenly pride. Apprentice kowtow to master for passing on the Dharma. Tang Xi's senses ended at this point, and with an excited expression on his face, he hurriedly bowed down to Chu Yuan and paid his respects. Although he had only comprehended the first layer of the Xian Tian Gong, he had more or less gotten a slight boost, and his cultivation had reached the second level of forging blood. Sure, the point is not cultivation. Rather, it was the changes brought about by the Xian Tian Gong. The qi and blood in his body was originally reddish-red, but at this moment, it had morphed into a blackish-red color. It became thicker, far more so than before. At the same time, he had a feeling that this black and red qi and blood seemed to be cheering as it ran through his body. With his own body, an unparalleled fit, it was able to make him explode with even more power. Xian Tian sacred body, Xian Tian Gong, matching. Tang Xi realized something in his heart, and his eyes instantly became moist. All this was given by the master. Bang, bang, bang. He kowtowed as if he were pounding garlic. The skin was broken on his forehead, and scarlet blood stained the ground. Xiao Yan on the side looked on, his eyes flat. Looking back, I did the same thing myself. It's only a few days apart, but it's like a lifetime ago. It was his master who helped him awaken the 10,000 flame sacred body and taught him the emperor's scriptures. It's what makes him what he is today. Get up! Chu Yuan raised one hand in vain, and an invisible force immediately lifted Tang Xi up. Now that master has something important to entrust to you, from now on, you will be the one to manage all the resources and minerals within the territorial boundaries of the Heavenly Demon Sect and build the city. Like the Shao family, let the Heavenly Demon Sect's boundaries become prosperous. You might do it? Tang Xi is good at business, is a rare talent. This kind of great talent absolutely cannot be idle. It just so happens that the Heavenly Devil Sect's sphere of influence is deserted and sparsely populated, which is just right for Tang Xi to do a big job. Running the Heavenly Devil cult? Tang Xi's eyes burned without thinking too much. Only his complexion became extremely excited. He had now risen as a wastrel and become a sacred body, and he had even obtained the Emperor's scriptures. All of this is from Chu Yuan. Now is the time to return the favor yourself. In fact, even if Master hadn't said anything, he would have offered to help run it. So, Tang Xi hurriedly responded, I will live up to my master's trust. My disciple will definitely make the Heavenly Devil Sect far more prosperous than the Shao family county. Within 3 months, 10 cities will be built, and within a year, a great city with a population of 1 million will be made. Within 3 years, present a nightless city that is far more prosperous than the Shao family's county town. A confident smile appeared on his face, and his voice became incredibly firm. After all, the Heavenly Devil Sect was far more powerful than the Shao family, and its human and material resources were not comparable to the Shao family, and he had been in the Shao family for 10 years and had already single-handedly created that prosperity. In this case, Tang Xi naturally has the strength to use a relatively shorter period of time, creating the prosperity of the Heavenly Devil Sect not night. Yes, Chu Yuan sniffed and patted Tang Xi's shoulder, reaching out to take out a black and ancient token inlaid with silver jade lotus flowers. This is my master's silver jade heavenly demon order, and with this in hand, you can mobilize the congregation of the sect's holy sect king and below, as well as a certain amount of resources. Take it and drive it. Yes, Tang Xi received the token, his mood incomparably excited. Now he is not only the realization of his dream of the rise of the scrapper, but he is also able to make great achievements. Simply, like a dream. Master, what about me? Xiao Yan asked, pointing at himself when he saw this. He wants to return the favor, too. It was a pity that Chu Yuan had never mentioned assigning any tasks. You assign Tang Xi a task as soon as he arrived. As the eldest disciple, I can't just eat and do nothing all the time, can I? Compared to Tang Xi, he himself had been favored more, because sibling Shao Suner is the master out to save. You are a great disciple, and you will have your own rewards for following your master. Chu Yuan looked at the naive Xiao Yan and inwardly shook his head. This apprentice is just as strong-willed and loyal enough, and has no strengths. Let him do his job and at best he'll be killing people and fighting them. After all, Xiao Yan was the 10,000 flame saint body and was good at this, but when he goes out and does something else, I'm afraid not. But master does have some instructions for Kaoru-chan. Chu Yuan placed his gaze on Shao Suner, and with a false grip on one hand, a token with a flourish of flowers on the front and the word manhwa codified on the back surfaced. It was the order of the 10,000 flowers that Zuan Meishue had handed over. With this token, you can take charge of 10,000 flowers house. He walked over to Shao Suner's body, picked up the young girl's white and warm slender jade hand with one hand, placed the token in her palm, and laughed. Kaoru, you will be in charge on my behalf. Chapter 65, What can I do for you? Ha! Shao Suner was stunned at these words, her little finger pointing at herself as she asked incredulously, Big brother Chu, you want me to take charge of the 10,000 flowers building? but I've never had any management experience? She grew up with 2 words, practice, doing middle school. Chu Yuan reached out and scraped the tip of the young girl's nose, smiling gently. I believe in you. Such a gracious gesture. Xiao Sun'er's heart was immediately induced to thump and bang, and her small white face was also blushing. Yes, the young girl's voice was like a mosquito. Master, that's not right, is it? Xiao Yan watched from the sidelines, a little displeased and even jealous. Tang Si is a second disciple and is good at business. It made sense to help Master build and develop the 4 deserted frontiers of the Heavenly Devil Sect. But what does Xiao Sun'er have? The House of 10,000 Flowers is full of women, and if you don't let Kaoru manage it, can you still be allowed to cut your way in as a male maiden? Chu Yuan rolled his eyes and questioned with a serious face. This big disciple is really Iron Bean. Sure, this is not the main reason. After all, there are tortoise men in greenhouses too. The main thing is that the 10,000 Flowers building is full of beautiful girl cubs, so if Xiao Yan goes in, he can't afford to do so. Xiao Yan's face reddened as he was choked, and even more so, he was shocked to the point that his lower body chilled and hurriedly waved his hand. Then forget it. After all, the Flame City Xiao family, nowadays, only had him left as the only one. One still needs to continue the fragrance and spread the leaves for the Xiao family. Put. Xiao Sun'er and Xiao Qing were amused. Tang Si wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, and held it hard. After all, Xiao Yan is the eldest brother. Chu Yuan regained his straight face and said, Kaoru, I'll take you to a trip to the 10,000 Flowers building for a takeover. The 10,000 Flowers house has been in charge of Zuomeshue for many years, and there are also her promoted cronies in it. Wanting to take over the House of 10,000 Flowers was more than just getting the token, because a token is just a status symbol and token. At the same time, the strongest person in the House of 10,000 Flowers had the fused heaven realm. As for Xiao Sun'er, although her natural talent was outstanding, she was too young and only had a spirit-nurturing realm cultivation. Neither prestige nor strength is enough. Therefore, he was going to help Xiao Sun'er stand up and endorse her. Let it be known up and down the House of 10,000 Flowers that she is one of their own, and thus honest and disciplined. Brother Chu, you're so nice. Xiao Sun'er was greatly moved and flung herself into Chu Yuan's arms, her small face rubbing against his chest. Smell that charming man's scent and be heartbroken. On the side, Xiao Yan watched but didn't feel there was anything wrong, just a little jealousy. He hasn't even been this close to his master, and instead he let his sister get the jump on him. Immediately, the group left the main hall. Tang Si took the Silver Jade Heavenly Demon Order and went forward to mobilize manpower and prepare resources, preparing to build a city under the Divine Court Mountain to start work. Chu Yuan instructed Xiao Qing to return to the Devil's Sky Pavilion, and then brought Xiao Yan and Xiao Sun'er to the 10,000 Flowers building. A few moments later, hillside, a sea of thousands of flowers, a 5-story attic was situated, with ancient colors and carved beams. There were women practicing in the surrounding sea of flowers, and there were also women coming in and out. Holy Bishop, they saluted when they saw Chu Yuan. Aha! Chu Yuan nodded slightly and commanded, call everyone over to gather. Here, the female cultivators didn't dare to slow down and ran to tell each other. When Chu Yuan led Xiao Sun'er and Xiao Yan's siblings to the pavilion, all of the 10,000 Flowers building female cultivators who had remained in the Heavenly Demon Sect were all gathered. The strongest of them has already had the cultivation of the Fusion Heaven realm. Holy Bishop, they bowed again toward Chu Yuan. The staff is small, just over 100. But this was normal because the female cultivators of the House of 10,000 Flowers were engaged in spying and assassination missions. 90% of the personnel stayed out. This sect master has come today to command an important matter. Chu Yuan overlooked the crowd of female cultivators and said in a solemn voice, that is, from now on, the 10,000 Flowers building will no longer be under the control of Holy Maiden Zuomeshue. Instead, Xiao Sun'er is in charge. Wow! Moment. What? Xiao Sun'er? Never heard of it. The entire 10,000 Flowers building was abuzz with excitement, although they had long heard of the bet between Holy Maiden Zuomeshue and the Holy Sect Master. But the thought was only that from now on the House of 10,000 Flowers would be in the hands of the Sacred Preceptor. It never occurred to me that they, among others, would henceforth be at the mercy of a little girl whose name was unknown. You've never heard of her before, but now all of you remember her. Chu Yuan's voice rang out, and although it was flat, it was like a thunderbolt exploding in everyone's mind. She is the righteous sister recognized by this sect master, and is also Xiao Yan's sibling, and is a rare saint body, the Thousand Flame Saint body. This sect master expects you to obey her orders and not to disobey her. Otherwise, canonization. The words fell. Boom. Thousand Flame Sacred Body? The Holy Prelate's righteous sister? The gazes of each female cultivator as they looked at Xiao Sun'er instantly ceased to be belittling. Either of these two messages is more explosive. We abide by the Holy Preceptor's orders. Please don't worry, Holy Preceptor. We would never dare to disobey. Said, They respectfully and incomparably bowed to Xiao Suner and said, "We pay our respects to the floor master, the righteous sister of the holy bishop." Although it was not a pro, the female cultivators did not dare to offend. Not to mention that it's a holy body. It's only a matter of time before you become a heaven-melting realm powerhouse. Even the cronies that Zuameshua had promoted before didn't dare to have small thoughts in their hearts. After all, this was the Holy Patriarch's man. For the Holy Patriarch, they are immensely honored. Shu Yuan looked at the crowd of female cultivators as his divine sense swept through, but not a single person was to be found with a disgruntled look on his face and the slightest hint of displeasure in his gaze. It seems that the prestige of this sect master has overpowered the position of Zuameshua in their hearts. He nodded as his mind darkened. Immediately, let Xiao Suner get to know and familiarize herself with the people present at the House of 10,000 Flowers before disbanding it. Shu Yuan turned around and led her towards the secret room at the top of the 5th floor. Xiao Yan still wanted to follow him in, but he was directly shut out of the door. Master, he was a bit of a ghost, but Shu Yuan ignored it in the slightest. Lock the door of the room directly from the inside and turn on the formation to isolate the inside and outside. Brother Chu. Xiao Suner looked at him. Her face was a little scarlet and shy, and her heart was even more rambunctious. A lone man and a woman, sharing a room. Big Brother Chu wouldn't want to have that with me, right? But Big Brother Chu and I haven't known each other for long. We haven't even gotten to know each other deeply. Isn't it too fast to do this? But Big Brother Chu was extremely kind to me, saving me from that Xiao family ancestor, and helping my brother and sister recognize each other, telling me my life, and still trusts me extremely, to the point of letting me take charge of the Devil's Sky Pavilion. If I turn him down, will he get mad and ignore me from now on? And I have a good feeling about Brother Chu. Like, if I miss it, so tangled. The young girl had 1,000 thoughts in her mind. It was hard to calm down. Her heart thumped non-stop. Kaoru. Shu Yuan looked at Xiao Suner's red and pretty face and said with some doubt, "What's wrong with you? You have a fever?" "Nope." Xiao Suner hurriedly shook her head, only to look at him with a pair of big eyes fluttering as she asked, "Is there anything Big Brother Chu needs the services of Kaoru?" She'd figured out that she could be intimate, but not in depth. At best, just let it rub off. "Service?" Chu Yuan frowned and corrected. "I don't have something to command you, but I want to pass on your feats in martial arts." Chapter 66, 3,000 Thunderbolts. Fit for assassination. Ha! This way. Xiao Suner's small face became more and more blushing. Even more so, she lowered her forehead and didn't dare to look up at Chu Yuan. She thought Chu Yuan was going to, but she couldn't imagine. How can I think of Big Brother Chu like this? He is not some kind of person who carries favors, much less a prodigal son. But, why is it that in my heart, I'm a little lost again? The young girl gripped her two small hands together, her mind a mess. Looking at Xiao Suner's appearance, Chu Yuan quickly sensed that something was wrong. She couldn't have mistaken her for wanting to subvert, could she? And, wanting to welcome and reject. After all, one look at the pouty little face. I knew the concubine intended to. Otherwise, normal women are afraid of panic. But Xiao Suner asked herself what she needed her services for. Ugh, what a missed opportunity. Chu Yuan lamented in his heart. He had no doubt that his party would definitely be able to get a meal if he took the opportunity to follow Xiao Suner's intentions. But, glanced at the figure guarding the doorway. Xiao Yan was also present. "I'm sorry that my brother has committed a crime." Granted, he probably wouldn't have cared, even with the honor. After all, the brother and sister, both had endured Chu Yuan's boundless kindness. At the same time, Chu Yuan is also abundant and handsome, with a high position of power and strength, and can be described as a generation of heavenly pride of the Devil Sect master. Xiao Suner's submissiveness to him was all considered to be a high match, but the whole screwing someone's sister in front of their brother, it's really a bit. This is different from the overbearing boss, silent husband, crying wife kind of bulldog excitement. Chu Yuan finally rested his mind. He said with a straight face, "When you first came to the Heavenly Demon Sect, you have yet to make a contribution and have no prestige." Although those female cultivators who were outside just now did not have any objections, it is possible that they were only forced by my prestige to superficially submit to you as the master of the 10,000 flowers. When I leave, they are likely to be masculine to you. Plus, among these female cultivators, there's no shortage of strong heaven-melting realm practitioners. Although you have a sacred body that allows you to fight across the ranks, the 1,000 flame sacred body is not as good as the 10,000 flame sacred body after all. At the same time, the techniques and martial skills you cultivate are only Xiao family ancestral spirit products. The rank is too low. That's why I asked you to come with me into the secret room, but it's to teach you even more powerful techniques and martial arts, so that you can cope with possible challenges. Knowing the face of a person does not know the heart. Who knows that the female cultivators inside the 10,000 flowers building, there is no Zuameshua's diehard? Or, even if these female cultivators present submitted to Xiao Suner. But there were still many members of the 10,000 Flowers House on a mission in the outside world. Thousands of them. Whether or not they recognized Xiao Suner was likewise yet to be known. And Chu Yuan couldn't just do nothing all day and help support Xiao Suner. He was the heavenly demon sect leader, not the owner of the tiny 10,000 Flowers building, and could not waste his time here. This is also the reason why he gave the House of 10,000 Flowers to Xiao Suner in charge. So it is. Xiao Suner came to a sudden realization. More than that, he was ashamed of his filthy mind. Come on, let Big Brother pass you on. Chu Yuan pulled Xiao Suner to the edge of the bed and sat up. You have to go to bed to pass the power? Young girls ask questions when they don't understand. Transfiguration doesn't require getting laid. It's just that I don't like to stand. Oh, immediately, Xiao Suner knelt at Chu Yuan's feet, her small head lying on the side of his leg. Immediately, then she felt a large, warm, broad hand land on top of her head, and a wave of warmth rushed through her body, with a majestic vastness of knowledge. Imperial Scripture, Great Jade Yin Yang Technique, Saint Grade Martial Skill, 3000 Thunders. I have also taught the Great Jade Yin Yang Technique to your elder brother. Although this technique is not as good as the Emperor Scripture Burning Decision authored by Emperor Yen, which can infinitely devour foreign flames to evolve, and is unable to perfectly fit your physiques. Chu Yuan stroked the young girl's forehead with one hand and laughed, but the Great Jade Yin Yang skill contains yin and yang, and fire belongs to the yang, more or less complementing each other, far better than the Shao family's ancestral technique, and able to greatly enhance the speed at which you can gobble up and will the heaven and earth's spiritual chi. As for that Do technique 3000 thunder movements, if practiced to a great extent, it can instantly erupt 3000 thunder shadows, allowing the practitioner to increase their speed and strength extremely drastically in a short period of time. It can even be invisible, and even manifest a split body 3000 thunder illusion body that is close to the strength of the main body, and has an autonomous consciousness, which can be used to confuse the enemy, pursue or group battle. Whether it's used for assassination or head-on combat, it's definitely a great weapon. An imperial grade technique? A sacred martial art? Xiao Suner checked the arcane knowledge that filled her entire body. Her beautiful eyes widened and her gaze became dull. The heavenly demon sect was also nothing more than a saint-level Dao. Where did you get these tomes? Especially the Great Jade Yin Yang technique, which was owned by the illustrious Jade Emperor Palace. Can it be that Brother Chu is? Xiao Suner's mind rambled as she gulped. Big Brother Chu is really too good to Suner. I don't even know how to repay you. Kaoru would like to take. From here on out. The young girl thought carefully. Promising her body was too straightforward, so she changed her mind and said, serve as Big Brother Chu's right hand and left arm forever. Helping me handle the affairs of 10,000 Flowers House and keeping it firmly under control is the best reward. Chu Yuan looked at Xiao Suner's blushing little face and could not help but go up and knead it a bit. Doll face, very soft and tender and moist. I'll leave first, you cultivate well here. Chu Yuan got up and opened the door of the room to leave, admonishing in a warm voice, Kaoru will try. The young girl unwillingly watched his figure leave, nodded her head earnestly, and softly said, Big Brother Chu's command. Kaoru will always keep it in her heart and will never forget it, until Chu Yuan's figure completely disappeared from sight. Only then did Xiao Suer reluctantly withdraw her gaze and begin to cultivate. Xiao Yan noticed that her gaze had been on Chu Yuan, even forgetting about herself, and in his heart, he could not help but feel a little jealous. He followed Chu Yuan's side as they left the 10,000 Flowers building together, and on the way, after being entangled for a long time, he asked suspiciously, Master, how is it that I, my own brother, seem to be no match for you in Kaoru's heart? Words. Chu Yuan turned his head to look at Xiao Yan, only to see his brows furrowed in knots, clearly depressed to the extreme. This made him laugh in his heart and said, although Master is not his own brother, he is a loved brother, but it was not really appropriate to say this outright, so he made a casual excuse and opened his mouth. Perhaps you have recognized each other for too short a time, and she is not quite accustomed to it. So, Xiao Yan nodded, feeling deeply justified. Thinking carefully, it seems that the brother and sister recognize each other to the present day. Full of time, only 3 days. Same time, 100 miles away from the God's Court Mountain, the righteous camp, with the return of Zhang Ji and Shui Ping, Ji Bo Xiao, Monk Ming Yang, Shen Si, and the others gathered around, urging, quickly, what's the situation with the heavenly demon cult, and the details of that Xian heavenly sacred body Tang Si? That Tang Si is a 30-year-old youth with an ordinary appearance, 30-ish, average looking? Shen Si frowned at his words and looked toward the Xiao family camp. If he remembered correctly, there was also a Tang Si in the Xiao family, and his age and years were correct. He just hadn't thought about it in that direction until then. After all, the Heavenly Devil Church tens of millions of congregations. There are people with the same surname and name is really too normal. But if the age and appearance are right, then it is too much of a coincidence to be normal. And Zhang Ji looked around at Ji Bo Xiao, Shen Si, and Monk Ming Yang, his face serious and his tone odd. In addition to Tang Si, there's another sacred body in the heavenly demon sect. That's Xiao Yan's sibling, Xiao Sunair. This statement was made. The faces of the 10 sects of the righteous path all changed in shock. How is that possible? He has a sister. Why didn't I know that? And I've never heard of it. Chapter 67, The Painful 10 Sects of the Righteous Path. Thunder Flash. Xiao family head. Where did Xiao Yan get his sibling? Do you know? Shen Si summoned the Xiao family head and asked. In addition, I heard that in your family, there is a guest secretary, surnamed Tang Si, also 30 years old or so, with an ordinary appearance. You draw his face and have Zhang Ji and the others confirm if the two are the same person. Ji Bo Xiao and Monk Ming Yang's gazes were all fixed on him as well. If Xiao Yan really had a sibling, then Tang Si was the same person. That Xiao family's chi is simply too terrifying. 2 saintly bodies in one gate, or even 3 saintly bodies. Ah, Xiao Yan does have a sibling. Greeting the gazes of the crowd, the Xiao family head's face was unperturbed as he responded according to Chu Yuan's command, saying, but we didn't inform Xiao Yan of this matter, so he should be unaware of it, because when we saved them in the ruins of Flame City in the first place, we discovered that Xiao Suner was exceptionally gifted with an extremely high bloodline concentration, while Xiao Yan's bloodline concentration was extremely low and his talent was extremely poor. For Xiao Suner's sake, let her not be dragged down by her single-minded cultivation and affection. We hid the duo's brother-sister relationship. It's just that Xiao Suner has always stayed in the clan to cultivate, and recently she suddenly disappeared for some unknown reason, which also gave us a good search. Perhaps she learned of her birth and came to the heavenly demon sect to recognize Xiao Yan. The words fell. Boom! In the hearts of everyone present, they only felt a thunderous explosion. The Xiao family, it's as scary as hell. A gateway to the double Eucharist. As for Dawn 4, the Xiao family head said this. He held one hand in a false grip, between the light of the spirit and the light of the soul, showing the face of Tang Si's figure. He also disappeared inexplicably a few days ago, just like Xiao Suner. Seeing the situation, it's him, Zhang Ji, Chui Ping, and the others who had previously been sent to the heavenly demon sect pointed at Tang Si image and exclaimed, that's him. Boom! Ji Bo Xiao, Shen Si, Monk Ming Yang. The senior members of the 10 sects of the righteous path only felt their scalps tingle. Hiss! They couldn't help but let out a deep breath of cold air. It's scary as hell. 1 door and 3 holy bodies. Although Tang Si was not a member of the Xiao family, he belonged to the Xiao family as a force after all. But, Xiao Jingtung, how exactly do you manage the Xiao family? Ji Bo Xiao couldn't help but question. How could you make the sacred bodies run out one by one and devote themselves to the heavenly demon sect? Monk Ming Yang also frowned tightly as he growled and asked angrily. Xiao family head, what exactly have you done that is so heavenly and abhorrent? Shen Si, Chen Quan, Lu Songhai. One by one, the top echelons of the righteous Dao looked at the Xiao family head with indignation, slapped their chests in pain, and wailed, this is a great loss for my righteous Dao. 3 sacred bodies, all of them have fallen to the heavenly demon sect. Faced with a crowd of questioning and accusations, the Xiao family head spread his 2 hands and said with an innocent face, Holy Son, the great elder, fellow Taoists, you guys are well aware of that. I didn't do anything. Xiao Yan was bullied and scolded because of what his aunt and uncle did, plus seeking a chance to break his shackles before leaving the Xiao family and joining the heavenly devil sect. He used to want to worship the Qian Yuan sect in the beginning as well, the Taifeng sect. It's just that you won't take it, now that he had become a demon corpse, as a traitor under the Holy Patriarch's command, as an undercover agent planted in the righteous path. He didn't have anything to fear from the higher-ups of these 10 sects of the righteous path, even unapologetically point out that Xiao Yan worshipped the heavenly devil sect, but also more than just the Xiao family's reasons, the 10 sects of the righteousness of the same. One cannot run away. After all, these hypocrites, sooner or later, will be killed by the Holy Patriarch with the lift of his hand. Fruity, hear this, Ji Bo Xiao, Shen Si, and the other senior members of the 10 sect of the righteous Dao each had an embarrassed look on their faces and closed their voices. Come to think of it, when Xiao Yan came to worship the teacher, they also quite a lot of humiliation in the other party is a waste material. As for Xiao Suner and Tang Si, they both left suddenly, without any warning, and it was impossible to guard against them. The Xiao family head had a helpless look on his face as he said, the Xiao family has not done any bullying to them. Ahem. Shen Si interrupted the awkward silence of the scene and said, there's no harm in it, although they are now people of the heavenly demon sect, sooner or later, one day, they will be ours. Do not forget that as long as the bet is won, we are allowed to pick 3 disciples from the heavenly demon sect, even if we lose the bet. After the 10 righteous sects destroy the heavenly demon sect, both the resources such as heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as the congregation, will also belong to us. Right, Xiao Yan, Xiao Sunair, Tang Si. Sooner or later they'll be ours. The crowd chimed in at the words. And Monk Ming Yang laughed. It's also fortunate that they came to the Heavenly Devil Sect. Otherwise Xiao Yan and Tang Si's possession of the sacred body will not be understood by anyone, and will only be buried for nothing. With this topic closed. Holy Sun, Buddha Sun. Zhang Ji looked at Ji Bo Xiao and Shui Ping looked at Monk Ming Yang. The unlucky people from the 10 clans that had previously been sent to the Heavenly Demon Sect had sought out the existence with the highest status in their own family. Earlier we congratulated the Heavenly Devil Sect for adding another holy body to the front to explore. Unexpectedly that the Heavenly Devil Sect master has a thick face and a black heart, and even took this opportunity to rob and extort us. Again and again, they pitched in to take heavenly materials and spiritual weapons from us. You see, Ji Bo Xiao, Ming Yang Monk heard here suddenly realized, so it is looking for their own reimbursement ah? With that, he turned and left. Alas, don't go away, Holy Sun, Buddha Sun. Zhang Ji and the others hurriedly shouted after him, but the leaders, such as the Holy Sun and the Buddha Sun, were so pushed that they actually said, one by one, with a straight face, it's none of our business if you have to give it. Nothing about reimbursement for additional expenses earlier. Night, the House of 10,000 Flowers. The female cultivators ended their day's cultivation, or finished processing the news intelligence from the scouts from all over the sky, the assassination mission assignments, and other things. At this time to get free, get together and enjoy the flowers and moon, drink and enjoy the rest. I don't know who talked about the change of ownership of the House of 10,000 Flowers. Alas, the Holy Maiden was dutiful in her previous role as the owner of the building, and could be convincing both in terms of prestige and in terms of strength and ability. I wonder how this newly appointed building owner, Xiao Suner, is. Even if she's the Holy Sect Master's righteous sister and has outstanding talent, she can't do it without ability. The female cultivators were talking. Some people drank too much wine and even said with a grudging face, I thought that the Holy Maiden's abdication would be able to be selected from among us, but I didn't expect that it would still be given to a related person. So what if it's a sacred body? Those of us who aren't sacred bodies, but our talents aren't much worse in comparison. Not to mention the fact that there's also a heavenly melting realm powerhouse among us. Senior Sister Xiachuan, this kind of large realm difference is difficult to achieve even for a saint body. Not to mention her a simplified version of the 10,000 flame saint body's 1,000 flame saint body? This statement was made. It immediately made the people in the room stare. So desperate? When he came back to his senses, he hurriedly advised, be careful what you say. It doesn't matter what the owner is. Sitting in the main seat, a woman with a green dress and a serene face laughed. In the future, in front of Building Master Xiao, you guys can't mention this, lest you get caught in the middle of a conversation. If someone is masculine and contradictory, and his words contradict, beware of being reported to the Holy Patriarch and incurring punishment. Same time, top floor, a flame rose and floated in the void around Xiao Suner, and the entire chamber became incandescent. At this moment, one of her eyes opened, only to see its gaze burning like fire, as if it was the sun. Mindfulness. The flames either transformed into dragons and phoenixes, swimming in the air, or into cranes, flying in the air, live and let live. Immediately afterward it dissolved in an instant. The heat disappears along with it. The control is comfortable, and the micromanagement and heat are far superior to what they used to be. And this was the enchantment brought about by the great Jade Yin Yang technique. If one were to obtain the burning decision of the ancestor Yin Emperor, they would definitely be even more powerful than they are now. Xiao Sunair clenched her fists and said in her heart, her eyes looked ahead as if through the door of the room. It's time to make a stand. 3,000 thunders, thunder flash. One step forward. Zip, zip, zip. Xiao Sunair's figure flickered with purple electric light and instantly disappeared in place. Bang! The door to the room was open. The young woman's figure appeared beyond the room, her eyes looking down towards the floor. Chapter 68, Survive 10 moves and step aside. In the lobby, the female cultivators had changed the subject, but a voice rang out abruptly, but it instantly startled them. You guys, are you saying that I don't have enough prestige and strength to doubt my abilities? Xiao Suner stood behind the crowd, her gaze coldly sweeping over everyone as she solemnly said, even saying that this floor master is a relation. The 1,000 flame sacred body is nothing. It seems that you all have a great misunderstanding about me and the 1,000 flame sacred body. The words fell. The originally lively scene fell silent. The female cultivators looked at each other, feeling a sense of uneasiness that was like an aura. Building owner, we just spent the party talking and laughing, and did not have any talk about your remarks. A female cultivator wearing a white brocade flower dress hurriedly spoke out to ease the atmosphere. Close behind, one by one, the female cultivators smiled ingratiatingly and complimented. Building master, you have already reached the spirit cultivation realm at a young age, and the 1,000 flame sacred body is also quite a powerful physique. How dare we look down on you? they're just taking a break and whining. This is the daily routine of a laborer. Even when the holy maiden Zuameshua was in charge of the House of 10,000 Flowers, female seminarians occasionally troll. Ha! Xiao Sunair sniffed but smiled disdainfully. Of course she knew that she was new to the scene, and even if she got on stage on the back of Chu Yuan's prestige, there would surely be people who would be unconvinced and whine behind her back. But it doesn't matter. As long as we establish our authority tonight and deter these people, they are naturally submissive. And now the timing is just right to take advantage of this handle to strike. After the fact, these people cannot say anything. You, who claimed before that you were gifted and not far off from my saint body. She pointed a finger at the drunken and ghostly woman and laughed. I see that your cultivation level is 9th level of spirit nurturing, which is a full 6 minor realms higher than my 3rd level of spirit nurturing. Since your talent isn't much worse than my sacred body, I think that these 6 minor realms are able to make up for the gap in them, and are even more powerful than me. In that case, why don't you and I have a battle? If you can last 10 moves under me, I will voluntarily step down and give up my position. Although the days of following Chu Yuan were still short, but close to Zhu is red and close to ink is black, the young girl had already learned to gamble. Originally, Xiao Suner was prepared to lay her hands on the green-skirted serene woman named Xia Chuan sitting in the main seat to establish her authority. After all, if you want to make a statement, you have to pick the hard ones. As long as the strongest of these female cultivators was defeated, the others would naturally submit. Like the wandering lion who wants to take over a pride, all he needs to do is defeat the Lion King. But it's a shame. Xia Chuan did not follow the words of the drunken, sultry woman, denigrating and slandering and demeaning herself. Naturally, she would have no reason to pick on the other side. Otherwise you will lose the hearts and minds of the people. The words fell. 10 moves? Step aside? The female cultivators each stared at each other with wide eyes, incredulously staring at each other in disbelief. Is this Xiao Suner an egomaniac? Or is she crazy? Even if the sacred body was extraordinary and powerful. However, to say that within 10 moves, defeating an existence that was 6 small realms higher than oneself was delusional. Not to mention that she was only 1,000 flame saint body. At the same time that drunken, ghostly woman, although there is no holy body, but also gifted, master of the building, please don't be prodigal yet. This 10,000 Flowers house was handed over to your charge by the sacred sect leader, and neither of us, no matter who we are qualified to serve. Xia Chuan's face was stunned at the sight and hurriedly arched his hand in obeisance. Please also ask the building master to withdraw his words. She doesn't have much of a desire for power. Anyway, with his own cultivation at the thawing heaven realm, even when the holy maiden Zuameshua was the owner of the building, he wouldn't dare to be disrespectful to her. Furthermore, as the saying goes, the barn endowment is sufficient to know the etiquette. The bottom cultivators might fight to the death for a little bit of resources, or even not for resources, even for beauty in face, even for no reason at all, just like to bully people weaker than themselves for fun, hate to screw each other. But once you get to the top, your cultivation level goes up, your eyesight becomes higher, and your vision broadens. At least on the surface there is a need to maintain poise and people will respect each other. Even if it's a battle of interests, they will sit down and negotiate first. Unless it's a heavenly chance, it's a fight to the death. But Xiao Sunair caught such a good opportunity to establish her authority. How could she miss it? Heavenly treasures are for the powerful. She laughed coldly. It is also natural for the capable to take the position of this building's owner. If she is truly stronger than me, I believe the Holy Patriarch will also agree to my proposal. The eyes see so. Xia Chuan and the others were instantly anxious. If Xiao Suner lost, would it really be possible to make her the position of floor master? And, win or lose, once the two fight, for the holy prelate to learn of this matter, he would surely be angered by it. Maybe they will be punished. After all, during the day, the Holy Patriarch had just brought in people and instructed them not to disobey and contradict. But at night they clashed with Xiao Suner and even started a fight. What does this make the Holy Patriarch think of the crowd? Not available at Xia Chuan, as well as the female cultivators with clear minds, raised their voices to try to stop it. But the drunken, sultry woman was, perhaps, really drunk. Drunk, yes, with an excited look on her face. She said, I promise, within 10 moves, if you can't defeat me, the owner of the building will be let to me. If I, Jiang Hearing Chiu, lose, I will be your dog from now on, and I will do whatever you want me to do. Alas, Xia Chuan and the others were watching from the side and were no longer able to stop them. Their faces became ugly. They can already think. Xiao Sunair lost the bet. It was even still a case of losing the bet after being defeated by Jiang Hearing Tide. The Holy Patriarch was so enraged when he learned of this that he heavily punished himself and others. After all, the female cultivators who can be selected for the 10,000 Flowers building are selected from the tens of millions of female cultivators with the most outstanding talent. The female cultivators who stayed at the 10,000 Flowers building not only had to deal with the news that converged from all over the world and assign assassination missions. It's more about taking care of the unexpected, conducting emergency assassinations, and training new recruits on a daily basis. Naturally, the best of the best. It was the elite of the female cultivators of the House of 10,000 Flowers. Xiao Sunair looked like she was only 17 or 18 years old, so young that she probably hadn't even killed many people in life and death battles. How could they possibly be a match for them? Who are so adept at this? Come on. Xiao Sunair reached out and beckoned to Jiang Xieqiao as if she was calling out to a puppy. Even the contemptuous and disdainful smile on her face was infuriating to the core. You. Jiang Hengqiao's face instantly went cold. Just before the word seeking death could be uttered, she thought of the other party's status as a sacred cultist sister and still swallowed it. All that could be done was to cry out in indignation. Looking for a fight. Whoosh! The figure violently rushed out. It was strangely fast, even leaving a residual shadow. A false grip on one hand. Miso. The cold light was bitterly cold. Long sword in hand, stabbing at Xiao Sunair's neck. The speed was extremely fast and the shots were vicious. Without the slightest hesitation, the icy killing intent, carrying a piercing sharpness, caused the surrounding air to become silent and drop a few temperatures. This, then, is the killer. Sharpness attacked Xiao Sunair. However, looked at the incoming person with the sword blade that was about to be added to her body and did not move at all. Silly. Ha! Still no reaction? Xia Chuan and the others noticed and hurriedly shouted to stop. If this injures the holy prelate's righteous sister, I'm afraid. However, Jiang Xieqiao simply ignored it and continued to kill. Even the color of excitement shone in her eyes. The position of the owner of the building is not yours? Even if the holy maiden abdicates, it should be held by a strong person. Chapter 69, The Cat Plays with the Mouse. Jiang Hengqiao was able to stay at the 10,000 Flowers house and cultivate to the 9th level of spirit nurturing, so he was naturally not a fool. She was Zhuo Meishue's person, and even called herself a die-hard loyalist, although she didn't know why the holy maiden was going toe-to-toe with the holy sect leader, and she also had some admiration and respect for Chu Yuan. But the position is different. Jiang Hengqiao was naturally unwilling for Xiao Sunair, who was Chu Yuan's close confidant, to come up to the stage and take charge of 10,000 Flowers house. The reason why earlier, when she was talking and laughing and spitting, she had disparaged Xiao Sunair in her words, saying that she was related and so on, was also to provoke the anger of the people present. Making everyone disobey Xiao Sunair made it impossible for her to take charge of the 10,000 Flowers building, causing her to step down. But I didn't expect that Xia Chuan didn't fall for it. But it doesn't matter. It's just as well to come by yourself. After all, this new owner is really arrogant. How dare he agree to take himself down within 10 moves or else he would step aside. If Jiang Hengqiao was allowed to defeat Xiao Sunair, because of the power of the saint body, even if her cultivation was far higher than the other parties, she would only have 60 or 70% certainty in her mind. But to last 10 moves? It was a breeze. The master of the house. It's mine. Jiang Hengqiao was secretly happy in his heart. But in the next instant, when she put her longsword on Xiao Sunair's neck, she was complacent, excited by the fact that this little girl was so timid that she was shocked and didn't dare to move. When he actually defeated her with a single move, the longsword fell short. The corner of Xiao Sunair's mouth in front of her revealed a mocking smile, and her figure dissipated in an instant. This, surprisingly, was only a remnant. 3,000 thunderbolts and lightning flashes. Zip, zip, zip. Purple streamers. A flash of light. Xiao Sunair's figure surfaced behind Jiang Hengqiao, one hand outstretched, her expression icy cold as she said, "The speed that you are so proud of is as slow as a snail in front of me." Inflamed hands. Rumble. The great hand of flame descended from the sky and suppressed it. Moreover, under the great jade yin yang skills enhancement, the flaming hand was far more blazing and massive than normal. At the same time, it's more solidified. It was as if it was as thick as a small sun. Bang! Jiang Hengqiao was knocked down hard by a palm and set heavily on the floor, smashing out a deep pit. Rumble. The firelight burned, incinerating its protective spirit deities. She was even able to feel through the spirit gang, that incomparable heat, their own burning pain. Xia Chuan and the others saw this scene from the side and stared incredulously. What speed? What kind of stance is this? It's even capable of drawing out lightning and leaving behind a residual shadow. Her power is also very strong, and her spiritual energy is condensed to near substance. It's already far beyond the spirit nurturing realm, comparable to Rong Tian. Pedestrians exclaimed, especially Xia Chuan. She was even more shocked, because even she could only vaguely see Xiao Sunair's figure. The speed of the other party is even slightly stronger than his own. Deep pit in the middle of the field. Damn it! Jiang Hengqiao panically drummed up his spiritual energy and shook the flames attached around him away. Her speed is, surprisingly, far superior to mine, including power. She was anxious in her heart, lest Xiao Sunair would take advantage of the opportunity to attack. Quickly standing up in a carp roll, he turned to face Xiao Sunair, holding his sword in front of him. Just out of the blue, Xiao Sunair looked at her with a smile and did not pursue. This made Zhang Hengqiao feel like he had taken off his clothes to show a blind man general embarrassment, and even more angry. Could Xiao Sunair be looking down on her, disdaining to pursue and taking advantage of the situation to defeat herself? One move up. There are still 9 moves to go. If you can't defeat me, you have to step aside. Zhang Hengqiao snorted coldly and tried to use his verbal breath to stimulate Xiao Sunair to reveal her cracks. She's not only strong, she's got a good head on her shoulders. Although that move of Inferno Hand had failed to break through the spiritual gang shield, it had also allowed Zhang Hengqiao to recognize the other party's strength, which was definitely not weaker than his own. We must be on guard. We can't afford to be gullible. However, Xiao Sunair smiled instead of being angry when she heard this, as she looked at Zhang Hengqiao and sneered. This move, it's just a beginning. The reason why I didn't take advantage of the situation and defeat you is just a cat playing with a mouse. Strike that. Zip, zip, zip. Electricity flashed. The figure disappeared. Zhang Hengqiao instantly felt the threat approaching, like an on his back. Miso. She swung her sword behind her in a hurry, but the long sword fell short, only to see Xiao Sunair take a step back with a smile on her face, her gaze coldly looking at herself. Inferno Star. Immediately after. Bang, bang, bang. A shower of tiny meteors and fire rained down furiously on Zhang Hengqiao's spirit deity around his body. A fierce might erupted, shocking the spirit dipper into turbulence, and a crack began to surface. At the same time, the blazing flames incinerated the spiritual energy. Under this blow, Zhang Hengqiao's spirit deity around his body was completely obliterated. 2 moves now. It seems that the strength of the little mouse, quite good. Xiao Sunair stuck to her body, facing her face to face and sparingly sizing her up, her tone teasingly saying, it just didn't continue the pursuit, as it did earlier. You. Zhang Hengqiao was furious, but a wave of fear grew in his heart. This Xiao Sunair was not beyond unusually strong. Even if one possessed a holy body, it was unthinkable. The two exchanged hands. She was really like a cat playing with a mouse. Zhang Hengqiao was busy calming his mind, trying to calm down and running his qi, blood, and spirit power with all his might, performing the 10,000 Flowers House Mastery, heavenly grade martial skill, 10,000 Flowers Be Butterfly Dance. The long sword in her hand danced. It's as light as the wind, pulling out a silver-white brilliant sword flower, beautiful and dreamy to the core. Except that there is a killing machine lurking in the middle of it. The sword flower blossomed and split into hundreds and thousands of sharp edges, densely packed, like wild bees and butterflies, bombarding Xiao Sunair. It was so vague that it was impossible to see how it was going to fend off the killers. It can only be eliminated altogether with hard power, or then dodged with extreme speed. But with the 2 of them so close together, even if Xiao Sunair was faster, how could she react to escape? The hearts of Xia Chuan and the others watching from the side were tightened. Look out! Xia Chuan hurriedly stepped forward, one hand stretched out, spiritual energy condensed, turning into a shield to block the sword flower's sharpness. However, Xiao Sunair's body was suddenly burning with a blazing fire, forming a spiritual garment. Rumble! Let a stream of light and sword awnings fall on his body, but he was directly burned into nothingness. Assassins, the most important thing is speed, and a sure kill, but your speed and strength are not as good as mine, and even the surefire techniques can't break through my defenses. Evidently, you're not a qualified assassin. You need to keep practicing. In the midst of the flames rising, Xiao Sunair's cold voice sounded, followed by a slender jade hand probing out. Bang! A palm blast. The giant hand of flame slammed Zhang Hearing tied to the ground once again, holding her entire body in its palm, burning her robes and long hair, causing her to be terrified. If it were not for Xiao Sunair controlling the flames to not hurt her body, I'm afraid her epidermis would already be cooked. I concede. Zhang Hengqiao's eyes turned red as he hurriedly cried out. What? It's only 3 moves? Xiao Sunair sneered and teased. There are still 7 moves. As long as you can hold out, you can succeed me as the owner of the building. Chapter 70, The Mysterious, Unexplainable and Profound Holy Preceptor. No more fighting. I admit defeat. I surrender. Zhang Hengqiao watched as his robes and hair were eaten away little by the blazing flames, and seeing that he was about to be incinerated, he panicked and said, if she really took the remaining 10 moves, she was certain that Xiao Sunair would definitely play herself to death. Although this young girl in front of her had a smile on her lips and looked sunny, however, she could sense that the other party was truly fighting herself with the attitude of a cat playing with a mouse, secretly harboring a hint of teasing cruelty. Even if Zhang Hengqiao's Wameshue cronies are loyal, their hearts are thinking about the position of the building owner. But this is not a firefight with the righteous. Naturally, there is no need to insist on death. Humph. Xiao Sunair laughed coldly at the situation and then withdrew the flame. But in her heart, she said. Truly, it is a cheap bastard that has to be cleaned up in order to be honest. Turning his eyes to look around at Xiaochuan and the others, only to see the crowd looking at themselves one by one with stony faces, their gazes permeated with undisguised shock. Hiss! Someone exclaimed. The building master actually did it, defeating Jiang Hearing Chao in 3 moves. A man on the side corrected. Strictly speaking, I'm afraid that if the fight was serious, I could make it to 2 moves. There were also people who looked at Xiao Suner with burning eyes filled with envy and marveled. This is the power of the sacred body. It's beyond my imagination. If the 1,000 flame saint body is this powerful, how strong would Xiaoyan's 10,000 flame saint body be? We don't seem to have seen him strike yet. Even Xia Chuan envied Xiao Suner, Xiao Yan and these existences that possessed the sacred body in her heart. It's simply unreasonable. But Xiao Suner unexpectedly looked at the crowd and shook her head, denying, although the sacred body is powerful, it is also limited. If it was me before today, fighting her, I'm only afraid that it would be a 50-50 split if I were to use my saint body alone. You saw the speed of the stance I performed just now. That was the saint grade martial skill that Big Brother Chu taught me. 3,000 thunder movements. And the yen hands, yen star, and yen clothes are only Xiao family's ancestral spirit grade martial skills. But the reason they were able to explode with such great power was due to the increase brought about by the gongfu that Big Brother Chu taught me. She didn't take sole credit, thinking that it was her own strength that made her strong, but instead, she directly confessed the help that Chu Yuan had brought. Of course, it only revealed the existence of a saint-grade martial skill and did not directly point out the grade of the feat. After all, that was the Emperor's scripture, and this imperial scripture originated from the Jade Emperor's palace. Righteous imperial unity. Once word got out, the entire Heavenly Devil sect would be shaken. All of the 9 Xian realms would be in turmoil over this. I don't know how many forces are going to be eyeing the Heavenly Devil sect and Chu Yuan. At the same time, at this moment, she was incomparably admiring Chu Yuan, and her favorability soared. Big Brother Chu is just too good to me, passing down Emperor-grade techniques when he says so, and giving away Saint-grade martial skills when he says so. I really want to give my body to Big Brother Chu. I just don't know if he likes a little girl like me. When Xiao Suer thought of Chu Yuan, a smirk unconsciously surfaced between her brows, and listened to what she reveals. Xia Chuan, Jiang Hearing Tide, and the others were stunned, their hearts shaking tremendously. A sacred martial art? In the entire Heavenly Demon sect, there weren't many saint-grade martial skills. The only known one is the Heavenly Demon Battle Body. But even though that martial skill was a holy product, when used by an individual, the effect was only ordinary. Its strength lies in combining the power of millions of people, converging in one place to condense the Heavenly Demon Body. The more people there were, the stronger the momentum was, and the stronger the Heavenly Demon Battle Body was. It even reached a certain level and was able to erupt into the might of a saint. As for the other saint-grade martial skills, they only existed in the vast majority of people who had heard of them. The only strong ones whose cultivation had reached straight to the heavenly realm and possessed the identity of a demon ancestor, or Ji Lao, the godfather, and other talents can practice. After all, the value of the sacred martial arts was too high, and in order to prevent it from leaking out, the law was not lightly passed on. But among the 4 sacred martial arts of the Heavenly Demon sect, there has never been a martial art named 3,000 Thunder Movements? Is it hard to believe that this is a hidden payment that is not known to anyone? Or maybe the Holy Patriarch got it by chance? Xia Chuan, Jiang Hearing Tide, and the others had contemplative looks on their eyes, feeling more and more Chu Yuan's mysteriousness and profoundness. Sacred martial arts, said to give, and not among the 4 sacred martial arts of the Heavenly Devil sect. More importantly, I'm afraid that the gongfu bestowed by the holy sect leader is also a holy product, and also does not belong to the Heavenly Devil cult. After all, the Heavenly Demon sect's gong method was demonic and cold. For Xiao Suner's edition, it won't be too big. Looking at Xia Chuan, Zhang Hengqiao and the others looked shocked. Xiao Suner was extremely satisfied as she smiled with the corner of her mouth and said, "These 3,000 thunder movements, there are 3 stages: Thunder Flash, Thunder Instant, and 3,000 illusory Thunder Body. Thunder Flash is like what I did just now. The mind moves and the body arrives at will. Leitran has even touched a trace of the laws of space, and can do spatial instantaneous movement within the 3 days boundary. As for the 3,000 illusory thunder bodies, they are so subtle that they can even split into bilocations that have autonomous consciousness and are close to the strength of the main body." The female cultivators listened to their hearts and minds and were even more shocked. This saint-grade martial skill, it could actually allow one to master the spatial instantaneous transfer that only saints could do at the 3-day realm? It's too much of an anticlimax. In particular, the 3rd stage of the 3,000 illusory thunder body was actually able to detach a bilocation that was close to the main body and possessed autonomous consciousness. Wouldn't he blow up if he met an evenly matched opponent in a life and death battle? Even if it was an existence that was stronger than himself, it would be difficult to fight 2 in 1. if you guys want to learn, this building master can teach you Thunder Flash regardless of previous suspicions. Xiao Suner continued, her voice filled with temptation as she said, but if you want to obtain Lei Tran, you need to see who is more loyal to this floor master, and to the sacred sect master. If you perform great feats, the 3000 illusory thunder body can also be taught to you. Teaching sacred martial arts? One moment. Everyone, including Xia Chuan, and even Zhang Hangqiao who originally still held a grudge against Xiao Suner, a pair of eyes lit up and looked at Xiao Suner with a gaze that was filled with longing. This could be at least a saint-grade martial skill, and even though it was only the first stage, it was far beyond the martial skills they were currently practicing. Xiao Suner, however, did not begrudge imparting it to them, which caused their original hearts to change greatly. Compared to Zhuo Meishui, Xiao Suner didn't seem to be unavailable. More to the point, those who made meritorious achievements in the future would have a better chance of obtaining a complete saint-grade merit law. How can this not convince them? How can they not be moved? Xiao Suner looked at the reflections of the crowd in front of her and could not help but admire Chu Yuan even more in her heart. This method of hitting a stick and getting a date was naturally taught by Chu Yuan. Some people really are just born leaders. Xiao Suner's eyes burned as she believed that under Chu Yuan's leadership, the Heavenly Demon Sect would definitely grow even stronger. Outside the House of 10,000 Flowers. Darkness, a glance across the night, watching the scene unfold in the lighted pavilion. A bitter smile surfaced on Zhuo Meishui's originally expressionless face. The House of 10,000 Flowers, after all, can't be saved? She knew that Chu Yuan had brought people to take over the 10,000 Flowers building today because there were quite a few of her former henchmen who had relayed this news to her. It was even Jiang Hearing Tide who assured her that she would definitely be able to make Xiao Suner step down. But now, it seemed that this Xiao Suer was worthy of being a saint body and lived up to Chu Yuan's trust. Relying on the powerful strength displayed, it had initially shocked the crowd. The next step is simply to maintain deterrence and to enlist people. After a long time, the traces left by himself in the 10,000 Flowers building would disappear completely. In the future, Xiao Suner will be the controller of the 10,000 Flowers building, and only Chu Yuan's orders will be. But, recalling the martial skill that Xiao Suner had executed, as well as the power that the martial skill had erupted with, when he heard Xiao Suner reveal that it was the saint-grade martial skill 3000 thunder movements imparted by Chu Yuan, as well as the feat enhancement, Zhuo Meishui's gaze took on an extra touch of caution. Where did he get a saint-grade martial skill, as well as a saint-grade cultivation method? Obviously, she was also of the opinion that the cultivation method Chu Yuan had imparted was a holy product, but the Heavenly Demon Sect also only had one holy cultivation method. The Chen Yuan sect that Chu Yuan came from was also only a heavenly rank sect, and its strongest martial skills and cultivation methods were similarly heavenly grade. That's not right at all. Zhuo Medieval Snow is puzzled. Frown not. Chapter 71 Building the City. Planning Operation and Development. MT. Sentinel. Back Mountain Ancestral Hall. A huge piece of divine origin stone in the middle of a huge piece of divine origin stone. A powerful existence began to awaken. A dead aura, eliminating most of it, and vitality had been restored quite a bit. Kill the heart of the devil ancestor. Internal vision of the body injuries, only to see the 5 viscera and 6 bowels above the cracks eroded by the sword gas, has been made up for most of the, thanks to this divine origin stone replenishing vitality and chi and blood. This is what gave me the power to obliterate that Saint Realm sword chi and reborn in flesh and blood. He stroked the divine origin stone, feeling the constant stream of life essence coming from it, his face filled with a smile. All of this is bestowed by the Godfather. It's really like the waves of the Yangtze River pushing the waves of the past, and the generation is stronger than the next. Although it is impossible to explain the origin of the divine origin stone, and there are some hidden secrets on his body, but these are not important. What is important is that he is paid for my Heavenly Demon Sect and made a great contribution. The Killing Heart Demon ancestors' growing regard and trust for Chu Yuan had climbed to a peak. If the holy maiden Zhuo Meishui slandered Chu Yuan again in the future, he swore that he would definitely punish her severely. I'm not dead? Surprisingly alive? Of the other 11 divine origin monoliths, one by one, the awakened demon ancestors surveyed themselves in amazement, caressing the divine origin stones in front of them. It's the vitality brought to me by the divine origin stone, but this seems a bit wrong, because this divine origin stone, it was just too new. The divine source contained within was very sufficient, and under normal circumstances, it would still be able to be used for thousands of years. Kill the heart, the best of us. You stayed awake, didn't you? Tell us quickly, what's going on? An ancient-faced demon ancestor spoke out, shouting and asking. Seeing the situation, the other 10 demon ancestors also listened with their ears and shouted out to the Heartslayer demon ancestor. The situation at the moment was so odd that they had all thought they were going to die with their vitality cut off. Moonlight, river of stars, the heart-slaying demon ancestor laughed. I can't imagine that just a single white day has awakened all of you. To tell you the truth, our heavenly demon sect has produced a holy sect leader who can be counted among the best in all of history. These 12 brand new divine origin stones are all from his handiwork. It was his selflessness that brought you all to life. Otherwise, only with the original divine origin stone that is about to dry up. At most, it will only allow you to keep your breath and live for a month. Words: the ancient-faced moonlight old ancestor, the broad-bodied star river old ancestor, the 11 demon ancestors, froze for a moment. These divine origin stones are still really new? They feel unbelievable. The current sect leader, that brat, is actually harboring such a huge and complete divine origin stone, even reaching as many as 12? Unbelievable. The divine origin stone was a supreme treasure even for a saint. After all, even if one was a certified great emperor, but if one did not become an immortal, one's lifespan would still have an end. It was just that divine origin stones were difficult for great emperors to maintain his consumption. The amount of divine source required for even a single self-slash was enormous, and need special secret methods to replenish vitality. Sure, in today's world, the great emperor does not exist. Killing heart, where did the kid say he got it? No. The moonlight demon ancestor asked. If you can find a divine source mine. The old face of the Star River demon ancestor became agitated. It's a hidden secret on that kid, and I didn't ask because he didn't want to reveal it. The killing heart elder ancestor shook his head and said, everyone has a secret of their own, and each of us is already fortunate to be able to obtain a large piece of divine origin stone to seal our life extension and replenish our vitality. Especially you, who were going to die, get another chance to live, but you can't be gracious and bully him. As he said this, his voice turned cold with a warning. Then the words turned to emotion. That kid, possessing the heart of a Tao ancestor, has an unlimited future, and is the key to recasting the glory of ancient times for my heavenly demon sect. There is absolutely no room for error, nor should he be disgruntled and resentful, especially since there are 2 disciples with saint bodies under his seat. One of them is the 10 great sacred bodies of the ancient world, 10,000 fires sacred body, and the other sacred body is the Xian Tian sacred body, which I have not heard of, but the heaven and earth phenomena it induces is not much weaker than the 10,000 fires sacred body, and the 2 should be comparable to each other. On top of that, he also has a righteous sister of the 1,000 flames sacred body, who is the sibling of his great disciple, Xiao Yan. The ethical relationship in between is a bit messy, but we are the devil's way after all, so you don't need to care. The killing heart demon ancestor rambled on. The 11 demon ancestors listened in awe. They don't really know these things. After all, when he had awakened earlier, he had joined the heart-slaying demon ancestor in helping Chu Yuan with all his might to resist that Saint Tao sword. Immediately afterward, he fell into a coma due to exhaustion and the drying up of his vitality. Not much is known about what is happening in the outside world. It was only known that Chu Yuan had the heart of a Tao ancestor and was good at strategizing. That was why they had broken the seal in the first place and fought for their lives in order to protect Chu Yuan. At this point in time, I sniffed. It was even more of a big shock. There were actually 3 saint bodies under this guy's seat. Terrifying as hell. 3 saint bodies. When they grow up in the future, my heavenly demon sect will dominate northern Luzhou alone. No, it's to dominate the entire Nine Xian realm. After all, sect leader, even though he doesn't have a sacred body, he possesses the Tao ancestor's heart. This thing is far too powerful than a sacred body. Moonlight, Star River, and the other devil ancestors' eyes flickered with light. Their hearts agitated beyond measure, and their originally ancient and waveless hearts began to stir. At this moment, they were incomparably glad that they had desperately protected Chu Yuan, fortunate to have survived to witness the arrival of the great era led by the heavenly devil sect soon. Ji. The moonlight demon ancestor stretched his hand toward the sky and laughed strangely. My heavenly demon sect, the restoration of the glory of the ancient times is expected. The Star River demon ancestor nodded, his expression solemn as he promised. Killing heart, don't worry, we know the limits. To be able to get the complete divine origin stone to continue to extend our lives is already a mere heavenly blessing. Definitely not going to bully that late bloomer. Nice. The other devil ancestors also chimed in. Although we are devils, we are not the group of hypocrites from the righteous path. We definitely keep our words and will not go back on our words. More importantly, he saved our lives, so how can he be wolfishly gracious? Seeing the situation, the heart-killing demon ancestor put down his heart. He was truly afraid that these 11 demon ancestors would become greedy and go to force Chu Yuan to ask for more divine origin stones. At that time one can be difficult to do. On the one hand is to appreciate the valued juniors. On the other hand is the seniors with many years old friends. That said, it seems like I've seen the Xian heavenly sacred body from an ancient book. Abruptly, a clear-faced demon ancestor with a bizarre gaze opened his mouth and said, that's a world-famous unique physique named Xian Tian Divine Emperor during the desolate ancient period. It's just that this Xian Tian God Emperor acted too badly, even more cruel and murderous than the devil's way. and even ridiculous and lewd, so he was wiped out of the traces by the righteous and devil's ways. Chapter 72 Shin Tian Sacred Body Mystery. Undercover agent for a while. Oh, the Killing Heart Demon Ancestor and the other 11 demon ancestors let out a light eep at the words and said curiously, Xian Yuan, explain, that Xian Tian Divine Emperor, with the compound surname of Longbow, first name Wei, the Xian Yuan demon ancestor said in a deep voice. His character is violent and wanton, and he is a killer. As long as someone upsets him, even if it's only with words, he kills at every turn, shouting that the other person already has a way to get killed. And the Xian Tian Divine Emperor, being a human, even had an affair with a female demon emperor of the Fierce Beast clan, even marrying a rabbit girl openly and honestly. For the sake of the Fierce Beast Demoness, he even went so far as to turn against the human race and slaughtered countless strong human race members. The next day, Heavenly Devil Palace, in the Great Hall. Master, my disciple has already planned the construction of the first city of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Tang Si presented a map, as well as a piece of paperwork in front of Chu Yuan's seat, and respectfully said, this is the planning map, as well as a plan for development and operation. He had a little black eye. It was because ever since Chu Yuan had commanded that the development and operation of the Heavenly Demon Sect be handed over to his own hands, Don 4 has been working on this idea from day to night. Master treated me extremely well and awakened the holy body for me. I must fulfill what I was entrusted with as soon as possible and let the Heavenly Demon Sect grow and prosper. Oh, Chu Yuan let out a light eep. He didn't expect Tang Si to do things so quickly. The first step of the mission was completed today after it was just released yesterday. Let's see, said Xiao Yan, who had been following around, received the map and paperwork and unfolded them in front of Chu Yuan, only to see that the map was drawn on a huge floor plan. The city walls were tall and lofty, the streets were well connected, and all kinds of workshops and stores were well planned and organized. It's being the first major city predetermined by the Heavenly Demon Cult. It was named the Underworld City. The Underworld City was like a 9-palace square, with the city planned into 9 areas. Separately, there is a potion workshop, refining workshop, talisman workshop, array workshop, royal beasts workshop, gambling workshop, wind and snow chickens and ducks a workshop in 2 streets. Monks have everything they need, as well as residential areas, and the inner city where only internal members of the Heavenly Devil Sect can enter and exit. It covers an area of 100 miles and will expand later as the number of people increases. It can divert tens and millions of congregations in the church. After all, everyone was crowded up and down the Divine Court Mountain, and many of them lived in bamboo huts and caves, so the crowd was too dense and cluttered. The result was that even though the Divine Court Mountain was full of spiritual chi, with its underground spiritual veins and the spirit-gathering formation to gather spiritual chi, but this aura is not enough for tens or millions of people to absorb and cultivate. It makes it impossible for the congregation to reach their maximum amount of drawing in heaven and earth's aura. But triage out. There are fewer people and no one is fighting for it. Everyone can have enough heaven and earth aura to absorb. And by diverting a portion of the congregation to the neighboring cities and bringing their families over to live and prosper here, it could make them more centered on the Heavenly Devil Sect. At the same time, it can also migrate the people within the sphere of influence of the Heavenly Devil cult to come and live and prosper. From now on, accepting disciples didn't need to recruit one mountain village after another, and was able to search for geniuses and dig up wastrels more effectively. And with a larger population, relying on a strong base, the more geniuses were born. And relying on the various workshops such as pills and spirit soldiers, the sale of heavenly materials and treasures, and other businesses. There were also the diversion of the Heavenly Devil cultists. It can greatly attract scattered cultivators, as well as merchant alliances. After all, for casual cultivators, heavenly materials and treasures could still be obtained from nature by searching for them. But pills and spiritual weapons cannot be created naturally. You can only buy from the big powers. And for the Merchants League, the Heavenly Devil cult has millions of congregations. With so many cultivators, it's a big market. There must be chambers of commerce that come to do business for profit. It just needs the Heavenly Devil Sect to guarantee that it won't lay hands on them, and strictly regulate the congregation to refrain from taking and robbing them. Even if they were to rob, they couldn't do so within the sphere of influence of the Heavenly Devil Sect. In this way, it will make the underworld city prosperous all night long. Beyond that, the documents were also drafted on how to manage the order in the city and set up the laws, while writing how to develop the business even further. Yes, it's possible. In a day's time, to accomplish all this. You've done a great job. Perfectly. Chu Yuan did not mince words in praising Tang Si. Many thanks for the compliments. Master, this is your command. So naturally, my disciple does not dare to neglect it. When Tang Si heard this, his face revealed a joyful expression, as if a child had been praised by his parents, as he patted his chest and said, I promise that the underworld city after it is completed will definitely not disappoint Master either. At the same time in the process, the disciple will also strive for excellence and perfect perfection even further. Well, Master believes in you. Let go and go boldly. Chu Yuan's figure flickered and came to Tang Xi's side, reaching out to pat his shoulder encouragingly. Doubtful people are not used. Previously, Tang Xi had proven his strength by building the Spring Wind County city in the Shao family. Thus for Tang Xi, Chu Yuan was extremely assured. If there's anything you need, you can talk to Master. Leave the Heavenly Devil Palace. Tang Xi brought several elders and tens of thousands of sect members to the bottom of the Divine Court Mountain. He commanded one of the elders to divide the congregation of thousands of people to cut down wood and chisel stones toward the side mountains. The Divine Court Mountain is the ancestral court of the Heavenly Devil sect and should not be touched lightly, so you can only build a city on the side of the Divine Court Mountain. While building the city, the plan to relocate the population within the Heavenly Demon sect's territory, as well as opening up the mountains to create roads, should also be carried out at the same time. Tang Xi stood on the flying boat, overlooking the Heavenly Devil sect's mountains and rivers in a 10,000 mile radius, and said secretly, this includes expanding forces, incorporating the weak, and developing secret sons. The development and growth of the Heavenly Devil cult requires more than just building cities, increasing the population, and running businesses. It also has to annex the weak. Only one is inward-looking and the other outward-looking. The former is stable and consistent and thick. The latter has skyrocketed. And the 10 sects of the righteous path were nothing more than heavenly ranked sects, and all of them were able to take in little brothers. Why can't the Heavenly Devil cult? Is it because the Heavenly Devil cult is of poor character and goes around killing and setting fire to people? If they refuse to surrender and submit, then poison them and control them well with the secret spell sealing method. Tang Xi said in his heart. Anyway, what the Heavenly Demon sect wants is only their people, not their hearts. Though, Hearts Club better. He who had not been blackened also had these poisonous plans in his heart, but was just unwilling to carry them out. But blackened, he no longer has his original ideals and scruples. In the meantime, in the Heavenly Devil Palace, after Chu Yuan had taken care of some of the affairs in the sect, he left them all to Ji Lao and went alone to the floating cloud palace next to the palace. The former bishop's wife and his daughter are living there. Only, I'm afraid not many know that they are not mother and daughter. Chu Yuan looked at the floating cloud hall in front of him, and a smile floated up at the corner of his mouth. Just what tactics did this undercover agent of the righteous path use to remain innocent and have a daughter at the hands of the previous sect master? Can it be that it's a shrewd and profound illusion similar to the 10 directions illusion technique? Speculating in his mind, he walked in. Let this sect master meet you, the undercover agent. Chapter 73 Dogma Incident. Raising an enemy's daughter? There was suddenly an extra figure in the great hall. Lu San Yue, who was cultivating, noticed Chu Yuan's arrival. Her eyebrows frowned slightly, and she asked out loud, why is sect leader here? At this time, she faded a morning dress, wearing a white dress, high cold and honorable. If the moon in the fairy. Today, let's talk openly. Chu Yuan stepped forward and sat directly beside Lu Sangyu, reaching out to gently caress the hair at her temples, the corners of his mouth holding a smile if any. Talking openly? Is it? Lu Sanyue's expression was stunned, and when she reacted, she scrambled to get up and dodge. She looked straight at Chu Yuan, her words icy cold. Please also respect yourself, sect master. I am a proper person. My late husband was buried not long ago. Are you going to bully me? Words. Chu Yuan was also stunned. Who does that make you? A good man's wife? A survivor? Is his reputation that bad? Undercover agent of the righteous. Chu Yuan shook his head and simply picked it out directly. At the same time, his eyes burned as he locked eyes with Lu Sanyue. It was just in time to see a slight flicker in her gaze, catching the fleeting fluster in her features. Sect leader, what are you talking about? I really don't understand. Lu Sanyue played dumb, but the heart is not at peace. Does Chu Yuan know something? How dare you come to the door? He had also helped him earlier, donating many heavenly treasures and spiritual weapons. You're an undercover agent of the righteous path. This sect master previously found true chi belonging to the righteous path in your body. It is that power, which clashes with the yin and yang of the demon palace sand on your wrist, that has caused your consciousness to be confused. Chu Yuan smiled coldly and said, in addition to that, this sect master has another question. You had a daughter with the former sect master, so how come you still have the devil palace sand? Words. Lu Sanyue's face went cold for an instant as she pulled back her sleeve robe and looked at the demon palace sand on her wrist, her beautiful eyes dumbfounded. Done. It must have been earlier when she was consumed by lust and rushed into the Devil's Sky Pavilion and was discovered when she pounced on Chu Yuan to broaden her dye and untie her belt. What now? Kill him and break out of the heavenly demon sect? Still, Lu Sanyue's mind was filled with 1,000 thoughts, not knowing how to decide. She had a heaven-transforming realm cultivation while Chu Yuan was only at the heaven-rising realm. It's theoretically winnable. It's just that he has a holy weapon. Not to mention that even if one could defeat Chu Yuan and break out of the floating cloud palace, but the heavenly devil sect, there were still the 4 great hall masters, as well as Elder Ji. There's a lot of people, and Ji Lao's Tong Tian realm cultivation was far more powerful than her. I'm afraid it's hard to escape death at that time. Sect leader, if I say this is a misunderstanding, do you believe me? Lu Tsunyue sat back down again, her body close to Chu Yuan, a look of misery on her face. I see pity said, since hard doesn't work, let's go soft. Thinking about her national beauty, she comes from the Jade sect and is the best at feeding the devil with her body. I don't believe it's impossible to take down Chu Yuan. What do you say? Chu Yuan raised his eyebrows, his expression cold, simply ignoring Lu Tsunyue's beauty plan. It's best to be honest, because this sect leader doesn't want to resort to unconventional means. Said, Sacred Heartseed. At once an invisible greatness was added to Lu Tsunyue's sea of consciousness divine soul. Under the force, she became uncontrollable and reached up and snapped her hand and slapped herself. If it was before that, nurturing the spirit realm, relying on the sacred heartseed, Chu Yuan was unable to control Lu Tsunyue. After all, the difference in strength between the two was too great. However, when he stepped into the heaven-melting realm, he could already exert control over Lu Tsunyue, especially after the divine soul was metamorphosed by Yendi's overbearing true intent. It was already possible to manipulate Lu Tsunyue to death. Now, Chu Yuan, who had broken the shackles and ranked in the heaven-transforming realm, was even more able to do whatever he wanted to Lu Tsunyue. You, what kind of sorcery are you using? Lu Tsunyue looked at Chu Yuan incredulously, and her name-calling had all changed. It was difficult for her to comprehend that she was able to be controlled by Chu Yuan. Why is that? You're in no position to ask me. Chu Yuan's words were cold. With a wave of his hand, he closed the gateway to the Great Hall. He looked at Lu Tsunyue with a cold gaze and said, if you don't tell the truth again, I am afraid that you will have to. Today, said, a large hand pinched Lu Tsunyue's slender, snow-white neck, slightly harder. A crisis of death instantly enveloped Lu Tsunyue's heart. Ahem. No, I said. Lu Tsunyue couldn't help herself. She couldn't even resist. Seeing that death was near, there was instant panic, especially the one of Gu Qingcheng, the master of the Jade Maiden sect. In the beginning, she was the one who, after she was ranked in a high position, took revenge on herself for competing with her for the position of sovereign before, forced her to be sent to the heavenly devil cult as an undercover agent. No matter how much Lu Tsunyue and her sister Lu Tsunghai fought, they couldn't escape this, and after years in the heavenly devil sect, the humiliation of committing to the previous sect leader, as well as the last time that inexplicable appearance of the foreign true chi in his body clashed with the demon palace sand, almost cost myself my innocence and got into deep danger. Lamb. It had already made her hate Gu Qingcheng. It was only because of her origins in the Jade Maiden sect, as well as the fact that her older sister, Lu Tsunyue, was still in the Jade Maiden sect, that made her still hold a trace of affection for the Jade Maiden sect, but now facing a life-threatening situation. This trace of emotion is obviously not enough to continue to support of the Jade Maiden sect. Say, Chu Yuan coldly said. Only he didn't let go of Lu Tsunyue, merely loosened his grip, his big hand still pinching her slender neck, his fingers rubbing, very smooth and moist. I am the second elder of the Jade Maiden sect, and my sister is the great elder of the Jade Maiden sect, but because I once competed with Patriarch Gu Qingcheng for the position of Patriarch, I was hated by her. So after Gu Qingcheng ascended to the position of Patriarch, I was sent by her to become an undercover agent in the Heavenly Demon sect, Lu Tsunyue explained, and by virtue of the sacred heartseed, Chu Yuan could be sure she wasn't lying, because as a puppet, once you pit the dominator, the sacred heartseed would have all the reactions and even exterminate the puppets. Go on, he said coldly. I have been in the Heavenly Devil sect for many years and have passed on many messages. Lu Tsunyue recounted the secret information that he had revealed, while later explaining the origin of the Demon Palace San and his daughter, only to see her expression become weepy at this time. Said, the sect leader does not like me. Speaking of which, Lu Tsunyue returned to her senses. She looked at Chu Yuan, blushed, and corrected herself. It's the former sect master. He's never touched me once since I became his wife, because he's in love with only one person. Although I don't know the woman's last name, I know that the woman is not a member of the Heavenly Demon sect. And, it wasn't just the former sect master who liked that woman at the time. The Qianyuan sect patriarch, Ji Wei, likes that woman just as much. It is also precisely for the sake of competing for this woman that the two of them have a deep hatred. In the end, it was Patriarch Qianyuan who was even better. Not only did he kill the former sect master, but he also obtained the woman's heart decades ago. The two even gave birth to a daughter. But it wasn't long before the Qian Yuan patriarch started a rebellion and abandoned his wife and daughter. After leaving Patriarch Qian Yuan, the woman brought her daughter to the former sect leader and asked him to help raise her. Then she cut her own heart chakra due to her love injury and died. The former sect master was in pain, and looking at that woman, he finally remembered his old feelings and raised the daughter of his own enemy. And that daughter, the daughter of the now former sect leader,